as they can moving into this quarterfinal match.
I mean, there's just so many good games today. Honestly, like, there's a lot to look forward to. My eyes are, of course, on this first game that is coming up soon. The CFO versus MKOI, the rematch from MSI. If you remember, MKOI was knocked out by the Flying Oysters in that best-of-5 series, a 3-1 score for the CFO. So this is a big grudge match. Really would like to get back and get some little bit of revenge, and of course secure that spot in the playoffs for MKOI.
What else jumps out at you here, Valdez, when you take a look at that schedule?
I mean, it's definitely the AGAL and Tom Life Esports match. I think that's one we've been looking forward to for quite a while. You know, we assumed that HLE would make it through in first place out of this, you know, to qualify into the knockouts and be matched up against AGAL. And, you know, it could go either way. I think that Hub Life Esports, if they're on their game, they looked good yesterday, but they also got challenged by a couple of our underdog teams here. So AGAL might be just licking their chops waiting for that victory.
Yeah, you know Han was hungry. They want to prove to everyone they should have been at MSI, and this is kind of their chance to do it. They're playing against AGL, the #1 team from China. So, yeah, it'll be a big statement for them if they're able to take them down. But I think for me, obviously, I'm looking forward to the Flyquest versus Furia match because on paper, you would think Flyquest would win, but again, it's a best-of-1, and it would be huge for Furia if they could manage to take them down because that would be back-to-back wins against NA teams. And I know for the longest time that regions like Brazil and South America have and haven't been super competitive with the major regions, but it seems like it's turning around a bit this year, and if they could take down Flyquest, that would be even better for them.
Especially because with Cloud9, we knew that they didn't go to MSI, they didn't have international experience, but with Flyquest, we know how good they are. We know how close they were over at MSI, getting some huge victories, so we'll see how Furia does against a battle-tested Flyquest. Now for a caster check-in, let's send it on over to our pair on the first call of the day. That's Hysterics and Ox.
I'm next to Orcs, I'm Hysterics, and we're ready to get you into day 2 of the Esports World Cup for League of Legends. Yesterday, bro. Oh, it was a rough day for some regions, eh?
We had some grudge matches. We had 2 teams sent home. We said goodbye to GAM and Cloud9. Domestic knockouts already.
Feels good as an EU caster to send Anna home a little bit early, but today... Yeah. No, I've got it. We've had a rough time, but today's different though, right? Today there's some big matches, and we move into some best-of-3s as well.
Yeah, I mean, the big one for me, AGAL up against HLE. That one is such a banger.
That's our SMB match of the day as well, by the way. Don't forget to tune into that one as we get into the best-of-3s. Orcs and I will see you around, but we're going to send it back to the stage to get the day started.
Nice little shout out there for the AGAL and Huddle Life Esports match, which will be coming up in a little bit. But now it's time to set the table for our first series here, the best-of-1 elimination match and key crush match. It's CFO versus MKOI. Let's start off with CFO for the Pacific. These guys have been pretty great, traveling all around the world from the LCP, then heading on over to Vancouver, now here in Riyadh, getting here safely, thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. If you need to make a deal, go to Jamil. As CFO looking to make a big statement here against MKOI, who are trying to the battle scars of MSI.
Yeah, and always as when you have a team with 6 men, it's really interesting to see who they choose to play. And it's gonna be Driver once again after that Gragas performance yesterday. What a show he put on with those flanks, those mega bombas. I really liked his team fighting, and he is just this stable force for CFO. He's really good at these blind pick kind of tanks. I think of the Ornn, I think of the Kazante, I think of the Gragas and the Sion. All these champions, he's just such a constant player for this team, and it really allows the rest of them to be a little bit more volatile.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they've kind of had their struggles in the top lane for CFO, but I think that Gragas for Driver is one of their staple picks, and it's something that I almost expect to see MKOI take away, because in a lot of these high-stakes matches, I think it's his most comfortable champion. If you look at his stats throughout the year, it's his most played, highest win rate. So I definitely expect that to be an area that MKOI would look to punish. And then, you know, you have Merwin. He's been playing great. He's very versatile in how he plays. So that's definitely an area that if I was MKOI, I would look to try to get an advantage in.
Yeah, I just feel like Yeah, I just feel like, you know, MKOI definitely have a chance here, but it's another best of one. I think if you were watching CFO over at MSI, you see them come over here and they lose that first match to Life Esports. It feels a little bit crushing as a fan of CFO, but remember that it's Life Esports who are here to prove something, as you were saying, Medios. They look really strong, and I think CFO as well, in their victories, looked incredibly strong. So for me, they're the big favorites in this one.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have had a long journey to get here. So have CFO. So let's take a listen on how they've been able to get here.
因为来到 EWC 之后，我们其实刚打完 A 赛不久嘛，所以我觉得大家的状态都还是在的差不多。然后我们会利用 A 赛的经验来打这次比赛。从 A 赛的经验来看的话，我们可能打团前的站位，我觉得有很多可以值得我们进步的。我觉得全局 BP 这个模式对我们来说应该算蛮好的，因为我们还有2个上路可以多多轮换嘛，然后我们就大家的英雄值都很，就让这游戏变得特别有趣吧。T1作为去年的 EWC 的冠军，我觉得他们应该会变得更强，因为他们本来就是一支就很会进步的队伍吧。然后我觉得他们今年应该会更强。最想交手的队伍应该是娟剧跟 T1 吧，因为他们是 A 赛的冠亚军。目标来 EWC 的目标应该是先进小组赛吧，就进个8强。
Great to hear from them, and the goal was set. Top 8 would feel pretty good. And the thing that I liked that he called out about T1 is that it wasn't just, hey, here's the technical aspect of it. They're just good at improving, right? For the longest time, the LCP was dominated by Talon. CFO seemed to be the new big dogs. And they've now had staying power going to internationals for 2 years running. And I find that so impressive, Finn.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what coach it was. There was a championship-winning coach in some Asian team, I remember, who said that coming into every tournament, every team has a lot of issues, right? And usually the team that wins the tournament is the team that topples those issues. And to me, like when he said T1 is so good at improving, that just stuck out to me because they feel like a team that they come into a tournament and it's like all the issues they previously had before the tournament, they just solve them and they just adapt so much to the atmosphere and the pressure and they just always topple that kind of pressure environment. I don't find a better word for it. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and again, I always love when we have the opportunity to give shout-outs to Coach Chowie, one of the long-standing great mid laners in the LCP, then shifted on over to Coach, did some time over at TSM, learned a lot about problems and problem solving there, and now heading on over to CFO and finding success. So best of luck to CFO, but now time to look at their opponents. It is the Kings of Europe. It is MKOI. My boy Jojo Pyun, they're leading the way, but truly it has been the play of all the players combined as one team. Merwin experimenting in the top lane, Elyoya driving the pace forward, Super doing the damage, and Alvaro just constantly finding these engage angles, very reminiscent of Delight in finding ways to set up the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think, you know, I mentioned before, I feel like their opponents might be favored, but I do think that they are a bit of a wild card for sure. You think about Miran and the weird picks he's been able to pick up. I think that also Jojo Pyun has been a big star in the mid lane for this team. Elyoya has been that rock. I do think that they have a chance here, but I'm curious about how they're going to manage it in this best of one.
I really liked their game yesterday against Scam because one of the hardest things about playing internationally is the pressure, and to me, I really like the patience that they showed because even though early game wasn't going too well for them, top lane was kind of falling behind, Levi was getting super fed in the jungle as Wukong, but they didn't start getting desperate and over-forcing, which is something that happens a lot when you're feeling pressured. Especially for Jojo, he just kind of, he was 0-0-0 for the first, 20 minutes or whatever of the game. And I think a lot of people in this situation would, want to get more involved, try to force something, but he just kind of patiently farmed up, got his items, waited for an opportunity, and then, that Otacon fight we saw earlier was just huge for him. So to me, that is definitely a trait of a very good team, is when you can just stay calm even when it's not going well for you and just find your window to come back.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this head-to-head so exciting. Jojo Pyun, no longer a rookie. He came in, took NA by storm over with EG. He's now the veteran going up against Honkyu, who is the rookie, who is the young guy, who is lighting up the international stage. And I feel like a lot of focus is going to be there because for anyone that has experienced Jojopyun, you get good Jojopyun, you can take over a game, and sometimes you get tough Jojopyun where everyone else is going to have to maybe make up for his tactical decision making. But here, this is one of the highlights and one of the moments that you live for when you're a Jojopyun fan.
Yeah, I feel like in winter we got a lot of the other Jojopyun, but all throughout spring we've just seen Jojopyun accelerating, improving, and just reaching his final form, and it all culminates here with this ult at this Arakan fight, just completely saving the game and getting his team back into it. I think the game was looking really sketchy before this, but this really good call by Mad or MKOI to force this was just the key to bring them back into the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, we look across the aisle at Honkyu, able to set up this amazing wall. Obviously, he started the fight, and then Driver knocked it down with his Gragas flank that did come in just a little bit later with a 3-man body slam. And the team fighting from CFO has been incredible, but certainly some of the highlight plays from our mid laners is where we are going to be looking at for this matchup.
All right, well, it has been a long journey for everyone. We got to hear CFO's journey here. Now it's time to listen to MKOI's.
I'm pretty confident coming into this EWC. We are really grateful for this chance that we have to prove ourselves to them. My main goal this EWC is gonna be that I perform well. I think the main thing I have improved on since MSI was my preparation, my mental preparation. I wasn't ready for an international. I didn't have my head where it had to be. So I made some adjustments and hope it will be this time.
Yeah, I would say what we worked on after MSI to this EWC is just sharpening what we learned from MSI and trying to keep it in our game without losing it. So I would just say, yeah, just keeping the fundamentals we learned from MSI. Playing in internationals and MSI compared to LEC or even LCS is always going to be such a big difference because you're versing the best teams in the world. You get to learn what you're doing wrong, the teams will punish way more, and you get to improve so much faster. And any personal goals would be probably just versing the top teams and just winning a best of 3, best of 5 against them pretty dominantly. I would say that's my personal goal. You really have to not take it for granted whenever you go internationals and just try learning as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next step for this passionate fan base. It's now building upon what they've already had and getting some titles, getting over the hump in the international stage. They've been able to conquer Europe, but keeping the growth and the momentum, just like what CFO said, right? It's, are you able to problem solve and get good during the short time frame for the squad here, Finn?
Yeah, and something Leo has been very vocal about in these last couple of internationals is that the fact when he goes to internationals, he feels like he gives the East Asian junglers a little bit too much respect. He feels like he makes himself a little bit too docile, and it kind of like he doesn't push himself as much. And I really think today against Junjia, who is still, in my opinion, one of the top junglers, he is such a force for the CFO roster. And I think this is a great game for Leo to finally conquer those demons and kind of think, okay, I'm on the same level as these guys. I can compete. I just need to play my game, bring my thoughts to the matter, and I will get it done.
Yeah, and I know a lot of these teams have talked about taking what you learn from MSI and applying it, but sometimes I feel like that's harder said than done because a lot of times when you lose to these top teams from around the world, it's not always obvious why you lost. Sometimes you might think it's something, but you know, in your effort to correct it, you might cause other problems, you know, fixing things that weren't broken within your team. So I think it's really hard to, you know, make such a quick turnaround, but you know, these teams have to if they want to keep going, and there are definitely valuable lessons you can learn from those matches against top teams.
For a deeper insight, let's take a look at Supa, who is standing by right now with Kitty. Take it away.
Thanks, Dion. Welcome to the first pre-match interview. By my side is MKOI Supa. Welcome. So you guys had an intense battle against Hololive yesterday. So how do you feel right now going into today?
I'm really excited to play because I think I prepared really well from the MSI to here, and I want my revenge today.
And of course, you guys are facing CFO, and I know there's a little bit of a rivalry between you two because CFO didn't eliminate you guys during MSI, so what are you planning on doing to them today?
I mean, I need to be thankful because they give us more time to prepare and vacation for the Esports World Cup. So I will let them better vacation so they can prepare for Worlds better.
Yeah, and last message, because we know that C9 unfortunately got eliminated yesterday, and surprisingly EU is doing quite well this tournament. So is this the turn back or turnaround for EU?
I mean, I think we don't need to over complicate the things. EU was not that bad. People is not that good. I think we are in a really close level, and I believe who prepare better for the official day is who is gonna make the difference.
I hope this doesn't age weirdly after the game, but best of luck today, and I'll see you on stage. Back to you guys.
Thank you again to Kitty asking the hard-hitting questions. I love it. Don't worry about how it ages. It'll all play out to fate. Now it's time to put our prediction fate on the line. So let's start on the outside in. We'll start with Meteos. Who you got here, winning, and why?
This is a really tough one for me, but I think MKOI will win. I don't have a great reason why, because it's super 50-50, but I don't know, just from how they've played, I think they can do it.
Yeah, I'll take it from here. I think that CFO will take it down. I think it's going to be relatively easy for them. I think MKOI is a pretty good team, but I think that CFO have proven that they're on a different level at the moment. I would say it's like 75-25 for me.
All right, Finn, give it to us.
Well, we have converted the American into a believer of European League of Legends. If that doesn't tell you how favored MKOI is to win this game, then I don't know what to tell you. I think it's gonna be an easy sweep for MKOI. I think they got it in the bag, and I think they are the better team. Supa said it themselves. It's about who prepares harder on the day, and the other teams are not that good.
Wow.
That's what
all right, I guess that's it.
Not my word.
That is what Supa said. Now it's time to put aside the talking and time to do the playing. It is the #1 seed from the LCP, CFO, looking to try and make it to the knockout stages and do what they did yet again to MKOI, the reigning kings of Europe. Will they be able to make their squad proud, or will their key get crushed? Let's find out. We start day 2 for the Esports World Cup right now.
Yesterday started steady, but as always, we ramped up the pressure. Teams blinked, and before they knew it, they were back checking in bags at Riyadh Airport.
This is League of Legends at the Esports World Cup, and now it's down to 4. 4 different regions, 2 chances to stay alive.
We got 2 quarterfinals coming up, but before that, a crucial best of 1. Win it, and you get a spot in the playoffs where Giants T1 are waiting for you.
And the stakes could not be any higher. You got a club championship points, legacy, and a shot at $2 million on the line.
By the way, if like me, you are a key-crushing super fan, do not worry. 4 of them will be shattered on stage here today. Now, I don't know if you heard earlier, but we've got some mega fans in the building over here. Fancy, let's give them what they want.
It's Movistar Koi!
Their opponents avoided being KO'd once already. Can they complete the lower bracket run to playoffs? It's CFO.
A quarter-final slot will be locked in. A key will be crushed. It's the Esports World Cup. Let's get back to business.
We are back to a qualification match. We are back to elimination. That really feels like the story every day. Myself and Orcs will take you through yet another game between CDBC Flying Oyster and Movistar Koi. A game, or rather series, that we only recently just saw, where everyone's pick'ems were destroyed at MSI. You all out there know how I feel. I'm with you. And in a 3-1 fashion, Koi were eliminated from the tournament. And CFO created what I think was one of the biggest upsets, at least of the tournament.
And you know, they had opportunities after that to face. You know, they had some pretty big matchups. You know, went 3-2, well 2-3 against T1, who made it all the way to finals. So really got to show their stuff, I think, at the tournament, and earned a lot of respect. And now, Koi have the opportunity to get some revenge here on the day. I think definitely showing some good form to get to this point. You know, both of these teams having beaten GAM, but losing to HLE. HLE, obviously, a formidable opponent.
Yeah.
Hard to judge. You saw some disagreements on the desk as to who's going to take this one. I think either team could take it on the day. Obviously, it being a best of one as well.
That's the thing,
it really just comes down to the approach. You know, we often talk about how Fearless has, there's so much impact in draft when it's Fearless.
Yeah.
That's also the case when it's a best of one, because, you know, you only get one draft to come out with. If you make a bit of a fumble, you don't get time to adjust. You don't get time to sort of shake things up as you go through a longer series. So whatever you end up with in this one game, you're stuck with.
And that's what leads us into our draft for this only game. Center so far yesterday, exceptional performance. 3 out of 3 wins. Yesterday as well, we saw a lot of Annie, a lot of Talia. Things we should also mention is things in jungle pairings like the Xin Zhao. Sejuani Yone, I remember you came into the day yesterday and you were like, man, Sejuani Yone, like, there's a lot of angles for it here. That's one of the first bans we go into pick and ban here for CFO. So maybe that pairing taken away as Sion against Driver also makes a lot of sense.
And Gragas, so pretty heavily targeting Driver.
He was insane. He was insane yesterday.
Yeah, and I remember Sion as well. In the series, these two played against each other at MSI. You know, him getting solo kills on that Sion, which is something you don't really expect to see, but it was such a big factor. So learnings and respect given over. That Pantheon first pick, we've seen that a lot at this tournament, a lot of priority towards that, for that early pressure in the jungle. We'll get the Rumble coming through for Driver.
We get a Xin Zhao part 2. Jun just smurfed on that yesterday.
He was so good. You know, we had some fantastic Xin Zhao yesterday, and yet he was the best.
He was
and that was tough to have that.
His Skarner is okay.
Yeah, it does end up locking that in. I think the Rumble Skarner combo, we've seen that have some power. He kind of just, you know, toast them over the fire, few of them, and hold them there. Does mean when you get deeper into the game, you know, the Pantheon has pseudo tankiness from, you know, the fact he can block damage, but overall is a pretty squishy champion in comparison to Skarner. You have that solid front line. And Koi will lock in that Aurora. I've seen that pick at a ton of value. MSI, Chovy in particular had some fantastic games on it, and then that Jojo has picked up himself.
Remember as well, can be top lane for Mirwin. Mirwin is no stranger to picking out some, you know, potential lane counters. Aatrox thought about that. It could also be realism.
Još dva gema se podsjećamo zašto ne volimo best of 1 i zašto volimo Fearless draft.
Could also be an Aurora flex. That's something I wanted to mention. Yeah. Some hovers that suggest that we have seen Aurora into Aurora before. Probably going to be mid. Something to mention. Kai'Sa does suggest they kind of want to sort of lean a bit more into that sort of dive, which fits the theme of the first 2 picks they have.
Yeah.
And CFO, you know, they have a pretty strong front line with that Skarner. They're looking towards his Victor. So much AoE damage already. And considering all of MKOI's competition so far is quite squishy, you could just shred through targets. You know, you think about the Arcane Storm, the reset you get. We've had fights where, you know, you get a couple of kills with that ultimate and it just expands so quickly.
True.
going in late game team fights is going to be a little bit scary against this composition. Now we go in the second phase of the draft. Could look to target top lane a little bit if there's a matchup you're not too comfortable with, but you know, Rumble tends to do so well into a lot of scenarios. I also think banning away supports that match up well with the Kai'Sa Nico is a big one. We've often seen paired Kai'Sa, but they actually go for the casting ban, so you know, aware that potentially the Aurora could go top, and worried that casting could be something that could just scale up against Victor and be a problem later on.
Okay, with that away, maybe they get rid of something that can bully the lane a little bit, something that has tend to survive the lane. Again, Aurora, we're talking about in flexibility, but they're saying that, yo, MILIONA might actually just take this top because of the matchup itself. Alistar's going to be one of the bans. Supports that maybe CFO will fish for on 4 or 5. As you said, Kai'Sa pairings are still many with things like Rel, with Nautilus. Nico, you also mentioned there as well, maybe CFO will be able to utilize that better.
Yeah, they don't ban the Nico, do ban the Braum. Kind of suggests maybe they just want to go for the Nautilus.
Yeah.
But the Senna's still open, which I feel like it's kind of crazy left that one available, especially, you know, the front to back from CFO already so strong. You're going to have to work really hard to get on that back line. And I mean, the other option, you could actually pick Nautilus yourself, and then you could end up going Senna Nautilus, which is a really strong combo. There's that option for CFO. But looks like they might actually just go for the Rel themselves. Not wanting to give away too much. You know, Rel with the Alistar gun as well feels pretty comfortable. Keeps that 80 carry option available. Senna could still be an option, still there, but want to see a little bit more and just happy to pick up that engage support. Now for MKOI, you know, they have the Nautilus as an option. They have the Nico as an option in terms of support role. We will get to see where this Aurora is going.
Oh, Galio top and then Aurora mid.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, we saw Galio really show up first in the meta, played into the Rumble in the top lane.
Si uspio se probudiš.
No, zapravo, jedva sam ustao.
Kad si legao?
Prilično kasno sam legao. Baš sam malo spavao. Ali sam... ali dobro sam. Gledamo Ligu Legendi, to je uvijek zanimljivo.
Fair.
Kako si ti, Saina?
U suštini isto koji ti. Nisam dovoljno spavao. Ali dobro, ajde, razbudit ćemo se malo pa ćemo da imamo kakva je situacija. CFO je dobio sve što su ikad želeli. Ko je igrao dosta lepo juče, tako da vidjet ćemo ko će na kraju izaći kao pobjednik. Moramo samo zvuk da namestimo, a vidjet ćemo.
Alvaro na Niku mi se sviđa. Ne volim baš Dodopiju na Galiju. Mislim da su trebali da se swapuju oni Mirvin, zar ne?
Da. Možda čak greška u grafici.
You're going to pay for it. It's MKOI's strength. They're great team fighters in LEC all year round. We have been spooking that this Spanish organization, this Spanish team of young upstarts are so good at the 5v5 because a lot of the time they'll just hands dip. They look for blood from the blood god because they'll just send them in and go, hey, guys, first 15 minutes, we win every fight.
Mnogo je dobar ovaj stage ovdje na IWC-u. Baš cool izgleda.
That makes sense.
No.
It's so funny talking about I can't speak English properly and then I just...
You can speak Australian perfectly fine though.
Yeah, but it's sometimes just my brain doesn't keep up. Well, with an elimination best of one, I hope it does because this should be gruesome and hopefully it is explosive as well. Let's see, MKOI versus CFO, a qualification match. Another key to be crushed for the loser. And more importantly,
da li je bilo juče neki tehnički pauza?
10 sati je trajao stream, tako da da. Bilo je dosta.
Because CFO and MKOI have something to prove to each other. A 3-1 at MSI, where Europe was let down by their first seed. Now in a single game, can they redeem themselves? Or are the Flying Oysters once again just annoying fresh seafood?
I think something for me in this game You know, the fact that they have this Galio Pantheon duo, the double globals, right? Also that CC setup, that damage. You know, you have the range top laner, you have the double range bot lane as well. You're going to have priority in those sides, and then you have the double globals and those skirmishing half the mid jungle. So I really think MKOI, you want to get the ball rolling. A composition like this from ahead feels so much better. See what they're able to do. If they can find an advantage, like if they burn Honkyu's flash early, put him behind, find any way to free up Jojo Pion and Elyoya to move around the map, free up their Galio to make an impact.
Kad smo kod pauza, da.
Confident about as well as where the super fans have grown. I don't remember them being that many. We've definitely grown the audience. At the start of the show, the super fans were like 10, 15. Now there's 30. Is CFO.
Kažem ti, juče mislim da je 9 sati. 9 sati, zašto ti kažeš tačno koliko je trajao stream, imam negdje sačuvan.
I cannot read.
Okay, yeah, sorry. 9 sati I 40 minuta.
There's some competition in the crowd. Good to see the support. I think that is one thing though when there's
vas dvojica ste baš juče prepukli.
Da, danas postoji šansa da stream traje toliko ako obe best of 3 serije odu u 3 gejma, tako da se nadamo da neće.
And again, like the CFO fandom is growing not only because of LCP now, you know, looking after multiple regions in one. Obviously VCS, LJL, OCE.
Pazi, ako išta, brže su zamenili monitor nego što je Lecu trebalo zamene bateriju mišu.
Dobro to jeste dobro.
To obećava.
Na MSI-u koliko im je trebalo da zamene miš, kao da je neko išao da kupi novi.
Ono je bilo kritično.
There's hobbits there. There are hobbits there. I want to apologize to any nocturnals I offended yesterday.
Bini 4 osobe iz supporta. 2 daju moralnu podršku. Ovom jednom što poručuje miši iz prodavnice. A majko moja.
We would be listing it out. And mostly I want to apologize to Atlas just for letting him down as another Australian. Well, we'll hold aside because we're finally back in the game.
Ali boga mi ozbiljni su danas best of 3. AL i Hanva i BLG G2. Dobro, BLG G2, ali... Opa! Dogo! Mislim, Kajving je lud samo, ali Dogo, kako je dođo.
Ne znam da se igrači nisu probudili, šta se događa kill u drugoj minuti, ne znam da smo vidjeli skoro, iskreno.
But it's too little too late, and that is such a bad start to the game for the bot lane. Movistar Koi.
Level 3 hit from Hong Q, but look, pushing up to the wave. There's going to be an instant flash. Justice punch, but a quick stand, and under the gravity field, Hong Q feels
jako lepo duplo je, ali ne znam zašto je Jojo uradio.
You know, I still think you'd be okay with how the gank went, right? You got the flash.
Da, treba će malo izgleda vremena.
But a good play from Honky there to avoid.
Da se razbude ljudi.
But as I said, this is kind of what I see being the win.
Oni su kao I mi. Do kasno bili budni sinoć.
Istina.
Šta se dešava u partiju zapravo?
Such a good start for CFO, and we see here, so I think maybe Super goes for the Q there. None of that.
Jako brz combo.
And then Super just gets demolished there. Doggo with a great flash over the root there to finish off the kill. And the fact that you get that kill, then Kaiwing moves mid, gets killed there as well. Phenomenal start. Already CFO 2 on the board, about 1,000 gold lead. This is the start they really want.
2 for their carries that are going to play so well on zone control as well that we talked about in draft. So it was like early game is now really chill, and the onus is on MKOI. We've already said it. MKOI need to really get the ball rolling, and so for CFO, if they can mitigate that in the first 15-20 minutes, I just feel like some of these kills add a lot of pressure that Koi might not be able to deal with.
Boga mi problemi za koju startu ekipa CFO-a i pobedila GAM, tako da sigurno ulaze onako dosta hajpovanje sve ovo. A opet, best of 1 pobediš, prolaziš dalje, izgubiš Ripsi. Danas, ljudi moji, znači imamo još 2 partije, best of 1, i nakon toga prelazimo u knockout fazu ili playoff fazu, koji ćete je zovete, i to je best of 3. Sve je single elimination. Znači, od danas pa nadalje, ko pobedi dalje, ko izgubi ispada, to je to. I u best of 1 i u best of 3.
You see CFO with a lot of control in this lane right now. Still early days. We do have that flash from Hunq about halfway off cooldown. I really want to see some window where I'm stuck very low.
Ja moram ti ispričam nešto.
Slušam.
Igramo juče, 2 druga i ja, LoL. I uđemo u prvu partiju. Okupili smo se sva trojica, pošto dugo nismo igrali zajedno i uđemo u partiju i naš top laner protiv nas pikuju Rambla. I naš top laner lock-inuje Syndru. I mi ono kao, okej, nisam odmah skonto pomislio da ja igram top lane. Na trenutak. I ono kao, ček, ja sam i dalje mid, lock-inujem seta na brzinu, zato što sam bio u fazonu, ok, moj top lane, ono kao lud. Ne znam šta pikuje, kao nama treba front line i ja pikujem seta mid. Kako Džuđija igra samo. Jako lepo zaustavio Džuđova. I kad smo ušli u game, mi rekao, pitam ovog lika zašto je uzeo Syndru, kaže on, ne brinite se, ja njega counterujem, ja sam zato uzeo Syndru. A nas dvojica mid laneri, onako gledamo, ja ne znam kako ti counteruješ Rambla sa Syndrom, leba ti. Kad su pikovali Rambla na midu, pikovali u međe. I naravno smo izgubili tu partiju.
Aro, dogodi si, šta da radiš?
CFO covering well, they're not overstepping, and as they hover around top side, it's a minute 10 till Grub spawn. That's why Junja now looking for his level 6 so that he can have the similar impact as Oyoya rushes there too.
Felt like there was a bit of a bait there from Alvaro to try and set up, but Kaiwing just does not fall for it.
Yeah.
Has the backup from his jungle a little bit later, so still a solid lead there for the side of CFO.
CFO ga ozbiljno. Mislim, rekli smo, kažem opet, pošto je best of 1, ovde CFO možda pokupi sve pikove koje vole, niko ništa ne može da im zabrani, tako da što je duža serija imaće više problema. Ali u best of 1 su lagani. Jer dobili su ono Skarner Rumble combo koji najviše vole.
The matchup we have, the Aurora against the Rumble, has been pretty neutered, right? Driver has the make treads, so a bit of extra magic resist, and he's actually been having an advantage recently. The bot lane matchup, Doggo and Kaiwing have been playing really well, so if you're not able to unlock that Galio, CFO is going to be able to play the game at their pace. And speaking of which, they are starting up this dragon. I don't think any contest is going to come through.
Znaš se crveniju ovo dole. Gold lead sve na strani CFO-a.
But pings are going down. CFO are not overstepping. They know that this Galio really needs to move to get the game back on MKOI's side, but they're being really cautious here. You can
baš su dobro otvorili meč.
Stepping back and River's just going to be given over to MKOI in the interim.
Ko?
Curtain call. Alvaro, flash.
What's he flash on?
Just the flash to predict for the third shot. MKOI, it's now 0-4. Yes, Grubs will be taken, but look at Mirwin bot. It's turning into a dive. An easy kill. We don't even need to see it because it was a one tick, and CFO are going to find plating through bot.
Šta im radi Dogo i Kaiwing?
Only retribution that MKOI are going to be sitting on.
It's just disaster after disaster right now for the side of MKOI. I mean, you know, trading the grubs, losing Mirin on the bot side, like, that can happen, right? You know, the counter punch comes in, but the fact that Alvaro dies there, the setup from Kaiwa and Dogo, they've just had their
Igram ja?
bot lane
Su njih ili šta se dešava?
And typically Nico is one of these picks where
Ne znam, iskreno, ko je bio juče dosta bolji.
Give us some space with the movement speed, with the disruption.
Ovo izgleda kritično. Ma dajde. Generalno cijela ova regija, CFO, GAM, igraju brutalno early game, pa onda poslije 20 minuta grifaju, tako da koji samo treba da ne pusti da se snowballa previše i bit će okej.
Mislim, CFO je izbacio koji na MSI-u, tako da...
To je istina, to je istina.
You know, it's not really that big of an advantage. And also, there's a limit to how much they can push because Driver's ult is coming up soon. So, you know, they'll push this wave in. They can't take any more because the next wave, Driver can just ult it if he really wants to. Whereas Doggo and Kaiwing, they can continue to zone Mirwin away here.
It remains a 2K for now. That's the lead. Super getting this with 3 grubs.
Oni ne mogu da uzmu cool ovdje.
More positive as they stay isolated, but Jojo now hovering up. Honkyu on the way. Junja's just going to push him back, and Jojo gets away unscathed.
Okay, looks like ult was a little bit further away.
Junja se smilovao, ona nije teo opet ubio Junja.
Driver does have his ult now though, so that's where the push ends. So actually, we're looking at pretty positively for MKOI, all things considered.
Jojo stepping forward through the gravity field was also a nice play, but again, Ishtal's impact gets him in range, and Junja's now looking impaled.
Oh my god, Junja!
With the Chaos Storm on top layer, as Honkyu already locks on.
2 times in a row, we've seen MKOI members flash and still go down. It's got to feel bad, and CFO 6 on the board at this point, and you know, 2 kills on both their carries, 2 on the Skarner. He's going to be super later in this game.
It's a 1K gold lead on Honkyu. I mean, this is the dude that gave Faker a run for his money in that best of 5.
Slažemo se.
Jako loše deluje.
Da.
So young, but he's so talented. 1K gold lead on Victor already with a Blackfire torch is going to shred through this tank Galio and any other bruiser on the side of MKOI. It is a bit of a disaster in the early game. It is encroaching 3,000 in the lead here for the LCP representative, and more importantly for MKOI, they have not been able to use these semi-globals in succession orcs like the Aurora laid with
Raspored danas posle ovoga je Fly Furia, nakon toga AL Hanva i nakon toga BLG G2. Sutra će biti 2 stompa best of 3-a. Jer gledamo T1 protiv CFO-a ili T1 protiv Flyquesta i onda Genji protiv druge ekipe od te dve.
We're so far behind, we have to kind of navigate things well. They are looking.
Magnus Storm, Deadly Flash doesn't connect. Here's a curtain call, but Driver's burning them down. Okay, no skewer combo here available, but the equalizer now used. Kaiwing will be a trade for MKOI's first kill. We sit 1-7, but Brazil's not showing up to this game. We'll hold for a second as Mirwin teleports in. It is just a simple trade for now.
Doesn't feel too great though. I mean, normally if you're trading when you're behind...
Face checking into a Skarner. Flash away from Elyoya for the red buff. Okay, but Mirwin
može dobro, čekaj Mirwin.
puts the between worlds up to get a shutdown.
I don't know damage.
Red buff is doing a great job at Junja as he finally autos away with his passive. Will make it another trade. Teleport up from Honkyu. Want to bring the fight into full succession as top wave goes down, or rather turret. Super picking up the gold for the trade. When you're 3,000 gold behind, now you're only 2 orcs. I think you just take what you can get.
You know, I think a little bit better. I was saying before, you know, the 1-for-1 trade, considering they committed a TP and a galley wall, doesn't feel as good. But you know, getting another kill trade, Jojo Prince gonna get some plates here. I think MKOI feeling a bit better. They are now on the board. The gold lead closing a decent amount. You know.
Dobro, ovo je definitivno bolje. Prvi turret, koji kill, gold lead je pao.
He's just picked up 300 from these plates.
Yeah, close a lot of distance, and Honky's stepping up massively.
He is, and
Honky je
mrtav. Down, Alvaro coming in, Tangle Barbs at
možda i nije. Left dodge.
Honky turns around with a Chaos Storm onto this Nico. No kill threat just yet, but it's enough to send Alvaro away.
Yeah, I think even if the root had connected, the ult wasn't there for the Nico, so probably wouldn't have been a kill, but would have chunked him out more, maybe could have set up for that dragon. But to be honest, I think when you're still a bit behind, it's fine just to let this one go. It's only the second dragon of the game. Obviously, it doesn't feel good to give it over, but I think wait till you're in a better position to fight.
Yeah. Super. Has to be careful. Kaiwing has his flash available. He's going to second skin away from that, rather. The supercharged route. Junja is looking for Jojo again. Jojo giving up the wave, giving up the pressure, and with it, Hongkyu will be able to match that first turret that MKOI obviously found in top.
Yeah, we'll open up the lead a little bit more and getting that dragon as well. CFO still definitely ahead in this game. And Hongkyu the most ahead on this victor in a comfortable spot. I think as well another thing to be mentioned.
Navijači koji je turbo raspoloženi, to su I dalje oni. Na koji forum ih toliko ne znam ni ja, ali ajde.
Second dragon taken. Next will be that third, that sole point.
Yeah.
Having summoners bin. And if you can find like small scraps, maybe it's like an even trade, like a 1-for-1, or just like a quick engage where you get a summoner spell, can be so good to find that before a big fight starts. You know, a minute or two before it starts, that a cleanse or a flash isn't available. Because if you go into a big 5v5 and Hongkyu and Doggo have flash, you're probably just going to lose.
Because we spruiked about MKOI being all in and like their committal engage, but the carries on CFO are not mobile.
Yeah.
So further to your point, those summoners are going to mean so much here, as Koi are going to be picking up the Herald, but CFO want to contest it, bring in the fight. Smite comes down, and Elyoya has it in hand, but Junja, with an impale already, wants to come in. Driver flashed over the wall for this. He's going to equalize down, as Elyoya is the only one cooking for now. Pop Blossom off the side, hits no one between worlds. Doesn't do much, but the Magnus Storm does. Keeps him in places. Kaiwing is a nuisance against the wall. Junja doing the same.
Super ima free DPS.
Scrappy, messy fight with the Chaos Storm.
Free DPS on fall item.
An order that won't reach to full fruition as Koi are left with 4. It's only Elyoya for the Herald being the full trade, but I correct myself because that Rel dropped in the interim.
Yeah, ends up being a 1-for-1, and they got the Herald, so I think they're pretty okay with how that one went. Looked a bit scary. There was definitely a point there where it was a bit concerning.
Ne šta je s muzikom, ali vidi, bar je publici žurka ako ništa. A da je Supa ima malo više itema koji dobio ovaj fight baš jako. Pogledaj Supu samo cijel fight, gledaj. On bije, ima little tempo. I dalje bije. Ovaj ulti je polu-waste bio, ali nije ni bitno. I dalje bije, gledaj. Malo više itema od Supe, oni su je ovdje CFO, koliko imao free DPS.
Everything. He was pretty clean. I feel like he's the reason that they got the try. I mean, he definitely was. He ulted into the back. And, yeah, 1800 damage out of the Kai'Sa. When Pantheon obviously is going to hit higher damage earlier on in the game. That's something to look forward to for MKOI fans if they can find another fight like that where they skirt around.
And the thing is now, you don't have Cleanse and Doggo, flash down on Driver and Kaiwing. Obviously, Hongkyu and Doggo style flashes, not ideal. You really wanted those to be down, but some targets you can set up plays on for the side of MKOI, you can find engages onto. Now though, CFO looking for this mid tower.
Problem u koju što im front line im je jako slab. Mislim, ne kao da nemaju front line, nego Galio je behind dosta. Pantheon u poređenju s Skarnerom nije nešto.
Tier 1 tower's live. You'll see though, Driver's moved over. They're pushing once weight. I think this might just be gone.
With Equalizer, I think so. Might not have grubs, but they'll have the damage here as MKOI don't dare to step up. Jojo also on a ward as he came in for his flank. There's the turret. Mid is now open. Gold is still growing to CFO.
You can see, just if you look at the minimap, there's some fantastic vision control around mid. There's like 4 control wards all around. And, you know, you'd think with like, you know, mirroring the fact he was there, if he'd stuck around, there just was no... The division denial was so good that there's no way he could stick around and kind of punish that turret push. So really good homework from CFO to make sure they could go for that turret without the threat of like an engage or a dive. A lot of times teams, you know, they heavily go for that mid-tier 1 and they end up getting punished for it.
Okay.
Checking for the wave, Driver walks in. Jojo's there, but it's Elyoya covering his mid laner. That's an important kill. And a wave denied.
Good kill picked up, and you know, more picks they get like this. We talked about the gold lead being pretty significant. It was like, was it 2-3K way earlier in the game at about 12 minutes. Now only 1,000 at 18. That goal lead being closed quite substantially, and still, there's still bounties on Skarner, Victor, and Jin. One team fight could really turn this in favor of Movistar Koi.
And Super's actually up in gold. Now Quinsu's picked up, by the way, second item. So if any of those shutdowns go over to Super,
što kažu kasteri, sad Supa ima Rage Blitz, Rage Room će brže topi i Junjiju, tako da CFO mora se pazi. Mislim, imali su free win, sad više nije free win. Jači su i dalje mnogo, ali još 1-2 bačena fajta i even game.
Viktor ima 2 item, on je prilično snažan. Ovaj Blackfire Torch Leandris build i dalje dosta jak. Nije toliko burst, ali nije ni tako spor kao onaj Roa Leandris.
And don't forget, Honky is stronger than maybe you'd expect here on the Victor, as he's found such an early gold lead. Mid versus top right now in the bot wave, matching each other as Super's hitting mid wave, but CFO are in river first.
You see Kaiwing just trying to threaten Jojo Pion here, but just lose some pressure towards, that banana brush. I'm quite trying to get some mid priority, trying to move in, but CFO holding strong, denying them access to the area. And I think, the fact they're trying to push through that one choke, really difficult into Victor, into Rumble, into Rel. Ideally, they want to find people coming on flank angles, and they haven't really had a chance to do that so far. Now, though, just moving up towards... They're going for the Anakan. They're actually throwing Herald down.
He's saying forget it? What do you think?
Did he mean a sweep, I wonder? Because I feel like throwing the Herald down kind of gives away the play. Yeah. But the Kaiser does a lot of single target damage. Maybe he's just trying to distract them. Only Kaiwing is here. It's not Spellbook Rel, so no chance to steal. I think this is a really good trade. So, good move from MKOI. It's just a third dragon, right? And it's only a Chemtech Soul. If CFO do get Chemtech Soul, it's not the end of the world, and they don't have it yet. And they pick up that Adakan for free. It's a lot of XP.
Nisam ja baš siguran za to.
Stats as well. You can
17 flowers, by the way. That was what they got.
Yeah, you can see now Super higher level than Doggo, Jojo Pion higher level than Honkyu. It was a big influx. So actually a really heads-up play from MKOI there. Just to say, we can't find an angle into this river, into this dragon fight. We'll take this instead.
And the wait till Jojo's at two and a bit items as well, and that'll be around the fourth dragon rather, as there's no turret here, so Junja's going to bring Eshtal's impact into it. With an Impale up and available, waiting for max range. Jojo's getting help with a TP from his ally.
Bacio ulti na Zmaja.
Driver mrtav. Da, Junjija.
Okay. Možda dovoljno. To krenuo game.
Ja ti kažem, kogod ovdje dobije ovako kad igraju u Tivan ili u Genji, teško im se piše.
Super.
Kajsa, 3 DPS.
Ovo je 8, actually.
And even though the flash won't work out, coming close, MKOI are back in this game.
Now with a significant lead, finding a great fight, the attempt to punish Jojo Pion there, maybe as a response, losing the Anakan.
Tako glup play, video si da je driver bacio ulti na Zmaja da biste ga što pre uzeli, zato što ste mislili da možete dodati kontestajete Atakana, i onda pokušavate Galea da ubijete, a driver nema, Rumble nema ulti. I izgubite fight zbog toga. Mislim... Kao, ovo funkcioniše ako Rumble ima equalizer.
The thing is, with the Galio, you're quite tanky. You can also reduce a lot of damage, and Driver's waiting for cooldowns. The Taunt also gives a damage reduction. Mewing gets in just so much damage to Driver, who has to flash kind of into him to get away from the other targets. And the ult that comes out from Alvaro is massive.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, you think the play's done, but Honkyu walks up here, ends up getting fought out again. Alvaro with a huge
Honkyu ne znam šta radi.
goes in with the confidence, dodges the Magna Storm. And honestly, the only saving grace here is that Doggo doesn't go down, but it was so close.
They're back in this. 3K gold lead now squandered, now lost, now.
Koliko je Stitch dobar, toliko je socijalno ovo da su kočevi.
Da. A dobro, mislim, ono. Oni u nekoj, ono, posta za metle ili što je.
As we talked about, the immobility to hurt CFO. Baron's up in a minute 5. That's the next objective to look towards. And remember, Dragon spawns 45 seconds past it. So if CFO can maybe, just maybe delay Dragon enough, or rather delay the Baron enough, I should say, then we have those objectives up at the same time. Maybe it's a solo angle, maybe an early Elder. I don't know what you think of early Elder, who it favors. Maybe it actually favors MKOI.
I think it's hard to say at this point. Yeah, I think it's difficult. I mean, it's so hard playing around Elder because it makes it so flippy.
True.
Especially in a best of one where it's do or die, you know? It's a delicate situation to be in. Honestly, I think the early Elder favors whoever has control of the game at that point because it's going to be really hard to contest. Right now, Movistar have control of the game. You can see CFO a bit on the back foot, trying to push it and get some vision that is now being swept out. I think Movistar might just look to threaten Baron as soon as it's up and available and force CFO to come in and set up that engage.
Baron's there now. 43, top right, you see it. That'll be next. CFO.
CFO grifa.
Mislim,
što duže traje ova partija, bit će manje playable. Eventualno Jhin kad dobije Infinity imaju mali ugod urade bilo šta. Jer Infinity Jhin je stvarno ogroman spike. Ali poslije tog trenutka imaju previše kolapsa da skoče Jhinu za vratom, to je problem. Sup je mnogo lakše da igra nego Dogo.
Yeah, I will say though, the Baron pit, Victor gets so much value, Rumble gets so much value, especially with the terrain.
Ja mislim da Victor može da iznese.
Dragon is spawning, let it go. This is what they're doing, they're getting some vision in the Baron area. It's the first Dragon for Movistar. It's meaningless at this point of the game. So I think this is the right call. You just try and get a little bit of extra vision around the Baron area, you give up the Dragon, and more importantly, you wait for those flashes to be back up and available, which are coming up soon. I think really CFO playing around the summoners is very important, and if you're gonna get back in this game, if you're gonna get pressure again, get control again, it's gonna be around Movistar being in a scenario where they're in a choke point like that Baron pit, and you just punish them. You take advantage of that AoE.
Teško je za CFO sada kada su behind, kada imaju nikakav presence na mapi. Zato što engage im je ono relativno spor Skarner i Rel za koji otprilike znaš šta će da uradi. I ono kao vidiš sve šta se dešava.
I mean, he also has so much objective damage.
He really does, yeah. That also helps a lot. Upgraded boots as well. Yeah, super. He's hitting like the Flash. I don't know what the Flash is. I've never watched it, but I assume that guy hits hard, you know? At the move speed he's got.
He does hit.
Does he hit hard? Does he hit people? Is that what the Flash does?
Well, yeah, he can. He hits pretty fast, and you know, things that go fast.
Yeah, like some science. There's science. Yeah.
Force equals mass times acceleration.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, science lessons with Jake.
Okay, get to it. Orcs. That river is quite dark, and Baron is starting up ever so slowly from El Yoya.
Yeah, not too much damage on it yet.
Super's pulling off. They're trying to draw him in. Trying to draw CFO in. Tangle Barb doesn't connect. Junja walking into the choke as well. Remember, Super. That W doesn't connect, no upgrade either. Jojo coming in from an angle, but he's spotted out as well. So CFO alleviated from some of the pressure as Albright tries to get the ward over the wall. But again, good defense here of their scrimmage line from CFO.
Definitely feels like the...
This is also under turret, but Jojo doesn't really care. In fact, Driver just does not do that much damage to him.
I think it's always scary playing the side lane in this situation because they could just have Super Alioya come in, you know, and you see both of them actually moving over now.
Good timing.
Yeah, and if Driver ends up overextending, he could die, and I don't think that CFO are quick enough to get in position around the Baron, start the Baron up, and finish the Baron before the response comes through. So he ends up having to back away. They get this tier 2 tower. And I feel like the game has slowed down recently. It's been MKOI just trying to find an angle to push the game further, and really CFO holding on pretty well.
Pobednik ove igra drugu best of 3 seriju, ako se ne varam. Ne, sutra igraju, sutra. Sve supa ulta u Skarnera, to ti govori koliko samo da, ovi su don't. O, možda?
Escape from the curtain call. MKOI have burned a little bit, but CFO used a lot to try and get something back.
Yeah, now Elio's going to pick up the honey fruit. The TP's there for Mew, and without the jungler, the DPS of Super, they can just take
Kiving duplove u Q stilove Barona.
Mewan's backing away, but he's got teleport instantly channeled as he returns.
Samo ih držite, drže ih. Goodbye.
There's Jojo! Galio waits, and he receives Honku with a trade onto Alvaro, but even though it looks like a 1-for-1, Baron still goes down to MKOI. Their return in this game now, more than just a reality.
A lot of correct decisions made by Movistar in this situation. The confidence just to start it up, even with 4 members of CFO alive.
Ovo je sad već.
Ultra down, the jungler's not available. Ends up being that 1-for-1 on the back end. But they get the Baron, they get what they want, and they'll take another tower. They are looking towards that top lane, tier 2 as well. And the gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger.
Everything for Super. And as you can see, he's playing well. I think at MSI, same could be said that Super was really a shining light when Alvaro and Elioya weren't coming online.
Zaostajao je 1100, sad vodi 900.
Bit of a story to talk about with mid jungle, or rather jungle support. But let's look again, because Junja sees, hang on a minute, I see a control ward. Where is everyone?
Yeah, I think just a bit of overconfidence because he saw that bot side lead. But the thing is, into this composition, so much engage potential and so much ability for not only the Pantheon to come on in, but the chase potential of the Kai'Sa. And Super's damage now to cut through even a tankier member like the Skarner. It was like paper. And then here, they try to do the counter punch, but they don't really succeed because they get Elioya low, but the honey fruit's there to heal. They get Mirwin low, but he just TP's back in. And then here, that flank from Jojo Pyon's so powerful to find Doggo. Yes, they lose Alvaro, but it's completely fine trade to make.
3k damage from a single fight. He's been glazed enough this game. And Super's going to take Chemtrail Drake number 2. I mean, just bonus tenacity feels nice.
Mislim da će se CFO pitati da li su trebali da igraju Resta ako izgube ovaj game.
Verovatno, ali to im je problem sa ovim njihovim rosterom. Jednostavno stavljaju sebe u situaciju da imaš 2 igrača koje best of 1 moraš da biraš jednog, tako da... Jeste unlucky, ali šta ja radiš? Ovo im je što najjače i najbolje što mogu. Mislim, kad pogledamo pikove, Skarner Rumble im je bukvalno ono... najbolji kom pika da što mogu da igraju i opet, ako s tim ne dobiju, onda su ga ugasili, samo da znaju su gori i to je to. Iako su MSI bili bolji.
MKOI are going to lose one. They open up the turret, but that's their siege coming to an end.
Yes, they'll have to respect the CC potential of CFO.
Oi, don't do it.
Jojo Pion oversteps.
Ja sam legit mislio da će Supo ultovati na njega. Mislim čak možda da ga ubije, ladne.
Junji je baš lepo odigrao ovaj pik.
Jako, da.
Potentially get a bit lower if he's going to Arcane Storm. If that had opened up, it could have been so much worse, but I think Movistar managed to disengage from the situation. But it does buy time and sort of stall out the rest of their Baron buff.
Yeah. Ulti.
Okay, Kiving je troller samo. Honky je bacio sve spelove u Supin shield od ulta. Aja, okej, Super je mrtav svak.
Another shutdown to the victor, and MKOI, this game is not in the bag yet. They are throwing it away.
Starting to make some big errors, you know. I think the Jojo Pion death was excused.
Mewan has him. Again, is there enough damage? That's the biggest question. Equalizer comes down. Elioya is going to trail to the right. Runs down river. No deadly flourish means that he can get away. Jojo, he's in position for a heroic entrance, but Mewan will not give him one.
There's nothing to play for right now, you know. For Movistar Core, you've lost 2 members. Just back away. just wait for time. You know, your super strong Kai'Sa isn't on the map right now. I think the Jojopion death was excusable. You know, he got caught over the wall. It was a nice pick. But here, this just felt a little bit overzealous. You know, they look for Kaiwing, they don't connect. Super ulting in here, focusing this Rel, who is still quite tanky despite being behind. And then Super ends up right next to Skarner, right next to Victor. A dangerous position to be in and does pay for it.
Sad ko igri.
Look at that 1087 gold over to the Victor there.
He keeps setting up his team.
Super je ultovao na Real, a mogo je da tuče. Nije morao je da tuče Real. Oni su jedva i Real ubili na kraju, u tom fight.
Mislim, on ima cleanse, nema što toliko agresivno da igra. Mali overste, pogodite CC, ti si Kai'Sa, ti ćeš biti shotovan. Nebitno koliko damage radiš, mislim.
I think it's clear that, you know, Movistar Koi are ahead, they have advantages, but if they mess up their win cons in the team fight, they can still lose. It's still very possible, right? And that Victor is very strong, so you can't just think, right, we're this far ahead, the game is done. You know, you have to be crisp, you have to be clean throughout, and you don't get a second chance on this, so...
Mislim, ovaj Victor, ako dođe do Rabadona, to će biti jako veliki problem.
We do have Baron coming up in about 35 seconds. Next objective on the map. And they did a good job of setting up around that the last time.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can find an angle again.
This tells Impact being geared up for Junja. He's thinking about it as Elio is trying to steal his red buff away. Mir went off to an angle, he was on a ward, but he retreats as Smite secures for Junja. Just what he can, and a red buff for the whole team is definitely impactful. 10 seconds for Baron, 50 until Dragon.
Baš sam juče probao neki malo drugačiji build na Victoru sa ovim Blackfire Torch, Liandrizom. Uzeo sam Morello, Bloodletters i Rabadon i kao deluje ti da malo radiš, međutim ako fight potraje koju sekundu, ne da ulti cepa, to je strašno.
Dobro, to jeste, da, ako nastakuješ taj MR Shred.
Dragon in 20 seconds, there will then be 2 objectives up on the map, and we'll see how Sakura play around that.
Everyone has to be careful. Junja is angling for it as well. Kaiwing doesn't have his flash available, but he has a Magnet Storm, and you can see. Steps forward, he looks for that pick. Someone caught out a whack, and that's how dangerous it is for MKoi. They're going to get mid-push. They move to bot. TP in from Jojo. An angle here. Junja and Driver moving into position, but Jojo is spotted out. The winds of war fly swift, but Driver and Junja are unaffected as Dragon starts again.
You see Jojo in a great spot with that Mega Blast Cone. Trying to look for an angle. Look at Doggo!
Gilda Duran, he wants to go in the flash and the setup from
O, okej, Victor je samo umro instant. Dobro, to je to. GG. Onk je umro, nije ni stigao zonju da baci. Da, to je jedini problem ako ne igraš ROA build. Samo umriš instant fightovima. Možeš dobro jako da se pozicioniraš. Pa ništa, osvetili smo im se za MSI.
To, izbacili smo ih, što kažeš, sad kako ćemo mi dalje, to je pitanje, ali eto... Koji otišu u četvrtfinale, dobili su game, sad ih čeka best of 3 protiv Tivana ili Genjija. Mi imamo još jedan game pre same knockout faze, a to će biti Flyquest i Furia, gdje Flyquest, ja bih rekao, ulazi kao masovni favorit u taj meč.
Da.
Oh, the fans must be so hyped.
Again, oh,
Vidi, Aura farmuje.
Šta radi Mirvin? Okej.
Ali ovi nisu veslali, nisu ga ispoštovali pozadi. Moram ja da poradi na Aura farmingu.
Jojo je bio, ali ovi ostali nisu, da, ne znaju mimove. Jojo je mime master izgleda u ovom timu, sa Mirvinom.
On je upoznat sa svim mimovima.
But Movistar Koi got their redemption, and EU having some great redemption at this tournament so far. With both of their teams going
Ja sam probavitno mislio da Mirvin glumi Gragasov play.
And Orcs, you know, with that I mean, they've got a date with T1, right? B2 is their seed. And they'll be at the bottom side of the bracket. It's exciting for EU. It's just our tournament apparently. I'm going to send it over to
ništa, idu oni na desk, mi idemo na pauzu. Pauza inače, Mare, da znaš, 20 minuta u proseku. Tako da, tu smo za 20 minuta, da.
Okay.
CFO out of here. And it's only been 12 days since they took you down at MSI. This must feel like sweet revenge.
It does indeed. I think, I mean, they're a really strong team. So it felt really great, the fact that we could get a revenge on them. And that, yeah, we'll eliminate them this time. So, yeah, I mean, it feels really sweet. It feels really great.
It must feel great as well, knowing that you've got this kind of fan support over here. And I imagine that they'll be backing you throughout this tournament. What does that mean to you, and does it help your performance?
I mean, it for sure helps. I think, like, we just play much better when we can feel the home crowd, when we can feel them cheering for us. It feels like it's a 6-man in our team. So I think they are the reason of our win today.
Now look, we could spend time looking in the rearview mirror, or we could push forward to the danger that lies ahead. You are now in the quarterfinals, and you will be up against T1. Very formidable opponents, and you've never gone up... Bit of a boo there for T1. You've never gone up against them in this jersey. How do you feel about facing off against the Giants and last year's EWC winners?
I think it's going to be a really great series. I think they are obviously a super strong team, and we're really excited to face them and see how good they are. So we're really excited for this matchup.
All right, well, there's one thing we need to do right now. Would you like to crush a key at EWC?
For sure, as long as you tell me how to, I would.
Let's go. Let's do this. All right, we are heading down to the key crusher now. The first one of the day. 4 keys will be crushed. Elyoya here of MKOI is about to seal the deal. CFO, crushed, folded, out.
Vamos MKOI, Rey de Europe, because I forgot how to say Europe in Spanish. I think it's Europa, but that's okay. They got the job done here over CFO after it looked dire. The exclamation point team fight here at the end, at the Drake, gets them into the knockout stages and resets the established order that we got used to for so long. With the dance moves and all, it is 2 teams for EU on into the knockout phases. A big victory here for MKOI. We say goodbye to CFO. We say goodbye to the LCP. But it's a mood enough for dancing. Welcome back to the desk space here. It is myself, Finn, and Valdez, as it is MKOI 15-14 right now. Currently standing by, though, is an interview with one of the players over at CFO and Kitty.
Hey everyone, Kitty live from the... Hey everyone, Kitty live from the arena right now. By my side is Kaiwing, the support of CFO. Unfortunately, you guys were eliminated by MKOI. I know the start for you guys were actually, it was really, really strong, 0-6. So what actually went wrong today?
首先非常遗憾，你们可能就是输掉了今天比赛。但是呢，我们看到在游戏的前期，你们其实是取得了非常大领先的，一度达到了6比0的人头领先。那你觉得在游戏中发生了哪些问题，可能造成了今天这个遗憾的落败呢？
应该最主要是我们在团战的前面的布局跟处理没有很好，所以导致于我们该要赢的会战没有赢到。
I think that during the early stage we did get some early leading, but I don't think we coped that well during the team fight, and the synergy and strategies over there is not pulling really well. That's why we lost today.
Unfortunate to hear that. And of course, today we had a very back and forth game where we weren't actually sure who was going to take the win at the very end of the day, around 35 minutes. So please walk me through the team fights. What do you actually think went wrong for the team fights for you guys to get this result?
就是我们在游戏中期看到，其实是战况是非常焦灼的，甚至是在35分钟的时候，我们甚至都没有办法看出来谁会赢得今天的比赛。然后你觉得在团战中的话，就是怎么样处理的呢？
因为晚到中后期的时候，他们双系的那个等级拉得比较高，所以那个团战我们如果没有一些明显的优势去打的话，可能在中后期会达不到我们想要的画面，所以导致于后面的画面会比较不理想。
I think that moving on to the later stage during the game, I do think there's a big gap between the levels of the components and us. So I don't think we played that well during the team fight.
And because today is your last day at the Esports World Cup, we have some fans that also traveled all the way here to support CFO. So do you have any words for them?
就是比较遗憾，今天可能是在 EWC 最后一天了，但是有很多不远万里来到现场，以及在正在看直播的粉丝们，你有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就这一次就可能有让你们失望，我们没办法进到8强，然后可能我们回去第3阶段的时候会更努力的打好每一把。
We're quite sorry about not moving to the quarterfinals, but I'm pretty sure we can do something better during the next season.
Sorry to hear that. We will see you next time on the international stage and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you for the interview, y'all. And Kai Wing and the rest of CFO should be proud of what they've accomplished so far on the international stage. They do fall short here at the Esports World Cup, getting eliminated now, and will not be moving on to the knockout stages. Koi will. And joining us now, support for Koi. Alvaro joins us. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
The revenge angle is there. The dance is there. Let's start with the dance. Where did the idea from the dance come from?
I'm pretty sure it was Mirwin idea, but I think also everyone was down to do it because, as people probably know, like in MSI, when we lost into them, you know, like Driver did a dance on us. So yeah, we just had to do a little revenge.
Yeah, a little revenge. Did you realize the state of the game? Like early on, things weren't going your way. What were the comms like there?
I mean, the comms were fine, I think, when we were like 4 kills down, but when there was one bad play, I remember it was a bit more, I will say we were a bit more tense, but something that we really tried and we have been working all year long, I think, is the resilience. And yeah, I think it shows up like...
Yeah, I'm really curious about that Atakan rush. It feels like you guys stalled for so long, not allowing them to start the dragon. At what point were you like, oh, now wait, they can't join us if you go Atakan? How do you see that sequence?
So I think it's a lot of conditions. I think Jojo was getting tempo on bot side. Also, Rel didn't have any more wards, so if they wanted to face check into us, I don't think it's a good fight for them. And we were really valuing the risk of actually getting a fight. And you know, if you win this fight, of course, it's something that is good, but it's not really that easy because they are on their spikes, like they have items as well, and we need to walk into them in the day. So I think the best decision that we could take is, okay, we control mid, then we decide what we do, and since we delay them that much, we have the opportunity to go into Atakan, and maybe also they get in panic, and they come to face us in Atakan, and if they face check into us, it's actually better.
That was a great call.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a lot that went into that, and I'm curious about, you know, for the rest of the tournament, you've made it now through the best-of-1 stage, and you have to go into some best-of-3s against some really strong teams. What do you guys think about your chances moving forward in the knockout stage?
So we're facing Genji or T1, right? It's
T1.
T1.
It's T1?
It's T1.
Okay, so I mean, I'm happy because I think, for example, the player that I only looked up to, I think is Keria, and it's someone that I have respect, but, you know, I'm not any fan or anything. I think everyone, like, I need to look at them on the same height as me, you know. I cannot look anyone up to because they're my competitors. So, I mean, I'm really hyped. Like, for example, I never played into T1, and as I said, for me, something that is, yeah, it's once in a lifetime, you know, because you don't get that much international. So right now, I think we are confident. Today, for example, the lane was a bit confusing, but I think we have the tools, and the team that comes better prepared will take the win.
All right, Alvaro, let's go through some of the highlights here. We've got 3 clips pulled out for you. First one was in the mid lane. Jojo kind of getting bullied pretty hard time and time again, just getting picked off and focused. I feel like that just seemed to be the clear game plan here.
Yeah, here I told him Rel can move because we died on bot and he was full HP. And since he didn't show, like in 10 seconds, I think he assumed that he wasn't there. And the problem is that in that play he didn't have face rush, otherwise he could escape. And yeah, I mean, here is just... I think Skarner is so annoying as a champion, but he's not played that much now.
Yeah, I think he could have actually, if it W's first to cancel the Skarner E and E's out, he probably could have gotten away. He realized after in the game that, oh, it's just W first and then E, and then Skarner isn't that much of a threat. But obviously, he is getting caught out by the edge of the Skarner E.
It was funny because, you know, he's dying on Galio, but we were maybe going to pick Kassadin, but they banned it as well. So, you know, maybe with Kassadin it was even harder. But actually, Kassadin can cancel the Galio with Q, the Skarner with Q.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of information there, but maybe good research there by CFO. Then later on, this was one of the coolest replays I've ever seen. This was a race for feats of strength. You guys made the call to go to Otacon, drop the Rip Barrel in the mid lane, and then Driver pops ult here with Junjia to try and burn it down. You guys barely beat them, 97 HP. Then the gank down here. And there's no way you guys knew that he had Rumble. Did you think he had Rumble?
I mean, we didn't know. Like, the thing is that probably, I mean, it happened to us also, you know, when you are a bit tense, I think you don't even think and you are like, I want to finish this objective as fast as I can, and he was thinking the ulti was the best DPS. But yeah, I think this fight, for example, we have a lot of tools that we can go into them. We have globals, so it's hard for them because they actually had to move into topside, and we were ahead on tempo.
Well,
and here Supa with, you know, putting some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really confident and he was giving confidence to everyone. He's saying, let's go for this fight. As soon as I hit the E, he said, I'm going in and I'm flashing in. So.
Yeah, well, we have Alvaro here now breaking it down, but we also have the team comms of what was happening at the time. So let's take a listen to that one there.
I can make so much time. Yeah, I think Super will be faster, okay? Okay.
I will. Genie stop.
I'm gonna W.
I'm coming. He's good. We clear them.
I can R, if you go.
I go.
I still vault. Yeah, don't worry.
Did you flash
okay, don't go deeper, okay? No. Push me. Guys, I TP top. I can't wait to play the map.
Yeah. Here. Can you push bot? Maybe.
Only if they go too deep.
Look.
I'm here. Run no flash.
Careful, can you tank?
Someone tank. Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah. And here I think it's Javi shouting as well, like fucking good.
Yeah. Let's play normal. Gen low?
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't see this.
Yeah. And now you get to see it. The meme taking over the world. Indonesian boat dancing, boat racing.
I mean, maybe it looks good, but we are not seeing, you know, in the back. That's the sad part.
He's taking the show from you.
When you look at the meme, do you know who's rowing? No, you know the kid that's in the front.
Yeah, that's true.
Very accurate. Huge win there for you. And then we can fly the final fight and just kind of talk over it in general, just how this feels for you guys, because, you know, the MSI performance wasn't exactly what you wanted. What does a win like this do for you, knowing that, hey, we can win in high-pressure best-of-ones, and now we have opportunity against the reigning world champs in T1?
I mean, how I actually see it is, since I really love competition, I think being able to compete the most that I possibly can, like having another day and having another chance to prove myself into the best, I think is what actually drives me, like, through the competition. And basically this time, I think also winning them when we actually got eliminated some weeks ago in the MSI, 1-3 in a series that we actually didn't really enjoy playing. I think it's also, yeah, like showing that even if you are behind and all the things that you are actually doing in training, even if one day goes bad or anything, when you are actually doing the things correct, you can still win and show that you actually have the potential and the level.
How much do you feel like the mental game plays into how the day? Do you feel like a lot of it is your actual preparation and the way that scrims go and stuff, or do you feel like it's a bit more up in here and how the team is feeling as a whole?
I think, for example, we're a team that in scrims doesn't play as good as usually other teams play, and I think we are more of a stage team, as we said. I think this is also because we are a bit emotional team, and you know there is sometimes that the frustration can trigger on us, and we actually don't stop it on time. But also we have the tools, we have the staff, and as players we actually grew up a lot. So I think mentally is really important, and also the confidence that you give to your teammates, because the way that you can express your body language, how you are actually communicating in the game and everything, I think is the important part when it comes to the game, because I think the work is already done, like studying the game and outside of the rift.
So I was wondering a little bit, because obviously you play in Europe most of the time. Is there something you feel like you can punish more international play than just in Europe? Is there something that you kind of wish you get getting punished more by in Europe?
Like, so I can get better on Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure. I think the one that impacted me the most, it was the first international I played in Worlds 2024. I think it was the opening of the enemy support. Like in early game, for example, I think in Europe, mostly the support doesn't do much, like it's just mostly opening mid or bot side. But I remember when I was playing in 2024, like openings on top side, coordinating with the jungler at level 4 or level 3, diving. I think how they play with the tempo and how fast they play and how coordinated, I think is something that actually in Europe doesn't happen as often. Sometimes happens, but it's not something that is actually constantly, you know. And yeah, I think when you play into these kind of teams, you actually need to be all the time focused, because if you do one mistake, they get a big lead. Especially into LPL, I think they play faster. And then LCK is more stable and more slow.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that victory, you make it on into the knockout stages. Congratulations. Any final words to maybe all the fans, all the Europeans in the world that were looking towards you?
I mean, I'm happy because today, actually, our fans came to see us. They have traveled a long time and giving them a win so they can also see us tomorrow. I think it's something that they deserve. And for all the people that are from home and also to my family, thank you so much for the support. And yeah, I wish that tomorrow we also have a banger series.
All right, Alvaro, everyone, the victor on today's knockout match. They will advance and play T1. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, one more knockout match to play. Flyquest versus Furia, the hopes of Brazil, or will it be the LTA North triumphing again? Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Well, after yesterday's triumphant victory, we had to bring in our special guest of honor. It is streamer for Brazil and a epic icon in the Americas, Baiano, joining us. Congratulations, brother, on the support for the victory there for Furia. Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Really good. Yesterday was insane. You know, on the stream, like people in Brazil, we had almost 100,000 people watching. So, you know, for us in Brazil, we have to believe, believe in that we can win, and the next match against Flyquest will be insane.
When it comes to wins in Brazil, famous wins in Brazil, what is another famous win in Brazil that this rank compares to?
We had some times in Worlds we can win like against ADG, like China, and like some match like that. But for now, that you know how it works, LTA, right? Right now we play South against the North, so win against Cloud9, win against Flyquest is so huge for us, you know, because we get hope that we can win against the North teams, and we need that in Brazil right now. You know, we need that hope that we can win.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at the rosters here for Furia after that huge upset victory against Cloud9. And I think everyone was battling the elements in the interview. You could see how red the eyes were. It was not an easy game for either opponents, but the job was done there by Toots and the gang. Medios.
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the win against Cloud9. Not exactly what I was hoping for. It's cool to see the South being a little bit more competitive. How have you felt so far about, you know, the LTA merger, the North and the South battling each other? Because up until now, you know, Brazil has kind of been in that wild card slot, where now they've combined with NA, and they're the LTA, and, you know, they're a major region now. So what do you think about that competition between the regions?
You know, at the beginning, we thought that it was impossible to play against the North. Like, it's impossible, we have no chance, we're gonna be smashed all the time, it's gonna be so fucking hard. But now we can see, like I said, that's why it's so important, these games, that we can feel that we have hope, that we can play against Cloud9, even Flyquest, which is the best team, I think, outside the Asia right now. So we need that hub, and playing best of one, like, we have a chance. Like, best of 5 is gonna be still hard, but best of one, like this game, where we can believe we have a chance.
Now, their opponents are Flyquest, who are the reigning champs of the LTA North, had themselves a pretty solid run over at MSI, and Valdez, they're looking to try and get themselves into yet another knockout phase of an international event.
Yeah, I think Flyquest definitely making a big name for themselves nowadays. I think they are the first name you think of when you think about competition from the LTA in general. And obviously with some big best of 5s against some strong teams, they have proven that themselves already. I think a lot of people have been inspired by Inspired and his play on the big stage. And yeah, definitely a very strong team. I'm curious, Baiano, going into, you know, you took down Cloud9, but now it's like Flyquest the next step. What is the big hurdle for you that you would say? What is the biggest issue potentially going up against Flyquest? How can you take them down?
I think people Inspired, they are so fucking good. Like, it's so hard to play against them. Like, we were talking to Tatu, our jungler, yesterday, and he was saying, like, oh, Inspired, like, I learned to play with him, you know, and now he's gonna play against him. So it's so hard for us. But I think the jungle in the top can be really hard to play. But you still have a chance, you know, if the team they are focused, and we got a really good early game, get some kills with Tatu playing aggro, like invading jungle. We have a chance.
Well, speaking of Inspired, we have him standing by right now with Kitty, so take it away.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview with Fly Inspired. So tell me a little bit more about yesterday. You guys went up against C9 and G2. Now you guys are about to play your third best of 1. So how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, feeling confident going into the game. I think yesterday our loss to G2 was a bit unfortunate. I think we all felt pretty tired. It was a long day, and today we are well rested, and we are gonna play way better.
Nice, and I did want to bring up the conversation that a lot of fans are having on the internet, where they're considering you to be one of the best Western junglers to come out of European history. So how do you respond to that?
I mean, I don't really think about that. If people think like this, I'm really happy. I obviously try to play as well as possible. I think I play very well, so I'm happy people think like that.
Amazing. And also, you guys are going against Furia, which is quite unexpected, to be fair, because yesterday Furia were going into the game as underdogs. So tell me a little bit more about what you think of Furia and how they play as a team.
And Furia looks like the best Brazilian team ever, honestly. I think usually the Brazilian teams were pretty easy to verse. Like it felt like they were not very good at laning. They like in mid game they would not make correct decisions. And nowadays, at least when you play against Furia, it feels like they're actually the team that can compete easily. They have good mechanical players, they're an aggressive team, and you have to play very well if you want to beat them. So hopefully we don't get surprised today in the best of one, and we will play a good game so we can take them down, but it's also going to be a tough game.
Okay, hopefully we will see an exciting series between you two, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Polska, Godom there, inspired. All right, less than a minute to the stage, so let's get to it. Medios, what you got?
Well, I just wanted to ask Bayano, you mentioned that you think Inspired and Bwipo will be tough for your team, but what is Furia's strength? You know, who can you rely on to carry this one?
I think we have Tattoo, like I said, like when he's confident, he can invade the jungle, he can play the game so fast. And for me, that's the point that we can win. And we hope that come on that way. Like, that's the way we're cheering for.
Yeah.
And let's go. We are the underdogs, but people home, just cheer for us. This is an epic game for Brazil. If we win this game, it's going to be epic for Brazil for all the history. So let's go. Let's go. Cheers for Brazil.
All right, there you go. Let's go. Furia versus Flyquest.
Teams are dropping like flies from this tournament as our key graveyard continues to stack up.
As we now know, all but one of our quarterfinalists, one last battle of best of one must take place to lock in the final spot.
You're absolutely right, and a big win here secures that spot in the quarterfinal. And I can tell you now, we are lucky enough to see the players backstage, and tensions right now are palpable. That's because a win here is worth $110,000, Fancy.
That's a lot of money, so let's welcome them to the stage. First, we have NA's finest. Can they soar to the quarterfinals and keep their key from shattering? It's Flyquest!
The beasts from Brazil are determined to keep their dreams alive. It's Furia! One more spot in the League of Legends. The EWC quarterfinals hangs in the balance. Who will grab it with both hands? Let's find out.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those introductions. And we are here. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf, and we're ready to get into Flyquest versus Furia. North versus South, Wolf, for all of the marbles.
You know, if this was a best of series, say a best of 3 or a best of 5, I think you really give a pretty massive edge to Flyquest. They've got a lot of draft flexibility.
Best of 7?
If it was a best of 7, that same rule would apply. If it was like a best of 11, same thing. But it's a best of one, right? And I think Flyquest are definitely the favorites, but anything can happen in a best of one. And Furia has proven time and time again, we saw it at MSI, this team could take a game off almost anybody if they have the right settings, if they're in the right condition. And I do think that, you know, Flyquest comes into this as favorites. I think it would be a massive disappointment to lose here, considering their MSI performance, considering how well they played at Worlds last year. There's a team that is very, very strong, and one of the best representatives we've seen from North America against other teams, you know, internationally for a while. But they could drop out here. It's all down to one final game.
Exactly right. And of course, this is not exactly the momentum they were looking for either on the side of Flyquest. G2 were easy opposition in Vancouver, and they were less easy to take on here in Riyadh. So we'll see whether they have got back on the horse after a good night's sleep and we'll be able to take it to Furia here today. There's one thing I want to mention. It's a bit of an aside. Sure. And that is, I just saw Thinkard's notebook, and it looks like he just got from a pirate ship, like a sunken pirate ship from the bottom of the ocean.
I see that,
Look at it, man. It's so regal and beautiful.
Yeah,
there's lore behind that, you know?
Yeah, I feel like there really is, truly.
Like, I want to read it not for the strategies. I just want to, like, hold the paper in my hand. Anyway, we're getting a little bit sidetracked, or I am. Let's dive in to the draft here for game
let's see,
one.
Let's see if X marks the spot on an Azir ban in that final spot, because that is what Flyquest have tried to rely on in their last two series.
I like that. It's a map, a treasure map. Is that what the reference was? I liked it.
Quad has been really enjoying to play that Azir and trying to scale up. It is going to be that final ban. This is what I expected. I think Flyquest have really leaned on him quite heavily, and they will have to adapt here this time around on the third time of asking. Kai'Sa priority has been going up a little bit, but I don't think it's really a first pickable champion in this scenario. I like the Varus a lot more.
I like Varus, I like Rumble as well, and Rumble in this spot for Furia could also be something pretty powerful. If you pair it alongside a Sejuani, for example, there are quite a few things. The Pantheon being banned away alongside the Vi, these have been sort of the top ticket junglers so
Evo nas nazad, ajmo da imamo, da, dugo im treba, iskreno, dugo im baš treba dolete u draft, ali, bože moj, bitno je da smo tu. Furia, čuli smo koliko im je bitno, veliki hype u Brazilu, naravno Brazilci uvek raspoloženi za Inspired duet, neću raditi. Mislim da Havera ni dali svaki game i mislim da nikad ne pika ni dali. Ne, i u Alistar Aksina, mislim da tek nema šanse. Da.
Ponovili su kasteri odmah posle tebe, kako si to rekao, zanidali.
Da, neće.
Nema šta, čak i kada je premoren Sajne, bolje od ovih stranih.
Samo smo zajedno bolji od njih, tako da to je takav ugao. Šta da radimo?
Jači, mlađi, lepši.
Igra se u Rijadu se igra. Alistar nije loš u Trundla, jer Alistar ne mora da staka defensivne statove da bude unkillable. Tako da sad samo Furia ne sme da bira. Oh my... Ovo je botlane, ovo je Aju. On u stvari igra Yasuo Giga dobro. Ovo možda bude dovoljno da oni čizaju Flyquest. Njihovi kasteri ne znaju. Ali ovo je botlane.
Da, ovo je bila priča da su banovali su mu Yasuo na MSI-u kad su igrali.
Da, i na first standu je Aju igrao, ja mislim, bolesnog Yasuo. Mislim da to je jedino što je igrao Giga dobro.
It's a pretty unique look here from Furia, so it's blind, Wolf. Yeah, blowing my mind. Like, really? It is quite unusual, but they didn't have to do this. They certainly did not. They could have just looked for an 80 carry.
Mislim, tehnički mogu kao da ga flexuju, I guess.
Možda ga igraju na midu, ne znam. Ja mislim da je botlane Yasuo, ali vidjet ćemo.
You know, we've seen some of those like Senna Yasuo lanes. We've seen some wild stuff. T1 is
samo što njihovi kasteri više vuku narativ da su Yasuo blindali na midu. Iako mislim da je mnogo veća šansa da je bot.
Da, oni znam, samo što ti kažeš ne znaju da ga Aju igra.
Power that you could have with a Galio in terms of global on the map. Final ban here might just be an 80 carry ban.
To je kao kad smo mi prvo gledali Nak-Naka, pa smo bili u fazonu, aha, kako je Yasuo na topu, kao šta, i ono se ispostavili zapravo čovjek igra Yasuo i ona na topu, tamo u solo killu.
The Jace is also a really weird one.
Because they already have Gwen banned, you know, like...
There's a lot of AD on the side of Furia already, right? And we're expecting, like, I don't know whether Toots is going to be playing this. From what I can see, hasn't played it very much competitively in the past. So that is going to be heading elsewhere.
Yeah, it may.
And Ayu could just be playing this.
Yeah, maybe the bottom lane. Yeah, so I just don't.
I don't think it's good.
I don't think it's good into Varus. When you have this Alistar, now if they prepared it really well, if they practiced it, they scrimmed it a lot, it can catch you off guard because you're just not used to playing against a duo like this.
Team Yasuo da kao ono early game, šta god da.
Renekton to come up here into the top lane, and then we'll find out what that counter pick is going to be here for quad.
Yeah, and Ayu did play it at MSI.
Ali napraviš jednu grešku i to je kao GG, ono, Yasuo samo te rola na botu.
Again, just because you've played and just because it has been viable in the past doesn't necessarily mean it works here.
And also viable is a question mark word there as well, Wolf, because it didn't win.
I thought maybe we'd see Flyquest just go for a Rise pick here to give them a little bit more global power for sides and insane wave clear, extra damage, but they're going to go a completely different route here and go for this Syndra. You and I have been pretty critical of the Syndra that we saw already in this tournament. We're not a big fan of the champ right now in terms of what it does in team fights, but there's some cool new Syndra builds we've seen, and they're going to lock it in here.
Najcrnije od svega je što recimo ovo opet mogu da rade u best of 1. Jaju igra Yasuo, znali smo da je Yasuo na botu, ali opet ovo radi u best of 1. I to je to. Best of 3, best of 5, čak i da iščizaš 1 game s Yasuom. Šta radiš posle? A mislim da na MSI-u Ayu je bio by far najgori igrač Furije. Da li trema, da li nešto drugo? Ali definitivno nije bilo.
Relativno ja mislim većina njih ruki na internacionalnim turnirima, tako da ono... Mislim, očekivano je da će neko morati da bude loš.
It's got strong parts and they can in certain niche scenarios work together very well, but it's premedicated on a lot of map control. It's premedicated on not falling behind early. If anything goes wrong for Furia in the first 15 minutes of this game,
ali ja mislim da ideš na taj Eternal Glory, da izbaciš Flyquest, nema veze što ćeš ispasti posle. Zamisli šta bi to bilo dođe Furia sad pobedi sa Yasuom na botu. Izbaci Flyquest, izbaci NA.
Yeah, I'm sort of not either. And I also think that there's going to be a lot of fun to be had for Inspired on this Trundle.
Ja mislim da nekad moraš igrati na to.
I mean, if Rakan loves anything, it is a whole bunch of champions all grouped up standing next to each other so they can all get charmed and in position for all of this AoE to come through. Scatter the Weeks could also be very, very dangerous. So I'm a little bit worried here for Furia, but if they start running away with this game, I mean, their composition is a meat grind.
Ja nisam zabrinut o Furiju ni malo. Mislim da je... Kao, ovo im je najbolja šansa da uradi bilo šta s svojim draftom.
Given, again, the right circumstances do a decent amount of damage, but it's also more of a burst composition where the Orianna sets up a combo, you have the Yasuo, the Aatrox goes in, and you win the fight basically instantaneously, because if the fight is longer, it's going to be so much tougher to play out here into the composition of Flyquest later on. And from a deficit, like I said,
Pustio da mu izraste ostatak kose.
Jeste.
Delo je kao da jeste.
Jeste.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the Fury players, like, really doing the woosah, you know, like, making sure that everything is calm, they're ready, and looking confident.
A Gigo tipa ima 18 godina, razumeš? A izgleda stariji od mene i tebe.
We don't know.
To je istina.
There is a chance to take them, catch them off guard. That is the spirit of best of ones, right, Wolf? Like, best of ones, this is where you bring out the weird stuff, potentially cheesy stuff.
Ima 23. Ali dalje je mlađi, ali izgleda naše godine.
This Yasuo bottom lane situation that they were running was undefeated. Wasn't exactly a large sample size.
Koliko brada promeni čovjek. Gledajte, Sajna da se obrije, znate kako bi izgledao bi kao da imam 21.
Istina, mogu da potvrdim.
Flyquest, which one will be advancing to the knockout stage. As we are
O, ja su izgubi rogove u lane, samo da te pitam, ne znam za ovaj skin.
The volatility of these drafts as well is something that's
Ili ima rogove do kraja gema.
If you are able to
Nemam
get those
pojma, nisam ni
conditions
vidio,
right,
ne
if
znam
you're
ni
able to
koji
make
je to
really strong
skin.
early mid game play,
Čini
you
se
know,
kao da je
around
Nightbringer
grubs,
samo što ima
around
rogove,
second
nisam baš
dragon,
siguran da...
you can force a team
Pa
fight,
dobro, ja
get
ne
this Yasuo,
igram
the
Prestige
composition
Yasuo
is
skin kad god
already
igram
proxy
Yasuo da ljudi
accelerated.
pomisle da znam šta
I mean,
radim.
you
I
can't
onda
just
se
win
uplaše.
with this wonky draft and be that underdog story.
Onda kao on je kupio Prestige skin, on mora da zna da igra Yasuo, međutim ja ono...
Ne
baš, ne baš.
Da, ja da pogledaju i vide da imaš tipa 23.000 pojena samo. Masteri na njemu i ono kao budu fazonu, ok, ovaj lik nema pojena.
Da.
A ima rogove, ima rogove.
Šta? Moguće je to samo Nightbringer, samo ga nisam dovoljno igrao.
As well, by the way.
Oh, that's true. Oh my god, 5? That's infinity more than everyone else.
Ward spotter.
Nightbringer je onaj sa kao civi. Izgleda kao da ima, da je Ashen ili tako nešto. Nightbringer Yasuo. Koji je to
He
skin?
did go for the exhaust, which is unsurprising. Allows you to all in a lot better in a
Pa imam ja taj skin.
bottom lane. As we'll watch this top matchup.
Igram ja sa tim skinom. Nisam ni znao da ima rogove, šta?
Sorry, not the Yasuo, the
Eto, viš.
Aatrox, excuse me, does not fall behind in
Aha,
this
ima
matchup. As man playing Yasuo bottom
Ima
lane,
Genesis Nightbringer Yasuo. Ima taj. Možda je to taj skin.
Moguće,
Ima neki
moguće,
drugi.
moguće, da.
Otherwise, you're melee in the range and you got an Alistar support. I mean, look at Master and Lucio just going, yeah, try to play the game. Good luck.
Yeah, this level 1 is not the most powerful in the game. You're absolutely right. As Whippo with level 2, slicing and dicing and acting all cool, will be able to be followed up here by Guigo decently well. But doesn't hit level 3 yet, so doesn't have the Ruthless Predator. Can't show us that indeed the minions are not in as much danger as they were yesterday. As I find it crazy that Whippo's played 2 games in a row of Renekton when he played only unique champions.
Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier. It was, you know, funny that that's the one that.
Cloud9 je baš razočarao juče. Baš sam gledao, baš su loši bili. Užasno bilo.
It was bookended by Gragas's actually. His last game
Istina.
in the LEC being
Ja su se raspali.
So far this mid matchup relatively even between these two. Stitz wants to look for an extended trade.
This is one of the oldest matchups ever.
Yeah.
The orb off in the mid lane.
When I think of these two champs, I think of my first year of the LCK, and I think of, you know, BDD versus Showmaker.
Yeah.
As, okay, we are going to have a bit of a trade up here on the top lane. Bottom as well, the all-in.
Yep, there's the exhaust down onto Master, who's trying to get himself out of there, and the last Steel Tempest not going to land. As I'm going to try and find a tornado, doesn't quite get it. It's not quite an all-in, but now going for even more as the grand exit come on through. And now Tatu, I mean, this is the most common gank that we've seen throughout this tournament, and Inspired is there to catch it this time around. Like ships in the night, they're just going to back away. That's not how the ships in the night thing works. That's when they walk past each other. They saw each other and then they left.
I think the observers are showcasing here really well how aggressive all 3 lanes are right
Showing
now.
us
How on the
me.
knife's edge and how volatile all these matchups are.
I only have 2 eyes though, Wolf. It's really hard to like focus on one thing in particular.
We're going to see that TP back in for both mid laners here, as that's going to be the end of that knife's edge battle that we are having, as Whippo continues to have a slight advantage here on the top side. Do you see Inspired wants to turn that into a larger advantage, though, here at level 4. Let's see how Gigo responds. Does, of course, have his flash.
Yeah, in comes Inspired. Doesn't quite get the fadeaway. Guigo does have that Q charged up. Flashes pretty late there, but Inspired holds onto the turret aggro, and that is a gorgeous dive for first blood onto Whippo.
Prvi put da vidimo cheese dive na ovom turniru, iskreno.
And down goes Gigo, so first blood over to Flyquest here. And on the cross map, there's just simply nothing Tatu can do right now. He's still clearing that Gromp at the moment. Does have bot side prio, but really frustrating situation here for this early game for Furia. Find themselves
Aju neće da komituje, šta?
Flash Pulve as they're layering the CC. Teleport to immediately come down though, as Jojo, I don't think got the memo that they were getting out of there, because Whippo's coming in and he really wants to stake. He's going to be able to pick it up.
Okay, lepo.
No more cowbell, at least for the next 10 seconds.
when you go for these types of plays, the reason I call them all-ins is, you know, we saw the exhaust play previously, and then this one here, is there isn't really like a cancel button. There isn't really a, oh, well, we tried to trade here, but I guess we get out now. When you go and you have to get the kill as soon as possible, and when teleport is available, as it was there for Blippo with the advantage at top
Mislim da možeš
side,
ubiti Varusa, baš su ga sisjovali dugo.
you either have to get that kill or you're going to pay with it.
To bi sigurno priliku da uradi 2Q, 2 basic.
What happened down there in the bottom
Mislim
side
da je
for
mrtav.
JoJo, and so this is a really tough situation now as Masu goes topside uncontested. Gigo trying to catch that bottom wave. Look at Ayu going so late up here to the top side. Won't miss a ton of minions here, but still the tempo advantage hugely flies.
Well, there's a headbutt pole as the trample looking to come down as well, but the scout of the week was so good. There's the flash in from Tatu though, but he gets knocked up. Busio in perfect position. And there is the unleashed power to lock down the kill for Inspired. JoJo just trying to get himself out of there, and he will be able to do so. Furia, they're clutching at straws, Wolf. It's what it feels like.
Yeah, this composition really cannot fall behind, but it is, and this is starting to feel worse and worse.
Well, another fight here towards the bottom side of the map as Blippo now with 2 kills after teleporting opportunely towards that bottom side, utilizing that as a lane swap as well. Oh man, not losing tempo and still being there for the counter gank was pretty ridiculous, and that means this Crocodile is so powerful.
Really is.
Furia radi ozbiljan posao. To jest, Flyquest radi ozbiljan posao, ne Furia, my bad.
I mean, look at the animation. He's got a Hearthbound Axe versus just the Greaves, but it's the range advantage that
On igra Kraken Yasuo.
Okay, nice try, but on your way out, you're going to lose a fourth of your health bar. As this looked like a really big opportunity here for the side of Furia, I think Quad knowing that both his support and jungler are nearby feels pretty comfortable to kind of push
Siguran
this
da li je to play, svako bi trebao da možda rundao na Varusa u nekom trenutku.
The double scatter flashes away, buys a ton of time.
Da, kad je uletio unutra izgledao je kod da mu se skripta pokvarila. Ali bukvalno.
Where did the shockwave go?
Yeah, it wasn't quite.
It was on cooldown. I'm really, maybe it was used a little bit early. So a little bit unfortunate there for Tuts, but that's fine. As Guigo down to 300. Oh my god, he just killed him. Okay. Well, that time he didn't hit a minion, Wolf.
Yeah, well,
I think he could have, and he may have still killed him though.
Kako su loše odigrali mid lane, onaj... Na Sindru. Nisam ni video, ne znam da li si ti kad su video u replayu, ali kako je loše bacio Shockwave.
He does have like pretty ultimate gamer position.
Yeah, you know the gamer position where you're on the couch, you're kind of sitting back, but then suddenly you're like, I'm really gaming.
Oh yeah.
Whippo's always really gaming.
Yep.
That's why he's so good. He's got 3 kills in this game. He's got a cleaver online at 8 minutes. And I don't know what else I could tell you guys about how bad this is going to be for Gigo for the rest of this lane, as those plated steel caps are basically made of paper in this scenario. And now looking to fight for Grubs here. Busio does have level 6. I mean, all summoners available here for the bot duo. This is a really big risk here for Furia.
It is. This is trouble. This is what their composition wants to do. The flash heal to come on through there, but he just gets eaten. Shockwave does come down, but doesn't do too much of anything at all as they knock up the cow. And Busio still looking for even more. They'll take JoJo on their way out, and my goodness, this is an absolute shellacking here.
And, you know, we knew from the outset as Ayu will survive, but has to use his flash. We knew from the outset that if this comp falls behind even slightly, like I said earlier on, it's impossible to play. And now at 9 minutes, the game is essentially over. And I hate to say it because this is an elimination match. This is Furia going home. This is the end of their tournament. They had a really risky draft, but they fell behind early. Super hard to execute on this composition. Flyquest looked very ready for it. Masu and Busio handled the bottom lane all-ins masterfully. And Inspired has had an amazing game here, right? He's been everywhere he needs to be. He's absorbed that pressure. He and Busio both have really stopped every single angle that Furia have tried to find. And from behind in this scenario, like you said, your comp needs to fight early. It needs to get advantages. So they have to look for plays like this. They can't just simply give this up. But in the current game state, you just get cut to pieces if you're split. And Tuts is the victim of being split here in the mid lane. And there's just nothing Furia can do.
Si Flyquest izgleda super kad ja head. Što kao, ok, u Furiju će da radi možda, ali od tog trenutka pa nadalje problemi.
You're really hoping for a big mistake from Flyquest.
And honestly, you know, sometimes if you hope for these mistakes, they can happen. We saw
have
even
seen it
in our last best of one, The early game was in a fair bit of control by CFO, but things can happen to bring it back around. It's taking a big old trade here from Quad, who is feeling pretty good on this Cinder right now, really starting to hit their stride as the Blackfire Torch does come in as item number 1.
This is the new Cinder ability, Blackfire, Cosmic Drive, and we get the Blackfire this early. Yeah. You're happy to just chunk anyone you interact with out of a mid lane matchup, and in this case it's unfortunately you got picked in that last fight who is now going to be struggling to hold on. There's just get a TP to come through here for the Rakan. This is going to be Drake Pryo on the lockdown here for Flyquest, and even Busio spotting out where Tatu is here, just leaving nothing to chance, leaving nothing here to question. They have Whippo with TP who could join this fight if it is a fight, if it is a contest, but frankly I think Furia have no right to be anywhere near this dragon.
No, I don't think they're going to be fighting for this one. It's a very late dragon actually, 11 minutes for first Drake of the game. I was looking at the top of the screen, I'm like, oh, it's a fancy new UI. I guess I can't see the dragons, but I couldn't see the dragons because they were not there.
They were not there.
That's why that was a thing. Flyquest now going to be moving one away from collecting the feats of strength as well, as far as those objectives are concerned.
Look at where Buppo has the lane. He's like, I'm the only person they could try to dive or make a play on because we're doing dragon on the bottom side, and I'm just going to hug turret and keep the wave right here so I can both farm and you can't kill me. Okay, they're baiting him a little bit though.
He sliced and diced, he got himself in, but the dominance is going to keep him so healthy. Let's see whether they can actually kill him. He just needs one more Q and he's getting all that health back. There it is.
Inspired Pillar možda?
There is the kill. That's a good flash from Guigo as he makes his way out, and Tatu didn't have the turret aggro, and so that is going to be a successful dive against Whippo.
I feel like
nemaju play tu.
I gave Whippo a lot of credit for how he had the wave there and how he was like, nah, I'm not going to allow it. But I do almost feel like I still was right. I feel like Whippo was just like, no, I'm so fed, I can actually bait them and inspire them. And he went for it anyways, and then he ultimately did pay for it with his life. But this is one kill. This is one bounce back. It goes over to Tatu on the Xinjiao. So does it feel great? He finally has that first item online. But you need so much more than this. And you know, looking at where Inspired is on the map right now, he's heading up when Whippo does decide to make that call. So I think Whippo is
ja svaki put kad napravim tako agresivan dash u solo queue, meni se isto dogodi. Samo jednom izletem 3 čoveka. Igraš pasivno 20 minuta, 21, baciš jedan agresivan dash, 3 čoveka su tu.
The distance, or the Spire wasn't quite there in time, I should say. The distance was too great.
Well, Flyquest thinking about
killing the turret,
znam taj osjećaj. Tried to kill the minions, so they had to kill him. Quad takes a turret shot, but that is about all that went wrong there on the side of Flyquest, so the revenge is...
Zato ja igram čempione bez dasha.
To je fair, to je fair. Ako se ne dešaš, nikad ne mogu da se pojave 3 čoveka.
Small victories, denying some farm as well. You know, anything you can get. As unfortunate this Yasuo, I don't know if it's ever going to be relevant in this game. Gets a flash though, and that was, as you say, a well-timed one. But you can see, look at how much damage he takes on the attempt. It's crazy, and this has kind of been happening all game long.
This is on-hit Varus as well. This is not, that's not lethality damage. Did he take a turret shot? Maybe he took a turret shot. I'm not sure. That looked like he took a turret shot.
I don't know, but either way, the damage that came out from the Varus autos was what I was really looking at.
Yeah.
Which was a lot. And
do you know what the worst part is, Wolf? Furia, like, there is no one that can even go anywhere near the range of Masu right now. Like, as far as on-hit Varus is concerned, like, no one gets to, like, do the do-si-do as far as the range advantage.
Look at Ego's items, or lack thereof. Like, I don't think he wins a 1v1 against Masu right now. You know what I mean? Like, there's just... There's not a whole lot of... good...
Integral vidi na VIP-u, ok, Renekton će opasti, ali ipak I dalje na 2 itema, pa čak I na 3, dalje jako snažan.
Furia were very well aware of it when they made that choice, but they're unfortunately reaping the consequences of their choices now.
That was really cute by Jojo.
Actually, oni ako fajtaju tu gde nije VIP-u, oni mogu dobiti fight. Nije to toliko strašno.
As now Tatu's going in as well. Busio and Quad still in position, but it is just going to be half the health bar as these dark spheres are really starting to hurt.
They don't know where Inspired is, but they're about to find out. Man, Guigo is not going to like it.
He's going to go straight past the ward as Guigo is Just dead, guys. There is no way that he's getting out of that one. There is a teleport in, but now it's Tuts just kind of here watching them kill his turret. He's going to have to wait for Tatsu to make his way up. First turret is going to be feats of strength over to Flyquest as well. And they are just going from strength to strength.
They wanted to make that play to try to play around the turret and punish there, but the turret gets killed so quickly and they TP topside. Guess what they also lose? Bottom turret. Because Syndra is pushing that in right now. Quad actually could TP to this fight, but is it really even a fight that he needs to come to? It's just slow, casually played here by Flyquest because like, oh, we slow this down, get the bottom turret. Quad can show up at any moment. Just play this slow, don't need to hard force anything. Just continue to snowball our lead. There's that bottom turret. Now Quad can back by and then TP in for the Herald contest. Flyquest can really do nothing wrong at this point as Gigo also has teleport, but I don't know how relevant this Aatrox is going to be in this
True, LeBlanc je dobar play.
Window is closing though, and I think Flyquest may just simply have been a little bit too slow to show up on this one. So
mislim da je Flying za Fly, odlično. Nisam spavao dovoljno. Flying za Flyquest je realno gledano kad si ahead, nema razloga da flip contestaš išta. Ovo i da pustiš, okej si. Čak i da uzmu, ne znam, tier 1 kulu i bounty opet nije toliko bitno. Ali kao, ako uletiš i kontestuješ loš fight, trojaš ceo lead za Heralda, to je već problem.
When we say things like bounty gold, though, that shows that it is certainly an added layer of gold
samo se fajtaš tamo gdje imaš vision, gdje si prvi na objektivu i polako razvijaš gold lead kad bude 6-7 kira, on može forcovati neki fight i pobediš fight, pobediš game.
Ocean Drake here for the soul.
Čak ne scaluju ni slabije, ono, iskreno.
Not the craziest for either of these teams, but will be significant for the leader in Flyquest.
I think a really lucky one for
Furia
as well, because they don't really care too much about that. They're a wombo combo combo. They have to kill you instantly, so a bit of sustain shouldn't be the end of the world.
It's kind of problematic with a Trundle and a Renekton this big, though, when you're trying to kill them fast, I suppose.
Yeah, that is a good point.
But yeah, I mean, it certainly could be worse. It could be a Hex Tech, you know, in this scenario where you're already super far behind with this low-range composition that is just going to get slowed and struggle to close the gap. And, you know, I feel like this is a composition here for Furia that went wrong that doesn't really sell how good this team is, how well this team has played internationally so far this year. And it's a sad ending. It's got to be crushing for the players to go out like this. You know, down 7 kills, down 5,000 gold nearly. Or 4,000 at this point. They did bring it back a little bit, and we're down 5K earlier. To be in a position like this where the rest of the world is watching and perhaps not even necessarily understanding why this comp can't function anymore. They just don't have any windows, man. It's one of those games that's tough as a commentator as well to try to find what could be the angle, what could be the way back in. It just feels like checkmate was reached long ago.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like that. And there is certainly angles, but it relies on Flyquest making a mistake, overextending, giving away shutdowns. Like, killing
some crazy Oriana combo.
Yeah, killing Inspired could be a big deal, right? Like, he's got the biggest bounty on his head right now.
Inspired, ako stigne do ulta, mislim da ne mogu da ga ubiju. Mislim da nemaju dovoljno itema I dalje.
I'm also just clutching at straws here. It's not looking too easy for Furia to find that angle.
And Flyquest also just, the way they're playing this is incredibly respectful. They've made a lot of great choices. I mean, maybe Blippo's decision on the top lane earlier was not as respectful as it could have been.
Niko nema neke posebne rezistence, ono nešto, kao to je Alistar ulti, I guess.
Da, ali on dobija reduction, dobija armor i MR, to je problem.
To sam baš teo da.
Set up deep vision and sit back and wait for objectives to spawn. Take those, take the win, and take our spot in the knockout stage.
Već topiš sve njih.
I sad kao. It's a very flexible draft and
ok, stopit ćeš ih pola sekunde brže.
You were talking about Blippo giving away opportunities.
Toliko su
He was pretty extended, but still able to slice his way out. No flash required. Okay, 2.5 minutes until the Dragon, even though we are heading, looking down that way. And the Otacon going to be spawning on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's tough to imagine how IU can break through in this team fight. Like, he has a Kraken Slayer.
He has a gold lead. Look at that.
Yeah, he does. The thing about the Kraken Slayer in this situation is it's going to require you to proc
Kraken Slayer
by attacking people multiple times. I'm just not sure if that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's the wrong build or anything like that. Just It's just the circumstances are so rough here, and you're still trying to stick to your game plan. But I do think at any point, once these waves are cleared out, Flyquest can threaten Otacon start and go for a turn so easily, especially with the Syndra. And Quad does have TP, and he has side lane control because he has such a massive lead over this Aatrox that is sitting on still just one item.
Ti ne znam šta bi Aju još mogo da izbuduje kao Lord Dominix, nema mislim drugi item, ne znam.
Shield ide on, ali problem je što mu to ne daje damage-a toliko. Mislim, okej, Yasuo je dobija crit, Bipo je waste of ult, ali mislim nije ni bitno. Mislim to kako da Bipo ulti nije dovoljna razlika.
Gleda Inspiredove item, njega niko ne može da ubije. Tuc radi negativan damage s ovim buildom.
And I mean, this is going to be a sandwich here potentially. Already taking a third of his health bar there from a combo from Quad. As Furia, a bit of a desperation start like you were talking about, Wolf. There is the shockwave landing onto a couple as Busio still not taken down, able to get out. Scat of the week.
Je ih Inspired zaglavio sa pillarom ili oni su tako stajali kao random samo gledali što se dešava?
That's a very hungry crocodile as he takes down the Yasuo, and Guigo is just limping his way out. It looks like the consolation, or at least the prize of the Otacon, will go over to Fly without any more contest.
That is going to be such a huge win for them. Already, you know, a massive lead in Petals, and the XP is going to flow. And from here, I mean, everybody gets an extra level. You're looking at a 3-level lead in the top lane. And a full item lead.
3.3k gold.
Yeah. That Cosmic Drive is done here. Obviously feats of strength. Like, how many more advantages can I read off here for Flyquest?
Well, they now have Otacon, so they've probably got more petals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm getting at here, is that just pushes everything here.
Mislim da je Syndra ultala Xina ovdje, nisam siguran kako je pao. Pao je od Varusa, zar ne? Jer Tatu je flashovo i Syndra je ultala u Tatua, ali na kraju je Masu dobio kill svejedno. Mislim, previše su behind, nemaju resursa da igraju.
It was a decent little sidestep on that piercing arrow that allowed Guigo to at least get out of his life.
Jednostavno ne mogu da fightaju. Nemaju kako da fightaju.
And Flyquest seem to be able to do no wrong at this point in time. That'll be sole point as Inspired looks to take down this dragon, and maybe a good thing here for Furia is the fact that this
Renekton Trundle se toliko prejaki da je svaki fight losing fight.
They don't have to worry about a soul just yet, but man, that is not even a silver lining. That is like a gray that looks a bit shiny in certain lighting lining. That's what it kind of feels like.
There's a lot of lessons to be learned, I think, in this game about how Flyquest played from ahead. Because, you know, we talked about so much, like, if they make a mistake, if they overextend, if they're sloppy, if they're greedy, maybe there's a way back in. This is about as textbook, you know, choke out the enemy, take all vision
Ja se slažem, Fly stvari dosta dobro igra
them
kad su
and
ahead.
cut them,
S te strane igraju
kill them with
skroz
1,000
ok.
cuts rather than just all inning and being like, oh, we're so massively ahead, we just push in between these turrets and look for a crazy team fight. That Flyquest are playing. I mean, it's not the most quick and exciting way to end the game, but it is certainly the highest chance of success with a lead like this, and I think they've nearly reached 100%.
Yeah.
As they just won't give Furia any outs, any core. Look at where Toots is on the top side. He's the only one who's free to even move on the map, but even he knows once he hits that midway point, once he hits the river, he's like, that's as far as I can go. I can't touch that turret. There's no way I'm getting a bounty.
You're
and
also
to
never
breathe
allowed
is so hard.
You're never allowed to take your own jungle camps, right?
Never.
So slowly but surely, Flyquest will just get further and further ahead, no matter what Furia do, if the game stays in a position like this. And so their only option is to go for a desperation fight, which is always going to be on Flyquest terms, as Tatsu is looking for that little flank angle. Scatter the Weak comes through. Are you not going to be able to follow up too much? Has changed the corruption. Comes on in. Tatsu takes half of his health bar just from that piercing arrow, and rocking the blight.
If Furia commit to a fight, they will get wiped and the game will end. So they have to just try to buy time. Desperately, that is all they can do. And with the Orianna wave clear, I mean, you can see here they can buy some of it, right? Like, they have some tools here to slow this game down. Baron's going to spawn in 30 seconds here, though, and that's when things get really problematic. That's when Flyquest really start to threaten inhibitors. They've already gotten some damage onto that bottom inhibitor turret. The inner is already gone there. They have super clear, deep vision on the bottom side of the map. and they can just simply turn their eyes towards the Baron with these resets coming through here. You see Quad is back, Masu is back, Bwipo is buying here, and he's going to have a GA potentially after the next fight if he's able to get a few kills. And I mean, at this stage, as Furia, you're like, what if they group bottom and just take out our inhibitor? We have to be aware of that possibility. We have no vision. Look at how carefully Tatu has to surf around the top part of his jungle. He's like, okay, I guess I can get wolves maybe when those are up, but I can't really go any further than that. And Flyquest at any point can just move towards Baron, but they're keeping their options open.
And on top of that, Inspired is about to like finish a Thornmail, I'm pretty sure. Like, then who kills him? Because Tuts is just not doing any damage right now. There is nowhere near a Void Staff or anything like that. This Orianna has been pretty far behind.
Njima treba Yasuo s Infinitijem. To je, ne znam, mislim, Orianna, Void Staff, šta god, nedovoljno. Ima dobar farm Tuts, ali mislim da Yasuo dok ne dobije Infinity, oni samo nemaju taj damage koji im je potreban.
45% of your armor or something like that, but 45% of Infinity is still really large.
Juju, oni samo ultovali Ajo, a Inspired i Ajo je ono legao. Legao da ga završe. I to je to.
Yasuo ne radi ništa. Bukvalno ne radi ništa.
A, šta su im počinili? Čekaj, nisu živi i dalje.
O, busio.
Što ne smiješ? Nije. Sve da kažem, ovo je dobro za Furiju, ama kakvi izgubit će inhib. Ko se teleportuje ludački vamo? Mislim, pošteno treba da ih chase'u iskreno, ovo je najbolja prilika da mogu da dobiju još golda malo. Ne vidimo da li Tuts, koliko mu treba da ultija. Ju, šta mu je uradio Inspired? Čekaj, ako uzme kill... Alo, Sajna.
Okej.
Ovo je ozbiljna priča.
Mogu sačekaju TP sad, Formensu. Sad samo da mogu da ubiju Renektona. Okej, možda i ne mogu. Ima dash, ima još jedan dash. Dobar knockback, loš knock nazad od Oriane.
For Quad, really asserting his orb dominance on the Orianna.
Ayu's going to get a mid turret here, which is bounty gold as well. You know how we talked about, or I was really talking about textbook how to play perfectly and increase. They kind of got bored of that.
Yeah.
They were kind of like, you know what, I'm kind of done with this a little bit. So they could have just done Baron as Quad is also extending quite heavily into enemy territory here. He's got Bwipo with him, but now we're looking at, you know, a situation here where it's still really bad for Furia, but I think this was best case scenario. They defended their inhibitor. The teleport play was extremely greedy and could have actually cost them. The game would have ended if that failed, but they were able to pull it off. They were able to execute on it well. Ocean Soul is going over here to Flyquest, but it could have been a Baron and a Baron turn here, but they got a little bit eager there on that bottom side. And Bwipo is so incredibly strong, I can understand the idea behind it. He actually built Death Dance instead of that GA I was talking about, so in these types of fights, he is nigh unkillable. But you can see this flank here really does pay off, and you know, with the pillar attempt here from Inspired, you could buy some space, but they're just not quite able to get away. Tuts has the speed up, of course, with that ball, is going to be able to run them down. Bwipo then decides to TP in here and
no, da su oni pustili samo da su otišli, dakle da Bwipo nije uzeo nijedan kill. Zapravo bi bilo, bilo bi worth.
And he, like, they did a decent job, like, interrupting the slide and things like that, as we are straight into the action here, as Tatu not going to get stunned up by the Scat of the Week, but that pillar placement was just obscene from Inspired. Down goes the Xin Zhao, and now no one's going to be able to get anything done. And, of course, the wallets are just that little bit too heavy on Flyquest's side. No chance here for Furia in a straight-up 5v5 without the turrets helping out, without that positioning that they had the last time around. And without Guigo now, that will allow this front door to be opened and Flyquest to just knock it down.
That should be the end of this one. There was one heroic.
Dobro, mislim, ovo je bio manje više, ono, znali smo ko dobija game jer nisu imali kako da se vrate nazad.
The all-in attempt fails and Flyquest will soar
Jako lepo. Jako lepo.
Dobar game. Inspired najbolji jungler na zapadu.
Making it look not even close in any regard. Wolf?
Yeah, not really. And I think the draft just left the options for Furia so limited with an early game like what we saw, but they were brave.
Mislim imamo pauzicu od 20 minuta, također ogi veliki poz. Nakon toga, između u serijama bi pauza trebala da bude 15, tako da ja se nadam nešto kraće, ali 20 minuta pauzica i onda ide sljedeći game. Sljedeći game će biti, samo da proverim, EL protiv Hanve.
Konačno dobri timovi.
Onda smo na pauzu, ili tu smo za 20.
Quite a few of them bite the dust. You can see Fancy collecting the key crusher himself.
I think Furia is a stronger team than what this final best of one really showcased. I think hindered by the game state in their draft in this one, but have had some pretty strong performances here across 2025. And their year is not over yet, but their EWC is. Perhaps we'll see them return next year to try to compete to make that top 8. But I do think we got to give this squad a shout out for some cool drafting, a lot of confidence, and I think performing higher than a lot of people's expectations across 2 recent international events.
I do want to say as well that like Whippo's bounce back here as far as his performance yesterday on the Renekton to now, like he did what, 40% of the team's damage on a Crocodile? That was pretty impressive. He did certainly get himself off to a great start, but man, must feel good to bounce back. But now it is time to throw it over to Fancy with Masu alongside to crush some keys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on the stage after Flyquest, flying to the quarterfinals and a few games away from earning this trophy. I have Masu with me, but before we start with the interview, I just want to say congratulations. You are the first ever Middle Eastern player that goes into the quarterfinals in EWC League of Legends history. Very, very happy for this moment. Just want to know, how does it feel to win at your home region?
It feels pretty good, of course. I don't know if there's any other Middle Eastern players right now that are here, so it feels good.
All right, so you guys lost to G2 at yesterday's match, but there's a chance that you might face them in the semifinals if you win against Gen G. So do you think you guys got it?
I mean, of course, if we're beating Gen G, I think we'll have a good chance to beat G2. But overall, I think individually, I have not been playing well. And as a team, I think we're also not playing that well. So I think we have a lot of time to ramp up. And then if we play up to our level, I think we'll be able to.
Absolutely. You guys have a tough road ahead to get to this trophy. But now that you've won an elimination match, you get to crush this key. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, let's do it. So we're moving to the key crusher to crush a key at EWC. As we know, this is what EWC is all about. As soon as you win an elimination match, you get to crush the key yourself. Masu, I'll let you enjoy this moment.
That has to be one of the best key crushes I've seen in the last, since the beginning of the Esports World Cup. That one was just dented straight through the middle, just like Furia's hopes here. Fell short, never really had an opportunity in this game, except when the score was maybe 7-1 for a brief moment, and then Flyquest quickly ticked that one over to 8-1 and took the wind out of the sails of the squad from Latin America South, or LTA South. As it is, the LTA North taking the victory and moving on to the knockout stages. Flyquest 1-0 over Furia. Welcome back to the studio. Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez. That gold graph says everything here, Medios.
That was an insane game from Whippo. He's one of the people that is so scary under Renekton. I think a lot of the time when people pick this champion, you know, it's something that you can go even on, hard to punish, but when Whippo gets it, he just runs the game over. I think Inspired did a really good job of getting him ahead early, and then he just ran the game.
All right, well, standing by right now for their exit interview is Toots. Take it away, Kitty.
Hey everyone, Kitty here. I brought Tuts from Furia. So unfortunately, you guys are eliminated from the Esports World Cup with a quick game. So please walk me through the unique draft that you guys decided to bring for us and how ideally it could have been pulled off.
I think we played this one in the LTA South and it worked out pretty well. I think that we made some mistakes early game that made the game super hard because it's a super no body comp, right? If we go behind, we have like 4 melees, it's going to be tough. So I feel like the mistakes we make early game are going to impact the game a lot. So yeah, after we start, the game behind is going to be super hard to come back.
It do be a feast or famine composition that you guys locked in today. And of course, I want to talk about your achievements. You guys were able to bring down C9 yesterday. And I think a lot of people on the internet have actually praised Furia for their strength. So do you think this is a good direction and positive message for the fans that LTA South is something to look out for?
Yeah, I feel like for sure we're a bit underrated. I feel like we are a pretty good team. I feel like we have a lot of strengths, but also we have a lot of weaknesses that shows a lot, right, when we're behind and things like this. So it's something that we need to improve on, but I feel like we made a decent statement. I feel like if we won today, it would be a huge statement for LTA South, but I think it's like we had an okay run, you know. I think a good run would be if we made out of first stage.
Recognizing your weakness is a type of strength in itself. I'd like you to send a message out to the fans back at home or in the arena in Portuguese. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Bom, queria agradecer toda a torcida, todo mundo que apoia a gente, que confiou na gente. Pode ter certeza que eu dei meu melhor o tempo inteiro e muito triste a gente não conseguir passar de fase, mas eu espero que a gente tenha outras oportunidades futuramente para provar diferente e provar que a LTA Sul é uma região boa. Então, muito obrigado à torcida, muito obrigado aos fãs, amo muito vocês.
Thank you so much. That's all from us.
And we say obrigado to Furia for getting us to believe and dream for a little bit for the LTA South. Words there by Toots, who has fantastic hair. And speaking of fantastic hair, a man who has just as great hair. No, I'm not talking about myself. It's Whippo. Look at that hair, right? Yeah, Whippo.
I don't know. It looks okay. I don't know. Thank you. I think your hair looks better, actually.
Thanks, man. That's what I was looking for. Congrats on the win. I feel like it has to be the expectation here for Flyquest. What was that match like for you?
I feel like Furia is a pretty strong team. I don't think we underestimated them. I feel like their preparation coming into the match was really strange. I feel like coming into an angle where they're discussing their draft of first three, they obviously had Yasuo planned into Varus. Our team is probably the best Varus team on our side of the continent, right? Varus is a champion that is highly contested even by Asian teams across MSI against us because Masu is an insane Varus player. And then you go 4-5 with Yasuo bot lane and you end up giving me Renekton as well on top of that, which again is a super contested pick when we play against the best teams in the world. So I feel like in terms of preparation, it was cute that they tried to do that and I respect it, but they definitely had a huge oversight giving us Trundle Renekton into a 4 melee comp. And had he had something different prepped for the Renekton as a counter pick, maybe maybe he had like a super strong Nara or something, I could have seen the vision, but as soon as Aatrox got locked in, I was just like, I mean, this one's over.
Medios?
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the win. Who are you looking forward to playing in the rest of the tournament?
I actually don't know how the bracket works at all, so I don't know who we can draw, but I'm excited to get a rematch against BLG. That would be really fun, and then obviously against HLE, it would be really, really cool to play against Zeus. I mean, I had a pretty intense series against Bin, and I feel like I performed rather all right, so if I can climb up the ladder one by one and take down from last year Keen, Bin, and then now have a series against Zeus, I feel like that would be a really good experience for myself, and also, you know, I'm reaching on status in esports, so if I can hang with the best, that still feels pretty good.
I had one more question. Did you see Broken Blade's interview yesterday where he said he could out-yap you?
I mean, that would be shocking. I mean, maybe in certain elements of life, but when it comes to League of Legends, I think I am the biggest yapper on the planet.
Yeah, Master 5000 over there. You guys have been drawn already. You will be playing Gen G. The next match is Hanwha Life against BLG. So theoretically, you'd be playing against one of them as we take a look at that playoff bracket. Now that you've finished your match, it would be Gen G. Gen G versus you guys. Yep. BLG versus G2. So you'd play the winner of that match. And then on the opposite side, it's AL versus Hanwha Life and then T1 versus Movistar Koi. You already talked about it. You've played Keen before. It feels like that's just a matchup that you would look forward to.
I mean, absolutely. He's the best top laner in the world, in my opinion. I think, you know, when you scrim against him especially, I think the level he performs at consistently is just a step above everyone else. Obviously, Zeus wasn't an MSI, so I can't speak for him, but when it came to the LPL top laners and Doran, it was very clear to me that Keen was one level above everyone else. So getting to perform against him and getting an opportunity to play against him on stage is always going to be, you know, rare. It's very rare, I feel like you can say, like, this guy is the best player in his role, like, undisputed. And I think that when it comes to Gen G, they've obviously got quite a few of those. So it is always a pleasure. Gotta measure expectations, however, because, you know, losing to them is no shame.
Yeah, I was curious, what do you think makes Keen the best? I feel like he's got a pretty eclectic champion pool. Like, he's willing to go on to Ornn and those tanks and stuff, but he is also willing to pull out the weird stuff, like he's pulled out Vayne before and stuff like that. So what do you think makes him different from the rest?
Another thing is just his composure. I feel like a lot of people can get dragged into your kind of pace when they change archetype of champion. Like, usually, like, the best players in the world, they're, like, tied to certain archetypes of champions, and they make their name playing that specific style, right? So if you look at someone like Vayne, it's a carry top laner. Zeus, same thing as carry top laners. Like, they perform on tanks, but the thing is when they're playing tanks, you're almost looking like, oh, this guy's playing Ornn like a carry, you know? Like, he's taking mass resources, he's, like, playing, like, very aggressively on the Ornn. I feel like Keen actually is one of the few players in the world that can actually change the way he will play the champion, and he doesn't get swept up in his own style. I feel like a lot of players have their own style. I mean, I'm a big example of this for sure. Like, I have my own way of playing the game, and it doesn't matter what I pick, you kind of see me, like, gravitating towards those kind of decisions. I feel like he is much more detached from that, and I think that's what makes him especially impressive, on top of the fact that he has the best laning phase in the world right now. So
let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this last one. Early game, you and Inspired were running the Rift, man, making a huge impact across. Why don't you talk us through some of these moments?
I feel like, generally speaking, when you're playing Trundle, like, if you're playing Trundle or Renekton, it's a really strong early game against champions that are weaker than you, and you're basically just the biggest bruisers on the Rift. So in this particular game, we ended up being stronger than Xin Zhao. We pushed out the Xin Zhao out of top side because he didn't want to get double crabbed, and Aatrox ended up being vulnerable and getting dove. So from there, I'm just really strong. I actually really like this creativity here. I was actually talking to my bot lane, like, if you guys can all in, I can just slam, teleport, and kill him, and then the Alistar flashed in, so I was really happy about that. But I proxied a cannon wave, so I had mass tempo in order to set up a TP play, and I felt like once I had secured both top lane by diving the Aatrox and then killing the Alistar bot, I felt like the game was good. And then, yeah, I just had flash advantage from all this still, so I was able to squeeze in another kill, and from that point onwards, when I'm 3-0 against a 4 melee comp, it's all she wrote for them.
Yeah, Meteors, when you hear him talk about the game like this, I just feel like we do have just one of the biggest minds in League, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that I've always been impressed with Flyquest is it seems like you guys have a really good understanding of, you know, how you want to play the game, and especially you've played with Inspired for a while now, and I've always viewed him as, you know, one of the best junglers, extremely consistent, very smart. Going into the game, was it your plan to sort of spend more time around top lane? Because, you know, with that matchup can be kind of snowbally, especially if Renekton gets ahead. And he did a really clever gank where he came up around level 4, you warded the Krugs, counter ganked the Xin Zhao, took the crab, and then looped around, like, super far around Aatrox's ward. And I thought that was just extremely smart. And so is that all pre-game prep, or was it just kind of like we're adapting to how the game went because you traded well earlier?
It's usually a conversation we have at the start of the game, and then we lead up with updating each other as he's clearing through his jungle, right? Like, it's very stock standard, I think, but it's necessary for high-level basic League of Legends. He asked me, what are you doing in the first 3 waves? I told him I'm going to be being in and trading aggressively, trying to get an advantage. I definitely want to play and force him to use his teleport early, or put him in a position where we're going to dive him. And either the wave's going to bounce and we're going to gank him on the bounce, or we're going to dive him, or we're going to take double crab. Like, whatever the decision is there, we'll adapt as the situation goes, and that's, like, dependent on micro. Sometimes we're not going to get that dive because he base TPs early and he wants to make sure he doesn't, and then Trundle will just sprint down bottom. But we got a really nice trade on him, or I managed to get a nice trade on him. We were both low. generally advantageous for Renekton because when you're below 50% health, you generate more Fury, if you didn't know. So it was very volatile top lane, which is really good for us. And then at that point, he couldn't recall anymore because Trundle's Pillar would interrupt his recall. And at that point, we just made the call that he's going to loop around and look for the dive. So really, honestly, just well played by him, reacting to situations. I think that it is planning, but the execution is 100% on him and me combined in the sense of in that winning position, capitalizing.
Yeah, so it's kind of, you have the loose game plan of you want to play around top, pressure it,
basically.
But then you understand the different decision paths that you could take and how to adapt each situation. Because I think at the same time, sometimes you can have too rigid of a plan where it's like, okay, we're going for the 4th wave dive, and it's like, oh, well, it's not set up, and you're like, all right, well, I guess GG.
Exactly.
But yeah, just being able to understand all the options and execute the right one, very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. That's like a big thing about Inspired. I think it's really impressive about him is he's really he makes his decisions very quickly, and I think a big part about playing with him is understanding that that's one of his biggest strengths. Where as he's doing the crab and he's pushing it around, he's going to make a split-second decision of like, I'm playing for bot crab or I'm staying around top side. And as soon as he makes the call, he's staying around top. Obviously, I got to react well, and then we win.
And then you did. Valdez, any final questions here for Whippo, since we're just getting a masterclass on how the thought process goes for Flyquest?
Well, in a wider scope, I feel like a lot of NA fans are getting very excited for Flyquest nowadays because you guys are getting so close over and over again against such big teams. What do you feel like is the final step to take where you guys are actually a big threat on the international stage?
I'd say honestly, I think we could play a little bit looser, like on opposite side of where I'm playing. I feel like usually I play very loose. I'm someone that like was willing to take a fight. I'm willing to take an L. It's top lane gaming, you know. You don't mind going 0-1 or 0-2 sometimes, as long as you can get the game going and you can start picking fights that you can potentially win. I feel like that mindset is something that currently is rewarded quite well. I feel like if you can get small leads and translate them into like crabs and stuff like this, like the game is like very slow in a sense of like, there's a few minutes where nothing really happens, and then like a crab spawns, and like everyone is almost ready to fight and win the game on the spot off like a team fighter on a crab or Atakan or a dragon. So I think in between those moments, when we're strong, I don't feel like we squeeze that hard, and we give a lot of breathing room for people to buy their items and then get a fair chance at those fights around Atakan or fights around dragons. And I feel like the best teams in the world, they do squeeze a bit harder. So I'd like to see us do that.
Love that. Whippo, so much insight here with us. Congratulations on your win and best of luck into the knockout rounds later on against T1. That will be happening tomorrow. But before that, we have our quarterfinals starting today. So we will set that up for you and more in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Nice. Calm down. No hack, okay? No, calm down. No, guys, they emote.
No.
Oh no.
Renekton's also there, guys. Mid, okay?
It's on dragon. It's on dragon. I drop.
You flash. I'll kill him. Okay. I'll kill him. You kill him. Okay.
Nice. I'll kill him no matter what, okay? Don't die, don't die.
No worries, no worries. Don't try. Yeah, yeah.
Good job. Good job, very good. Okay. You can W? Yeah. I'll E.
Nice. I ult.
Contact.
I ult as well. I ult him.
He's out.
Let's see if we kill.
Okay, it's on
Yeah,
you.
push him.
Kill the turret.
Okay, I need to go. I'm fine though. Just get out. Just get out. If you're dead, you're dead.
Just keep pushing. Rank some, I get the top.
Nice, guys.
Nice. We're just built different with this.
He was back,
baby.
That's close, bro.
Oh my god.
My bad is good.
Good job, guys. Nice.
And there's your first look at the newly named AGAL. All Gamers, one of the biggest organizations in Crossfire, also now partnering with Anyone's Legends for the Esports World Cup Club Championship. You still know them, same guys, Flandre, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kael, as they will be doing battle against Hanwha Life Esports in the quarterfinals for the first time at the Esports World Cup in 2025 League of Legends. We're going to best of threes. Degon here alongside Finn and Valdez. And Finn, best of threes. Now the draft getting on. No more fearless best of ones. We don't know her anymore. We forgot him. We're going into draft prowess, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm grinning up to my ears right now. I'm so excited for this game. I think AL is one of my favorite teams to watch globally, because I just think this is a team that really understands approach angles. Whenever there's a fight, you always see them go from 2, 3, sometimes 4 different angles and just pincer the opposition so well around objectives. And I think they're one of the only teams that have mastered this art. And going up against a team like HLE, who is just so solid across the entire board, I think we have an amazing game in front of us.
Yeah, HLE definitely a very flashy team. I think that sometimes that volatility can get them into a little bit of trouble, but they're going to have to kind of clamp down a bit up against AGAL. I do think that there are a lot of angles for them to take advantage of AL. We will get into that in a little bit, but so many cool matchups in this best of 3, and I think this is definitely one of the big hype matchups that we've had here so far at EWC.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look all across every single lane. I look immediately at the jungle position because Tarzan has been great for such a long time in the LPL. Finally gets over the hump and gets himself a championship. On the opposite side, one of the most established junglers in the history of Korean League of Legends with Peanut. So it is going to be a lot of fireworks in this single elimination best of 3 quarterfinal. And to set us up, we have a chance to talk to one of the greatest coaches in all of League of Legends, Tabe, standing by right now with Kitty.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between AGAL versus Hanwha Life. By my side is Coach Tabe. We will be heading into game very shortly. However, I do want to talk about this short turnaround for you guys, just coming from MSI. So tell me what the biggest, most important fact for this team to have a really good, strong performance going to today.
I think it's because everyone in our team are very willing to strive in scrims, and also we pay a lot of attention in different tournaments, and also what happened in the games. We will always tackle our weaknesses and to strengthen our strong things. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and talking about AGAL, I wanted to ask you specifically, so what do you think AGAL as a team really excel at?
I think we excel at we are really willing to learn, and we are really hardworking. So we really devoted a lot of time in our daily scrims and practices.
And I believe it's your first time in Riyadh, so please share us your thoughts and opinions of being here.
I think everything here is great, and but because I need a lot of time to practice and scrims, but if I have time, I will bring my team to have a good walk in here.
I heard that you can ride camels here, so maybe that's something we can consider. Thank you so much for your time, Tabe, and best of luck.
Thank you, Kitty, for that interview. And maybe the extracurricular stuff will come afterwards. AGAL, again, getting over the hump, representing as the #1 seed from the LPL. When you think about this team, what makes them so dangerous compared to some of the other traditional powerhouses that we've seen for a long time, like a BLG, like a JDG, like a RNG, EDG? You can go down the list.
I mean, there's a lot that really sticks out, but I mean, I feel like always they are on the same page, and whatever play they're making, they are making it as 5. And to me, like, Flandre is a big part of that, because a lot of top laners, they're not that willing to just drop everything just to join the play. But he's one of the players that's just like, he will be there with the fight no matter what. He wants to fight with his team, and the fact that they're all so coordinated, and they're all so willing to play fast and create skirmishes and try to outhand their opposition, I think that has given them so much local success, and I want to see that translate onto the international stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very strong team. I think they were pretty close to getting some big work done at MSI. They fell just short to T1, I believe it was, right before the finals. So obviously an incredibly strong team if they get that close up against T1. I do think that a lot of this is going to come down to the form of HLE. You know, we've seen them in a couple of best-of-1s where it's like, you know, they look pretty good, but against that that competition, it wasn't exactly too difficult for them. I think that AGAL have been sitting back, watching, getting ready for this one. And in a best-of-3, anything can really happen. I have been pretty impressed by Delight's play so far. I think that Peanut as well isn't, even against some of these other teams that he should be better than, he has been treating them with respect. He has actually been playing to his top level. And as long as they keep that up, I think that there are a lot of matchups where HLE can get the advantage.
All right, yeah, let's shift our focus on over to Hanwha Life Esports. They arrive here, or they have already arrived here, as you see on your screen, with the lineup that you know and love. The big change to this Hanwha Life Esports roster from the one that won in summer in 2024 in the top lane. Zeus comes on in, then Peanut, Zeka, Viper, and Delight, one of the strongest bot lanes in the world, one of the most established junglers in the world, one of the strongest top laners in the world, and world champ Zeka. We know how good he can be when he's on his day. This is a roster with high expectations. We've hit this number multiple times here, Valdez, where they were pretty strong favorites to make it MSI when we got to Road to MSI, and they proved it through the LCK Cup win, through the first international tournament first stand win, and their relative dominance against everyone except Gen G during the spring split.
Yeah, I just feel like LCK right now, we are blessed with a lot of talent and a lot of very strong teams. It does actually feel like a 3-team region at the moment. Like, if T1 didn't explode with this power in Road to MSI, we were all predicting Hanwha Life to be at MSI, and it was a big upset when they weren't. So the fact that T1 has now sprung back onto the stage, it has been incredible, as this is the play from Delight that we were all talking about. Just the wherewithal to just identify that there were 3 guys right there ready to engage on. He is one of the best, if not the best, support at engaging and finding those angles.
Yeah, and paired up with Viper as well, who I think he's been a little bit quiet this tournament, but we know almost every AD carry in Europe, at least, when I ask them who's your favorite AD carry, 9 out of 10 people say Viper. He's so well respected in the scene, and obviously has won a world championship together with Flandre on the opposition team. Together they won 2021, so a little bit of a fun matchup there. But in general, I really have high hopes towards this bot lane today, because I think that is going to be the main driving point of HLE, because I think the solo laners are a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, speaking of those evenly matched solo laners, let's take a look at the mid lane. That will be our head-to-head for this matchup. It is the young gun in Shanks up against Zeka, the world champ. However, one of the unique things about this matchup, when Zeka spent time in 2021 in the LPL, Shanks has had the advantage over him. So not unfamiliar. It is 4 years ago. However, it is Shanks 7, Zeka 2.
Yeah, and it also is telling that a lot of people see Shanks as this rookie. People see it as like a player that just came up, but he's been there a long time, and he really earned his colors. He's really put in the work for a long time and grinded to be at this stage right now. Grinded to be at this international stage where he can compete with the best.
Yeah, I mean, ZVETSKO, another guy where he was not meant to win a world championship, it feels like. You know, you think about 2022 DRX and the fact that he was on that roster and he has that title under his belt. And he's really developed in a huge way as a player, I would say. You know, he used to be just kind of a two-trick pony. Silas Akali, he would just play one style. You know, Bippo was just talking about it before, where it's like the players are just known for one style. But nowadays, ZVETSKO does have a lot of different shades of play that he can bring out. He can be the aggressive guy or just the control mage farmer. He really has developed a lot as a player.
Yeah, and that was the narrative for ZVETSKO last year going into that summer playoffs, where when we were stuck in the Azir Corki meta, he did not have a lot of success on the Corki, and you're getting worried about it, but he was able to level up into the playoffs. He's carried that over on into this year and is looking pretty solid here, Finn.
Yeah, he has been a player that I watched for quite some time when I analyze. Not really like, because I'm not a mid laner when I was pro player competing, but the way he finds flanked through Fog of War is immaculate. He really plays around with these champions that he's so good at. When he's put on these champions where he can play make, he will just appear behind the enemy team and have like these monster angles or like a charm from nowhere. I just think he sees the game so vividly and has like this eagle eye on what his team sees and what the opponent's team sees as well.
Yeah, I like the way that you bring that up, because we said the same thing about the Light having the eye for engages. We say the same thing now for ZVETSKO for eyes for flanks. We still haven't even talked about Zeus against Flandre. Again, two dominant world champs in their own right. But it's time for predictions. Valdez, let's start with you.
I'll go with the HLE 2-0. I think, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty strongly about them at this tournament. I think that they should have been at MSI. They choked, for sure. T1 played well, but like they kind of choked as well. And I think they should still be respected as one of the best in the world right now.
I love this, because this is the first time where we're getting some LCK biased on the desk.
Yeah.
It's been this man cheering on all of the LEC. So who you got here?
I mean, I think it's going to 3 games for sure. I think these teams are very closely matched, but I actually have AGAL as the winners. I think what I saw from them against T1 was just a masterclass. I think they were so evenly matched at that MSI, and I really think they have what it takes to beat HLE.
We're blessed with one of the best possible quarterfinals. The reigning champs of the LPL against the reigning champs of the LCK. Who will come out on top? Let's find out. Hanwha Life Esports against AGAL.
The top 8 teams at the Esports World Cup presents League of Legends have been decided. And it's time to put them to the test.
We're stepping into best of 3 territory now. And this is where things get really serious. In case you didn't know, in fact, come here. I want to tell you this up close and personal. Our total prize pool is $2 million. A win here in the quarterfinals alone guarantees you $160,000.
That's a lot of money. So the process to crown our next legends starts right now.
Should we do this? You really want to do this right now?
Let's do it right
this
now.
second. What do we think? Should we do it right now? After a phenomenal, fantastic third place finish at MSI, please welcome onto the stage, it's AGAL.
And their opponents, they've blown away all opposition, representing LCK with pride, it's Hanwha Life Esports!
The semi-final spot hangs in the balance. Who's making the top 4 and whose dreams will die here? Our first best of 3 matchup begins right now.
All right, LCK versus LPL. Big seeds with a big job to do in a best of 3. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Orcs, and we're going to be taking you through what we hope will launch the quarterfinals in spectacular fashion. And this is going to be fun because I think these teams can be very explosive when hitting their prime.
We've seen a lot of rematches so far in this tournament, you know, rehashing some rivalries we had at MSI. This is a new matchup. They get a chance to see this. HLE the opportunity to face up against the first seed from the LPL. And, you know, we had some differing opinions coming from the studio on who's going to take the lead here. I will say, you know, HLE obviously coming from the region I cover, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen them in really convincing form.
Yeah.
They obviously got reverse swept by Gen G in the road to MSI. They then got demolished by T1. And then even in the matches we've had at EWC, yes, they won both their matches, but they weren't really that convincing considering the level we've seen from this team before.
True.
You know, these are the first-hand champions, and yet we have such high expectations for this team. And I think if they don't come in today on their A game, I think AGAL may give them a really tough run of it.
Whereas for anyone's legend on the other side, fresh off of MSI, they made a bit of a run of it. T1 obviously got in the way, but went to a full 5-game series. Had plenty of those over at MSI, counting 9. But for me, what really sells AL is Finn mentioned on the desk, like, Flandre will be willing to sack waves. Shanks will be willing to just move. AL are always up for a fight. And that's how they've overwhelmed opponents before. As we move into pick ban, we can talk about the Griffin reunion later. We can talk about the EDG80 carries a little bit later. For now, we start game 1 off in our first best of series. As jumping right into another Fearless. Let's just see, already Yone's gone. Vi's gone as well. Jungle Panther not going to be allowed here to someone like Tarzan.
A lot of respect given to the top side of HLE. You know, we saw that Yone ban so often.
I evo nas nazad, vraćamo se u konačno malo ozbiljniji LoL, ako možemo tako reći, definitivno uzet ću obzir da gledamo EL i Hanvu. Vidjet ćemo, da se odmah uskladimo s vremenom Mare, ja sam na 25, 24, 23, tako da...
Dobro, znači ja treba da napravim sam pauzu, ovo je ponovo gori.
23, 22, 21, 20.
We'll see what the plan is going up against that pick.
Talia's also open if you want to talk about power pairings for Zekra and Peanut.
Još jednu sekundu. U stvari ja sam na ček, ja sam na 9, 8, 7, 6, sekundu smo bili ovaj. Pani da budemo u sekundu, samo ne previše, jer mislim smo bili 5-6 sekundi. Što je malo napetije. G2 igra danas protiv BLG-a.
Ajde još jednom samo da tačno vreme da uskladim zato što ja mislim da ja nisam bio live. Sada ti pikuje
sad smo na 3, 2, 1, 0. I sad kreće treći pik.
Da budeš na 22 recimo, ili
22, 21, 20.
Now the biggest question is, can Peanut match it with anything? Do you like a Sejuani here, Orcs? That feels like an easy, obvious answer into something that wants to go into melee.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Peanut...
Posle ovog best of 3, da. Znači da, sad imamo 2 best of 3 partije do kraja dana.
I think there's huge pressure to pick up now if you want to match AD carry in this situation, and I will say, going for the Xin Zhao here...
Jeste malo čudno što je ceo turnir best of 3 mimo finala, ali dobro. To znači da opet gledamo iste pikove kao što smo gledali u svakoj best of 1 seriji u gameu broj 1. Ali bar u drugom i trećem gameu ako dotle dođe neće biti. Ovdje mi EL ulazi kao favorit iako su iz Kine. Hanva je bila baš klimava, ali opet imaju dobre igrače, tako da čudno mi je jako... U samom plane-u nisu baš bili toliko čisti koliko sam mislio će biti, pogotovo uzeći obzir da nisu ni jet lag ni ništa drugo.
you can look to do that as well. They all
Na ono kako sam ja čuo, oni su dobili, svi su dobili avionske karte od organizatora. Tako da izgleda da su svi relativno u isto vrijeme doputovali. Tem možda Gen G i T1 koji su moguće došli odmah nakon što su završili MSI.
It'll lose lane, but again, long-range engage. Added with something like Varus, with Talia pick. Something to discuss, something to think about. Nico's gone, another engage option off the table. Jin was utility range for HLE. Something to match maybe the Varus. Do you care about Ezreal's the biggest question? Is Sivir actually a scaling option taken away from Viper?
Yeah, by the way, that Sivir that we've seen Viper play earlier in this tournament, actually, time that one. And they are just going to go for Delight.
Kako je Hanva dobila sve jake pikove, šta?
Kind of in earlier patches where you'd see that fourth pick Alistar.
Na crvenoj strani. Rumble Azir, Trundle, Alistar.
With that final pick. So I think a pretty smart move taking the Alistar here, and the fact they deny the Braum Nico sets that up. AL considering their options, the Rel, you know, I mean, it's still playable into the Alistar, but I think Rel into Trundle Alistar might have a bad time, so instead opting for the Rakan, potentially, seeming to be the lock-in, and now we get to see what Flandre is going to go on the top lane. Obviously, a lot of options. Could just go that tank in the top lane. Could go for something, a more carry matchup.
Gallia's open, but do you have enough damage? Are you worried about how your damage scales into this comp? Or maybe it's just a non-factor?
I think they have enough damage.
Okay.
You know, I think it's...
Double AP soul lands. Gallia feels nice. Now, apparently it's been picked. We just can't see it. Yeah. Ooh, the mystery pick. We don't know what it is.
We don't know. They opt to go for the Xayah instead of the Senna. So a bit shorter range, but you know, when you're diving into it, a lot of power. But it does mean into the Varus. If it is that poke Varus, might feel a little bit painful. You know, I feel like sometimes you get a draft where a lot of the picks are just powerful sort of meta picks.
Yeah.
I feel like we've kind of gotten that. Have been revealed. Aurora is that hidden pick. Okay. So we had that matchup earlier today as well. The Aurora into the Rumble, looking for a bit of power on the top lane. Flandre wanting to put some pressure on Zeus.
She was in the weeding, that's why you couldn't see her.
Makes sense. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the picks we have quite high in the tier list. Not too surprising for a game one in a series.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy, I would say, has come out so far.
But again, it's a lot of prep for the rest of the series. It's what's nice about Fearless as we get into best ofs. You know, obviously it's best of 3 until finals. And
ja slažem, EL ovdje ulazi sigurno kao favorit. Mislim, vidjet ćemo, Hanma, ne znam, bili su malo, kažem, loši, ali ajde, možda i zato su imali loših protivnika pa su opustili. Sad će možda biti bolje. EL je dobro izgledao na MSI-u, mislim, treće mjesto na MSI-u. Definitivno nije loše. Opet je Koreja pokazala da je superiorna što se LoL-a tiče, ali eto, pokazali su najbolje ekipa iz Kine. I će biti cool da vidimo, eto, relativan odnos, da vidimo da li treća ekipa iz Koreje može da pobedi najbolju kinesku ekipu.
Da, pa smo vidjeli da prvo plasirana i drugo plasirana ekipa iz Koreje mogu. Da vidimo koliko je Kina ispod Koreje.
And Viper, you know, used to be on that amazing Griffin roster in 2019 that we thought would go so much further, but IG stopped them to eventually go and win the World Championship. It's story galore with Anyone's Legend versus Hanwha Live, our first best of 3, our first quarterfinal. It's still a knockout stage. It is single elimination. The loser of this will have their key crushed. The winner moves to a semi-final to verse T1 MKOI, whoever comes out of that series alive as well.
I mean, I feel like we got a lot of good quarterfinals ahead of us, but
we do.
You know, I'm kind of locked in on this one. This one really felt like it was set up to be.
We're gonna cast it together. It's like 3 hours together. I know you're locked in on something else. It's like, you know, like I'm your wife or something. You're looking at something else.
Even before I knew I was going to be casting with you know, I was like, that one looks like a banger.
Well, this could be the dingo of the series today as well.
Thanks for that one.
Like a really cool dog, you know?
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't watch yesterday, you're out in the wilderness right now. That's okay, I'll bring you back in. Listen here. We're looking towards how mid-jungle operates. And also, I know Humble Life got a bit of scaling in this comp as well, but it's self-sufficient AD carry.
Trebali bi su stvoriti, vidjet ćemo. Mislim, jedino što eto kažem zbog te činjenice da smo opet u prvom gemu, to znači da opet gledamo iste pikove i to je jedina stvar koja je meni baš unlucky, zato je mnogo bolje MSI bio sa samo 5 gemova konstantno, to je best of 5, jer onda konstantno možemo da gledamo nove pikove, one ekipe koje moraju se adaptiraju, da vade heroje koji nisu toliko često pikani. Ovako gledamo Xina, svaki game Trundla, svaki game Rambla, Auroru, skoro svaki game, mislim, nijedan od ovih 10 pikova nije ništa novo.
Not cut and dry, that's nice.
Yeah, I do want to see what Shanks can do because he had such a good performance at MSI. Coming into the tournament with so many stacked names, you know, Chovies, Fakers, Unites. A lot of people were very impressed with Shanks' performance, and a lot of people saying he was the best performing mid of the tournament. And now with this Talia into his matchup, has the chance to really take over the game.
Zaka's kiting well though, the Unraveled Earth. Flying astray a little bit. Peanut is quite behind towards that mid lane. Behind meaning he's just moving up towards the top side, out of vision. Shanks doesn't have a deep ward here towards Raptors, so jungler's just going to be shipped in the night. And defensive ward's actually set up from Humble Life to make sure that this Sin isn't getting in and trying to clear Peanut's camp before him.
Yeah, and this is one of the concerns, is that you end up in a situation where, you know, the Pokefire spot lane with Rakan and Alistair, Talia mid, Aurora into Rumble. A lot of priority across the board for AGAL right now. Nothing that Tarzan is really able to make use of it yet, but put you in an uncomfortable position if you're dealing with pushing lanes on the opposite side across the board.
Oh yes. Now quick spoon feed for everyone out there if you're wondering why AGAL. Now all gamers, you know, currently got onto the team just as we started EWC. So instead of anyone's legend, as you would have been used to, or OWL, as the people who knew them thought they were cool, it's now changed to AGAL. And a new logo by the look of it.
Lepi mi je logo, iskreno.
Kinda cool, it's like a shield, but I hope we don't lose the panda forever.
Well, they had the pandas when they came on stage. They had the little plush pandas.
I saw that, yeah, but here the logo is different, so I hope, again...
Da, jesu oni to menjali logo?
Da, pa sad su ispričali kasteri, zato što su se joinali All Gamers sa AL-om i onda su sad All Gamers Anyone's Legend.
Everyone's like, hang on, I can't see it. Did you just punk us? Is it actually? I just looked at it, I can't see it.
Malo mi je žao zapravo, onaj prethodni AL je bio nekako gotivniji, onaj ninja, ne, onaj samune, šta je ono beše bilo? Neka kapica je bila, ne.
Da je bila pandica neka, ali meni je ovo izgleda royalno. Nice, gledamo swap.
Royalno kao Royal Never Give Up.
Recimo. Mator ne. Nije, mare.
Other than Zeku, who's actually been having a great time in the mid lane matchup.
Kyle Blaine na Vardu.
Switching Viper up the top side and changing things up, definitely favorable, but you can see already by the CS leads in the AD carry and top role that AGL already forming a little bit of a lead. Still early days, not too significant yet, but those advantages showing up so far.
Bell's hovering around mid, looking to get some information. Gleaming Quill will spot out Peanut.
I think he was just trying to stop Zeka's recall as long as possible, being a little bit annoying. There's a lot of supports who will do that and just harass you whenever you're trying to recall.
True.
And Rakan's so good at it because it's so hard to actually punish him for it. A lot of supports die trying to stop enemy recalls, but
so many escapes.
Yeah, the best is when they have Ignite and they just do the walk up and Ignite you.
Oh yeah, the Chad move.
The classic.
Until Spellbook.
I ovo supporta Spellbook, tako da u stvari mogu da ranaju Ignite kad doće.
Just don't have Ignite as much anymore with all the heal being taken, but yeah, the unsealed Spellbook gives that potential back.
That does mean double smite for both teams again. Something we did see quite a lot at MSI. But the Bards always taking it as Hale going to start up Dragon now. This is widely uncontested. Peanut just walking down. The light, however, was all the way up in top. So in this lane mismatch, naturally, AL have priority here until Seismic Shove comes through onto ZETSKO. The walk down, it's not going down that quick. Peanut wants to fight. And then teleporting in, it's going to be a full contest, but it's smited by anyone's legend, but shoved back in. It's easy from ZETSKO. With Zayas burning down as well. And it's going to be match. Zayas gets over the wall. But Shanks, as he gets burned to the side.
Check, varus je best.
So now Delight has run out of damage. Flandre joining in.
Da.
Six did wonders. And while the 80 carry in top stays
Huge Zale.
out on the action, and AL complete.
Da, he's my
E5, the extra man for AGL gives them the advantage. I think HLE feeling confident because they had the Empress Divide, the Equalizer available, thought that's going to be enough to win the fight, but...
Dobro, izgubili su 2 plate za to je legitimno, mislim, dobio si nešto, dropuješ nešto, to je skroz okej.
Kad je Viper ostao na topu. Možda je bilo drugačije, mislim, bilo bi definitivno drugačije da je bio na donjim stranima.
Teleport being channeled. I want to see who was first. It was AL who channeled the TP first.
Yeah, so we end up getting the ult comes in, the equalizer, but it's kind of a shot.
Dala je dobro na početku, a onda došla Aurora i...
But Zeus' cooldown's a little bit late. It gets a bit split. Peanut goes down. We don't get this kill onto Shanks, who gets another rotation of spells. And Delight kind of has to commit so deep to finish off the Rakan, so... Very scrappy fight, and it was kind of one of these things where they'd already committed, so when the TP was coming in, there wasn't really a way to get out again. And again, Viper was just in the top lane farming. I think HLE had a lot of confidence in those ults carrying them through, but realistically, the equalizer just didn't get that much value.
True. I should correct myself, only one TP channeled in that fight. Obviously, Zayas was down bot with the lane swap, where they were mismatching, so his equalizer didn't get much value. Flyndrew picked up a kill from that trade as well. Outside of that, it was only Delight. Pick up the second kill for HLE. Small gold lead for AL. As quick note as well, that dragon, it did go down. Orcs, I'm looking up. It's Infernal. Sorry, I had to look for the logo. The Infernal dragon did start off.
That's usually how you work out what dragon.
I know, but
it has a little fire symbol.
Yeah, but I'm used to the color of it. It's like a white symbol here. So I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're used to something. It's like the overlay at MSI and EWC being different. And you look at it like, oh, it's very different as grubs are going to start off. Pause on that thought. Yeah, I do. Like an old man. One grub taken. Second, waiting for the smite here. Tarzan gets it. Trying to disengage his Peanut. Now with a pillar up, but the light is too far from the engage. ZETSKO has his wall up, but doesn't want to commit. So 2 for 1 grubs is special.
The thing is, AL there, there's no real reason for them to overstay when they've already got those 2 grubs. I'll give one over to HLE. They've already got the advantage. We'll back off on that play. Again, game's still very close at this point. You can see feats of strength though built up pretty heavily in favor of anyone's legend right now. One away in terms of objectives from securing that.
Zamisli sada da ima Varus ulti za taj knockout.
And he is the only person with an advantage on HLE, apart from Delight, who got that kill earlier. And he's now
Ali ima 6.
Yes, between worlds, so pops them under turret. Look out there, the minion wave is Delight.
A gdje će Flandre sada?
He's going to run out shortly as the Featherstorm will fly. HLE, that 2-man dive, pulls out an ulti, gets some damage, but in the end, 2 ultis for 1 is the trade.
Such a hard champion to dive, and a little bit ambitious to go for. You know, and in the end, you're trading both of your ultimates for the ultimate of the Aurora. You do chunk Flandre out, but I mean, they went for it. They didn't exactly lose. They didn't die for it. They didn't burn any summoners massively. And it's just a trade of ultimates. But yeah, a hard one to try and pull off there. Even though Viper did get a good amount of damage down with his ultimate. It's now a minute until that next dragon. You can see supports down in the bot side of the map starting to get a little bit set up in the area. You know, will pick up that Scuttle Crab. And already Ghostblade completed for Hope.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Varus kind of in a pretty great spot. And this is kind of the problem with the Xayah, is that the Varus, when you're playing for mid priority at this sort of point of the game, setting up these waves, the Varus can just poke you out.
True. How do you step up?
Yeah. I mean, at least with the Essence Wave, you can kind of just play a little bit like caster Xayah, because you know you have infinite mana. You can just spam your abilities to clear the waves a bit, like Viper's been doing there.
Ja ne volim Essence.
Right. And you get whittled
Ja sam Juntal enjoyer, mislim Essence buildam kad moram tipa Ako vidim da je game na MF, da se rana na Essence ili na Lucianu, naravno. Ali Juntal mi se generalno mnogo više sviđa kao item. Mnogo je više feels good. A, taj skill. Nov hero, nisam ga probao, trebam probam večeras jednom na streamu, ako bude otvorena uopšte.
You know, like Zinzao and Rakan at least has to get close with it. Yeah. Seismic shove's pretty telegraphed. The virus.
Video 2 gejma. Oba smo izgubili. Jedan je delovala ok, drugi game je imao 20 smrti. Tako da.
Anyone's Legend have started this up. Oh, Peanut could be in some trouble.
Koliko dobro možeš izgledati od 20 smrti.
Ade carry-a.
On the back is Flandre coming in and he's got his ulti back up. The shot sent back from Zeka. Kale.
Follow up na Azira, bravo. Flandre Wifova je stranu kad je flashao.
Taj Peanut to uradi.
Tarzan, what je ovo bilo?
Viper. A ne, dovoljno. Shanks nema damage, Shanks nema mana.
A double kill over an AAL spring to life.
Oh, now look for more.
There's a chomp as well, shut down. Okay, Peanut gets one. TP, they wanted a little bit more. Maybe Zeka thought we can go again.
Yeah, not really going to find anything on the back of this. Dragon goes over to Anyone's Legend there, and the fight advantage as well, but a little bit of an answer back. It's Hope, though, who's the main beneficiary of that 4-0-1 now on this virus, able to clean up those kills. And think Kale here able to find Zeka, really great play. So initially they look for the Azir get the ult, and then he re-engages, catches him after the ult's down. So immediately Azir's gone, Peter gets chunked, Zeus looks for Flandre, but kind of gets juked by him here, so doesn't have the follow-up damage. I gotta say, Viper's doing everything he can in this situation. Manages to get a huge blade caller on these two.
Ne znam, dežavu prvog zmaja, EL Malkice dobije više fight i uzmu Drakea.
Hope is just charging forwards, cleaning up kills in this fight.
As you said, the Yeomans did work for him early. It's doing work for him again. Backing on a ward here, though. This is how Peanut gets the shutdown to light with no HP. It's a clean return kill, but then they lose Zeka's TP after the fact as well. Target looks concentrated, locked in there.
3 for 2, so not a huge advantage, but the Dragon secured. It's the objective they wanted.
Yeah.
And if Flandre hadn't recalled on that ward, it would have been even more favored towards Anyone's Legend. It's still in a huge gold lead. They do get the feats of strength. They do have the 2 Dragon leads. So definitely a big edge for AL. But I think the main thing is not so much, because again, it's not a big team gold lead, but it's where the gold is. It's Hope having a 1,500 gold lead over Viper. It's the fact that...
Seismic Shove, as well as Weaver's Warp. Both are now out. Or rather, it's the Emperor's Divide, excuse me. Shanks is half HP, but he's just going to disengage.
That was, oh, you missed the cannon. That was a pure solo play.
Mislim, hoće se bije jer ima item spike.
But yeah, that's just it. Zeka has no one nearby. As coming down, maybe Kale was looking to help out. Quickness going to be burned out, and there you go. A couple of ultis down now across the board, and Herald's up in 1 minute.
I feel like both these teams just being so aggressive. You know, Zeka just trying to force onto Shanks with no backup, no other players. Normally you see a play like that, you know, we pan down to it. I'm immediately looking at the map. Who's there? No one was there. He just wanted to see if he could find something. And then the like forcing the ult from his lane opponent with some backup from Viper.
Mato, ništa ne puštam na pauzi. Ne. Od prošli put kad je Rito kukao više, što se pauze tiče, pauziram.
Zaslužena pauza za nas.
Da. Mislim, pogotovo ako ode u 3 gema, ove mjesto 3 opet će biti 10 sati live-a, tako da...
Been building roads, been looking at who builds roads in League of Legends these days.
I mean, they can build walls.
Vidjet ćemo da li će neki od ovih timova da nas ispošta.
You've lost me.
Pa ne znam, mislim, BLGG tu eventualno mogu da vidim da ide u 2 gema. Ovo, može best of 3, ali... ne znam, verujem da i ovo lagano možda ode u 3, jer... Kao i EL i Hanva su dobre ekipe, nema tu šta.
Znači misliš da će G2 baš da nalupa BLG?
Da, očigledno sam to baš mislio. Mislim, kako drugačije, zaista, kako drugačije.
I'm seeing Zeka in this game, I'm seeing one item, and I'm thinking maybe he can build. Herald's use quickness. That's going to be up and available though. Short cooldown is a 15.5 minute mark. That Herald's up. Dragon's up in 110, so...
No, Hanvu briga, oni scaluju, mislim, Zaja Azir, Rumble.
Because it is a mountain salt coming up, and extra bonus stats to stop some of the all-in from HLE. It's quite nice for AL to play through game 1.
Yep. And I think, especially a Mountain Soul in a game like this, you're already struggling to deal with this virus. That extra level of safety would make such a big difference. Herald being started.
Exhaust down. That's unsealed spellbook.
Yeah.
But nothing to swap through for KL yet, so he has no flash. Herald's pulled out maximum. Eye exposed. Zeus is coming in. Hope wants to zone this. He gets Chains of Corruption down. It's beautiful stun.
Su ih lepo zonovali, Kyle i Hope.
Walk out with a bit of poke on their backside.
Just so hard to approach, you know. They're wanting to look for an angle, they want to try and challenge, but the poke from Hope is
Uopšte
so
nisu
significant.
smeli da nisu mogli
Even
priđu,
early
ni
on,
malo.
he's that tanky, and he has such a lead over pretty much everyone in terms of gold.
Another cannon. Wait, boy, there's the zoom in we're asking for, isn't it?
Now looking towards this dragon that spawned up, bit more control in favor of HLE in the area for now. The Herald gonna get thrown down mid, gonna force some sort of response. TP coming in as well. AL definitely putting the focus down here. You see the recoil coming in from this as well.
Very nice. Okay, Pillar in the way, easy for Peanut. Doesn't shove on Delight. They're drawing out the Unbreakable Will, but they haven't found it yet. Herald is going to drop down before the charge. That Pillar interaction annoying. TP flank though. HLE looking for an angle to bring this game back in. For game one, the opening of the series, it's Zeus who pokes out Tarzan and HLE converge. He jumps, he flashes, takes the blast cone. Nice escape from Tarzan, but it doesn't end there. HLE have been poked out by Hope, and this third dragon continues to be a look.
I think AL on in a rush. Just let Hope get the poke down. More poke on into Light. Zek is already half HP.
Oni su startovali iz Maja, pa iz Maja
so he can stack up his knock-up.
Thanks. It's about his Weaver's Wall as well. It's going to come in. Peanuts on the wrong side of it. All right, we'll see. Equalizer down. There's the quickness again from Kyle, but Peanuts still not dead at 3.5k. The Between Worlds hits 4 people. Flandre, he's exhausted. He's on the damage. The redemption comes down to Light. Gets backline engaged. Legend is Tarzan. Destroys the enemy jungler. Running through its Peanut rather, who ends up dying.
Flandre živ. Tarzan, jao, Tarzan lepo.
Flandre je živ i dalje, nevjerovatno.
And anyone's legend have taken game one.
Such a good fight from anyone's legend. They're able to get the dragon, able to play it patiently, have the clean up, the value that Flandre got there with the AoE.
To Caster Kolovo game.
Forced them into this position where they had to try and...
Ja mislim da je rekao, to sam ja sad razmišljam, rekao, da sam ja loše čuo da je on rekao da uzimaju game 1.
He ends up having to ult just to survive. The equalizer doesn't get much value, just kind of cuts them off.
Mislim da je ovo Wolf, ja mislim da on jedan
onto the virus, and Zeus is there to try and clean up. But the peel comes in immediately. You know, Viper's getting a lot of damage down. The shuffle is okay, but they're not able to finish off these targets. And they're just so slippery, and Tarzan getting the wind become lightning onto Viper, shutting him down, cleaning up the fight. Just some excellent team fighting for the LPL's #1 seed.
Oba tima.
Is alike as well. Now I did say, looks like AL.
Ani samo fali skela još malo.
A major fight, first major fight of the game really. And with that gold lead also comes
ovaj fight na tipa 3 itema verovatno idu u njihovu korist.
See 2 item to lead just about as well, and Humble Life. Again, this is what AL is so good at doing, is forcing their opponent into these fights. They're very good at 5v5s, at trying to hand stiff, and Humble Life have hands. It feels like the setup in this game for AL.
I think just the virus score is causing so many issues.
So much easier to execute, hey? He just keeps poking them down.
Just keeps poking, and it puts a timer on your setup, so like you have to start the fight sooner rather than later. It makes you desperate, and then when you finally force to engage, everyone's already lower, and you have so many tools that just cause issues. Like the Unraveled Earth comes out, the ultimate from the Aurora comes out as well. Just so much AoE damage, and then the cleanup is just there. And HLE really struggling, finding their way in this one. And the thing is, there's now just there isn't that pressure. There's Arakan coming up in a couple of seconds. It's on the boss side of the map as well. There's Dragon up in 3 minutes. AL can just maintain control of bot side. They're in no rush though. They don't need to start Arakan. If they get a window, sure they should. But if they maintain control there, then in 2.5 minutes when Dragon's up, they can just take the soul. If ever there's a point where HLE overstep or someone takes too much poke, that's a signal to start up the objective. Oh, they're just going to desperation start it.
You are a little bit tilted from this one, Orcs. It's 4 on Arakan.
You know what?
Worried.
It's a best of 3. The game's looking dire. Just send it, you know? Do I think this is going to work? Probably not, but why not?
Teleport's going to be committed. It's double TP again. We're 5v5ing. Flandre from bot. Zeka from the top of it. At 7k, you need the auto attack from the Azir. The Weaver's Wall, those zones him off. At 6.5, it's still going down, but HLE are pulling off as Delight pulls the unbreakable will. Seismic jump, the cow is in.
Timovi, ja mislim da moraju da... Imam osjećaj da oni zaborave da kad ataka krene da ih udara da im šreduje rezistence. Ali apsolutno im šreduje sav rezistence što imaju. Koliko puta vidim ovo da timovi startuju tog atakana, ja mislim da ne kontaju to. Juče sam baš proveravao kada sam igrao i tipa izgubiš 80-90% rezistenca, ne znam nija koliko. Padem ono sa 60 magic resista na tipa 10. To je jedna od onih stvari koje ne pričamo često kada su u pitanju Atakan fajtovi.
To je istina, da. Atakan u stvari nabada. Nabada i shreduje ozbiljno.
Can weird out somewhere, can't he? He's just going to walk out, get the shutdown. Shutdown to Zeka does feel nice, all game considered, but...
Yeah, it's 50 seconds until Dragon. I don't think that shutdown's really going to change things drastically right now.
Yeah.
We'll see the replay. The thing is, resistance is getting shredded when you're in the Arakan pit.
Recimo, ovdje Peanut ima tipa 0 rezistenca. I oni Viper.
The wall comes in, which doesn't have like huge value, but like think about the light gets shredded even through the ult. He takes so much damage, and then Zeka's a little bit split here, and just gets jumped on and deleted. You know, Viper has to ult just to survive. The front line gets shredded.
Zeka isto je, izgubio je sve jer je dovoljno.
He does what he can to survive, but not really many options in this situation.
It was a 4-man smite fight. The light didn't get the smite in the end. And again, yeah, it was Rakan, it was KL who took the smite and got the Atakan. Now, game one looks all but secure, but for HLE, their last stand here in this first game at the very least to stop Dragon Soul. It needs a miracle. It needs Zeka with a shove, but the Weaver's Wall begins us off. Seismic shove comes through, Peanut dodges away, but between worlds, set up with KL is beautiful. Now a Mountain Soul easily smoked it down. Delight's unbreakable will hangs in the balance, but Viper can't save his support. All from anyone's legend are in. They're all gamers, they're all legends, and that's all you need to know for a successful game one. Zayas and Viper get out, but the game is all but done. Chilling smite for the follow-up. Tarzan, he cares not. He'll ult TL, and Viper will be the last to go. Again, AL sink in their fangs.
Tarzan pokida imamo najveći level u game.
Tarzan je baš presmofo. Mislim, nema šta, fenomenalan jungler. Vidimo šta je. Mogu dodati na Ksinu također, mislim da igrao nešto što ima malo više carry potencijala i da Ksin je jako dobar ako je game 20 minuta. Ali ono, nije baš najjači carry jungler, tako da... Vidjet ćemo, ako se produži ova serija šta će još igrati.
Jako lepo ulti od Kajela.
And I just don't see any angles to fight for this position anymore. It just feels like cleanups from AL. Find a target, see a target, kill a target. That simple.
Tarzan masterclass ovaj game.
Ends up being an ace. And Tarzan, I mean, he's had a great game again. Anything that gives him agency, looks like that's why Tarzan is the best jungler in LPL.
Ima i onaj drugi ugao kod Zina u tome, kad je Zin ovoliko ahead, onda ne opada u scale-u.
Dobro, to je true, da. Dovoljno kratko, da.
Kupimo sam.
Ovo je bilo čak ok od Delighta, iskreno.
Jako lepo da od Delighta. Sad nam je dovoljno damage-a. Nema je. Zeka je samo legao dole. Boys. Viper is. Ovo je N?
Mislim da ima dovoljno vremena, Rumble ne može sam da defa, tako da...
They are just going to push through. Don't think Zayas going to be able to do enough on his own, especially without the equalizer, looking towards game 2 on the back of this push.
As you said, the virus is a big regret, but for Hummer Life, a 25-minute loss, count at 26.
A uz Zeuske di je igrač. Neće probati da izdefa. 4 levela manje od protivničkog junglera.
25 minutes and a best of 3 in quarterfinals. That's domination from AL.
Completely, you know, it felt like there wasn't really a point in the game where HLE were in control.
To nema šta.
Čovjek kolovo game u 15. minutu je ovo zapravo se završilo u 25. Okej, oni sajne izgleda imaju skript koji ide...
Imaju, da znaju napred šta će se dogodi, to je respekt. Jako bitna stvar, sljedeća pauza je 15 minuta, trebala bi da bude 15 minuta, tako da malo kraća pauza između partija unutar serije, to je dosta bitno. Svako idemo na pauzicu 15 minuta i vraćamo se sa Game Over 2.
Game 1 is done and dusted, but it's the best of 3 eliminations, so we'll find out what happens between Game 2.
This land is calling.
Well, after the fist bump, it was all AGAL. Hanwha Life Esports fall in match number 1 in the quickest game in Esports World Cup 2025 here for League of Legends, as the LPL champion showing off their prowess and their understanding of objective control, and really didn't give Hanwha Life Esports too much room to breathe. Welcome back. Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez to break that last one down, and that was a tough one for Hanwha Life fans, and for AGAL, you're feeling good up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, that was not what I was expecting out of this game. I know that Hanwha Life came here with a lot to prove. They didn't make the MSI, and this was their first match up against, you know, one of the top teams internationally, and wow, they got stomped. That was rough. It kind of started with that 4 versus 5. They kind of forced it Dragon without their AD carry and snowballed from there. So yeah, I mean, that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, you know, I thought that Hanwha Life Esports were going to look a lot better than this, obviously. The draft, I think, was fine. You could look at ZETSKO getting the Azir. He has played a lot of Azir over the course of the last 2 or 3 or so years, but it's not like the Omega ZETSKO wheelhouse, but it still felt pretty good, especially in this meta. But into Taliyah, can run into some problems. Also, you can really feel the difference when Peanut is not playing Vi. You know, he got Vi earlier in this tournament, and we were like, wow, just do whatever they want, and the engages are so clean. And then he's playing Trundle, and it's like, huh. It felt very forced from them.
Yeah, I didn't love Hanwha Life's draft, especially the first 3, because both Rumble and Trundle, in my mind, are champs that do really well when they're paired with CC from other lanes. But when your whole top side has no lockdown whatsoever, you're pretty much just relying on Alistar, who he's a really good setup champion. He can get things going, but it's best if you have things that can follow up more CC, because as it stood in this game, they were kind of just able to walk out of everything that Hanwha Life threw down. And I also think the draft was interesting that they opted to give away Varus, which is one of the best champs in the game right now. Most people prioritize him highly. They triple banned Tarzan, so they definitely wanted to try to take AGL's jungler off of his comfort, and he just ends up dropping a bomb anyway. So it was just like crazy.
Yeah, we heard Whippo earlier say Renekton Trundle makes sense, but like you guys said, no hard CC there to hold someone in place for the Rumble, and wasn't able to have impactful ults. As we take a look at some of the early fights in our first highlight, it was back-to-back Drakes here, and the setup was just chaotic. Like, they're like, all right, I guess we're running in. We're going to try to fight on top of this. But key here is keep your eye on ZETSKO, because he didn't last very long in these team fights.
This was that first fight they did where on the surface, this looks like a pretty close fight, you know, not a bad one from HLE. And then you pan over to the minimap and you see Xayah's top lane. You don't have your AD carry. That's pretty much all your sustained damage. And even though she wouldn't be that strong this early in the game, it's still not standard practice to force a 4 versus 5 this hard. So yeah, a little bit surprised by that decision. And a lot of the fights afterwards too just didn't really go their way.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this fight as well. Felt very forced. You know, they get the big pullback on the feathers from Viper, and that was about it. That was kind of the one angle. And for AL, it felt like all of their, for AGAL, it felt like all of their team fights were very nicely set up. Like, they had a very clear angle of how they were going to approach those fights. It's something that Finn talked about. Like, they know exactly how to angle into the fights, to take the fights on their page. I feel like Shanks on the Taliyah was really fantastic. All of his walls were in the right spot, always right behind Hanwha Life Esports, making the one engage tool of the Alistar a really difficult job for Delight.
Yeah, let's take a look at our third Drake, which is where the game finally broke open. Before then, it was 6-4. Things were still close, so you're thinking, all right, which way is it going to go? Goes the way of AGAL.
Yeah, in this one, Peanut got kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and then there was a massive Aurora ult, which just kind of did a lot of damage to everybody, made it pretty chaotic for HLE. AGL grabs the dragon, and then, you know, they're just kind of able to clean up.
Yeah, again, this just comes down to the excellent setup from the side of AGAL. They had so many zoning tools that by the time Delight finally got his engage, he was super low. His ult was basically towards the end, and he was only engaging for Zeus, who was on the backline, but the rest of the team was so far away because they got zoned by a wall and an entire Aurora ult.
And then finally, our last one here, the Otacon fight. You had to do something if you're Hanwha Life Esports. They tried to step up here and force this one, and Medios was in the back being like, is this really the call?
This was just pure desperation. I don't think Hanwha Life would look at this situation and be like, yeah, this is good for us. This was definitely a situation where you just feel like, all right, this game is lost, let's just try something. And this wasn't it. You know, you see the Rumble ult. I feel like they need more CC for these champions. A lot of the fights too, ZETSKO was one of the first people to die on Hanwha. I think he was, you know, probably feeling pressure to go in, make something happen, but he kind of ended up just getting taken out every single fight. very early on, which isn't ideal for an Azir. He's more of a hyper carry. So, yeah, I think it just didn't go their way. They lost some early fights, and I'm not totally sure if this is a comp they normally play, but it didn't seem to work that well for them.
It felt like a lot of comfortable pieces, but the entire composition as a whole wasn't great. We look at AGAL Tarzan. He was actually fantastic. You mentioned the 3 bans against him. Still ended up with 10 KDA on the Xinjiao, which they did pick up early for him, which did make a lot of sense. Tarzan, I think, trying to send a message to his brother Viper, potentially, and Peanut as well, across the aisle, saying that he is here to play.
Yeah, again, he was the piece joining this Anyone Legends roster from LNG last year, has been one of the most dominant junglers, able to do so in game number 1. On the Xinjiao, which has been high priority, he's able to get in, has the Crescent Guard as well to buy time in those fights, and it just felt like lack of CC here in the composition for Hanwha Life Esports once it got to equal, and once the, I guess, vision control and vision setup was done by AGAL first. So, just got the update. Hanwha Life Esports moving on over to the blue side. We've seen a lot of blue side dominance in the most recent set of patches. So, Hanwha Life going towards that way. Medias, you've been pretty vocal about the lack of CC in that game number 1. What do you want to see here? Where's the draft going to build around for Hanwha Life Esports since they're going on the blue side?
Well, I would expect they would try to put Zeka on maybe more of a playmaker. I know that historically he's really known for his Sylas and Akali, which aren't the easiest champs to draft, but maybe something like Annie could go really well for them. And a lot of these fights, it felt like he was trying to posture up to get the fight started, which, you know, on Azir, it can work, but it's not always what you want to do. But something like Annie could be really effective for him.
Yeah, I mean, other picks, I'd like to see, like, Delight's Rel, maybe like a Poppy for the team, but also, of course, Peanut. Although I don't think he can do what he does to some of the lower-level LCK junglers against Tarzan with that champion. Yeah, definitely a lot on their shoulders. Again, it is Fearless, so there are going to be some big champions taken away for this game number 2, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, we didn't have a 2-0 AGAL on our panel here. Myself, of course, expecting Hanwha Life Esports to take a win. So kind of a surprise if it ends up going that way, but also maybe yet again a re-evaluation of the power rankings here for AGAL, the champs of the LPL. They did have a great tournament over at MSI, finishing 3rd and only by a game in that best of 5 there against T1. So I think rethinking, like, what is the true power level for AGAL when we think about our potential title winner here for the Esports World Cup, Medios?
Yeah, I mean, they looked pretty dominant in this last one. I can say that for sure. And I think Hanwha Life Esports is just going to need to chill out a little bit. They had so many deaths in such a fast game. It really sort of seemed like they were super desperate early on. And I mean, a lot of the fights didn't go their way, but like we've seen from Nkoi, I think a lot of times you have to be patient, especially if you're playing champions like Xayah and Azir. They have great late game scaling. You don't really want to get in a situation where you have to force super hard like that. So I think they just need to, you know, have a game plan and stick to it. If you're going to play scaling champions without a lot of CC, you probably don't want to be forcing tons of fights and trying to play like you're a pick comp or playing stuff. You know, if you're going to treat your comp like it's Vi, Ahri, whatever, then you should probably be on those type of champions, not other styles. So I think they should draft whatever's comfortable for them. You know, Fearless drafting's hard. I don't know exactly how their comp's going to look after this one, but whatever they end up with, they should just chill out and try to play to their champion strengths.
Yeah, a little bit over a minute before we headed back on over to the stage for game number 2. Valdez, one thing that we pointed out early on in that last one is the amount of respect in the very early game. Remember last game, the first game that we saw, Zeus on the Gwen, just constantly pushing, creating lane pressure and dying, but still creating lane pressure. Not doing that in this one. Maybe that's an edge that they need to go back to there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because sometimes we look at Zeus and we're like, you're just going crazy. Like, why are you doing this? You're so good. You could control the lane, but yeah, maybe a little bit too reserved here. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was. As Medios has been touching on, it felt like they were a little bit confused about how their composition was going to play out and how aggressive Zeus should be and how the rest of the team should be. I'm just worried for them. I thought HLE were in a much better spot just based on the little that we saw from them so far, But right now, it looks like AGAL are the big favorites for Game 2.
All right, here we go. Well, AGAL locked on in game number 1. Hanwha Life Esports, they need to find an answer here. Otherwise, their key will be crushed, and their Esports World Cup journey will be over in the quarterfinals. For AGAL, they look great. We're worried maybe that the time off would harm them. It was not the case. They were dominant in game 1 and looking to close it out in game 2. Now it's time to send it on over to our casters for game number 2, Hysterics and Ox.
Thank you, very nice redhead man. Well, it is good to get into game number 2. And as he said, Orcs and I will be joining you for what has been, I guess, a surprise for some. But again, the time off for AL hasn't been that long in comparison to Hanwha Life, who lost 3-0 against T1.
Egon has red hair, right?
Yeah.
HLE's colors are orange, but AGAL are red.
Wait, so he's a traitor, or
he's betrayed the LCK?
He has.
He has.
What is that guy doing?
Why didn't he dye his hair orange?
That's a good question.
Maybe they needed that support, and they didn't get it.
Hey, let's get a... If this is the 2-0 or even 2-1, whatever happens, let's get an interview with Dagon. And let's ask him, as someone's keys being crushed, why the color choice for the hair? We've got many questions that need answering. One is whether Hanwha Life can get a game, take us to a game 3. Remember, single elim. You don't get another chance. You don't move to a loser's bracket. This is it. And as I was saying before, Hanwha Life have had quite a bit of time off. I mean, Orcs, you were there. I know it's your league. 3-0 from T1. Kind of the beginning of bad news, maybe.
I mean,
for Hanwha Life, sorry.
I feel like the road to MSI was super disappointing, especially given
you were saying before,
they had a strong performance in the regular season.
Yep.
They had a great performance in the LCK Cup. They had a great first stand. And then both T1 and Gen G went to MSI and were the 2 strongest teams, right?
Yeah.
Met in the finals, 3-2 to Gen G. It was a close series. And I think for HLE, not having that chance to prove themselves there, and then if they were to come to EWC and get 2-0'd by AGAL, a team which both Gen G and
I evo nas nazad da vidimo šta će se dogoditi ovdje, da li EL završava ovu seriju ili će ipak Hanwha nešto se pita da se vrati nazad. Ne znam, slušao sam malo desk i oni su u fazonu kao više su verovali u Hanwhu, čudi što dobija EL, i mislim da to nije preterano fair ka EL-u. Uzet ću obzir da je EL jedva izgubio od T1-a, a Hanwha ipak 3. mesto, tako da po toj nekoj logici EL bi trebao u najgorem slučaju da bude jednak sa Hanwhom. Tako da mislim da im ne daje desk dovoljno kredita, iskreno.
Zeka na međevima je i dalje diskutabilno posle toliko godina.
Hanwha Life had that triple Tarzan ban. Now it's a singular one. Now it's just that Poppy that he pilots so well. So as you said, jungle here is an open book.
And something I will say is that
mislim ja se uvek vraćam na tu istu stvar kad je u pitanju recimo neko kao Zeka, ali on je bio solidan grifer pre nego što je osvojio World. I umeo je da gubi gameove solo. Međutim, te godine kad je osvojio Worlds, na Worldsu pogodila ga je meta i bio je uveliko najbolji igrač na svijetu u tom trenutku. Međutim, posle toga je opet bio coin flip malo. Pogotovo kad je izvan čempiona koje igra češće kao što su Ari, Akali, Silas, Jon. Na međevima je dosta slabiji.
Da, to je fair, to je fair.
Tako da. A i Peanut isto ima svojih momenta gde samo propadne. Nažalost, Hanwha.
But heavy AD so far. And you got to remember, Gwen is banned, Rumble was taken away because of Fearless in game 1. You know, even options like Aurora that we see top lane taken away.
Yeah, what do you have?
And if you are a heavy AD composition when the enemy team already has a Scion, does make you feel a little bit concerned with how tanky he could end up being. Now, They do end up securing the rel for Delight, wanting some of that engage power. Their composition is very dive focused already. I think that makes sense given that Rakan and Alistar already taken off the cards to insanely good engage picks that Delight has a lot of proficiency on. But he's also extremely good at rel. We've seen him have a great rel performance already at this tournament, so we will lock back.
Gledam da će biti nešto čudno od pikova, ali okej, Akali možda bude fun.
What a call out into Zeka, who has an Akali Will's skin.
You were complimenting this guy though at MSI. You were saying like Shanks had an insane tournament.
Ma da ne zgodno za... Kaži.
Ne, te samo da kažem, razmišljam da li će nastaviti da banuju mid pikove ili misle da Yun će biti... Ako se Yun swapuje na top. Ako ga flexu.
Mislim da je jako teško igrati Akali u Wukonga, jer Wukong kad upali Cyclone, samo ne možeš, mislim, bit ćeš knock-upovan ako probaš da pređeš preko njega. Iako uđeš u shroud, samo možeš da upali Cyclone također, tako da to je malo nezgodno.
In this situation. I also wonder about the 80 carry pick, what Viper's going to bring out here.
Do you think he pulls out a Ziggs because of their lack of AP? Or what do you think about Ziggs into San? I guess it's a better question in the grand scheme of things.
I Real te može snerovati dok si u shroudu.
Hard to keep up with the mobility, so I don't think it's going to make that much sense in the situation. Could go, I mean, even something like a Kai'Sa, because their comp's very dive focused and it has like the hybrid damage.
Yeah.
They do end up banning the Ziggs though, so they're clearly thinking about that AP damage profile. I do think that the Akali can cause a lot of issues, but Sion specifically is good into because you can never really get off.
Timovi banuju Ziggsa, ali ja iskreno verujem da taj champion meni čak i ako je dobar draft. Slušao sam tebe i Raleta kad ste MSI radili, kad ste pričali o tome. I ja se sve slažem sa te strane kao drafta, da je dobar draft za Ziggsom, ali meni je taj champion toliko glupo mi je dati tog championa igračima koji mnogo bolje igraju standardne AD carry. I deluje mi useless svaki put.
To je fair.
But the damage profile makes us question. Final pick. Are there any AP top laners with Mist? Volibear AP?
Volibear,
what
chill.
goes smoothly into Sion? Or do you just forego it and you
chill, caster,
chill in this game?
Maybe just forego it. Could be an option, you know. Looks like they might put the Yone in the top lane.
Okay, the Yone top.
Go for that Ari in the mid lane. There's dive potential from that. This is the thing, right? You know, one of the reasons the Yone is banned so heavily against HLE is obviously Zek is phenomenal on it, but you know, it's also a pick that's been huge for Zeus as well. And that ability to flex. Can obviously prioritize items like Blithering King into Sion as well. Kai'Sa comes through. Kai'Sa and the Nico, really strong duo together, a lot of dive potential. So pretty dive focused composition with that Sion is bit of an outlier in terms of a front line. On the side of HLE, high mobility composition, and these comps just feel so explosive on both sides. And I feel like the skill expression is off the chain, and I feel like both these teams are willing to, you know, we saw it in the last game, they're willing to fight, and these are compositions that reflect that completely. Yeah, I'm just hyped to see how this goes. A very squishy comp, though, I will say, from HLE. Whereas at least AL have that sort of bulkiness in the top lane, but I'm not sure it really matters that much when you're relying on picks like Akali and Pantheon, that mid-jungle. If they fall behind, can feel super underwhelming.
It really can. And for Wukong and Ari, always a way to force as well. It does feel like the pressure's on for Hama Life. Game one, got a bit of criticism, you know, running into fights consistently, and every time AL, obviously just in the driver's seat. It sounds like a plain vanilla thing to say, but it is the truth, where AL always look comfortable when they're the ones who are able to force fights. They've got tools to do it again going into game two, but as we started off,
imamo neki kolp, šta misliš, ko dobija?
But AL slapped HLE in the face in 25 minutes.
Ja mislim da će biti...
One more game's all it takes.
Ja mislim da će biti 2-1. Ja mislim da će Hano dobiti ovu. Mislim da su dobili dosta comfort heroja. Jedino što, sa druge strane, zašto mislim da Animal Legend dobija, je što imaju Pantheon Kai'Su. Mislim da su kineski AD carry na Kai'Si su samo ono, strašni.
To jeste istina. A mislim, draft je, ne znam, oba drafta su dobra na svoj način. Mislim da će Akali biti jako teško igrati. Jer prvo Shanks je jako mlad igrač, nema puno iskustva, igra Akaliju lika koji je pobedio World sa Akali, tako da malo je nezgodno. Mimo Akali mi se više sviđa draft AL-a, ali bi rađe recimo da su uzeli Ari umjesto Akali, samo midlane da zamenim i AL ima top tier draft.
You know what's funny? This was actually talked about in the LCK. Yeah. When we had a lot of Ari being played. Every player in the league
AL they may Ari
used the Faker skin.
And it's Faker who didn't use it because he used skins. I think someone said he played it once. It's probably on release. I don't know when. I don't know if you have context on that, but he never plays skins. And that's that is GOAT behavior. As oh my god, the giant panda.
Ne, ovo je pandica.
There it is, Orcs. There it is. We've been looking in the logo in the wrong place. That's cool. There's nothing in the eyes though. It kind of looks scary. Like
you know what? That's a throwback. Do you remember the panda costume incident?
Panda, as in Panda C, the player?
No, it was in the LPL. It was when I thought AL would make playoffs, and I said, if they don't make playoffs, I'll cast the first playoff game in the panda costume.
Oh yeah.
And they didn't make playoffs, so that's what happened.
I've got that saved somewhere on my computer actually. If you can't Google Orcs panda costume chat, you'll have to look at it a different way. DM me, I'll send it to you. It's on my home PC. I've saved it as my desktop.
Wow.
You're next to Odoamne as C3PO. I got a huge folder.
But I think it goes to show, you know, making bets whether or not they'd make playoffs, and now #1 team in the LPL, how far they've come.
Boy. This is Grass matchup, by the way. Just talk individually about what's going on top. So Grass versus Grass, that's getting real dicey up there, but flash engage, HLE, pull the trigger onto Hope, who goes down to an ignite, auto attack by Viper, flash away, but it's match.
Jako lepo vedi light naša. Ala često padaju AD carry na ovu foru sa Real. Nevjerovatno koliko često padaju na tu istu foru.
Tarzan ima nazad.
Tarzan gets a kill, Kyle gets out. All 8 summoners burn from the bottom lane of AL and HLE.
Yeah, so much action already in this game. I feel like we're looking at the top lane battle going on between Zeus and Flandre, but bot lane even more exciting. Delight starting the fight early on with that all-in and managing to catch out Hope. That aggressive play. Beautifully executed. A bit unfortunate that they end up backfiring because of the presence of Tarzan, but just lands everything on Hope, and Hope is like in a position where he's pretty sure he's dead, ends up using the flash, but it forces Viper to trade his in return. And then they think they can find another kill, but Tarzan is there to punish. Just a little bit greedy. And the ricochets that came through the wave, I wonder if that puts the wave.
Ladne clearovao top side, samo petovano bot. Sve ostale kampove pustio.
Yeah, I think it might have slow pushed the wave. So I think Hope is actually going to end up, because look, Viper's actually level 2.
Yeah.
Not even level 3. And Hope is picking up farm and is actually a bit ahead. So I think the ricochet is actually kind of...
Zez bi trebao da više nego lagan u ovom matchupu.
The wave wasn't in a great spot. So...
Nice detail, yeah.
In the end of the play, didn't work out too favorably for HLE, despite the good aggression from Delight. That's something he's definitely known for.
It's also Tarzan getting a kill again right last game. Snowball effect on his Zins out. Tarzan was definitely jungle diffing.
Yeah.
I feel like Peanut couldn't really operate much in the fights as Tarzan had so much backline access.
I mean, especially a pick like Pantheon, and I feel like Pantheon's the sort of pick where, you know, especially if you play the game for a long time, you think of like the old Pantheon, of how he was like really kind of cheesy but fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
I feel like new Pantheon actually holds his own a lot more in the later stages of the game. But you do kind of need gold for him to function. But like, he actually does so much damage if he has a lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not going to see it now because HLE are going to dive in the reverse. Hope is going to get bopped up, crash down. Nicely done. Turret shots mean nothing.
Okay.
Time being. A couple more autos. Kale needs a bit of a pop, but he won't find it.
Baš su agresivni na bot.
That was beautiful though. That is the sort of thing you want to see where it's a punish. You take the opportunity when the summoners have been burned. The execution was good as well. Hope was trying to pull away from the tower. Moves back in because he wants them to have tower aggro, but unfortunately not quite enough damage done to be able to finish off the support of HLE.
Boy, all in. Zek has actually got ulti though, so
Shanks nema level 6
get
kao
over the wall,
prvo.
but away from Tarzan is the main thing.
Yeah.
Shanks does not have perfect execution yet.
This is the sort of gank where it's very non-committal from Tarzan. It costs very little just to walk in mid.
Yeah.
And you get the ult from Zeka, you relieve a little bit of pressure. Zeka was never dying there, but you force a cooldown. So, you know, Tarzan just getting something done. But you can see the matchup in the mid lane going in favor of Zeka here, having that range versus melee matchup and having the advantage there.
If AL win this tournament,
Tajna mišljenje o Jonu kao heroju.
For all of us to see.
You know what? I will.
Tenkove radi, igrao sam ga ja dosta na topu. I mislim da generalno radi jako dobro jer je jako lako igrati Jona u Orna, u Siona, u tako te stvari. Tako da ono, ako već imaš ugao za free scale, mislim, što da ne najiskrenije, što da ne.
Lift weights for the big orange costume.
All right. Yeah, production can start sorting that out.
I feel like that's a pretty
Ti igraš AD carry-a, da li protiv Jona?
Onda ne igraš AD carry-a protiv Jona.
That's right. But HLE right now, you know, in a bit of a dangerous spot. Maybe it's even unfair.
Tako to radi, samo ne igraš, šta da radiš.
Jučer sam bio tu na posljednjem fightu, posljednjeg gejma.
Jesi video? Jesi još što je radio Sjani? A toliko su behind bili.
Whoever the person was in the crowd who has the panda suit, can you please share? Maybe a wash before, I don't know, but
Sjećam se, podsjetilo me na, tipa da li je ja mislim da su još uvijek mythic itemi bili tu i Nemesis igra Viktora na midu i 2 levela niži Kane jungle ga rundownuje. I Nemesis je u fazonu kao, kako da igram protiv ovoga? I bukvalno sam taj osjećaj imao kad sam gledao scenu protiv Jona. Tu ono kao, šta da uradiš? Mislim, ne dobijaš 1 na 1 i on te kao samo rundownuje između 3 igrača.
Pa da, i to je otprilike to.
You see Shanks matching up into theirs though, and this is the matchup really that AL wanted. Dekali into that Yone.
It's cinema, isn't it?
It is, but also a little bit uncomfortable, I feel like, for the Yone.
Yep.
The ability to follow when he uses that unbound soul.
Charm, flash, immediately under Zeka. Look at the tank bar
God,
as well. Zeka
imaju damage tako, imaju više nego ono damage left.
That's beautiful from Tarzan again.
Late CC so good.
Što je, jel se budi?
Zeka thinks he's got a good trade there onto the enemy support, but baited in beautifully. The chain CC from that stun, the flash W. And no real recourse right now. You can see some pings.
Tarzan kad je u formi, onda je baš dobar.
Da. A mislim, opet Pantheon malo bolje skela nego Xin svakako. Tako da, i to je ugao. Jer dobija taj free... dobija free pen, velika stvar.
As you said, the Pantheon has the goal to kind of escalate this game. I said it earlier, and I think to really drill it into people's heads, like Tarzan is reliable with the lead, I find. That's what makes him such a good jungler. He's moldable. You know, we talked in the past, like LPL junglers, like I think Cast was a great example where Cast was always just what called like a dog to his laners. He would always just follow after, you know, such great players. I think Tarzan is a great player in his own right. He can be the carry, or he can, you know, help Shanks carry, he can help Flandre carry. He's so versatile.
Moram se mutam da kinem.
200
golda između dve ekipe, mislim opet većina će biti, to je sve će biti na Tarzanu sa njegove strane. Svi ostali vode za Hanvu, ali opet kažem, Pantheon sa pasivnom od ulta u stvari scale-uje baš dobro. Pogotovo u te mili matchupe gde kao ima free tradeovanje, free stackovanje pasivne, tako da Tarzan stvarno respekt, mnogo lepo igra.
Mislim da ima ceo prvi item. Da.
Ne možeš da baciš nikade u Ari ako ne vista, Charmer će uvek te cancela.
get the ball rolling a little bit. Is behind right now compared to Tarzan, but you know, I feel like it's different when it's a jungle matchup. If the enemy jungler's ahead, you don't necessarily have to interact with them.
True.
But do you want to see, especially now he has that ultimate available, see what impact you can find with that.
Looking trades down bot while ZETSKO all in, perfect execution. Ulti Adam response, Shuriken flip doesn't connect, and that's 2 down of the ulti from ZETSKO. Spirit Rush will just be used eventually anyway. Shanks gets over the wall, and yeah, it's ulti for ulti.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things where you go for the play, if you can land the Shuriken flip, that's why it becomes really scary for the Ahri. But it just ends up being a trade. Pushing for plays, and I feel like that's kind of been the story of this mid lane matchup we saw last game as well. Now, though, Peanut looking bot. Flandre just have ult and flash.
He wants to wave in, but he can't step up as Peanut's coming in. But the biggest question is he killable, right? Because Thornmail first. Flandre is going to reduce healing, and with the armor stacked up, I think...
Zeus bez botrka ne igra ovdje. Si ne radimo damage.
So it's not just the fact that you have to kill him, you have to kill him before the 2-0 Tarzan shows up. Because if he arrives, you lose that fight. So I think Peanut rethinks whether or not he wants to start that and disengage. And, you know, I was talking before about how you don't necessarily have to interact with the enemy jungler. When it's a Pantheon, maybe you do.
True. You're forced to, right? And Zeus, a bit of healing up from Van Scepter. Tarzan also rethinking whether he wants to make this dive happen. There's pings going down like, hey, yo, Delight's MIA, and the pings are actually right on where Delight's position was at the time, if you can see on your minimap.
Yeah, good read. It's just cool to see the sort of thought process of the players, and they're like, hey, we might put set up play.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you sometimes get moments like this when on paper it looks like nothing's really happening, but you actually see that they were trying to go for something, and then, you know, a bit of information they got.
Spojili su sa All Gamers, baš čudno zvuči sad All Gamers Anyone's Legend, ali... Per Viper je uzao lep skin i Chila igra Kalis, tako je. Kraken prokne Cannona da ga promaši, pametno,
I prošle game su ne promašivali Cannona svi.
Obviously gets super tanky, but I feel like
to je legitimno.
You get to the point where you get like armor, like you get shred, right? You get like pen. So like there will come a point in the game where you can shred to him, but like is that point in the game gonna actually come? Because I think Sion really in the mid game is where he's so strong. Before like you know when Vipe has 4 or 5 items, gets to full build, especially when you know AD carries and pro have more economy than like a tank top laner will. When Viper's full build, he will be able to cut through Flandre. It might take some time, but he will cut through him.
Even Zeus in side lanes with Blade and maybe, I don't know if he goes Mortal Reminder later as like a 3rd, 4th item.
Yeah, but in the mid game, that is where it
imaju
feels
čudna
like
neka imena.
so much time to kill Flandre.
Onako, kada puna imena.
And especially
ono i JDD je, ja mislim, isto se nešto tipa, znam da je Ding Dong Gaming, ali ima tipa Intel Esports, tako nešto još. Ono kao u imenu, se neka koristi. Jako čudno.
No further. So that mid game is going to be punishing, going to be powerful. So we're just heading towards second as HLE are gearing up for the second dragon, sitting there watching. Dragons this game a little bit more delayed than you would expect as Peanut picked up the first one, but they've sat on this for a while as Flandre doesn't really have prior, but Tarzan's coming in.
Yeah, we did see Shanks just hit level 11, so this Kali's going to be strong.
Ajmo da vidimo.
Yeah.
Ajmo da vidimo. Dobri, mislim, ok, TP-ovi s druge strane, Sion ima dobar flank. Kyle, dobar.
Kyle, odličan, samo što nema nikako follow-up.
Da. Knock-up mu je bio giga dobar, samo da ima bilo koji follow-up. Shanks će da umre ovdje da bi dobio kill na Peanutu, verovatno. Lepo Shanksa.
Shanks.
O, i on? Flandre nema MR-a ništa. Jo, Pantheon. Ali ima je. Hop, samo tuci sad, gotovo je, ušao si već. Kakav fight.
Mnogo dobar fight.
Such beautiful team fighting from AL there, using the health bars as a resource. The
Kyle je video da spotovao Zeku da ga ovaj video preko zida i samo instant flashovao s ultijem.
And it made all the difference, you know, able to clean up that fight in the end. And we see it starts off with this.
Ovdje vidjeli su se međusobno i Kyle samo instant flashuje s ultijem. Bum.
Viper does avoid it, but he's instantly targeted. Tarzan does steal the dragon. Then we see this play. Peanut's chased down upon.
I ovdje si ti ono što si rekao, Wukong samo ono kapuje na Kali.
And it feels like HLE very much in the back foot. Zeus looks for hope, but it's a great flash. They do almost finish off Flandre, but the shield comes in and look, because it's a fed Pantheon, he's so confident to go in with his ult, and the ult actually gets a lot of AoE damage here.
Holy. That's like a 600 damage Pantheon ult.
Yeah, and then the E there as well buys so much time, flashes from the charm. This buys space for Hope to go in, who manages to disengage with the barrier X, does end up going down, but then it buys space for the rest of the team.
Secure.
And it just feels like, other than Hope going down there, the rest of them just able to shrug it off and survive for so long.
Again, Hope, great flash, good damage, but after that fight, he said it so well, Orcs, they were playing with their health bar as a resource so damn much. And it comes out the back of the fight where Tarzan still has a huge lead in this game. And Akali, who picked up a kill, Shanks as well.
It is still close though, and I will say,
it is mega close though.
Viper was pumping damage that fight. He is 3-1. When he starts to get items, this could be a very different fight. Because you think about everyone on AL is short range.
Yeah.
This Sivir will get a huge amount of ricochet value, just shredding through targets. And I think as the game goes on, if you can't deal with Viper, he is going to be a problem.
True. I mean, again, as we talk about HLE in this game,
dobro da trebamo još 2,5 itema.
provided a better outlet for them to get some of those fights. For Viper to have them all in one spot. Dragon a little bit delayed now because of the take from AL, as Herald is now the thought process, but Viper's going to look for push mid. It is movement from Peanut to walk up towards this top side of the map, as Herald hasn't really started yet.
Yeah, I also think this is a game where it's very difficult to push the pace forwards for AL because you're into a Sivir with so much wave clear, and you are a short-range comp.
Yeah.
It can be quite tricky to see.
Really
so
good point.
A lot of focus is going to be on these neutral objectives, because often that is kind of the modern game of League of Legends, where these neutral objectives force fights, force the pace of the game forward. So, you know, AL need to be crisper around these objectives and also using them to push the pace forward. So right now they're in a good spot, 1,000 gold lead, right? A lot of that is on this Pantheon, but Tarzan's been having a phenomenal performance so far.
But he needs to keep the pace up. Next objective is still that Herald. Dragon up in a minute 20 though. Quite interesting, it's already coming back up. 5 minutes goes fast when you're having fun.
I mean, just look at Flandre's health bar. He just looks... It just does not look fair.
Yeah. With Merc Treads as well. Charm, Shattering Strike. Yeah, it's not really going to do much, is it? So let's see. That Dragon seems to be the next port of call because Herald's second guess. Tarzan's doing his full clear, probably so that he can get himself maybe that Black Cleaver.
Si on dobar champion, fair champion za igru.
But we'll have to see
shield.
Because
Skine ti pola health.
might end up being an ulti depending on how quickly he clears his wolves.
I mean, it's a Mountain Soul as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So.
Oi, oi. Do not let AL get Mountain Soul.
Yeah, that would not be a fun time. And it's not even just a Mountain Soul, but like any Mountain Dragons.
Yeah.
It's just going to extend. You know, I talked about how eventually, like, if Viper gets full build, he will be able to cut through Flandre, but...
Ne znam, iskreno koliko je spor tempo partije, toliko su zabavni fajtovi jedno kad krenu.
Da, AL jako dobro fajta. Mnogo ih je lepo gledati, imaju jako lepu koordinaciju.
CP though, hang on.
They are looking.
Yeah, but Flandre, he's delayed. His back just got cancelled again. Every time Zaze is cancelling it, so it's going to be a 4v4. But Pop Blossom, after the Herald, draws in Tarzan. He finds a kill onto Peanut, who immediately dies. And
Shanks je zonovao dvojicu.
The eye stands there staring at AL. Hope though charmed out. Really nice with the Magnus Storm as well. The damage isn't enough. Flush away. Hope is out for now as Viper is starting to auto-attack with the Flicker Blade. He's feeling more confident. Zaze finally teleported in. Tarzan though blocks all the damage. In with a penny.
Čekaj. Flandre teleportovao se 30 sekundi posle fajta.
Even those big charms still not able to find the kills, and I feel like it must be so
Pantheon Zeom samo toliko value ima da je to nehumano.
I think maybe that should be the protocol after they got that first initial burst of damage down. Tarzan still alive, heads straight over to the Dragon to pick that one up. And I think they're fine with the Herald going down, they're not being the recipient.
Tarzan samo gapuje Pinata jako.
Da, istina.
Dva puna itema u tom fightu, pa nikom ništa nije mogao.
They thought they had hope. Great charm, great follow-up.
Yeah, it's a good charm, but Tarzan stunning Viper, stopping the follow-up from him means the Hope's able to survive. And then I think maybe they could have pushed for the Herald, but instead they go for this fight. Zeus lands a big ult. For Tarzan, the Sundered Sky and just the bulkiness he has keeps him alive. They're able to take out Zeus in the back end. Yeah, feels like a tilter.
God, 3 and a bit K damage.
He's just doing so much.
He really is. Fights. Both games now.
Pinat 0 damage uradio u fightu, okej.
Atakan's up, by the way. Bot side, you see it. But HLE are moving into position.
Brat moj Kikiriki
Heading towards AL, but
igra li igra.
It's not at that point yet.
It kinda helped lose the game for HL. For HLE, excuse me. Won the game for AL, I should have said. Peanut's still going. They're still tanking this, but AL are slowly moving in.
We'll see what they can do. It's so easy for Pantheon to steal these as well.
And he's going to fly in at 4.5k, jumps in, Pop Blossom as well.
Samo tako, to. Radimo atakana kad je protivnički tim živ. Tako trebamo, okej, shutdownovali su Tarzana, ako ništa drugo. Uzme Zeusa!
Stvarno je Zeus uzeo.
Strašno.
To baš ne bi smjelo se dogodi, iskreno. I to je uzeo sa trećim Q-om, što je u stvari spori wind-upa tek, ono, s tim ne bi trebao da ukrade nikad.
They're able to get the shutdown onto Tarzan, getting that massive amount of gold. They got the Atakan. Yes, they lost 3, but considering how bad the game state was, could have been on the back of them losing a fight.
Ne znam da li je Viper pokupio shutdowna na Tarzanu.
Nisam vidio ko je uzeo kill, samo sam gledao Jona koji baca treće Q i uzima...
Catching out both the Light and the Wukong, and Wukong just gets deleted, and then it's up to Zeus, who manages to focus on the Tarzan.
U 3 fajta nije bacio ulti, znači nije preživeo da baci ulti. Tarzan je jako kasno bacio
Gle, znači...
Jeeeoj. 30 kelpa.
I mean, they just got away with murder.
You gotta say, like, even though HLE are down in the dirt a little bit, there's still that star power coming up clutch with a charm as well. Crash down easy, Kale's dead. Zeka is hitting up.
On se meni malo deluje loše za AL. Jer Viper ima 3 item, ima Lord Dawn.
It's a shame it's only a best of 3.
Okay, nema Infinity, ali...
Yeah, I mean, but now we have the situation where Viper has 3 items, has that LDR in pocket. It's a very tanky Sion still. He doesn't have that IE yet, so it'll still take a lot of time to cut through, but there's a huge influx of gold for the 80 carry. The team gold is about even. It was feats of strength for HLE. They did get the Atakan buff. They're actually now ahead in gold, so... You know, I guess it worked. You just get, you know, when in doubt, just start Atakan. And I think we can say that 50% of the time, it works every time.
Every time.
Dobro, kad pogledaš Ruže nije ni toliko strašna, mislim, relativno je even, tako da neće imati neki ogroman faktor na ovaj game, ali opet malo nepotreban troll. Da to rade kad je moglo da bude kontestovano.
If they give away those stats that you talked about, more stats over to Flandre, it does feel like the stall gets a little bit longer here for AL. And then that Sivir maybe gets mitigated a little bit longer as well. Let's see. 3 items for her already. We mentioned Viper. I'm looking across the board. Hope's a little bit behind. 2 item Akali, 2 items Zeka here, who's got a lot of burn through things like tanks. Comes down to this next 45 seconds and setup ensuing.
Yeah, and you don't want to give any more Mountain Dragons over. And I think now is a position where HLE, more than they have for a long while, can feel confident to fight. You know, even like Peanut, who's been so far behind the curve, like he's 1-3-1 compared to Tarzan's 5-1-5. But you look at the items and not that much in it in comparison. Just component difference between the two. So the Stride Breaker picked up as well for Zeus. Able to equal things out.
Zeka znao je da se tamo neko nalazi.
And these fights are explosive, chaotic as well. See how the execution comes down here. Viper gonna get this mid priority with that Savage able to shred through those waves.
That's something like a stride breaker when there's a lot of sticking power when you're playing short range. For Zayas, we might see it in action soon as AL move themselves over a ward. A bit of poke to bully them out while Hope looks for this outer in bot side. Flandre covering mid. Baron's now up. Dragon's now up. It's a fight over objectives. It's a pincer maneuver. Delight has to crush down.
TP, Zeka TP. Zeka, gde je tu TP? Čekaj, Zeko, stani, ne, aha, tu su obojica.
Joj, Flandre ga nije dobro tajmovao.
Peanut je mrtav. Flandre je malo zagrifovalo, oni su i dalje pobedili ovo. Samo 2 čoveka su im umrli, ovi bio Siona, brate. Flandre u fazonu trči i ne veruje da njega tuku. On ima i TP, on rikola TP-a, a ovo je gotov game. A ovo je 2-0. O, Zevs? Ali zašto AL chase-uje ovo, ljudi? Znači, samo uzmite Zmaja, uzeli ste 2 free killa, uradite Drake-a, nastavite da igrate, mislim, u čemu je problem? Hoće Barona, ali...
On a knife swim as HLE don't start anything up in the top side. Instead, teleport's going to come through from Delight, but Dragon's being soloed by Hope.
Peanut is back up though and heading over.
Low. Blunder is going to zone control. Delight shattering strike. Hope pulls off the Dragon for now. Second skin passive. Hang on.
Ovo je sigurno. Znači...
Just walks up and takes it. Simple as you like.
The confidence of HLE.
Ne zaslužuju da izgubi game.
Da, slažem se.
HLE able just to walk in and take it away. Again, chaotic fights.
Hanva, imali su 2 pika, ubili su junglera, free Drake, 3. Zmaj za tebe, Drake od Mountain Soul-a, ne, ti juriš killove ko u bronzi ti igraš. Baš loše, iskreno. Mislim, ne očekujem ovo od najbolje ekipe u Kini.
Was flawless and didn't give any chance, you know. It feels like the Pantheon is so tanky if you can play around his E, but when you're CC'd before you get it off, just went down so quickly.
Cold is neck and neck. Dragon's neck and neck. Baron the only thing that stands in their way. Both junglers ran it into the enemy team. And it comes down, I keep saying it comes down to 1 fight, but it really doesn't, does it? It feels like we'll be going to the journey of the soul. As GA is soon to be picked up by Tarzan. He's got that gold advantage, so that might be the big difference maker. Seeker's here. Another tool for Shanks. Orcs, I know you like talking about summoners. While I'm looking through items here, those flashes I'm seeing on AL's side at least, mostly up and available, apart from Flanders and Kyle's.
Yep. I feel like in this one, less important. Yeah. I feel like for, you know, I think it's the biggest one to me is Vipers. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I think Viper having sums is the biggest thing. Especially when you're playing against stuff like Nikali.
True.
I think he is pumping out so much damage now. Yeah, he does have his flash. He is the main character for HLE, you gotta feel. Doesn't quite have that IE, he's gonna have that soon. Once he gets that, he will just shred. And if he's able to free hit, it might just be game over for AL in these fights. But they have a lot of tools to try and get access to him. We see both teams setting up posturing around the Baron. Flandre is on that front line, but they might just look to focus him. Honestly, if Zeka lands a charm...
The Tangle Barb stopped Delight from finding an engage. Flandre is able to walk it out, but the perma wave clear.
The thing is, it's not just a wave clear, but also if you stand near the wave instead of clearing it, you get shredded.
Yeah.
So it's the zoning and the wave clear.
Zayas looking for Shanks in the Shroud. Some good damage now. This Yone also starting to tickle a little bit. Peanut looking for the dive, but a control ward from Tarzan. Spots him out. Tarzan with a level lead here over enemy junglers. HLE are looking for that pick, but every time it's a clone. Tarzan zoning out while Baron is still cleared of vision, and AL have to trickle in to find themselves an angle of attack.
Samo su sebe stavili u situaciju koju ne bi smeli da budu nikako. Mislim, jako čudno, ali ajde. Dalje ništa nije gotovo i dalje even game. Tarzan ima dosta više resursa i dalje od Spinata. Spinat igra heroja koji skilluje bolesno, tako da u nekom trenutku bi svako trebao da ima neki impact na game. Sada pitanje kada je taj trenutak na vuku. Mislim, ima 2 itema što je okej, ali nedovoljno.
I mean, Delight on his rel has made game-making plays many times before and will many times again. Peanut clears out the last of vision from AL. Baron is still staring them in the face, but remember that Dragon, it's been long enough that in a minute 45, we had that discussion again for third drag for either team.
Yeah, you know, I feel like the focus very much towards the Baron, but I'm not sure we're going to see it started up before that Dragon spawns. You get the unending despair coming through for Flandre.
I on ima 3 itema, ali...
Now AL trying to find moving into the top side of the
On je
river.
samo
Trying to find a
ogroman.
way in. Light does not want to face check.
Tank koji tako trči.
The pop blossom
I
thrown
to
out
je
will
to, a
warn him.
Viper ima
It
Lord
looks like a
Zones.
lean towards that top lane tower. Quite late for it to go down.
And these outers
It's
for
actually the
HLE.
first tower of the game for AL.
Isn't that crazy that survived?
Sviđa mi se Leandri Malignant Odari jer tako može da topi mislim topi Siona. Kako može da ga topi čak i sa Merksom i sa ovoliko healtha, jako je teško da ga ubije. Ali nema puno MR-a, to je poenta.
For AL, they do get control of this blue side of jungle, which means Baron looks a little bit easy. It's going to
Shanks je uzeo 2 miniona u tom wave-u. Kenena i još jednog, tipa Casterama. Sve promašio.
And the Light doesn't have smite with spellbook. They will force them back.
Shanks on an angle as well. Flandre found out Zeka wants him, but instead Shanks has found himself onto Peanut. Cyclone catches him midway as Tarzan used the Grand Starfall to get near, but that's a couple of ultis now burned out for the fact that they found Viper.
Yeah, I mean, trying to find Peanut in that situation. The ult, though, interrupting the dash, though, I think was really critical there from Peanut. He was trying to rush over, make his way there to try and ward them off.
Ovo da AL nije izgrifovo, oni za 10 sekundi imaju Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul ovdje je ogroman, pogotovo ekipu Hanve, koji su full squishi. Kada im treba sekunda više da ubiju protivničku ekipu, to je sekunda više da su shotovani. Kisio nut nazad na Barona za rotaciju, interesantno. Shanks je iz bubreg izvedio Zevsu. Ali zašto Peanutu daješ da ulazi unutra u Barona, šta rade?
Oh my god!
And Tarzan has had Peanut's number all game, and here he slides in.
Ne, oni će izgubiti ovu seriju. Oni će izgubiti ovaj game i onda će ih Hanva izdominirati treći. 100%.
Iskreno, ja sad navijam za Hanvu nakon ovoga. Ovo je, ja ne znam da sam vidio da jedna ekipa igra ovako loše.
Katastrofalno. Katastrofalno.
Big to get the third dragon alongside it as well. HLE moved to Soul Point and he literally just walked in here and bonked for the smite steal.
And you know, you obviously can combo the damage of the Q and the smite, but it's hard into the Pantheon because that Q smite.
No šta je hard, čoveče, dali ste protivničkom džangleru da ušeta u Barona i da ga smite stealuje.
Da.
Normally the person whose team is on the Baron is syncing up with the teammates. I know they were trying to sync.
Oh, there is a GA on Tarzan. So it's been chunked out a little bit, but Tarzan getting chunked out even more.
Tarzan je pozornio, ja i dalje mogu da ih bijem, ono 1 na 1, a zapravo nema leba.
Run down as Vipers running up into Shanks and the ricochets are tickling more than that with an infinity edge here on Viper. HLE, the priority is on them for game number 2. Shanks looks to defend that top tier 1, another tier 1 that stays standing.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's doing so much damage at this point. But do you see the Tangle Bobs? It lasts so long if it's hitting you after it's passed through a target. But they'll just shred through these towers. We do see a response from AL in the mid lane, taking that tier 1, but HLE are not stopping the top side, and they're happy to have Zayas defend mid while he just have that TP.
Od se raspao, mislim, makro im je otišao u potpunost. Ali kao super, možda i dalje mogu da fajtaju fajtove, ali jednostavno greška za greškom za greškom.
They got 2 towers on the top side. They still have time on the Baron. They can reset, head towards the bottom side of the map, and maybe look to pick up an inner tower there if they have time. But yeah, now this gold lead, it's not huge, but there is a lead in favor of HLE. It's about 2,000. But I think the significant thing is just at this point of the game, how strong this Sivir is. BF Sword picked up for Viper, likely going towards a Bloodthirster. He is doing insane damage, and I don't think Flandre feels too tanky anymore at this point.
That ulti down now as well. New angles open up. HLE still have themselves 33 seconds of a Baron buff too. As well as taking away all the jungle from bot. They're going to move into this inner turret, and Flandre doesn't have an ult for a re-engage. We're going to get a real little taster of what Viper does with ricochets here. Through the wave at the very least. Flandre is not going to give it to us. But inner goes down regardless with 15 seconds left on the Baron buff.
Shanks looking for a big flank though. This could be something.
He's going to come on a ward eventually. Lens going to be spotted out, but Kael's caught out before the fight can begin.
Kael je mrtav. Svi su uletili tamo. Okej, ubili su Vipera, mislim da nije dovoljno.
Shanks, dobra zonja. Ne znam li ima dovoljno da duši dalje, ali jako lepo igra, ali sad su već previše bacili game, mislim to je problem.
Čekaj, možda i nisu. Čekaj, nisu niko očistili zapravo, wow.
Ovo nije uradilo damage, ali trenu interesantno.
With a massacre there that HLE started to bring back.
Such a beautiful angle there from Shanks, just cleaned up Viper immediately, and without that DPS,
vadi ih što imaju dobre ruke. Vadi ih što imaju dobre ruke.
But didn't have to follow through. The team fight goes in favor of AL, and this game still has more to show.
Cannot believe HLE of Zeus was frying in the middle of 5 people. When they say put the fries in the bag, like, that's a big bag. But Shanks in the end, you're right. We're going to look at a replay shortly, don't worry. Outer turret goes down, and all outers now down on Summoner's Rift. That fight was crazy.
And I think HLE were just in a bit of a rush, right? They knew they didn't have much time left on the Baron. They're like, we want to get this tower. They didn't do the setup, they didn't do the homework, they didn't have the ward coverage. And they jumped onto Kyle, and I think that was the mistake because, you know, you focus so much resources onto this Nico. The Nico wasn't a problem, the Nico wasn't a threat. There was nothing left to peel the Sakali, came around the side. And as soon as he reached Viper, there was just nothing Viper could do. And now Viper Flash was going in the
Flandre full armor.
Provio.
Oh, look how much time he buys.
Yeah, I think that Faces as well was so good. Would have just gone down, I think, to Zeus there without it. Oh. Like this actually did so much there.
He really did, yeah.
And it just wasn't quite enough against Shanks.
And again, it's so funny that he's either the Yone or the Akali, but
look at the team fight damage, you know.
Mislim, Pantheon je uradio 5000 damage, ali...
He was just cleaning up, you know, he was just finishing off the targets. That's what he needs to do. Crazy how much Tarzan is still doing on this Pantheon.
Yeah.
This pick still holding up in the late stages. But now, setting up for this Mountain Dragon would be sold for HLE. Remember, no flash on Viper is super significant.
You're right, that barrier almost up and available to give him a bit of breathing room. But
Viper ima Guardian, završio ga je.
Viper has a GA though. Last fight, he only had the VF sword, now he has everything. Delight maybe caught out as a clone, gets between their way. Tarzan sends a spear, his Comet from afar. Shanks, his flank will be met with Zeka. Looking for him, the charm max range, Orb of Deception as well, but the damage not enough. Protobelt, wow, already that much damage coming out of this little Akali as Flandre zoning off. He has the ulti. Delight in the way, Pantheon off, but the pop blossom is down. Hope jumps in, Tarzan flies through. Shakes in the backside running in. He's going to go golden with HLE. Have obliterated anyone's legend. All in the span of 10 seconds. HLE keep their dreams alive.
And that's the late game Sivir. They put AL into a blender.
O, jesmo kolovali manje više da najveća šansa da vodu u treći i sad navijamo za Hanvu iskreno za sljedeći game. Jer ovo je baš strašno šta je El uradio. Tako da idemo Hanva.
Ajmo Hanva, Zekan naš i Kikiriki i Bog Devs i Viper, ne znam koja je to zmija na srpskom. Pomozite mi kolega.
Nisam ni ja siguran, pokušavam sad ja da setim, ali ne znam.
Delight, imamo užitak.
Užitak, jeste.
I Viper. Viper je... Poskok? Ne?
Zvečarka možda.
To je Rattlesnake, to znam.
Bravo. Moguće da je poskok.
Tako da, navijamo za njih.
Navijamo za poskok. Fer, ništa, 15 minuta, pošto je između serija, tako da napisat ću u chatu, 15 minuta, pauza, pa game 3, otišli smo AFK, vidimo se za 15.
What a game number 2 here. What a way to kick off our best of 3s. We are going the distance. Hanwha Life Esports tied up against AGAL in the most unlikeliest of stats. I mean, we could just set it up where it's like, okay, here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it was stolen. Here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it's stolen. And we'll show you all of them here on the desk. Stigon alongside Finn and Valdez. Like maybe at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I thought, okay, we're just going to start breaking down AG's win, AGAL's win. We'll say goodbye to Hanwha Life Esports. Not so fast, my friends. The hope is still alive. LCK's 3rd seed battle back in one of the best matches in the tournament.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was an absolute banger, honestly. It was such a weird game because it felt like AL were winning every single fight. But the goal was even. And the objectives were going to Hanwha Life, and eventually that Sivir just became such a menace, and eventually, like, they couldn't dive anymore because she had the GA, she had all the peel, and with the Atakan buff, all the bouncing ricochets were just too much to deal with for AL in the end, and yeah, what a comeback.
Yeah, Brenda, let's take a look at the draft here, as because it was able to drag out a little bit later, some of those champions, like the Sivir, was able to get online. The Yone as well having huge impact here.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we always used to talk about with Hanwha Life Esports, which is they can flex the Yone. They didn't do it for the longest time, but then it came out actually here at EWC where it kind of made sense. You know, the Ari Wukong, a very strong duo from the mid and jungle with the Yone. I feel like the Sivir was kind of the odd one out where it's like he got that major scaling, whereas there's a lot of action that can happen on the top side. We all in the back, we were looking at the AL comp, the AGAL comp, and we were like, it's all right, but we weren't exactly convinced by it. You know, it felt like they were lacking a little bit of damage, very reliant on the Kai'Sa to be in a very good spot and the engages to be crisp. And for the majority of that game, they were. For like, 25 minutes or so, it felt like AGAL were playing out the fights as you would expect, but eventually it just kind of fell off.
All right, lots of highlights to get to here because like almost every single moment was a critical moment. Let's start off early on at the second Drake. This is where it felt like the obituary was being written for Hanwha Life Esports after a huge follow-up by Viper on the Pantheon.
This is one of my favorite fights. This is exactly what AL is good at. They come from 1, 2, 3, 4 different angles and create these super scrappy skirmishes on multiple fronts. And in the end, I think they just know exactly how to navigate that fight. Look at that snapback from Shanks going back, and the Yon tries to find an angle, but now we're gonna see the most damaged Pantheon ult I think I've ever seen. Brrr, flies right back in, and it's a nice cleanup from AL. And here I really thought the game would be a simple cleanup from AL, but boy, Cypher been wrong.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I mean, at this point, Tarzan was just taking over the game again. We were already talking about AGAL. They were going to take the 2-0. Tarzan is the MVP of the series, all this kind of thing. Didn't play out like that at the end of it. Spoilers for you all who missed the entire game. But yeah, actually a pretty close one, all things considered. Hope got a lot of damage there at the end. We saw Shanks coming back in with very low health, and AGAL ended up winning that fight.
Yeah, a big fight win, and I like the noise there. It sounded like the Zombie Slayer Pantheon with the chainsaw going on through and mowing everyone down. Then Otacon time, we saw it last game where Hanwha Life were kind of running out of ideas and started the Otacon. This one looked like it was going the same way.
Yeah, and here is where our beautiful cart starts derailing a wee bit. This secure by Zeus, I think, is the crucial point. I don't know how we got it with a Yon Q3 with 44 HP left. I don't know what kind of Mega Mind he is, what kind of Giga Brain he is, but I don't know, he got that, and I think this was really crucial because it's so much XP, so much stats, and that slow AoE after you get a kill was so crucial, especially with all those ricochets.
Yeah, again, the gold being relatively equal to even, despite the kill score not being great, made it that the game would continue to scale, maybe make AGAL rethink some of the fights that they wanted to take because of the snowball nature of the Otacon, which then leads to this mid-skirmish with Sivir coming up huge with a Drake steal. It steals nonstop, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, the game, I feel like AGL slowly but surely started to lose a handle on this game because, again, like, the fight is looking great. You're like, okay, you got the kill on Peanut again. They're going all in onto Sion. Like, what are HLE doing? They're overextending, but... He lives, and you're like, okay, well, this should be fine. We do have then the follow-up from Tarzan, which, you know, maybe he was getting a little bit overconfident. And then eventually, Hope's just trying to, like, solo the dragon by himself, and they just waltz on over and steal it. The second time there's no junglers around. Kind of unacceptable, and that's another moment where HLE get a massive step back in the game, because if you have a Sion, the front line with 2 Mountain Drakes, then you're just kind of getting too far behind as HLE.
Yeah, again, any one of those things going the way of AGAL, they feel comfortable in this. So now the pressure's mounting and the call for Baron is made. And let me tell you, Hanwha Life Esports must have made a stop over at Jamil Motorsports, because not only did they get a deal, but they had multiple different steals from Jamil. It all started off here, the Wukong getting caught out, and AGAL trying to jump on to Peanut, but he has to use his ult. No ult to get on in. There's no way they can get on in, Finn, right?
Oh, there's so many questionable decisions this fight. Side ulting to Baron, and the catharsis of it all is this steal. The flash bonk by Peanut secures the Baron for HLE. And now it's like, oh, they can go get the Dragon as well. And all just kind of fumbles apart because they didn't go to Dragon. They said, we don't need to do Dragon. Their jungler can't get into the pit. We can just get the Baron instead.
They couldn't. They couldn't get the balance.
Yeah, I don't know. AL, again, they were losing their grip on this game bit by bit, and I think that was kind of the final nail in the coffin. The game wasn't over. It was still kind of even at that point, but it just felt like mentally AGL were kind of out of it after that.
Yeah, with Baron, Hanwha Life Esports then push the bottom lane. They get to the bottom tower, and then they get flanked on. And but it was just like a 1-for-1, which meant we're back to equal yet again. However, the Drakes had been stacked for Hanwha Life Esports. As we take a look at our final highlight, keep your eyes on Hope. The Kai'Sa ult, maybe not the greatest here.
Yeah, it's a tough fight, because Shanks can't really get access into the backline, being marked by Seka very well, and here the Sivir is just fully scaled. She is just fully locked, fully loaded, and there's just nothing to do at this point.
I mean, what can you say? Not the best fought out fight there for AGL, but as you were mentioning, Finn, you know, they were marked. The Sivir was out of control. There were just way too many dominoes that had already fallen before that fight, which again, it wasn't the best execution from them, but it just felt like HLE had taken the game already. And you can see it was very back and forth, but at some point, you know, we had, I think it's like a 2,000, 3,000-ish gold lead for AGL. That's not massive, especially when you're giving up a Otacon to a Yone.
Yeah, definitely not. 8 different gold swings in that one, and every single one a twist in turn. One of the best games that we've had so far at the Esports World Cup. We'll get the side selection here in just a second for AGAL, but it was a heck of a game. And now, if you're Hanwha Life Esports, you feel like all the momentum's on your side. You know, maybe a little lucky if, you know, Coach Dandy's like, hey, if any of these steals didn't go your way. If you're AGAL, you're kind of worried you weren't able to close it on out.
Yeah, I'm just like looking ahead a little bit draft-wise for next game, because here we see that AGAL chooses blue side, and when I think about the jungle meta, there's all these skirmish junglers, and Vi is the only one really up and available, so I imagine that will be taken out in the banning phase, which turns into either you go for a Sejuani Maokai Skarner type champion, or as Tarzan has done in the past, you can go into the Zeds. The little bit of crazy, yes, we see some massive poke champs on our screen, just beautiful. But I really do wonder how they will adapt now in the game free Fearless, because there's so many avenues you can walk down, and you just gotta pick one.
Yeah, again, in Fearless, you have to, more so than getting comfort at some points at this, even Game 3, Game 4, Game 5 especially, later on, you have to pick stuff that makes sense with the composition. And this is where I really like to see the coach's brains really working and the gears turning, because you have to put together something that makes sense for your players, but also makes sense as a composition. This is going to be a little bit difficult, I'd say, for HLE on the red side, who have had some rough drafts so far.
I will say, though, that although it's a different roster with Zeus in and not Doran in for this team. This feels very similar to Game 5 of Summer Finals last year, where we're like, okay, cool, you won on blue side, you got to win on red side, you got to pull something out here with a terrible kind of run, and now momentum on your side. Will they be able to do it? Our knockout phase concludes our first match here. Hanwha Life Esports AGAL, as we send it on over to the casters.
Well, it is nice that our first quarterfinal has gone the distance. Last game imminent. AGAL, their debut with their new name. They put up an exceptional game number 1, but HLE were so damn punishing in game 2. More so, they were just resilient orcs.
Yeah, resilient was exactly the word I was going to say.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a lot of moments. You know, I think a word you could say is clutch. I think another word you could say is kind of winging it. You know, the Arakan.
Yeah.
The Baron, where Peanut just walked up and said yoink.
Yeah.
Did the Mapingu, you know, a classic from Peanut. I think if you look at the average of the series so far, pretty favored towards AL.
Yeah.
Because game 1, very favored towards them. And game 2, you know, HLE was down on the wire. It was close. It was pretty close throughout it. So game 3, we'll see what HLE can do. It's side selection for AL. I think this is still not the sort of peak level of play we've seen from HLE.
Sure.
And AL still showing that they are a formidable team, the formidable team we saw at MSI. We will get into the bans, and we are going to see Gwen banned once again by AL. Consistent ban all 3 games from them. Going to take away the Jace from Zeus as well. Yorick going to be banned. That was something they started banning in game 2. And the Poppy is something they banned in the first 2 games, but it's actually going to be AL who banned that Poppy away this time. Vi is something that was talked about in the studio. So I wonder with the Poppy off the cards, maybe if the priority on the Vi goes up a little bit. If they're trying to bait out a Vi ban in this situation.
Yeah, because what else is there? Like, in terms of skirmishing junglers, Zin's out, Pantheon, Wukong all taken away, even the Trundle. And with that Yono combination, Sejuani hasn't really been seen. 5 bans. So we go down tier list of junglers. For Tarzan, getting him prior here makes a lot of sense, but also, is it just going to be one of those mid lane picks, like seeing early Annie Orcs? We're going to see early Rise for someone like Shanks.
Could do. I mean, the option's there. Maybe with the Jace banned. I mean, Jarvan is open and available. They have to lock that in. So sort of moving down the tier list in terms of those. I feel like Peanut could just go towards a tank jungler.
And can you just go Ezreal here? That's a miss. That's a miss. But Jarvan B1 seems maybe a mistake. A no. Okay. But don't you just pull out, like, don't you have mobile AD carry like an Ezreal or something here would be nice against Jarvan that can just kind of all in and needs mobile carries?
I feel like you could definitely lean into picks where the impact of the Cataclysm is reduced.
Yep.
The Galio going to come through. That partially feels like a little bit of a denial as well, because I feel like Jarvan Galio can be pretty punishing.
You take Ori here with it as well, and then just show that you're going to go Galio top. But
no, I wouldn't blind Galio top. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Glad I have you here.
Yeah, I mean, pick this up. It'll be interesting to see if they opt to go for a jungle pick here. I do think that I was talking about Peanut potentially going like a tank jungler. I don't think that's going to be the case if you're going to Galio, and it looks like the Lee Sin they hovered is something they're going to commit to. An old favor, I remember way back in the day when it was SKT Peanut and he broke the kill record at MSI.
Oh, was that the 16 kill game or something?
Something like that.
Been broken since, but it was crazy for a jungler.
Yeah, long time ago. So definitely a classic for Peanut.
That is
and
a throwback.
Jhin. Seeing a lot of Jhin bans in the second rotation, but it looks like Hope looking to prioritize that one. And you've heard the term many times before, shooting a fish in a barrel. This will be shooting oranges in a Cataclysm. A little bit different, but
though I get the
and I think the Jarvan Rise as a combo pretty strong. You know, matching the global pressure that the Galio has, but also, you know, playing into 2 melee champions already, 2 short range champions. You can really stack up the flux quite easily in these team fights.
And as you said, you don't want to pull this Galio up blind. Feels like it's going to be mid for now. There's that Ezreal against the Jarvan, so there is a bit of mobility added into HLE's comp against this said pick.
Yeah, not a huge surprise for Viper specifically, and also just into the Jarvan.
Great Ezreal, yeah.
So, you know, both teams prioritizing those AD carries early. In top lane, not coming through yet. I do feel like we've had a lot of the, you know, we've had some of the higher prior top laners off the cards and banned. It does put us in a situation where, you know, HLE have some choices. You could go for like a high prior pick on 4, and then go counter pick either support or top lane. What I imagine is whichever engage support is left available could end up coming out on 4 for HLE, and then they go counter pick for Zeus on that last pick.
Yeah.
And honestly, that could be a lot of options. I mean, with the Ezreal, you could even see Delight bring out like the Bard. You know, into Jhin, you can cancel the ult. It's something he has brought out as a ranged option. You're into a mobile carry, so it's a lot of value. I mean, heck, even defensively, you could throw it down on a Cataclysm, although I don't think that's really a great use case for it.
True.
We'll see, although I think Bard Blind might be a little bit optimistic. And there are still quite a few engage options available in like Nautilus and Leona.
Well, that's one taken away.
Do you take away that one?
I think they're fishing maybe for Leona. I mean, look, Karma against Jarvan, do you think that's also an option for HLE for the 2v2?
I
with this Ezreal,
would not pick Karma. Definitely not Blind, and also into Jarvan. Because the thing is, you have the Ezreal, and Karma I feel like can be quite a vulnerable target. They can just look to focus. But it really depends on the bot lane matchup.
Yeah, it feels like Rakan would have been a nice follow-up here, but unfortunately that's taken away.
Rakan would be so good here, but yeah, it's banned. So I like the Camille ban, though. Honestly, Camille would have been huge for Zeus, and also pairing with the Galio. I think that's one that was a heads-up ban away from AL. So we'll see if they opt to go for the support pick here on 4. I mean, there isn't anything that like really screams out to me that you need to grab it now.
But Leona, you said.
I mean, they opt to go for Leona. That is like the last remaining engaged support. Yeah. It looks like they want counter pick for.
And this is Kael's best champ. Kael's Leona this year has been sensational. His best champion by far, I think. So it's also a nice little takeaway from the support of AL.
Yeah, and we'll see what they opt to run into it. Braum is off the cards as like a typical response. Don't like the Blitzcrank and Ezreal. Don't really like the Bard here that much. It's hard, you know, people have gone mobile options because of the Jarvan, and I think Bard, the ult value is reduced into mobile options as well. But they opt to go for it, they lock it in. Can see what he can do on the map though. Bard is obviously something that if you can get a lot of value depending on the skill of the player, and if you can roam around, make an impact, you can definitely take off. Does have that range advantage as well into Leona. Now the top lane pick that is going to be blind for Andre. We have seen a lot of them banned away already, and it looks like he's just going to go for the Cassante. And I will say, you know, a lot of people expect Zeus. We've seen so many historically counter picks from him in a lot of eras where he is like that counter pick player who has lent into that. We haven't seen that as much recently in the regular season of the LCK and even into Road to MSI. Will we get it here?
Oh my god.
Will he bring out some old favorites? Will he say, hey, you're going to pick Sante into me, I'm going to punish that? He has a supporter for Galio who can lean towards the top side.
Oh my god, please. What? Oh my god. Okay, Orcs, is this Kindred top? It's not Lee Sin top, is it? It's Kindred top, isn't it? Or is it...
Why are you asking? We ain't seen this.
Or
you know, this is brand new. I think it might be Lee Sin top.
It's your team. I want to know what he's cooking.
Lee Sin top, Kindred jungle? I think it might be.
Right. Because we used to have, in LPL, we used to have a Kindred AD carry player and someone who would, in solo queue was playing a lot of Kindred top. So that was ages ago. That was like 3-4 years ago.
No, there's just a lot of trust, but
this
you know,
is a huge amount of trust.
Into the Cataclysm, you know, the Kindred has mobility. You also, the ult counteracts it quite effectively. But even the Lee Sin into the Cassante in the top lane, you know, if he does end up going for the all-out, you have the execute damage on the Q.
Yeah.
This is some cooking, you know? I feel like the composition that came out from AL, pretty standard, nothing too crazy. HLE went a little bit off the rails on the back end with that flex, and we'll see what they can do. A lot of confidence being put in Peanut. If I'm just going to be strictly honest, he's been gapped by Tarzan so far this series. He needs to pull out a strong performance on this Kindred, because we have seen many times before how feast or famine this pick can be. If you fall behind, you're not going to have an impact in this game.
Well, it's a Game 3 draft. It's like when your backs up or against the wall. For HLE, this is what they went to. Did they overcook? Did you decide yes or no? What do you think?
Ask me after the game.
You're a results-based Andy. Well, to be fair, seeing a Lee Sin top versus the Cassante, I'm very curious as to how this matchup's going to go.
I think AL's comp is pretty solid.
I mean, it's more standard for sure.
But it's not infallible. You know, I think the Ezreal pick was pretty heads up.
Yeah, the Jarvan B1, do you like that? You know, the blind Jarvan for the comp?
Not fully convinced by it, but also like Kindred is such a feast of fam, and like it does well into things like the Jarvan.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You know, Kindred has Peanut has to have a great performance on this Kindred. We'll have to see what he can do.
As well as Zeus and that Lee Sin top versus Cassante. HLE, have they overcooked is the question of this game number 3, this final game of the series. Our quarterfinals have just begun, but one team is going home. After this, is it HLE or anyone's legend?
Just needed that bit of spice in the end.
We did. If HLE are going out, they go out with a bang. If they take out anyone's legend, they take him out with a bang. Either way.
You know, I wouldn't have put it past Zeus to bring out Kindred top. I really wouldn't have.
Yeah. Well, that Shield of Daybreak is charged up, but the Light doesn't actually get the auto attack to lock down KL as he backs off. And HLE look for deep vision here after Hope is just spotted out.
They'd actually end up going for it. I think Aware would have just been cleared out pretty quickly if they did.
Yeah.
They're trying to fake that they put a ward in that brush there. But early information is so important. You know, we always talk about Kindred and the stacks. 4 stacks is when you get that first range upgrade, and then it's every 3 after that. But that first 4 is like the biggest spike. And it's kind of like, you know, when you have Kayn in the transformation, it's not quite the same, but it's like you're half a champion before you get that first range upgrade. Like after that, more stacks is obviously nice, but really...
Da smo skipali, ali game nećemo? Jel moguće da su rekli da će Kindred biti top?
Pa, gledaj, postoji možda neki svet koji oni znaju, a mi ne znamo.
Ne ovako. Ne ovako.
Ja bih rekao neke stvari, ali neću.
Slobodno, mislim samo dok nisu... Vidi.
Nećemo ništa loše.
Hanva je izvadila draft života, bar na topside-u.
Da, imaju. Vrlo interesantan draft.
LEC a while back. There was a period where they buffed his Tempest a lot, and people were maxing E, and it was really good.
Wave clear.
Yeah, but obviously that's not how it is right now.
Meni se sviđala ta meta kada se Lee Sin igrao na laneu. Jedan kratak period. Čim se to bio MSI. Ne znam koje godina samo.
We will see. Obviously a lot of early power from Lee Sin. Kind of why he's picked in the jungle.
Sonic Wave taken there. And you can see already Zeus in a good position. Just a punt from Zeus, or rather Zeka. As Shanks, well, flashes forward. Thinks he has a kill threat.
Shanks?
He does not. Maybe overcooking a bit there with Shanks.
Yeah, and Zeka's going to feel good about that. And honestly, if
Shanks
I was Peter right now, I would be
overload.
I'd be maybe switching my mark onto a certain someone.
Yeah.
You know, flashless Rise, when you have a Galio with flash, to me that is such a signal of a free kill. To be set up later on, and Shanks feeling himself but doesn't quite calculate the damage perfectly there.
Probably like, you know, an extra Q off with overload on top.
Yeah.
With our spell flux on top, I should say, sorry.
I think it's always harder to judge with Galio because he has like the damage reduction on his W that lasts a bit longer after the shield as well, and you know, the resolve defensive runes.
Lucky. Is this Peanut's first mark? It is. He high rolled. Oh, here we go. I mean, for any Kindred player, they know they're like, it's a 50-50. What side of the map am I clearing for?
Yeah.
And he got it. And Tarzan and the pigs are coming down and probably like, oh.
You know, personally, I think they should make it so like the first Scuttle Crab always gives a mark. Like once you take one, like either Scuttle Crab gives a mark, and once you take one, the other one loses the mark, and it's no longer a coin flip. And balance him around that, because I feel like the 50-50 is just so silly.
It is.
It's so
but if it was, so you're saying the first scuttle no matter what, so if one's taken, then the mark's just diffused, it's done.
No, so like if you go top and the enemy jungler goes bot, no matter what, you just you always get a mark of that first scuttle you take.
Okay, first scuttle you take. I was going to say, is Peanut makes his gank known into Kyle. Magical journey taken. Delight's on top, but Peanut's going to follow up, mounting Dread. And Peanut clears for a second kill, or rather, I thought it was going to be a second mark. Flash away from Delight. He gets out, but Peanut has to flash as well. That wasn't actually a mark. Peanut had
To je ono što sam rekao, ja mislim da će ih sada Hanva samo rasturiti u ovom gameu.
Ja se nadam da si u pravu, iskreno. Ja se nadam da si u pravu. Nakon prošlog gema, mislim da je EL samo ne zaslužuje da ide dalje.
Subtle, real subtle, man. Yeah, I mean, still a kill on a Kindred, even if it isn't that extra mark, you'll absolutely take it. So, positive moves there, and we do see the swap coming through. This lands that.
And Hope is tagged out, low on mana as well with Safeguard and Iron Will. Zeus just pops him for a bit of attack speed, and Hope in a bit of trouble. The good thing in the lane swap is he can just...
Zeus just got his ult, right? And genuinely, if he had his ult there, might have been able to kill, because I think a little bit longer, the ult to suspend him, and then a second Q, maybe. Yeah. Dangerous game played by Hope there. We'll see the play here. It's the thing with Leona into Bard is that, you know, you're quite a bulky target, right? Bard, it has a really big hitbox, and that Zenith Blade quite easy to hit. So, Kyle walks up, does get punished. Now Peanut moving on to the Dragon.
Yeah, now on this Drake as well.
Mislim, Lee Sin Kindred u teoriji radi jako dobro, jer Lee Sin uvek može samo da uđe u Kindredu, da kika nekog out i samo da ih isprati s Q-om, tako da sa te strane isto kao možda funkcioniše okej.
That is true. Glass half full, guy. I see you are, Jake.
I am indeed. You know, top mark is Scuttle for the time being. Peanut is beelining towards it, but Tarzan's going to take it.
Dajte nam botlje, ljudi moji. Mislim, ovo je sve super, ali Zeus je piko Lee Sina.
Da. Jedan je piko... Ne, ima da gledaš Ezreala kako igra po 300 milioniti put.
I Ryze koji mana dumpuje u Gali, ja zamislim.
And you know, you have targets without flash. You can potentially look for, particularly Delight level 4 with that PG Ignite currently. I will say Shanks, flash coming up soon. I would have liked to see more of a proactive effort to punish that, you know? I feel like in a mobile pick like a Ryze, Bjorn's flash, and you have a Galio into it. I don't know. Personally, I think that's the sort of thing that you should punish, you should look to capitalize on. I feel like we saw a game earlier today where the flash was banned proactively and it was actually turned around quite effectively, and there was just repeated ganks to make things happen.
Yeah, mobile mage with no flash feels very easy to do so. But you're right, Peanut doesn't get anything in the end, and that flash is about to come back up. So at 7.5 minutes in the game, this is that one kill towards bot. It's still Peanut with a bit of a lead. It's still an early game that you can be proud of here. Next mark though, just gonna have to track it out as Grubs is spawning in 10 seconds.
Pomislio bi da bi Zeus otišao pravi neke pleve, mislim, ne znam, Lee Sin u sajdu kao je okej da stoji, da se nabada sa Xanteom, a o Sustinama ćeš ga svakako, ali imaš ulti, imaš flash. Kapiram da ima ugoj da Roma, pa da proba da napravi neki play na nekoj drugoj strani mape i onda samo bez flasha se vrati da se opet nabada sa Xanteom pola sata.
No TP for top laners currently, but they are trying to make something happen off this. Trying to get the Galio to move in.
Dwight does not have ulti available. Kyle does. Tempered Fate, the advantage.
Može se brinu da ako to krene da radi, da će ono ubrzati igru. Idemo da neki indredni stići da im...
Onto Peanut, who still has his ulti available. There you go. Ulti for ulti, the Cataclysm in the shiny dome, but the Galio ult is going to save Grace as Zeka comes in. Tarzan gets out with a brisk of health. Flag and drags over the wall. He has no way out. He's on the wrong side of the rift. And Peanut...
Tarzan se vratio da svaki slučaj da kill Kindred
will not come out of this
nego
one
Lee Sinu.
without the grubs, or rather, with the grubs but no kill.
And I think Peanut so happy that Tarzan just flag and dragged over the wall to deliver the kill to him, deliver the mark. You know, it was actually the ult from Viper that secured it, but mark goes in favor. And it is grub advantage towards AL. We also saw Zeus move up towards the top side, so a little bit of alone time for Flandre, but I think HLE happy with the outcome overall.
And Peanut is in a great spot. Orcs, I see 2.
2 out of 4.
I see 2 out of 4, yeah. Won't be able to get that third mark that's on the left side of your screen there.
Who's he going to mark next?
I don't know.
Who would you put on?
Who would I put a mark on? Oh, I'd put it on Shanks. He just lost his flash again.
You know what?
Let's do that.
That is a great call. That's what I would do too.
Yeah.
We see the commit here, but it's kind of difficult because he has the ultimate. This is kind of why the Kindred's been picked in the job and ends up having to flash out. And I think Zeka did a great job of disrupting and keeping the rest of the team busy, as did Delight. And then here, I think Tarzan, you should have just given the kill over to Zeus. Because by that point, Peanut hadn't actually hit him for a while.
True.
I don't think he would have got the mark credit, so I think you should have just given it to Zeus, denied the mark.
Možda je Tarzan dobio poziv od korejske vlade I rečeno mu je da mora da baci 2 gejma.
Tako izgleda iskreno.
If he'd listened to you, he'd have 3 marks.
He would have 3 marks. Yeah, 3 marks better than 2.
Yeah, well, still a good kill, but
well, 1 is enough. 1 mark is enough.
Yeah, taking advantage though of that lack of flash on the rise. Zeka, a little bit of a miss with that initial flash.
At least he tried, you know.
He unfortunately didn't have to try too hard to be able to secure that kill.
Kindred ima 2 kila.
I'm gonna fight bot now though.
Oh, it's
like 2 staka ima.
Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, True Shot Barrage, there's the damage down. Kale's gonna get Magical Journey though, nicely done. Zeka does commit the TP, that means Shanks is going to be alone and isolated on top lane.
Za malo pouka, ali
well, that dragon spawns in 3 seconds.
Sad nema cleanse.
HLE will have numbers advantage.
Yeah, good Magical Journey to get them out, but at the end of the day, you still leave the area, you still sacrifice the objective. And second dragon for HLE, it's already been an Ocean Dragon and a Cloud. They did end up getting a high value soul here, which HLE would feel really good about.
Oh, high value. Oh, it's Infernal.
Infernal feels so good, especially with like an Ezreal, a Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, yeah.
And the thing is as well, when you're playing into a Kindred as well, you know, you have that extra element of making it so tricky to smite objectives. Because you go in with a smite and he pops the ultimate, you waste your smite and then he waits for it to end before securing it. Adds an extra element of chaos when we already have 4 potential smites in this game.
Classic. Just until spellbook and shenanigans, isn't it?
Jedino je što pored Kindred nemaju nešto puno damage, mislim ok kao Zeus. Interesantan buffer. Kao Zeus, Viper će raditi damage, ali opašće dosta.
Mislim da računaju da ovaj game ne ide u hyper late. Jer uzeli su Lisina, uzeli su... A dobro mislim, imaju... Da, šta znam. Kindred će iskrovati dobro.
Nije kao loše scale, ne mislim to, ali...
Kale just caught out, but he's got a magical journey over the wall.
Yeah, hard really to pin down some of these targets. I feel like...
Kao, mislim, Galio neće raditi damage, ok, izbudovat će vjerovatno u nekom trenutku Rabadon, ali nije to ono full AP Galio. S onog jednog peča kad je mogo da one-shotuje koga god.
Viper does just pick up the Triforce, and I feel like another situation where, you know, the Jhin, 3 items, I think, really big spike for him. I mean, the 1-item spike is nice, the Ghostblade, but 3 items is a really big one. We have to see, like, Ghostblade wrapped by IE. But the 2-item for the Ezreal will be a really big breaking point for HLE to play around. Because as this game gets later, a Ryze and Jhin will be a little bit hard to deal with.
They will indeed. No true tank in your team. The Leonas, that's it. As Dragon, we're far away, but we're just fighting around this area anyway. Delight instant flash away into the Zenith Blade. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, and Peanut is now hitting again, setting up for another mark. The ulti out immediately from Peanut. The Lamb's respite going to be down just to heal up Delight as Curtain Call is lining down, but Zeka's in the way. Really good blocking. He gets deadly flourished after the fact, and there is no kill in the end. Kale gets out and stops Peanut from moving to number 3.
Yep, I think AL stayed exactly as long as they wanted in that fight, and then immediately disengaged after the ult came through from Peanut.
Yeah.
A lot of poking and prodding for these two teams. You know, this is last game before one of them will go out of this tournament. And you can feel the tension between them, but they're still trying to find advantages, find these windows. Not for lack of trying. They've only had 3 kills in this game of 14 minutes, but both of them respecting their opposition.
All out might be used here. Flandre's getting maximum trading onto Zayas, but then again, Zayas doesn't really mind. They both.
Ne znam ja da li Flandre smije da ultuje. Mislim da ga Zevs dobio u... Možda i ne. Ali Lee Sin ulti radi brdo base damage.
It seems, and also the Bramble Vest kind of limiting a lot of that sustain coming through.
Who knew?
For Zayas. So
it's not the usual counter matchup.
It's not the Garen, you know.
It's not the Garen. It's not. I guess people say Renekton still is one of the good matchups. It's not the Vayne top that we almost got. So, Orcs.
Yep.
Does the Lee Sin top? Do we expect big engagements to happen? Like, is Herald going to be a big fight now here with it, with the TP? What do you think?
I mean, if you find an angle, you can go for it, you know. A kick onto Shanks, I hope, would be huge, but they don't really have vision.
Ja verujem u Lee Sina.
They don't have great TP wards.
Samo što nema kick, ali verujem u Lee Sina.
In comes Zayas, or Zeka, excuse me. Zayas no busy in the meantime in a side lane.
Kindred Trinity. Znate onaj Viego build? Biće malo više tanky skilla već svako, samo ako bude imao dovoljno stakova.
From Flandre to Madge, HLE don't get anything for the trade.
Yeah, bit of damage in the tower is all, so I think AL go for the rush on the Herald and get a reward for it. Peanut still sitting on 2 marks, hasn't really found a way to push in and take any camps away with the marks, and also he's had that
trebaju 4
for a
do
while and he's kind of played very defensively. I don't think
postane heroj.
because of the mark, but just because generally dying in League of Legends is something you want to avoid.
It is actually, it's good play. Sometimes there's good deaths, but most of the time we're not having good deaths, you know, like we were talking about it yesterday, right? My deaths, I try to be like him, but like I'm 0-5 on 1 and 5, and it's just no one on my team is saying that was a good death. They're saying
the positive reinforcement.
They're saying other things to me. I'm getting negative reinforcement from my team, and I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but you know, we can't all have supportive team members, can we?
No.
One day.
You need your team just to back you up.
Yeah, where's the love?
Good death, bro. You definitely needed to die there.
Hey,
solid.
Where are my Platinum Emerald teammates to support me?
Okay, set up for Dragon now. You see Zayas at a bit of a flank angle. TP coming in from Zeka.
Okay, Zeka with ulti well, Solar Flare. Instant flash from Shanks. Look towards the front line. Flandre has disengaged on the rest of the team. Timid Fate. A 3-man while Delight is dying.
Jako lepo ulti Barda. Ne znam da li dovoljno samo. Ma kakvi.
Snap onto Shanks while Kale flashes away. It's weird from AL. They're separated and torn apart. A flip back from Flandre. Good again, but AL just can't get any kills. Damage on Zeka. Isolated is good, but in the all-out and the curtain call, they need to start finding some bodies to hit the floor. Peanut with the lamb to spite, buying
Viper nema, vidi, ovo pozicija, ovo pozicija, ovo pozicija.
Hope with the last, Peanut the only one alive. And they methodically pulled apart the fight there from anyone's legend.
Such a broken up fight, but really Flandre and Hope got so much value.
Zjavit ima jako lep ulti, ali KL našao ono Bardov Stasis na njih trojicu i nije niko mogao da isprati. Kada je kickovao Shanksa u svoj tim.
Hope is close to dying as well. Delight's going to do it for him. But Kyle's too fast away, and he's got the cinders on the ground, so Peanut will not catch a break. Or will he catch death? I'm not sure. He's not going to go too far forward because that Shank's in the way.
Isn't Kindred the representation of death?
Yeah, but she can die too, right? Like one day, you know, yeah.
Anyway, so the fight, so something significant here. The light starts to engage up on a Shanks who burns the flash. So Zayas is immediately like, right, no flash on Rise, I want Rise. The Tempered Fate buys time here though, so it keeps Shanks alive a lot longer than otherwise he would have. And actually means you have to commit more. And all this meantime, Hope and Flandre just pumping damage out. Yes, Hope gets engaged on. But then Flandre gets this great angle here onto Zeka, drags him out of the fight, removes an element. Hope got enough distance to pop this ultimate, and Peanut's having to block shots and pop the ult to keep them alive. And then Hope can walk up here. Everyone's come together. The bouncing grenade value is massive. I believe that's what actually finishes off Viper here, yeah.
Wow. Oh my lord, yeah, Tabe is screaming.
As he should be. That was a great fight.
That was an insane fight, pulled apart. As you said, Flandre, 5k damage.
Zatvoreni u ostavi ljudi. Strašno.
Kasante did almost 5,000 damage. That's how long he was staying engaged for.
I thought Cassante got nerfed. What happened?
Little do we know, he does true damage now.
Why is he back? You know?
He just always finds a way, doesn't he?
He's resilient.
Ali ima problema što je Xante mnogo jak u fajtovima.
Maybe Lee Sin top isn't the counter to Cassante.
Maybe the Lee Sin top is indeed not an option. Well,
yes, definitely.
So far, I don't think Zeus has done much.
I mean, he did get that kick on a shank.
He got the kill on a shanks. That was a nice kick.
Yeah.
But then they're also lacking a lot of damage in that fight, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Peanut's still on 2 stacks. And as I said before, without that 4 stacks, you feel so much weaker. Just a lack of range. And particularly intra composition where
20 minut sa Lee Sinom i ube 1000 golda je baš nešto što ne želiš da se dogodi. Xante, Ryze, Jhin mnogo bolje skelaju.
Da, to je jedino ono kao sve ti je na Kindred da nosi.
AL are posturing around Alican, but
this has been a semi-throw this series.
A Kindred ima 2 staka u 20 minutu. Ono,
but maybe AL are just standing around.
Neće nositi još uvijek.
Also, they know they're jealous, like a baby with a rattle, and they're like, oh, I want that.
I mean, Peanut attacked it. It's a compulsion. He can't help it.
The card is so dangerous. And they just go back to it. HLE are backing off rather. So for AL now, they just control vision. Maybe wait towards the next dragon. Minute 30 to the start of that Infernal.
I mean, that's the thing when the Anakan is next to the dragon, you're in a position where you just control the vision in the area, and even if you don't do the Anakan, you have it set up for the dragon in the future. Now they are looking for this bot lane tower.
Flag is down. There's a ghost that's just popped as well. I mean, Hope is getting the push.
It's a kindred, so it's hard to really die with the ultimate. But they have cleared out the vision.
Sad je vrijeme da Anyone's Legend startuje ovog ataka.
But he's caught out. He's tempered fate. He has to kite it out, and Kyle doesn't find him in the end. The curtain call is lighting down once again, and the 4 shot into the light. Half HP for the support as AL are looking to take the turret with the back end of the chunk.
Yeah, a bit of poke coming through. I mean, Peter does have a bit of sustain in the kit on the passive, but not really any option to get
Lee Sin meanwhile, by the way. The realm of. Kyle flashes forward. The cosmic binding was fantastic. The cataclysm is a 3-man. HLE are stuck inside. Now Flandre
je dobar Galio u pozicionu.
A jesi na njime. Čak možda ima i dobar.
Dobar Galio u pozicionu. Ovo ima vinalo fight. Pa vinalo fight, nije vinalo fight. Zašto Flandre full health, čovjek?
Da. Nema ko da ubije Xante. Čak ne znam da li je Flandre bacio ulti uopšte.
So many members of AL were caught in the AoE from Zeka, but a bit too tanky, and Flandre in particular is so hard to deal with right now. Able to cut through.
Flandre ima i all out, tako im zafali damage.
But members of HLA are moving back onto the map. AL rushing over as well. We'll see who's able to set up in time. Tarzan is going to be there first.
Round 2.
The Peanut is heading over, but not towards the bot side of the map.
Where's he going? His mark is not up there. He wants red buff.
Xante je ogroman problem, mislim, nema šta, nemaju kako da gubi, nemaju damage, gubi ono, opet on njih može da ubije jer Xante, kao radi damage.
Zanimljiv dizajn, budeš tanka, radiš damage.
Bacili su ga u TFT i jednako je broken. Samo što u TFT ima 2 života. U TFT-u je tank dok ne rikne i onda kad rikne rezuje se u all-out formi i onda te šota.
And he's clearing through some cams, but wants to be around in time for Arakan if they get started up. But the fight is chaotic.
Rezuje se sa full HP-om.
Da. Ima 2 života.
Bukvalno broken.
He's like Saitama at this point.
Delo je mnogo više broken nego ovo što je u ligi. Okej, okej, Zeus je failovao. Zeus je failovao. A Cassante njih 5 tankuju i oni dalje živi. Ma da, ma Cassante, ma da, Sain.
Preferira.
Ma nema problema.
Preferira.
Kakav champion, strašno.
Skill. Čist skill, samo je bolji. Nema razloga da budemo ljubomorni, samo je bolji.
Da, samo jednostavno bolji igrač.
Da, mnogo je bolji, kvalitetni igrač, da ne kažem. Samo je bolji, bravo za njega.
Not even sure they're going to be able to get this tower in the mid lane. TP will deny it, and once again, would you believe
Kad bude replay, tačno ću da brojim koliko sekundi je bio u njih petoro da preživi.
All three games, I feel like Flandre's impact has been grand. You know?
I mean, I feel like Tarzan was such a big factor in the previous one.
He was, but
I mean, I don't think Flandre hasn't been, but I think this one has just been, he is by far the main character. And
evo ga, jedna, dve, tri, četiri, pet, a dobro, sam ne primio damage, ajde ponovit ću. Jedan, dva, tri, četiri, pet, šest, sedam, osam, devet, deset, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 15 sekundi.
I don't know what we're looking at. It was like he flashed and then did the Charleston slide or something and altered mid-flash, and so Flandre left then right. It was the
Zanimljiv heroj.
Kvalitetno i kažem, većina je njegov skill, ništa drugo.
Ezreal obacio 5300 damage u Kasante, ali samo. A dobro, vjerojatno je neki poke, nešto pre toga, fajta, ali svak.
It's rough. I feel like HLE, they threw this draft up and said, hey, let's throw a spanner in the works. Call it what you will. The Lee Sin R5 pick. Sorry, it was Kindred R5. We saw the Lee Sin earlier on, obviously. It turned to be a flex. But I don't know how much work it's doing. Peanut's caught back in a bit. Lambs was spite up.
Peanut bacio Q preko zida, inače. Ok, Peanut je odlučio da je izgubio jednostavno partiju samo i to je sve. Ja mislim da je to pošteno.
Delight, if he gets a miracle still here, he's the hero of career right now, but with the tempered fate, look, Flandre waits, deadly flash, not time, but the CC chain, the cataclysm, AL turn for the fight, set a Baron, and they make it a sure thing, no steal in sight.
AL don't give any opportunities over.
Ezreal kada su ultijem?
Ne. Rough game right now for Peanut, tries to find an angle over the wall to play some vision, I think.
Ne znam, šta ti kažeš za ovog Lee Sina na topu? Misliš da je uradio posao?
Pa, znaš kako, ne baš iskreno. Ali, bar nas je zabavio, mislim, ako ništa, što da radimo? Realno.
Dobar, bar je Romovoj bacio inseki ulti i tako to.
Pa da, to je okej. Dobili smo nešto malo novo, nešto drugačije. U drugom gameu best of 5. Tako da mislim da je legitimno. Idemo bar nešto drugo.
Especially given how that play went. But for HLE, 4 stacks. That's all we're looking at right now. If you can do that, then we'll talk about the next step.
Okay. Well, I want to give highlights. Tarzan again, 100% KP. Kale's Bard has actually been really clean.
Yeah, a lot of impact.
And they stole the Leona for this. The Shanks is going to be cleansed away, but look at the damage he's got Majai's. Safeguards him while Delight wants to safeguard Zeka, but he ain't doing anything. Tarzan jumps into the fray while Peanut and Delight get out with a slimmer of HP, and Flandre is here again. Raid boss returns, flip of the wrist, and an easy kill.
Zeka stoji.
Respite, but the patience from Hope. 4-shot damage. Viper is going to be joined in by a team Realm Warp. They bring minions as well. AL are behind enemy lines, and Viper slowed down to buggery. Won't get a chance. Has to flash away. AL moments away from knocking out HLE just as they've arrived.
And AL making such a convincing case. The game that
Dobro, ako ništa drugo, baš su relativno brzi gameovi bili.
Anyone's Legend are taking.
Ovoj
As they're on
seriji
the
šta
cusp of
smo
finishing
imali
this one, have been
efektivno
very convincing. HLE
tipa
with the
sat i
last
po.
ditch defense to keep the hope
Drugi
alive.
game je bio malo duži.
Peanut getting away. I think you're right, Orcs. I don't see a full stack
Mislim,
inside. I see a
drugi game je bio throw, Eli je mogao da dobije samo tu partiju i da budu lagani, ali ne, odlučili su da budu loši.
And so is Kyle. Time stands still, but only for anyone's legend.
Tako da šta da se radi, tako to bude ponekad. Svakako, game broj 3 je gotov, serija broj 2 danas je gotova, ostala je još jedna best of 3 serija, a to će biti BLG i G2, tako da vidimo šta će Evropa moći da uradi. Eli je na kraju dobio Hanva malo, izrefovala s pikovima, to ih je koštalo, pauza će biti nešto duža. Mislim da će biti 20 minuta, tako da taman sad neki doručak, neki tuš, nešto malo dođemo sebi i onda se vraćamo sa drugom serijom, ostavljamo intervju, ostavljamo program, tu smo mare za 20 minuta.
I mean, it's an exciting roster. It's actually, I think, one of LPL's most exciting rosters since the EDG Worlds win that Viper was on the roster for. That since IG, since the days of, you know, Doomby's FPX, like, yeah, sure, a little bit gung-ho, maybe we're not there yet, maybe it takes until Worlds, but semi-finals at EWC is a good statement, especially when, again, they came so close to getting into that finals at MSI, then who knows?
Yeah, and we're going to see how far they can go in the tournament.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tarzan is standing by, Ian on stage, another key crush, and this time it's going to be Hummer Lives.
I am indeed standing by with Tarzan. This is your Amazon winners interview. AGAL make it into the semi-finals. We'll talk about who they could be facing off against a little bit later on. HLE are out of the tournament here. Tarzan, you started this series so strong in Game 1. Game 2, it looked like you could have closed things out, but then they steal your Baron, the momentum shifts. Going into Game 3, how did you approach it?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，然后进入到了半决赛。在第一局的时候，我们看到其实你们是非常平稳的度过了第一局，然后在第二局的时候，感觉好像可以赢下比赛的同时被偷到了大龙，然后你当时是怎么决策的呢？
就第二把的话，其实也前面也很优的，但是我们就有一些失误了吧，然后我们偷大龙内部也是。 就我们就尝试吧，但是我们就尝试有点失败了吧。
I think that we did make some errors during the second stage. During the Baron got steal stage, we did try a bit during that phase, but in the end it failed.
And then you brought it back to close out the series in Game 3, of course. Third place finish at MSI. Do you think that you can finish higher than that here at EWC, and why?
在 MSI 的时候，你们拿到了第3名，那你觉得本次 EWC 你们可不可以拿到一个更高的名次？
肯定有机会吧，就我们后面比赛也很有机会吧。
I do think that we have a very good shot at getting a higher place at the EWC.
Now you can either face off against MKOI or T1 in the semi-final. I have a feeling that you might want to face off against T1 to get revenge for them knocking you out of MSI.
你们在半决赛中将会遇到 MKOI 或者是 T1， 我相信你肯定是非常想遇到 T1 的。那你觉得就是想不想遇到他们呢？感受是怎么样？
感觉 T1 会上来吧，然后我们这次如果打到 T1 也是比我上嘛，所以感觉更有机会吧，比 MSI。
I believe that T1 will get the shot against MKOI, and I do think that we have a great chance against T1 in the best of 3.
Well, that is yet to be seen, but what is guaranteed right now is a key crush. Would you like to crush a key right now?
你可以现在自己去亲自压碎他们的钥匙了，你想不想做这件事情？
我去吗？是我要去的吗？或者不知道，感觉不知道。
He was very shocked actually. He said, "Oh, am I doing it?"
Yeah, you are.
You're doing it.
Are you ready?
准备好了吗？
Okay, come with me. It can be hard. If you are not a cruel competitor, it's not always an enjoyable experience, but this is something Tarzan is going to do right now. It was their first loss at EWC. It was their first loss, and it was a devastating one. it's time to say goodbye to HLE.
With the first best of 3 done and dusted, I have Zeus from HLE for our losers interview. So please walk me through that match point game where you guys decided to play something like the Lee Sin and Kindred, where these champions are often seen kind of off meta for their respective roles.
일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 3경기에서 일단 리신과 킨드레드라는 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좀 특이한 조합을 들고 오셨어요. 그래서 이 조합을 좀 짜게 된 배경에 대해서 좀 한번 설명해 주신다면요.
일단은 리신은 뽑을 때부터 좀 선픽으로 박아도 지금 괜찮은 티어라고 생각해서 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같고, 아무래도 갈리오랑 조합하는 것이기 때문에 그런 정글 픽이 나오게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was really confident about the Lee Sin pick because I thought it was one of the top tier picks. But considering the fact that we're combining with Galio, so I think that was the reason we picked Kindred.
Very insightful information. And of course, this was your first time versing AGAL at the international stage. So do you think this team has that little spark behind them where something took you by surprise for this series to go like this?
이제 국제전에서 이제 AGA를 상대로 처음 이렇게 경기를 치러 보셨는데 AGAL에 좀 어떤 경기력이 좀 이렇게 하나생명에게 좀 부담으로 좀 다가오셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 AL 같은 경우에는 뭐 잘하는 팀이고 좀 단단하게 잘하는 팀이라는 걸 잘 알고 있었고, AL이 잘하는 것과 별개로 좀 저희가 너무 참담한 그런 경기력을 보여줬기 때문에 지게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I knew AGAL was a very solid team beforehand. So that being said, we should have brought the best of us, but we couldn't. It was a very awful performance from us. So I think that was the reason we lost.
I see. Well, it's time to say goodbye to Zeus and HLE from the Esports World Cup, and back to you guys, Digon.
Thank you very much, Kitty, Maddox, and Cheryl, and In Chambers for all the insights that we had from both Zeus and Tarzan. It is AGAL outlasting Hanwha Life Esports in that game number 3. Many different angles to look at. The draft, the fights, the ults, many different ways, but in the end, all that matters is that AGAL survive and will move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I was a little surprised from the draft, first of all. Hanwha Life picking Lee Sin into Jarvan, which is a pretty normal jungle matchup, although not something that Peanut's particularly known for. But then they ended up flexing the Lee Sin top lane, taking Kindred, which was certainly a curveball. Didn't go very well, though. Kindred didn't really get a lot of stacks, even though he had a pretty decent early game. And I'm not too sure about that Lee Sin top. It didn't seem too impactful. Zeus seems like a bit of a grasp merchant this series, you know, pulling it out on Yone last game instead of the lethal tempo, and then this game on Lee Sin versus, you know, something like Conqueror, which is pretty non-standard. It is really good for laning, but I was pretty surprised to see that.
I think it was pretty clear that the value compared to the Cassante was just not really there. And, you know, in a game 3 where you're trying to be tricky and then you pull out this Kindred for Peanut and then he has a game like that, which he was doing okay. He was like building up and we thought, hey, you know, maybe he can build up to a great game 3. But you know, Zeus obviously isn't going to say it, but I personally think that Peanut had a pretty poor game number 3. And unfortunately against a team like AGAL, you're just not going to win if that's the way it goes.
I mean, in his interview, he did say, hey, we lost because we played awful, picked a very specific word to describe that. But I feel like the draft was a little too cute, a little too creative. The Kindred did get started there, but then after that, it had such a hard time finding kills and maybe a couple of ultimates, those tempered fates, that really stunted the rest of Hanwha Life Esports from getting in by the Bard. I just feel like this was a tough one to play unless you snowballed it all the way through, and GAL had so many tools to stifle the game plan, the idea for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I think on paper, maybe this could work if Kindred got super fed, but I don't even know if she's that good right now in general. You know, a lot of times when Kindred's strong, you see a lot of the one tricks in solo queue doing well, but I haven't seen many Kindreds lately, and I think the champion might just be kind of on the weak side. And so, yeah, I mean, especially if you're going to play it, though, you have to play to it. You have to help Kindred get all the marks, you know, move as a team with your support, make sure you can get the 4 stack. That's super important to be able to play the game. Wasn't able to get it. And then they kind of ran into this damage problem where you have Lee Sin, Galio, Ezreal, and they just couldn't get through Cassante. I think Flandre had an insane series. I would not have thought that Flandre would get the better of Zeus coming into this. I thought that would be a Hanwha Life Esport top gap for sure, but not how it went. Flandre played great, did a lot of work with tanks, and yeah, you know, just didn't have a good answer for it.
Yeah, it felt like Coach Tabe just kept that Gwen banned consistently, didn't allow Zeus to touch that one, and because of that, he didn't have the same level of impact as we're used to seeing. Let's take a look at some of the highlights as we recap this one. It started off early. Wanted to point this one out because the Bard was criticized early on against pretty mobile champions and doesn't quite land his ult here. That allowed the re-engage for Hanwha Life Esports, and the fight goes the way of Hanwha Life here.
This was actually from the Lee Sin Prio. He got the first move on Cassante, and Cassante didn't have TP, which then kind of ended up with Tarzan getting in too deep. He initially went in to get the Kindred ult, and then I think he kited pretty well, but then, you know, as soon as Lee Sin cut him off, he was like, oh, well, I'm dead. Rather give the kill to someone other than Lee Sin. So Lee Sin did get a little bit of value in the early game with, you know, he had that freeze top lane where he got his bot lane like 3 extra range creeps, and then he had this early move. So it did do a little bit, but I don't think it was enough to justify giving in Cassante because, you know, Cassante's just so strong later on.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a lot left open. You know, this wasn't like a game 4 or game 5 of Fearless. I think they just got a little bit too cute and a little bit of like, hey, what if we did this? This feels, especially like with the Kindred and the Galio, it's like, oh, well, it has great synergy, but you got to consider first, like, is Kindred even a good pick, right? Like you're saying, I think tier-wise, we see it every so often, but not the best one nowadays.
All right, third Drake is where the game broke wide open here as we take a look at our second replay. And yeah, this one just a little tough. How do you get in there when Hanwha Life or when AL is already there? You're thinking, okay, fight together maybe, but a great ult
really
here
good
by the
Bard ult.
Cassante splits things up.
Yeah, I think the Bard ult was great. It kind of kept HLE from really following up because this could have went the way of HLE. Rise used his flash and then got kicked in by Lee Sin, so I think they could have blown him up pretty quickly, but 3-man Bard ult, and then you know, Cassante was able to kidnap Galio over the wall, get the shutdown, and then, I don't know, Kindred ult is one of those tools that's very hard to use effectively because sometimes it's actually correct to not press ult on Kindred and die. You know, if the other team is very low and you're the only one who's going to die, sometimes it can be better to just let yourself die. But obviously, it feels wrong to do that. And then, you know, you see an all-out Cassante. He loves the Kindred ult. He's more than happy to be sitting in there, just doing so much damage. He can't actually die, and then he'll have like his E and W by the end of it. So, yeah, I mean, it felt like the Kindred pick helped Flandre out more than all of Hanwha Life Esports.
And we have a perfect example of that in our last replay here, where we watched Hanwha Life Esports say, hey, we're not going to fight the Drake. The Drake goes on over, and then they kind of walk into a fight here that afterwards AGAL take the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really fantastic flash from Hope, which was pointed out by Ox on the cast. You know, if he gets that kick and he knocks up 3 people, then maybe. But again, you've got to be really crisp. You have to be basically perfect on the Lee Sin to make it work. And again, this is one of these points where, like, Flandre's about to die, Tarzan's about to die, everybody's about to die, and then you just heal up everybody else. And it's just rough, especially from behind. And when you're lacking damage, it's like, well, do I try to save my team, or do I just keep all those guys that we can barely kill alive from the enemy team? And you can see that everybody on the side of AGAL in the back room was extremely excited. Just another day at the office for the players, as you know, I think HLE, they could have played better today, but also kind of a warm-up one. I still feel like AGAL have more in the tank than what they showed today, because again, from my perspective, I do think that I agree with Zeus. I don't think they had the best day, and it was still yet a close series, so I feel like AGAL still have more in the tank.
All right, well, with that win, AGAL will move on to the semifinals. They have an off day tomorrow, as the other quarterfinals will be wrapping on up, but they will face the winner against T1 or Movistar Koi, and that quarterfinals will be played tomorrow. So the matches tomorrow will be T1 and Movistar Koi, as well as Genji versus Flyquest. But that does mean up next we have BLG versus G2, yet another chapter in this fantastic rivalry that has crossed international play. These two teams always seem to end up matching up against each other, and they've produced some great matches here.
Yeah, I think it's a big match for G2. They looked a lot better coming into EWC compared to what we saw in MSI. And BLG, they've been kind of hit or miss. I think they're still a very strong team overall, but they haven't had the cleanest games. I don't think they've really gotten the results that they want. So I'm sure they've been super focused, trying to get back to where, you know, they want to be. And we're going to have some awesome matchups like Caps versus Knight and Ben versus Broken Blade. I think it will be a good one as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Valdez, any final thoughts on Hanwha Life Esports, given the fact that last time we saw them, they weren't quite themselves here. They get a couple wins on the board. They have a convincing comeback victory here, but ultimately bow out at quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of struggle street nowadays. I think really that loss to T1 and road to MSI did a number to their mental, and you know, they got 3-0. They got smashed when we were all expecting them to win. So to go from that, you can tell that the players weren't feeling great from there, and then they come here and they don't show their best stuff. So it's rough for them, but hopefully they can bounce back at LCK. I still think that AGAL, though, were a great opponent, and they can do some damage here at EWC.
Yeah, maybe for Hanwha Life Esports, a win with the draft like that would have signified maybe some swagger coming back in the sales. Instead, they head back to the LCK, getting ready for the second half of the season. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll set the table for G2 against Billy Gaming in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
on Esports Arena, where the playoffs of Dota 2 are happening. And honestly, it looks really exciting. The crowd is amazing, and I'm joined here by Nomad to tell us more about this.
Yeah, I mean, we just had an incredible series coming out where actually one of the favorites, BB, got eliminated by one of the teams we didn't really expect to do that well, win Tundra. So already an upset. It's really heating up.
Oh, wow. And who looks like the strongest team in the tournament so far?
I would say probably Liquid coming into this. They've had a really good year, and also they won TI last year, so I think a lot of people are looking at them.
All right. Well, thank you very much for all these informations.
Oh, wow, is that G2? They're coming on in thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport and ready to go against one of their new rivals that have been playing against each other year in and year out at international play. It is BLG, one of the stalwarts of the LPL. They're getting to go onto the stage for the first time and show the world what they're made of here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back, Digon, alongside Medios and Finn to close out this series between these two squads. Let's run through that G2 roster one more time, who also ran through the group stage, which is why they're here today. Starting the top lane, they've got Broken Blade, Skumond, the Western Goat Caps, Hansama, and Lebrov rounding it on out. And Finn, our resident LEC fanboy who's been leading the charge in terms of the cheers and the chants, how do you feel how this team has looked so far in the tournament?
Those are my boys. That's my boys, that's my region, and I am excited to actually be a little bit happy to watch G2 finally, because that MSI, boy, that sure was depressing, but now we are actually loaded and ready, and I feel like we have seen solid improvement. A lot of the question marks are kind of getting answered. BB doesn't seem to be slumping as hard anymore, and we've seen Skumond and Lebrov kind of look a little bit more proactive. Now, is that strong enough to beat BLG? That question will be answered in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a nice test for G2. Obviously, they've looked better. They went 2-0 yesterday. But again, those were just best of ones. Those don't test your fearless drafts whatsoever. And yeah, I think G2 is capable of winning games. We did see them win games at MSI, although they didn't win series. So this will be a great test. They've got to beat BLG twice to move on. So, you know, we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up again, reminding everyone at home, this is a best of three, so fearless rules are in play. And we had that very eclectic draft from Life Esports there in the last series. So hopefully we'll be treated to all three games. And, you know, there aren't too many better teams that come prepared than G2. They've always got the drafts kind of locked down. They generally have the right ideas. They're not afraid from picking different things, especially in the top lane. Whether it works out or not, they take the learning lessons and try to get even stronger here, Finn.
Yeah, I'm never really worried about their drafts. It's more about their individual laning that I am keeping a close eye on, because I feel like that is where BLG can be really scary.
Not worried about the drafts? I saw quite a bit of Twisted Fate at MSI. And that would be a little worrisome if I'm a G2 fan.
Yeah, I mean, we're not an MSI anymore. That's we shake that off.
Okay, no more TF. That's good.
All right, let's look at the opposite side here. It is BLG, Billy Gaming. They're coming off of MSI as well as a 4th place finish and looking to prove themselves here at the Esports World Cup. Bin, the new jungler moving on in literally from playoffs at the LPL, Beishuan, the stalwart in the mid lane, Knight, Elk and On. Really strong duo in the bottom lane. We know that if they get a lead, they will not let it go and can close games out here.
BLG is a super interesting team to watch. I think they're one of the most entertaining in the sense of you don't really know what you're going to get. They have extremely strong solo lanes. I think Bin and Knight have both been staples for this team, some of the best solo laners in the entire world, but the rest of their teams not always having their back, as we've seen in recent competition. Beishuan is new. He doesn't have as much experience as everyone else, and he's looked to be a little inconsistent. he has some good games, but other games he looks a little bit lost. And then On is yeah, he's a coin flip for sure. He makes some great plays, and then
Powerhouse with eyes on global glory. It's BLG.
On global stages, PLG have been dominant over G2 since 2023. Can G2 flip the script here? Let's jump into the rifts.
Thank you so much, Ian and Fancy, for that phenomenal introduction. I'm Atlas. I'm back with Wolf for our final best of 3 of the night. Once again, a tale of revenge from the very recent MSI. And last time is time that G2 would like to forget. That was a quite brisk 3-0.
But we already saw that G2 can bounce back with their victory over Flyquest. We've seen this roster jump back into this tournament with some revenge-oriented mindsets, right? The bounce back has been real. Sure, it's been up until this point best of ones, but we have seen this team have a much stronger performance than what we saw from MSI. It looks like a lot of preparation went into this one. I would still give the edge to BLG in this series, especially considering, like you said, that very recent history. But drafts will be important here, as both of these teams will, for the first time, be pushed into Fearless. As, you know, you get a second chance. Sure, you drop game 1, but you have to choose your champions wisely. I do think while we have seen some pretty good performances from G2, they've also left us a little bit puzzled sometimes with the side lane decisions we've seen from Broken Blade. You know, sometimes it works out for him when he pushes super deep. They get a lot of map control, but he gets punished oftentimes. We've seen Caps looking a lot better here this tournament than what we saw at MSI. I think his champion pool is going to come through big, but they are up against the Titans that are BLG, and this roster is star-studded.
Certainly is. That gentleman right there that we can see very, very close. The zoom in on his microphone there was quite interesting, to say the least. Bin is definitely going to be a different opposition here for Broken Blade, but I do think that practice on this stage is really important. We've seen teams ramp by playing more games with the pressure.
Evo nas nazad, malo je net zabo srećom, pa je zabo u najbolje moguće vreme, a to je kada nije bilo gejma. Tako da smo tu da gledamo G2 i BLG, kao što smo čuli, BLG dominira na G2 već od 2023. Tako da, realno gledano, bit će napeto za G2 da urade bilo što ovdje.
Znači, kažeš da im je BLG tata?
Da, 100%.
Okay.
It depends on how you want to play out the game and what kind of draft you're looking for, because obviously Talia
hoćeš da sinkujem, pošto ti...
Sad sam na 11, 10, 9, 8.
To je prvi piker, tako?
Tako je.
They do look for this Talia, and we'll lock that one in first.
Dobro, 28, 27,
23, 22.
Sekundicu, paciram sam Space.
Ja ne mogu da bacim Space jer ja desinkujem sebi stvari, tako da moraš ti sa mnom da se mečuješ. Sad sam na 28, 27.
Dobro je, jedno.
Ok, to je to.
This tournament, and you know it's a tale as old as time. You put the ball on the Nocturne goes in.
Okay, BLG odmah ide na Nocturne Ori combo. Good stuff.
Yep. It is pretty unavoidable as well if it does work out. We've seen it messed up many times as well, which is a whole lot of fun. But here's a hover of a fun one here that G2 have played in the past, as Dr. Mundo being considered, but I don't think that's going to be the lock-in.
On pokazao svog jednog čempiona kog može da igra.
That is exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, Hansama has showcased already that he is phenomenal on this champion, this tournament, and we know he's played it a ton successfully in the past, but I mean, very recently, as recently as yesterday, extremely dominant on this big...
What was that, the triple fountain laser?
The triple fountain laser. Plus the fact that, you know, oftentimes if you just keep adding more CC, it's hard for the Xayah to survive, but I feel like against Nocturne Orianna specifically, it's actually really easy to mitigate that combo. The addition of the Nico, though, does make it a little bit tougher. Also will make the laning phase a little bit tougher here for Hansama and Lebrov down there in the bottom side. So I like this pick here for BLG.
Yeah, this is a fun one, and a lot of combo potential out of BLG right now. I like the global as well coming through from the Nocturne, but will mean that the early game should be something that G2 can attack with their last couple of picks potentially. We'll see what Skewmund and Broken Blade do want to do, but
So,
the Wukong not going to be a part of that.
Wukong is gone, Poppy is gone. I know it's not everyone's favorite right now. It's a bit controversial, but I do feel like you could play Kalista Nico in this bottom lane with this draft. It goes pretty hard. It's really strong into the bottom 2v2.
Ne znam koliko je dobra Kalista Niko. Razmišljam o tome, ali ne znam koliko je dobra Kalista. Mislim, meni se baš ne sviđa Kalista. Videli smo na MSI-u koliko je bila useless, tako da... Nisam ubeđen, stvarno nisam ubeđen.
Da, same.
Yeah, I would say that something like Kai'Sa is the most common answer into Xayah, has been since 2017, but there's also the Jinx.
Eto opet
Jinx
Kai'Sa.
into Xayah has been always just incredible.
Pričam, samo dodaju bez razloga.
Kai'Sa's super easy to follow up on this dive.
Drugi caster zna engleski,
respect.
respect.
Wow, that's a lot. That's more
Smolder? I mean, the Jace ban makes sense considering how much you can outrange this Xayah. As Lucian is going to be an interesting consideration here.
Lucian je legit, Smolder je fine, Porky je fine, samo ne Kalista. Kai'Sa mi se ne sviđa, iskreno. Loši pik u Zaju i u Taliju ne može se dešuješ kroz Unraveled Dirt, tako da mislim da su imali boljih pikova tu, ali dobro. Možda žele samo backline dive sa Nocturne, Oriana, Combo, pa onda ona možda ulta napred, ali ne znam.
Kako je Hope ultovao u Wukongu možda ima neki kineski za Kai'Si koji nisu baš najbolji. Dolaze iz škole Jekyllova.
Showmaker quotes all over the internet after that.
Yeah, I wonder what Bin wants to play into this, as the jungle pick is also quite interesting because so much is taken away. No Vi, no Wukong, no Xinjiao, and Jarvan here, the consideration, but considering how mobile this composition is, as well as how well you can re-engage after the engage, it's going to be a little bit tricky to play. I think it's strong into Oriana, can be quite powerful into the Nocturne. So we could have either seen just the Scion brick wall here into this Cassante, or they could have opted for something a little bit more aggressive in this top lane, like a Gnar. That would have actually been great for their team fighting, would have been strong in the matchup, but looking like the Scion is the way they want to play this. Also just such a strong front line to help set up these team fights and fight in the neutral here for BLG. The Xayah pick felt really good when it was just the Nocturne Oriana. That was the main problem, but now you have the Nico, now you have the Kai'Sa, as well as even the sticky Scion that you have to deal with. So I think Weaver's walls are going to be incredibly important. If you can control the space around the map, also the Cataclysm that Skewmund has to kind of warp the battlefield, can give some additional space.
Generalno solidni draftovi. Generalno solidni draftovi.
Composition here for BLG. We know what Hansama could do with a lead into a composition like this. Even the extremely tanky
G2 ima dobar draft, solidan early, imaju dobar late.
Especially when there's so many things they can construct. You mentioned it already. The Cataclysm is going to
Slično
be
i
so
za
incredibly
BLG,
good
imaju
at just
BLG ima onaj klasičan kineski dive comp.
lay stuff over the tracks all over the place. Weaver's Wall, of course, another example of that. And we've spoken about
Trebalo bi da bude dobra
the way
partija.
you beat Xayah is to outrange her, and they don't necessarily do that. What they do though, is they dive on top of her to take her down. So that Featherstorm usage is going to have to be immaculate from Hansama. But once they do get through that initial salvo of the team fight, there is a chance this guy on your screen right now will be able to take control. Some fun drafts here for game number
Honestly,
one, I'm not gonna lie.
of all the games you and I have cast this tournament so far, I feel like this is the closest draft. I feel like both teams have a really strong draft and really strong win cons here. And they absolutely know exactly what, because identity is so different, they know exactly what they need to do to make sure the enemy team can't get those same advantages. And I think for BLG, it's to get that mid-game snowball rolling. And for the side of G2, it's to position well, it's to utilize the terrain that their champions can create to buy space for Hansama to be that triple fountain laser once again. Yep. What a sick game one draft we have here set up.
Yep, this is very, very cool. As, yep, not quite the names, but that is absolutely fine, as here we are representing Fnatic as well as Skewmund. You love to see that. Somewhere Cyanide is like, thanks, bro. Thanks for that. Thanks for the representation. We appreciate it. As BLG, I don't know about that bin skin, like the Viking Scion one. Not exactly my favorite. but that's okay. They can't all be Lumberjack Scion, you know?
I haven't had that many opportunities to commentate.
Meni je fajn, to je OG skin, iskreno. Viking Sion je baš OG skin.
Yeah, I like how like 4 or 5 years is short.
It's just, I mean, a lot of casters obviously have been covering this game for nearly a decade or over. And
on je baš stari, jedan od prvih.
Time to commentate Knight, Bin, Elk, you know, these legends on.
And you know what? We're gonna hold it here so that you can bask in being able to do that, Wolf.
Yeah, I've you know always
Barbarians,
and
how
incredibly strong and dominant he has been over the last few years. As also a fellow left-handed player myself, I don't use the mouse on my left hand though. I'm just a fraud. Every time I tried to move the mouse to the left side, it annoyed everyone in the family, and it was just like, well, I guess I'm gonna adapt and use my right hand. But in a different world, maybe with a more tolerant, more left-handed family, maybe I could have been like Knight.
Yeah, well, you could have been like Freak as well. Freak is the only other guy that I know that actually uses a left-handed mouse.
Naniwa, famously in StarCraft 2, was a left-handed mouse guy. It is one of the hardest, in terms of tech pauses and replacing hardware, it is one of the hardest mice to replace, one of the hardest hardware issues you can have. So if you're a left-handed player, you really have to make sure...
Ne znam kako imamo tehničkih pauza kad je Hanu otišao 3 game-a, pa mislim nije fair, alo, kolege.
Mora to tako da bude.
That must have been even harder in StarCraft as well, because everyone was so particular. What was that, like, that one Steel Series mouse that, like, everyone needed to have? And then there was that one guy that, like...
Knight je toliko dugo u inostranstvu da je ono brada mu je počela da raste.
It happened a lot. I mean, I heard Naniwa telling me about the super old Logitech mouse that he used back then. That was rare. Anyways, we are digressing quite a bit here as the fans are ready for this game to get going. Luckily, the timing of this tech pause means it's not going to affect the game really in any real sense. We just had 5-point starts and vision checks going on at the beginning of this one, and hopefully we'll be getting back into the action for you guys as soon as possible. A tense one, though. Caps giving the thumbs up gives me hope that perhaps that means something has been resolved.
Yep, and cheer for the faith. I kind of like that.
Publika vibe.
Što je interesantno da ih ima, boga mi, dosta navijača tamo u Saudijskoj Arabiji. Očekivao bi da će manje ljudi biti jer je relativno skupo ipak otići.
Očigledno, ljudi u kešu, sve se nema. Šalu na stranu. Dobro, mislim, ovo jeste u neku ruku mini worlds. Mislim, turnir gde zaista ono gledat ćemo i gledamo najbolje ekipe na svetu, pogotovo što je to i Tivan i Genji su tu.
Of course, Top Esports weren't exactly in the greatest position last year, but still managed to make the distance. So we have seen some of these more underdog teams finding the angles. See what can happen here as G2 looking to do exactly the same thing and buck the trend. There was that 3-0 for BLG. They could make it a 4-0 with a game one start
here. Vidim, chat se ne mrda kad mi puko net, samo mi je chat zakočio i nije učitao nov chat. Ali dobro.
Yeah, tough to lane into a Nico, just in general. She's just going to offer so much poke and harass in the lane.
Tu nešto da napiš, neku reč, nešto.
Ne, sad sam je otvorio chat, sad sam vidio šta sam sve promašio.
Getting that extra healing is so important.
It's so necessary to be able to deal with that poke, because if you end up going down to a third health here, I mean, you're going to have to start chugging potions, you're going to be diveable.
Biće teško za G2, ali gledajte ljudi, ovo je sad već playoff, ovo je četvrtfinale EWC. Tako da nema tu sad nešto puno prostora za grešku. Izgubiš best of 3, ideš kući. EWC je malo više punishing, što bi rekao moj dragi kolega Rale, a ja bi isto rekao realno. Više te kazni nego MSI. MSI igraš best of 5, izgubiš best of 5, padneš u losers, možeš jedan best of 5 i izgubiš, a ovdje izgubiš jedan best of 3, ćao zdravo, ideš kući.
But it is going to be just some very early resets as Knight actually thinks better of it for the moment. Caps goes back. We'll be teleporting back in
Da,
once
jako
again.
nezahvalan na raspored.
So nothing really gained just yet, but you can see in the lanes, it's BLG getting the majority of the shove here.
Nemaš ni vremena ni za odmor.
On top of Lebrov, he's down to 200, and that's just first blood. It goes over to On, and this has started early for BLG.
Yeah, this is massive, and Hansama going to potentially lose some farm here as well. We'll see how much of this he can pick up once that cannon so desperately, and we'll get that at least, but
we'll never know.
I'm pretty sure he did get it. Yeah,
I'm
like 99% sure he got it, based on the timing of that auto flying when we panned away.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a great target there on the Lebrov. We'll watch this again as On plays this very aggressively. Clones
Ja mislim da je Rakan Labrovov najbolji heroj.
Even
Ako
with the
uspe na
attempt to
njemu
escape,
da
Lebrov is still caught by the edge of it. He avoids
ga
it, totally
izinta,
different scenario, but he gets caught by just
onda
the edge
nema
there.
spasa.
And thought he would alone with his heal be able to get through, but doesn't flash and is punished as a result. So
to je fair, to je fair take.
For Elk, and he is just really cashing in on hitting that mid-game spike with his team composition.
Yeah, it's looking real scary. So we have some pings out here from Knight. Had an idea that maybe Skewmond was in the area, but does decide to go back. And first blood, 500 gold lead, something like that, approximately here for BLG. And it looks like they're picking things up basically right where they left off as far as that MSI start was concerned against G2 this season, or this year, you could say. But it is still early days, and of course there's a lot of scaling on the side of G2 as well.
Yeah.
Zaya is no slouch. There's not a massive amount of range on BLG's side.
The bigger concern for G2 would be if they ended up giving over 2 kills on a Grub or early Dragon fight, for example. That's what you really don't want. But losing the Rakan early stings, and it does accelerate BLG slightly, but it's not the end of the world, especially because the kill went to On instead of Elk. Still a significant lead here for Elk, but at the end of the day, like you said, you know, some accidents can happen in this early game. You have a lot of wiggle room with how the scaling works here. Just the mid game that you're more concerned about than some of these early snafus.
Yep, I would agree. So not necessarily end of the world, but world is not exactly looks like a happy place, especially here in the mid lane. As Caps, I mean, that clockwork is just wound up, and there is the flash away here from Caps. Doesn't have teleport this time to try and make his way back, and that gold lead that was minuscule is now going to balloon unless
1000 golda, 5 minuta, Caps gubi.
I guess Knight had it calculated. I thought he had, maybe with that wind up would have had just a flash auto for the kill there.
Delo je I Skewmond igra Jarvana, mislim, pričali smo o tome. On stvarno nije tajni, ima 2,5 heroja koji igra, to je to. Igra Pantheona, Munda I Trundla. To je to.
Even with Lebrov's unsealed, he doesn't have the smite ready.
Well, this is 3v3. The flash actually out from Beishwan as the double knockup comes
Samo
through
ste
from
se malo
Lebrov.
splitovali.
They find the root on Elk, but I think he's going to be able to make his way out to safety. Some good aggression here for G2, but it is only that
Beishwan će da umre ovdje, grida za kamp. A dobro igra pametno, okej.
On the back end, Lebrov taking a fair bit of damage here, but of course he's Rakan, so not exactly in the most danger.
Beishwan ima smite, ali nema flash pa ne želi da priđe. Treba da resetuju ovo, ne zašto niko damage-a krabu.
There's a flash forward, flash traded, and you'll be happy about that. If you're G2, getting the 80 carries flash could be a big opportunity here.
A Raka nema flash da engage na 6, nije ni to idealno.
On the wrong side of being able to make money in his lane.
I like that move from Lebrov there because the positioning of Elk away from the turret makes him a vulnerable target. Speaking of vulnerable targets.
Yeah, On in a lot of trouble here as Lebrov looking to try and make his way in. A lot of damage here already by Skewmond. Just needs another flag and drag. And Elk, remember, does not have the flash, so needs to get back towards that turret, try and keep himself safe. And Hansama, he's come down, he's popped the ghost, and that will be the kill. Going over to Hans, the ignite is now on, and now Bin's in a little bit of trouble as well. Broken blade. We'll see what he can actually get done. Just dashes away as he sees Beishwan, but there is that kill. And it's a double for Hansama in that bottom lane. G2
A, ovi observeri tako troluju. Pa kako možda im prebaciš na top lane da ne vidim kill? Baš mislim da lik pobegao.
This early, he has swung the pendulum of that gold lead about 1,000. He was about 400 down, now he's 600 up here. Picks up a BF sword, and the G2 fans are going wild because we know what Hansama can do with the lead. We saw it already just yesterday on this champion, and they stuck out the extended dive, right? Like it wasn't going to work initially, but they were super patient with it. They got multiple flashes and then waited for that punish. G2 very methodical, and now in a really nice position in this early game.
They really are. Paranoia comes down. That is going to be Beishwan finding Skewmond here, who just flashes away. Not going to get feared, but it should be his blue buff going awry. Labrov looking to try and make something happen, though, as it's down to 38 health. Thank goodness. Beishron did not have his smite available.
Treba se manje pauze, slažem se. Pauze su baš giga dugački iz nekog razloga. Baš nema smisla, ali dobro.
Still no smite at the ready. I don't know if he really wants to go in here anyways, as they're just going to group around him. I mean, Caps does have ultimate if he could find the right angle.
On je van pozicije, nema flash, on je mrtav ako se ne biju. Ili ga prodajete ili se bijete dok je živ. I BLG malo trola, iskreno. Pravi greške.
BLG will lose their support, and that is going to be feats of warfare already put together here for G2.
Neće da fajtaju, Knight nema mane. Knight baci shockwave i možda Q, W i to je to. Možda se brinuli da Knight ostane bez mane, a da oni odu u fight i onda samo izgube i fight i stanu svi. A ne znam šta su onda, zašto se onda tako pozicionirali kao da će nam pomogne.
On, I think is not worth it. And BLG had a great start, right? But things are looking a little bit more rickety in this game now, considering how much late game scaling they have. As Caps comes in here late, and On is just left alone. They get the grub there, but ultimately just 2 out of 3. The kill goes over to Hansama. You can see Knight wants to set something up, but the split here is so good for G2. The positioning is so strong. The Orion is not going to get
Hansama ima 3 kila, to nije ništa. Hansama je jedan od najviše unclutch igrača na svijetu, tako da... Dok nema 5000 gold lead, ja mu ne verujem da može da se pusti.
Feels absolutely amazing. What doesn't, though, is the bottom lane, or the top lane, or what you want to call it in this game. It's the K'Sante versus the Sion, because Bin is just kind of running away with it, just having a really good time, has his Sunfire cape now completed.
Zaya to može da igra, mislim, to je Conqueror Zaya.
Do you call it driving when it's a train? Because normally a train is on tracks, right? You wouldn't really be driving.
I think he's just charging, you know, he's charging quite
aggressively. Igra Barbarian Siona, nije voz.
Teleport up relatively soon here, so
Kastere troluje. Ne znaju Sion skinove. Inu Saura za kastere.
Off of that ultimate, and BLG will disengage. But the Sion being your big gold lead isn't necessarily how this mid-game is supposed to look here for BLG. They'd rather it be on the Kai'Sa or particularly on the Nocturne so they can continue to snowball. They're not out of this game by any means, but fights like this early on around a dragon are how they need to control the tempo. Because if G2 get a dragon here and buy that extra time, it really puts a big wrench in their gears looking for the
Dobro, kombo koji ne može se dodža. Eto, tako se igra ovaj kombo. Nije Worlds, mislim ovo je, tehnički je World Cup, nije svetsko. Što je malo čudno, ali da. EWC je krenuo juče u 11.
Now they don't have any of the ultimates though. Yeah. And On isn't level 6 yet. And so Hansama is actually feeling like he's pretty capable.
Traje do nedelje. U nedelju je finale i meč je 3. meč.
Tako je.
This is actually kind of huge. Like I said, buying that extra time feels massive, and
zna raspored.
BLG just don't feel like they can actually win the fight straight up.
Yeah, beautifully done. And good realization there from G2. They were powerful, considering the amount of cooldowns that were used just to kill this Talia, who then is able to just immediately teleport back to the lane. So really nicely done, making sure they don't give up something that they don't need to just from the intimidation tactics.
With a trade of 1 Drake apiece, it is going to be for whoever gets it a 3 Mountain Soul for either a K'Sante or this Sion, and frankly, that's incredibly powerful. So these next few dragons, how they stack up is going to be really, really important. Even the Jarvan is going to really enjoy those additional resistances later on in the game and the shield that comes with it. So
tako je, na 2 dobijena sve do finala. Jedino je finale na 3 dobijene. Sve ostalo na 2 dobijena. Čak i za 3. mesto na 2 dobijena.
Jel 3. mesto isto best of 3 ili...
Best of 3.
Čak možda best of 1.
Best of 3.
Best of 3, okej.
Za best of 1 smo završili danas. Ova 2 zadnja koje smo gledali na početku, to je to.
It's a lot of Bs.
Sad je sve best of 3, jedino finale best of 5.
We're going to check this 1v1 out, and I think it's just wet noodles, guys. I think we need to worry about it too much.
Sunfire getting some work done here.
A lot of value, yeah.
Yeah.
The old standing next to him is bad tactic. I've seen this before, ladies and gentlemen, but now G2 they don't have quite the answer. As Knight might be going down.
A ne može biće, ne može da uđe u Jarvan ulti da pomogne.
As he gets caught on the minions, but I think was dead anyway. On moving on in, and now Beishuan will get knocked up. Not another spell shield in sight there. The flag goes down, but that is going to be the last little hit.
That was really patient.
Dobro, da li su shut down?
I think a lot of teams would have just flash ulted as on in this situation to try to look for the
mogu da nastave da rade ovo cijelu partiju.
Exactly where Hansama was, but likely knew that he was going to be nearby, so don't actually commit to the play there, as Labrov was playing very aggressively, so good judgment there. After what's initially here, again, another play on this flashless Talia, so they end up getting the kill. The problem is they're now stuck here, and Hansama is missing on the map, right? So it's in a moment like this as On comes over where he could consider trying to actually look for the counter ult, especially after Labrov comes through here, but they decide not to, knowing Hansama is probably headed up because he's not showing there on the bottom lane, so they don't overcommit. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yep. And I think that, like, if this was, as there's the, you know, the huge base drop as Ben makes his way towards the bottom side of the map, not necessarily the most ridiculous, but does give us that satisfaction.
EWC kao EWC generalno traje mesec I po dana, ja mislim. Tako da EWC traje, ali League of Legends traje 5 dana, jer ima... Da, ne znam da li 15 ili kogod, ali ima baš puno igara. Igra se ono King of Fighters igra, mislim, to uvek koristim kao primer koliko se igara igra.
Da, Apex je, ja mislim, krenuo I završio se pre nego što je LoL počeo.
Da, pa mislim to je odvojeno, da, sve gledaju da tempiraju. Možda čak mogu I da nađem sve igre, iskreno.
The construction company.
Sure, yeah, and at this point, you know, I feel like G2 are pretty happy with how things have evolved in this game. It's a very close one. The lead in gold is PUBG. They need to hold on to that tempo because that won't last
Tako da ne znam kako ću čitati koje su
igre.
igre.
There's a bit of an expiration date on it. With a small lead like this, it isn't yet enough.
Yeah, we'll see.
Možda ako se baš zoomiram.
Of it being, of course, on that Scion.
Yeah. I feel like there are the answers later on in the game.
Dota, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, Free Fire, League of Legends, StarCraft, Honor of Kings, Call of Duty, PUBG Mobile, Chess.
That is going to mean no smite for this battle around the Herald, but can they still win with those key cooldowns now used up?
MSC šta god daje, Overwatch, Rainbow Six, Warzone, TFT, PUBG, Tekken, Rocket League, Crossfire, Counter-Strike, EA Sports, Football Club, Street Fighter, Rainsport, Fatal Fury, Valorant I Apex Legends, to su sve igre. O!
Čekaj. Okej, Broken Blade, mora da flashuje, da baci ult.
I just don't know if I really agree with that play there from On. Hansama
A Bejčan I Knight kao da su juče otkrili Nocturne Oriana combo I svaki fight počinje tako što oni to bace na jednog igrača. I kao super uspio da gubi I onda ostanu bez shockwave-a.
No, legitimno, legitimno. Zaja giga dobro u to, jer Zaja može samo da ulta I da dođa.
Yep, that is not happening. So that is going to be the second dragon going over to G2. So they got the Infernal, and they now get the first mountain that is on offer, and there's a lone Chemtech dragon for BLG so far.
Valo, uzo Fanatic, moguće, da, moguće skroz. Ja nisam gledao iskreno. Jedino što sam gledao je Opening Ceremony, jer je baš bio cool, ostalo nisam ni stigao od MSI-a I svega ostalog. A čim se završi EWC, IBL kreće za 3 dana, tako da...
And then watch Hansama. Elk has turret aggro here. Knight also eats a shot. And then the follow-up from Broken Blade gets the flash out of Knight. Just so scary to be forcing these fights into this Hansama that's so huge already.
Exactly, and I think if Knight hadn't have moved like perfectly away from the... never mind, we got another battle here as the quickness is going to be the answer. And this time the Paranoia Shockwave doesn't kill Caps. That's a change.
And already a bit of a maybe shift of the tides in this game. Zelk with a 1v1.
Actually getting a lot of work done there with the Acathian Rain. Nicely done. Skimon making his way over on.
Worlds, ko zna, on je mrtav. Mislim da je Kina od jutra, 10-11 ujutru. Slično kao ovo.
I thought this early game was fantastic in this one, especially in the laning phase, but has been looking for some really aggressive angles, and this one has been punished several times now. 4 deaths. You know, really outside of Knight getting caught that one time and the Elk death, like that's all of the gold for G2 they've picked up has been on this support punishes.
Yeah, now Beishwan actually looking for Skimon here, but Lavrov is in the area. The fear is going to come on through, but Beishwan, you don't win the 1v1 anyway. So he's just going to go down. I do appreciate the courage.
Knight had TP, but didn't commit it there. And perhaps there's a miscommunication or a disconnect there on this one. We are going to see a TP potentially interrupted. It is interrupted.
Finn was trying to make his way in there. He's
jedan.
also trying to do the same, but Hansama is pretty happy with that. Elk going to have to ult away.
Feels like it's weird to say this, especially considering some of these veterans, but some nerves here on the side of BLG with some of the decisions we're making. Like Bin just teleporting in the face of a Cassante who's just going to say no is a bit of a weird one. Now Broken Blade's going to end up with TP advantage out of this. They end up winning the skirmish their top side, putting a huge dent into that turret. Knight will be able to get this in return, and the turret wasn't actually taken by G2.
That's feats of strength also going on.
That's
a bit
massive.
of BLG. That is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Upgrading the shoes. That's feeling pretty good. I feel like
BLG ima problem sa makrom
We can
jako.
see that the money is still in favor of BLG. We know that if they get their ducks in a row and make
Ja
this
mislim
team
da je njima prošle godine Shun bio
very difficult for G2, but I think that they're looking at a 4-0 Zaya. They experienced the last time they played where Hansama
Moguće, skroz moguće.
absolutely terrifying. Probably thinking they're in a pretty good spot.
And
I wouldn't blame him.
When you consider that G2 has that extra Mountain Dragon, that's part of where I judge this situation to be slightly favorable for them, because they have some additional time, they have some wiggle room around how they want to play around objectives. They're the team with the Talia. They're the team with the Jarvan, you know, that could steal so easily, that could set up fights so easily, can disengage so easily for an objective take, that I really like the flexibility they have here. I mean, it's a Zaya composition, right? But at the end of the day, the comp is still formidable.
Bin
If
4000
Hansama
health
loses
već.
for any reason, he's a prime target. This Orianna has farmed so well, sitting on 2 items. Super aggressive build here as well with the Luden's Companion, the Shadow Flame. So much burst. So
Samo radno, itekako. Do polovine novembra nema pauze, manje više.
Killed by the Orianna anyways, or you get followed up on by Elk. So positioning is going to be paramount here for Hansama as we have a bit of a fight here.
Yeah, Lavrov looking for a little bit of an angle as there is the wall, and On is just going to press R. Does flash out of the way of the seismic shove, but the Paranoia not necessarily doing anything.
Wow.
And BLG now with a bunch of stuff on cooldown that they would
Mislim
like
će G2
available
više
for the next
komitovati
fight.
na to.
Certainly would, as
Ali
Bin is
nisu na
just
kraju.
like winning the trade by running away.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty dangerous here for Bin, who does get knocked back and doesn't have a lot of exit options here, although he
Ne
does
može
have
da
the
gubi,
option.
ići će all out prije što gubi.
Struggle to stop him from just
It's funny, until he all out, Spin is just like walking away and burning him and being like, yeah, well, I win this, by the way.
Yeah.
He is up an item.
The all out did make it look like he did take a damage though.
Yeah.
That was kind of nice.
Bin nije najbolji Sion igrač. Ne znam, ne koristi često pasiv.
Pasiv? Kind of semi-global tool. Turret goes down here in mid lane after that
Šala ne umire često.
Pa nemo ga ubiju.
Hansama's lead isn't what it once was. Skewmon very aggressively positioned.
To isto kao kad kažeš da je neki kogmavi igrač dobar zato što često koristi svoj pasiv kao da.
Ne znam, mislim da je Bin okej, mislim on vodi samo i 100 gold u ovom matchupu. Ovdje je više problem ostatak ekipe nego on još igra.
Da, on je ludi, on baš igra dobro Siona. To je jako čudno kada gledamo kako mi pričamo kao carry igraču.
Kakav je tip igrača, da, čudno.
They've injected so much gold into Elk here. He's staying so relevant. That is one of the big boons here for the side of BLG is they are potentially going to look for a contest here.
BB's angle's actually kind of insane on this one, as Beishwan just going to get pushed back here by the Cassante. Spell shield's a little bit early, and Broken Blade knows it, does have the ulti back off cooldown once again.
This is risky for G2 though.
I mean, I feel like they're just kind of saying thanks for the leash at the moment because right now the map is looking pretty dark. They do manage to get this ward in. They might be able to just take that one down. 3,000 there's the paranoia. The rest of G2 are pushed together, but that is a beautiful stopwatch there.
Oni, BLG treba da prestane da koristi ove kombo na jednog igrača.
Dobar ult.
Eto ga je Broken Blade vratio nazad, ali... To je možda to ih je spasilo, ja mislim, G2. Aj, sad još Bin da preživi dalje, kao.
To go down here as Skum on the absolute hero to try and make sure that someone dies. The Acathian Ray, my god, Caps almost just dies from that drive-by. As G2 with Soul Point after that walk away, I feel with the win, even though they still don't have a gold lead. Well, they don't have a gold lead, but...
Ne, Bejčuani Knight jako troluju. Jako troluju. Šta rade njih dvojica na početku fajta.
But Hansama is just so huge. It's so much damage in that team fight. After what looked like to me, when I see this Drake attempt for G2, I'm like, but they can engage from so far away. Yeah, there's no...
Mislim, Super Hansama je 4-0 sa druge strane, ali on ima tipa 150 golda prednosti u odnosu na Elka. Ovdje je Broken Blade jako lepo vratio ona nazad. Znači, moglo biti kodno.
Ne, Hansama, baš pričamo, mislim, u Siona sa Conquerorom je prejak, zato što on čak i da ne može da ubije Siona, on steka peri iza njega, što znači da Sionova ekipa nikad ne može da priđe pomogne Sionu. Jer ako pomisliš o tome da priđeš, on će samo povući sa 10 Conqueror stakova, sva peri i samo će te šotati.
BLG, but you can see the coaching staff here isn't too worried for G2.
Yeah, Dylan Falco, though, he knows it's still looking worrisome, right? Like, you could see that he's not reacting. He's like, there's still a long way to go in this game.
I mean, if Hansama gets a few of those extra kills there, I think the game is basically over. He doesn't quite get them, right?
Yeah.
And it's BLG's composition hanging on.
Like, Bin is so hard to kill. He was just putting feathers all over him.
And now you have Caps with the Zonias, so he can do it again against that combo. And the Featherstorm is available for Hansama again, so trying to lock down these carries is so difficult.
Bin trying to be persuaded to take damage, and he doesn't understand the concept. Question.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing.
You know, it's so common for in any scenario with a draft like this into a Scion for Caps to build, for example,
ima 3 zmaja.
But he both trusts Hansama and his positioning and his damage so much, knows the game state, and says, I'm just going to be safe. I'm going to
izgube fight na
He's died over and over again to that combo.
And I feel like, you know, it's a lot of damage he'll lose because of this, but it's absolutely the correct choice. When you have a 4-0 Xayah, you feel less bad about it.
Yep.
And I just feel like you can feel how well communicated G2 are on what their win cons are in this situation.
Well, there's the Shockwave combo, but it's under a Rakan. And I've heard that Rakan has decent mobility.
I nije uradio najviše damage u game.
Does flash ultimately, but still. BLG gonna try to turn this into a Baron clear. I was gonna say trying to take that would be pretty insane after using those ultimates.
There is an Otacon up and available as well, but there's not a lot of vision for G2. So it is going to be a reset for BLG, an opportunity for G2 to now make their way into the river and try and take down some of this vision.
One of the most critical things here is like G2 have all ultimates. The only real thing that can catch them is on flash ulting, and so they could just start this Baron. They're like, okay, clear your vision. I'm going to start this up. I have way more control. Caps could just zone them out. He could just lock them out completely.
TP je relativno close.
Doesn't have flash, so
da, on ne stiže ovaj free. Oh! Ma daj, šta bre?
Ali, brate, je realno.
Čekaj, stani, jel on to sa Command Protectom ukrila sam se ja istripovao. Znaš da je?
Nemoguće da mogu da gurne kuglu tamo, ne možeš gurnuti kuglu tamo. Ne znam koliko ima u stvari hitbox Baron, da li može da uradi damage-a. Ja mislim da je bilo vjerovatno Q duplo V, što je ono
klasika.
A mislim, hashtag Humans, čovjek ne zna nije smajta od Jana ga odsmeta.
Ovo je, da, mislim, ovo je jako, ono, troll, samo, ne znam kako su izgubili Barona, ni paranoja nije pala, protivnički jungler tamo nije bio. I onda Han sama neće da baci ult, ne smije da baci ult kad je u visionu Nocturnu, dok Nocturne ne skoči na njega.
Strašno.
Broken Blade not going to get the interrupt there, but it's tragedy after tragedy for G2. Full control over Baron, it's stolen. The follow-up there, the HP lead is there for BLG.
Iskreno, jako loša priča, da. Dajte replay, ajde. U stvari ne mogu nam... Možda i mogu. Labrov ima smite, ima W out. Plant in, smite, W out. Opet Oriana.
Najbolji jungler u ovom gameu je Knight.
Da, očigledno.
Čime je ukro? Majko, sa Q je uzeo.
But I mean, it's a great play there from Knight. And the G2 coaching staff frustrated, but what happens
Dylan
next
Falco
is even
još
worse
6 CD dobio nakon ove akcije.
Fans in disbelief because it looked like that was such a great Baron call. I mean, I still
Odličan call je bio, odličan call je bio. Call je bio dobar.
Ultimately there's too many threats on the Han Sama.
Da, samo što call je bio super, zato što ovaj Bejčan nije bio ni blizu. Samo što, ono, mislim, jungler mi neće da smajtuje. No, ovo je onaj game gdje jednostavno samo ideš ono kao FF posto, kao pozorno se, ok, mi smo izgubili kao, ne znam kako da se vratimo u game. Se nadam da neće se desiti s G2, onda i dalje mogu da pronađu neki fight, mislim imaju kako, ali... Han sama ima ovaj no damage build. Broken Blade ostaje tipa 3000 golda za binom.
BLG was so close in gold all game, even though things looked like they were going G2's way, now that something's actually gone BLG's way, they're 3,000 gold in the lead, right?
It starts to snowball pretty significantly. Now they have big experience leads across the board as well. Like Elk's got level 16 advantage. Knight's caught up to Caps. He was significantly behind in XP. Bin furthers his lead to over a level as well. And so, you know, you're getting all those additional stats. You're getting all those additional points and all your abilities. And, you know, looking at this next fight here, it will be potentially a 3-3 dragon situation here if BLG pick it up, and then Bin just becomes so difficult to kill, even for our Fountain Laser in Han Sama. IE is done here for Elk. He's gone for the crit build, which makes a ton of sense into Broken Blade. So even though the Xayah scales better, the Kai'Sa is still very relevant, and even just a straight up
Knight baš voli ovaj Orianin build.
Particularly Han Sama, if he is dead,
čovjek hoće da one shotuje nekoga i to ti je. Aha, sad vidim zašto Broken Blade gubi od Bina. Pa skinu naočare, pa ne vidi ništa, to je slijep.
Fair. A dobro, mislim, G2 je flipovo sa Skewmundo ko što su flipali sa Jajkom. Samo što, kako stvari stoje, jedan flip im radi, drugi flip im ne radi i tako u krug. Da. A sad je dobio smite, pa super, pa odlično.
That's not going to be stolen away. Of course, BLG have one on the other side of the map.
I really like how aggressively BLG play this, because oftentimes you're like, why are they doing this? The Drake's not even up for 2 minutes, but you're playing a Scion comp, the outers are gone, where are you going to side lane here?
Human je samo, nažalost, mislim, Ruki jeste, ali dobro šta sad, ono, konzistentno je loš. Jajk je bar imao momente gde ono, coin flipuje pa odigra dobro.
Constantly putting that threat on because they have control over the map right now, which is so powerful with a composition like this. You can basically choose where you want to pull that pressure point. Baron up in 45, and that's going to be the next place that BLG set up shop.
Yeah, Skewmundo now does have his GA completed, so the Javan feeling pretty good as far as being able to get in amongst it. Still not with an IE done yet as Caps looking for a wall onto On, who does manage to get past that pesky
Very punishable now.
Yep, there's the train coming in, looking for Caps, finding the angle there, doesn't get the CC though, does do the damage, but the Talia will be okay. Seismic Shove throws back this Scion who is gonna flash away, the shockwave!
Dobro, ovaj put baš dobar.
But the redemption is so good now.
Al Knighta niko ne dira, Bin je živ. Bin će da ih right klikuje sve. I Guardian je down, i ovo je Baron. Tako je, i ovo je možda Game, možda Baron. Što dvojici idu na Barona, dvojica na Game. Da, Baron je. Talia, Zai imaju preveliki clear da rade end. Preveliki flip.
Uspeli su da konektuju Knight i Beichuan na kraju. Taj kombo na više od jednog igrača.
Da.
Baš su izvanredni ovi profesionalni igrači, kako brzo nauče da igraju. Trebalo im je 34 minuta.
Čega Bin? Bin stoji u frontu i ništa ga ne zanima. I da, gle ovo, znači našli su Zonju i našli su Zaju i našli su Rakana i iz nekog razloga Han sama nije ultao Oriana Shockwave. To je morao da ulta. Tako da, dosta grešaka iskreno na strani ekipe G2 u ovom fajtu.
Han sama je loš.
Tell you what though, I love Knight's build, man. It makes the Oriana actually look like a damage dealer. Yeah, which is just fun. It's just nice to see. Shadow Flame Void Storm. And now, what the heck? Did that hat just come out of nowhere?
Yeah, he pulled a hat out of a hat.
He pulled a hat out of a hat. He really did. Wild. That's an absurd amount of extra damage now.
Mislim, Skibon da izgubio Guardian Angel, to će puno ga košta jer sad ima stat koji mu ne znači ništa. Šta? Okej, dobro, to tako radi.
Where the lights will remain on no matter what BLG wants to do about it.
The defense a lot easier here for G2, even though they don't have the wall to stall. They can actually play up like this, like Hansama is, because that threat of the combo
Moguće, ovi overli zna da baguje.
Take the wind out of the sails a little bit here for BLG's Baron push. They still have 80 seconds left on it, but I think G2, if they continue to just group like this, should be able to prevent any of these inhibitors from going down unless somebody gets picked, but setting up that pick is so challenging. I like the track on Skumon here by
damage.
Actually has to use the Featherstorm, so now not going to be able to defend this turret.
Taj damage build na Oriani.
Flash, zna da nema Feather. Nemaju follow-upa.
And the redemption is going to keep them relatively healthy. Broken Blade, though, trying to be a front line as the root is going to come through onto a clone. And BLG not quite getting any kills, but man, I did not.
Mislim, ako se G2 izvuče da ne izgube dva inhiba, možda neće biti toliko baš unwinnable, ali ne znam da li je to moguće uopšte. Ojoj, Han Sama bilo ga duplo već skinuo mu 30% health.
He just pressed dissonance and Hansama's walk back home. And BLG, they're going to take two inhibitors in the blink of an eye.
Back up here, they could look for the end.
Yep, let's see whether they find an angle here, as the shockwave could be so pivotal. Bin could tank these turrets for about 15 years. As there's it in, there it is. He finds the back line as baseline gets on in the Elk with the killer instinct, and that is all of G2 lying on the floor in the blink of an eye.
Lepo, mislim, imao je G2 nekih trenutaka, izgledali su ok u nekim situacijama, ali opet mislim da nema šta, BLG je samo BLG. Iskreno mislim da će biti 2-0 za BLG. Mislim da G2 nema neke prevelike šanse. Također ono što mislim jeste da mi je hrana stigla, tako da idemo na pauzu da jedemo. Ili da jedemo. Čemo kolega isto isti. Tako da 15 minuta pauza i vraćamo se sa gameom broj 2.
And the siege was real, and Knight, man, what an insane performance on this Oriana.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Watching an Oriana do actual damage was an absolute pleasure to watch, but now it is time for us to take a short break. This is not over yet. More of this best of 3 after this.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The dark horse is going to be us in EWC, because the last international tournament we didn't perform as well, but this time we want to be more prepared and ready.
We had a very, again, disappointing performance at MSI, but we're looking to show up and surprise people at EWC.
이번 EWC에서의 다크호스는 AGAL이라고 생각하고요. MSI 때 좋은 모습을 보여주기도 했고 많이 기대하고 있습니다.
I think Flyquest are the dark horses because I think that in best of ones and best of threes, Flyquest is usually very strong. Honorable mention to CFO. I think they're pretty good.
네, CFO 팀이 좀 다크호스로 좀 잘할 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
I think a team that has a lot of chance of surprising everyone is CFO. They went to a really close series with T1 that was like the grand finalist, so I think they have a lot of potential.
I think the dark horse team should be us, should be Furia, because people don't expect us to win like much games, and I feel like we can surprise everyone.
하나생명인 것 같습니다. 왜냐면은 이제 대부분 팀들이 다 MSI를 치르고 왔는데 저희 팀은 MSI를 못 나갔기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 어떻게 보면은 좀 더 기대를 좀 못 받을 수도 있다고 생각해서.
I think we're coming in as a dark horse in EWC just because we had a disappointing MSI. We almost took down BLG and then we lost to CFO, so I still think we haven't showed our full potential.
다크호스 팀은 없는 것 같아요. 좀 MSI 경기가 있었기 때문에 사람들이 생각하는 대로 좀 비슷한 평가가 나올 것 같아요.
Cam.
Hi everyone, Momo here. I am currently at the SNB Esports Arena where I don't want to be biased, but probably the coolest tournament of all time is happening. And I think I'm going to let Rose explain to us why.
Hey guys, Rose here. So I am the reporter for MWI. Now MWI stands for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational. Now this is the biggest female tournament in the world. We started off with 16 teams. We are down to the final 8 or 6. And today, you know, we have just recently concluded another match. And guys, Gaming Gladiators just sent 2 Navi teams home today.
Wow, that is incredible. I'm really looking forward to see who's gonna win. Any guesses?
Ooh, right now, my guesses for grand finale is probably Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators.
It was a banger to kick off our second quarterfinals here. G2 fans, lots to cheer about throughout that one. However, it was the powerhouse of the LPL, Billy Gaiman, coming back in that one and closing it on off to get a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 single elimination quarterfinal. And yeah, we're left with some shaking heads. That guy's shaking head wasn't the only one. Can we get a zoom in there on Finn? Oh, look at Finn. There he is.
They had it, man. They really did have it. I mean, Wow, the Nocturne Oriana sure looked strong. I mean, maybe something G2 can look to practice themselves. Maybe, thankfully though, it won't be up and available for the rest of this series, and maybe we have a chance.
Yeah, definitely a good performance there by both teams. We take a look at the draft. Dig on here alongside Meteos and Finn. Meteos, when you take a look at this one, obviously the ball distribution composition here with the Oriana, the Nocturne, and then the follow-up with the Kai'Sa, it seemed very straightforward what BLG wanted to do.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I kind of like what both teams did in this one. I thought that leaving up Azir as G2 was pretty clever because then they took away Talia, which then is going to help in their next draft because they'll be blue side again, and they can first pick Azir without getting met with the Talia, which is the normal response. And also, Knight doesn't really like playing Azir, so I thought that was really smart. And then they drafted a pretty good response to the Nocturne Oriana from BLG, getting something like Xayah Rakan. Pretty much everyone on their team was not very susceptible to the combo, especially with Talia rushing Seekers really early. So I thought they had a really good game plan, and it was going super well for them until, you know, a little unlucky Baron incident.
Yeah, that happened. I mean, look, I think BLG did a great job targeting Caps this game. I felt like whenever he stepped up to farm a single creep singular, he was just getting attacked by this darkness ball delivery combo and was just getting killed on repeat. He was forced to go Sonya second on Talia. Like, that's the kind of life he was living.
Yeah, very reminiscent to what happened to Jojo Pyun earlier in the days. We take a look at a lot of the execution of that composition. First time, the flash a little early does not help, and Caps dies. Beishwan able to get the kill there, and it wasn't the first and only time. They just kept going back. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the combo. It's so deceptive because the ball follows the Nocturne. You can't really flash out of the combo. There's like a really smart timer where you can flash it, but it's super hard to get done. So what happens most of the time is that people flash and still get pulled back into the Nocturne.
You kind of have to just flash before you even see that Nocturne's going on you, which then could make you look really dumb if he goes on somebody else and you flash out. So yeah, it's definitely a really hard combo to play against, and it kind of doesn't feel like it should work, you know? It's like, there was that one combo they did on mid lane where the Oriana was like 3,000 units away from Nocturne or something, and the ulti's still connected onto Hans, so yeah, really hard combo to play against.
All right, let's take a look at our second highlight here over at the fourth Drake. This was one where I think this is where the game opened up here, Finn.
I mean, this is where my optimism power spiked. Like, here I saw a fight. The Nocturne Oriana combo goes into the Cap Seeker's arm guard. I don't think they really had tracked his inventory. And here is a Hans Sama monster fight. He's just shredding this entire fight with the Nevori Flicker Blade, with all the feathers keep resetting because he always has a target to hit. This Sion is very tanky, but he ends up having to flash out in the end, and it becomes a little bit messy here in the end. There's a lot of low health bars, but there is a slight cleanup here that's gonna come with a beautiful EQ flash by Skewmon here in the end.
That was an awesome fight. That's what I expect to see from these top-level international teams. Just very, you know, playing on the edge, people flashing out with 1 HP, fight that can go either way until the very end, and it ended up being Skewmon having his flash and getting that combo onto Knight, which kind of secured it for G2. But yeah, very exciting, fun to watch.
And then finally, I mean, we saw a lot of steals in our last series, specifically in game number 2. Oh no.
Oh no. Look, there's a soul point. You have soul in 1 minute. Atakan is right down the next street. It's right up there. You walk for like 5 minutes and you got it. You don't have to make it so hard for yourself. You don't have to start the Baron Nashor. You don't have to allow the enemy team to get this comeback into the game. It's so unnecessary, and it's just ruined this beautiful thing you created already.
I think in G2's defense, they probably expected the Xayah Feather pull with Smite to be enough to kind of guarantee secure it, because Xayah's E does a ton of damage to Baron, but Knight obviously knew this, and he just timed his combo with the Xayah Feather pull, and it, I guess, just, you know, they didn't calculate exactly what it was going to do. But yeah, pretty heartbreaking when you are rooting for G2 because they had those safer options available, and they went for, even though I think it was pretty likely to work, it obviously didn't in this case, and things sort of fell apart after that.
I mean, also tough at the support role when it came to this Keystone. He brought Unsealed Spellbook. It was there. You could do the double smite and the feather pull, but instead wasn't on smite at that time. Goes the way of BLG, and as you said, all the setup, the scrapping, the closeness, and the early lead that they had goes away, leads to our final fight here in the mid lane where, again, an opportunity to try and make a play. You can pop ult here on Xayah and
oh, this was the one. Look how far Ori is.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oof.
That's like that's a global Orianna ult.
She was at Raptors when he hit around mid lane tier 1. Yeah, unfortunate fight here. Hansama doesn't really get the ultimate on to block the Orianna ult, and that just makes him so chunked that it becomes so hard for him to out-attack in this fight, and he doesn't really get to impact as much as he wanted to.
Yeah, and always going to be tough. Going back to what you said, you lose vision with Paranoia. You just kind of have to guess, and props to BLG for getting this timing right. We have the comms from G2 in that very exact last play.
Look, guys, I'll just be. Just get out. Play slow, guys. Play slow. Nice. We got. Back. I hold Nico. Yes, careful. Nico, one shot. I'm out. I'm dead though, guys. I'm dead. Run. You need to run. We are giving Nash for sure, okay? Probably.
Yeah, they'll try to go. Yeah, wrong mid. They can go. I think I saw over there.
I think she did not get here.
And you could just see it on the faces. Like, they just knew. They knew. It was great that they went to the next step to be like, all right, I guess we're giving Baron and whatever, but I think you could see Labrav there and Skumon, the two new players, just both kind of scratching their heads, being like, dang it, man, we skipped a step there.
Yeah, I was going to say that was pretty quiet for teamfight comms. A lot of the time, especially in high-pressure situations, kind of like everyone yelling something. But, you know, there's just the classic, I can't see when Nocturne ult's followed by, like, oh, give Baron, we're dead. So, yeah, that's got to feel terrible for G2 because they pretty much had it in the bag. But, obviously, I don't think these teams are new to this. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you throw games, and you just have to mentally reset. Take what you can from it. Realize that they did do well early. They can definitely win against BLG. They just have to, you know, think about what they want to play next game and execute on it.
Yeah, I mean, throughout all this despair, I would still like to end on a little bit positive note. I think there's some enthusiasm towards what G2 has shown. G2 at MSI looked very disoriented, and they didn't really look like a strong team. And I think here, I am proud that they are able to go toe-to-toe with BLG, which is one of our top teams in the world. And I do believe that they can beat this team. They had this game in the bag, and I really hope they make the proper adaptations, they don't get into their own heads too much, and they go and refresh into this game too, because it's a best of 3. You can still make that 2-0 happen at the back end of this series, and I really have high hopes. I really hope they don't like fall over now.
Yeah, if this is a race, you know, for the longest time, Western teams wouldn't even be able to lead the race at all. They would just kind of be there, and the Eastern teams would take the win. But this one, G2 were leading. They were setting the tempo. They were taking that combination of Nocturne and Orianna and still finding fights, still finding ways to work on through it, whether it was through the Zhonya's, whether it was through the Xayah ultimate as well. They were in it. And I think that's the silver lining you got to have. Medios, when we take a look at our game number 2 here, tournament lives on the line, what is a key champion that you want to see here in the hands of G2?
Well, I'm not totally sure. I think they've had success with Annie before on caps. Azir might be up, not really sure. It kind of depends how the draft goes, bans and whatnot, but I think G2 shouldn't worry too much about, like, I don't think they need to get a specific champion. I just hope they get something that they're comfortable with. They almost managed to win against the Nocturne Ori, which is such a hard combo to play against. So I think macro-wise and individual play-wise, they are completely fine.
Yeah.
They just need to, you know, not Baron throw.
All right, Finn, final thoughts here before we go back for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to go into draft. Just some things that I really want to see. I would love them to try to take out that Pantheon and look for a Maokai for Skumon. I think that is his best champion. He's so comfortable on it, and right now G2 needs to lean on what has worked in the past.
All right, well, do or die time for G2. Backs against the wall against BLG. For game number 2, let's send it on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, now it is time to get back on the horse and see whether we can make this a 3-game series. We kind of want the day to go the distance, Wolf. Like, we had 8 games yesterday, and what if we get 7 games? That is just, it's like
it's
cringe,
just
you know?
perfect parity, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like the momentum, though, right now between these two squads could not be more different, right? It was a secured win here for BLG. They played extremely well. They had so many punishing moments. For G2, I think they had the win in their sights, and things just started to collapse and fall apart towards the latter half of the mid game and towards the early parts of the late game, where the Baron steal happened, some desperate plays came through. They had a 4-0 Zaya. And on one hand, you could take that, and I think the coaching staff and Dylan Falco probably took that as, hey, we were so close. This was absolutely winnable.
Was.
And
if an Oriana didn't take a Baron, they win.
Yeah,
right?
and like, the Baron call was crisp, it was correct, and you got to try to shift your mindset into, we can do this, this is winnable, and we have blue side again now here, G2. They won't have it if they make it to game 3, assuming BLG would take it away from them, but let's see if that Azir does get banned in this final spot for BLG this time around.
Yeah, or whether G2 are just going to take it away here and have a different matchup perhaps in mind for the mid lane. We'll see what they do decide to go with. As this last ban, they're making sure they use all the time, and that is okay. Ambessa was not what I was expecting for that final ban here. We'll be leaving a fair bit up and available. But the top lane, I guess, is not necessarily full of contentious options. With the fact that they started off with Cassante Sion means that there are a lot of the carries. Like Gwen is still up, Azir is still up, Vi is still up, everything was up.
Gwen is a big one. Is it bigger than Azir though right now in this meta with Talia already gone? I feel like that's probably what Caps has his eyes on. It's an extremely flexible pick as well.
Oh my goodness,
that is
just a Maokai.
Yeah, that is really not quite what I expected.
Is it just Gwen Azir? Gwen Azir makes me frightened for the whole three.
Well, the other thing is
we were talking about?
Sejuani is up, so you can go for Sejuani Gwen. Feels pretty good.
That's true. I mean, Bin was going to play Gwen, and this is giving me nightmares. Like, I needed Gwen to be banned because Bin playing Gwen, like, I actually can't handle it.
I mean, consider the Rumble is banned, the Ambessa is banned. It is really quite a potent pick here that BLG pick up, and I'm not 100% sure if the Maokai Prio is worth it.
Double circles.
Yeah, this is not a shock. I think the Xin Zhao is more powerful than the Sejuani in general, even with the perma-frost energy that Gwen does provide. We've seen a lot of power in picks like, you know, the Jace with this Maokai, where you lock people in place, you get those shock blasts, a lot of really strong combos there, but the Maokai is technically a flex as well. I just don't quite yet understand. We're gonna have to wait and see what else comes through here. What the plan is gonna be is playing Jackson to Gwen as one of those other counter picks that we've seen Broken Blade play so many times. Doesn't necessarily win you the lane, but it's a skill-based matchup where you can go toe-to-toe. And he has a big opponent here in Ben, like you said, like one of the strongest top laners to ever play the game, to play this matchup into that's relatively volatile, but he's confident enough to do it. And the Azir looks like it will fall in line here. So a lot of late game damage, a lot of side lane power. They can match sides with this Jax, but that top lane matchup is going to be so important.
Yep, and I believe Scumon's only lost one game so far this year, or at least since the start of the spring split on this Maokai. So there's a reason why they've locked this one in, even though it looked a little bit quizzical. Now with the Jax and the Azir alongside it, it's going to be a fair bit of power as Knight will lock away the Sylas.
I strongly prefer
circles and a Sylas. Well, like, this is so scary.
I strongly prefer the Sylas to the Twisted Fate that he was hovering for some reason there.
I feel like that was a troll.
Yeah, I don't think that really made any sense here, but I agree with you. Probably was a troll. See what these bans here in the second phase do end up being. As you know, the 80 carry position is completely wide open at this point. We had the Kai'Sa Zaya, so a lot of those other prio picks are still open. The Varus was banned on red side, as is very common, but picks like the Ezreal are very safe here. I feel like Elk would be happy to play it in a draft like this. Can offer a lot of poke in an otherwise melee composition here when fighting for neutral objectives. They take away the Karma, which might just be a trade for the Senna ban. We're not sure what that first ban was for the side of BLG. It's a bit hidden from us.
Yeah, unless there just wasn't one. That is a thing that you can do if you just don't.
If they ran out of time, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll get confirmation for you guys when we can.
Evo nas nazad.
Either way, the Karma kind of screams like I'm considering.
Ja sam stigao da jedem, to je GG.
Alright, last ban going to be a Renata, or second last ban, not entirely sure. One of the bans going to be.
Bi uzeo Jack Sabinu, to jest nije. Bini uzeo Gwen.
Brom ban, we just got the confirmation, okay.
Brom was stuck in a big snowstorm that got in front of the camera.
Aha, Bram je drugi ban BLG-a.
Out there, Freljord's weather is not so good right now, but that is fine.
Brom is super strong into BLG's composition, so I think that's really smart. And it will be a rail ban here to follow things up. So
Ma ništa, samo napominjem da je Brown i ovaj tajanstveni ban koji ne vidimo. Eto, to je to. Zabolo je nešto.
Jin, similar scenario where you have a lot of range to play around.
I wouldn't mind the Siva here as well.
Nemo jel da haveruješ Kogmova. Svi znamo da ga nećeš pikati.
For me, it's like Senna Ezreal feels the safest and best here. The Ezreal is safer than the Senna in terms of, you know, getting away from engages, but the Senna is just so strong with this front line, and you'll have so much time to work with, and if you end up getting a top lane advantage, you have a lot of side lane power to buy time for that Senna to get bigger and bigger and bigger. See if Hansama wants to pick it up into his own hands here, if they want to try to get a stronger pushing lane down on this bottom side, try to punish this Ezreal pick.
Is it a Draven angle? It's not, it's a Siva. That is what they're looking at right now. Lebrov will just pick up the cow, making it all the way to B5 is kind of nutty, but the Alistar going to be their final lock-in. A lot of team fight strength here for G2, and they are very burly, a lot of AoE CC,
Esbard is to find
AoE damage with Sivir and Azir. Man, the Shuriman combo of just rip you to shreds. Pretty cool, as On is going to lock away the big bad Brad, and Ezreal Bard in this bottom lane once again.
I mean, the Ezreal Bard just feels really good in the lane.
There's so much
objective control you could do with his ultimate, as well as people don't always think about this for Bard. They often think about, okay, he's ranged in the bottom 2v2. He can ult people and take them out of the fight or turn a 5v5 into a 5v2. But he gets these melees around the map faster. He finds flank angles for the Sylas. He finds angles for the Gwen. He allows you to chase and often circumvent the Maokai's ultimate. So On has some big roles he could potentially play in this game. Didn't have the greatest start to the series, if we're totally honest. Was definitely not the MVP of Game 1, but maybe with the agency he has with these carries here could really be huge. Mind you, we're playing Alistar into Sylas, so Sylas is going to just be so tough to kill. They can steal them out.
Ja sam doručkovao sad, tako da ja toliko ne znam da sam.
Here for BLG, I have to give them a huge nod in the draft.
Not gonna lie to you, I think
moj doručak će biti posle ove pauze. Posle pauze, posle streama.
Likes picking up the Alistar. There you go. That's how you stop getting Maokai ulted. Yeah, you're exactly right. There is a smorgasbord of incredible ults to pick up, even on the hunt. Like Sylas being able to make everyone run extraordinarily fast when you've got a Xin Zhao and a Gwen on your team. My God. This composition is looking real scary, but G2 certainly a lot of tools, right? We talk about all of these good things that Knight has access to. That's because G2 has them, right? And so we can see this potentially find some great success, especially when Skewmond is now on like full comfort here with this Maokai locked in. I know a lot of people have been calling for it. Just pick the Maokai. Well, they've picked it. Let's see whether it's going to keep them here alive at EWC or whether this is going to be the end and G2's key is going to get obliterated. Could be one more game though, as Pulsefire Ezreal coming on in here. I always love that skin.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
That's of course Pack Sivir.
Yeah.
Is there any other skin?
Every time. Even after the remake, I was so scared when she got her visual update that Pack Sivir was just not going to look as cool, and it still looks just as cool. It's amazing. She loses her triangle feat though, which was a bit sad.
No one respects pizza.
Hey, what? No, the sneaky skin?
Yeah.
No, the sneaky skin was great, but like this skin is just too good.
Mi smo doomed, Još ovaj best of 3, to je to. I onda nekako treba se dovući do teretane, raditi noge, završiti još neke obaveze pre nego što upalim stream, tako da večeras ono ne znam kud bijem, ali igram novog heroja i ne znam što je radi pola magije i dalje, tako da biće veselo. Biće veselo. Ja sam zato sad jeo, morao sam da jedem na ovoj pauzi jer ako ovo bude 2-0 ne mogu da jedem pred leg day i ispeglirat ću. Moram da jedem bar sat vremena pre treninga. Inače, GG.
And on the other side of things, of course, if Skewmon plays the top side, Broken Blade gets a lead, then all of those things change, right? And then the Jax becomes this huge side lane threat. The Sivir and the Azir late game scaling becomes insane. And they can just, you know, ricochet through this melee composition. So Not to say that G2's composition is unplayable, but I think it's going to be a lot about top jungle in this second game.
Lebrov trying to single out on here momentarily, but then he realizes he's level 1 Alistar, so he just used one ability, and now it's about waiting quite a while before you can do anything of note again.
Pa da, ja se nadam da sam dobar call napravio.
So that's going to allow G2 to remain in this lane. There is that cooldown that we were talking about. Lebrov getting some extra value.
Yeah, a little heal coming through. As we are going to see a path here from Skumond actually straight towards the top, going across the river into the Krugs. And this is kind of a cool little tech here. Of course, Bejuan matching on his enemy's Krug, so a bit of a vertical jungle setup here is spotted.
Yeah, level 2 actually picked up here by Lebrov and Hans Sommer as they are looking to come on over and try and dissuade Bejuan from taking everything away. There's a heal being utilized by On just to keep them in this battle. And the reset does actually come on through. Of course, getting this big Krug going to be important. There's the headbutt pole as the smite comes on down, and Bejuan going to try and make his way out of here. The ricochet not enough to take him down there.
I mean, Elk ends up getting a small CS advantage from all of this, but I think
Samo
if he were
pustite
there,
da ode kam.
play to go in would have made a little bit more sense.
Lebrov switched to smite. I was trying to work out like who managed to pick that one up, but you can see that he did not actually get a smite if he did manage.
Ne razumem što radi njih dvojica uopšte. Nisu mi jasni.
Big old zoom in, so I'm like, what was happening?
Well, my eyes were on Elk the whole time because I'm like, well, he's not joining, so he's really trying to, with this trade, freeze Hans Sama out of a ton of money.
Ne znam, iskreno sad moram da navijam za BLG, bolje mi se uklapa s Teretanom danas. Tako da idemo BLG, ale.
Skumond just power farms the whole time, doesn't look for a gank top side there, as the Jax is already...
Skumond do duše igra Maokaja, tako da ono.
And continues to actually outfarm just slightly.
Setup je, ali...
But I think the biggest winner of that exchange was Elk there in the bottom lane.
Opet je samo setup. Ima Caps mora da nosi ovaj game.
That lane was kind of just sacrificed. You can see the result is that Elk is incredibly far ahead. Has been trying to fight back here against Broken Blade, who's having a pretty good time here on this Jax into the Gwen. This is a matchup that we used to see a whole lot. I feel like we've seen it less and less over the last little while. You can see it's very even, at least in the early game.
We've seen the rise of tanks in the top lane, and picks like the Rumble being just so prevalent. As Broken Blade will look for the interrupt. Bin doesn't have his Q stack.
Zna limite svog heroja, to ćemo reći.
For that annoying stop, but it's not going to amount to too much as the bottom side of the map here. Now we see the back from Elk. Got his tier picked up, is able to budget an extra longsword there into that back, which feels amazing as the Ezreal. You end up getting both on that first back. Start stacking the tier, you get those additional AD stats. As, Lebrov lurking.
He is well and truly out of the paddock here. Is Elk gonna have to use a headbutt pulverize? An arcane shift, but he's not actually able to get it in the trample. Still gonna be able to lock him down one more. And there it is, Hans Sama. Yet another first blood here for the AD carry of G2.
Yeah, really nice wraparound there from Lebrov. On, not there. You can see Elk realizing in that moment. He goes for the final skill shot because he knows he is dead, can't get out. Hopes to trade it back there with a turret shot, but is unable to do so. Hans Sama picks up the kill, and once again, an early game lead in the bottom lane.
Really impressive stuff here from this Sivir. I've seen, like, even though it wasn't necessarily the greatest day for Viper, like, his Sivir has looked fantastic this tournament, and we're seeing Sivir find even more success. So it looks like Xena Warrior Princess is looking pretty good for EWC this year.
Certainly.
Been getting a bit of a shove here towards the top side of the map, but Broken Blade pretty happy. Sitting on a Sheen, pretty decent first back for him as well.
Little Hex Flash cinematic there as Caps goes out with the teleport. That was kind of a funny scene there out of the fountain. As Lebrov does head back over to look for dragon control here with Hans Sama. They have the push in the bottom lane. It's a ward in the pit. Caps maintains a little bit of prio here, as we may actually have a straight up fight for this dragon. I mean, it looks like On and Elk want to consider a contest. Bejuan in the area. See the teleport for the Jax top side here, so teleports will be matched. Top laners will not be involved for a potential contest over this dragon, and instead it's just going to be junglers going back to farm. Not enough control for either side. Great spell shield there from Hans Sama.
Yeah, nicely done. Absorbs the Mystic shot. As Elk was holding that wave for a really long time, so he actually retains a bit of an advantage when it comes to the CS.
Bično bi trebao više da radi od Mako u delu partije. Mislim, Skjumon će da afaka farmu do 6, on će dođe baci ulti na nekog. A Bično na Xinu bi trebao da klikće.
And with the wave in the mid, or sorry, in the bottom lane, also in control here for Elk and On. It's going to be a dragon take, and not really much that G2 could do to answer it at the moment. As you can see, they're fishing for something, like maybe we could take these Raptors away in exchange. And, you know, Skjumon is able to find this, but he's on vision. And BLG do know everything at the moment.
They do. Skjumon's still going to be able to take this away, though. It looks like the top side is just going to get eviscerated here by the tree, as the dragon is going to be taken out here. As some needlework here from Bin as he pulls the circle around. Great counter-strike here from Broken Blade, but he doesn't quite have lethal damage. And so it is just a trade, but it's Bin that holds on to his flash.
Yeah, maybe
an advantage, maybe.
If Skjumon was up there with level 6, could have looked for this. They might still want to try to make the play happen, but they don't commit. Skjumon comes up. Okay, Bin stops the recall, actually, in fact. So maybe there's an angle. Bin knows this. They're going to have to commit. The TP on swaps his spellbook over and is going to come for the defense.
Yeah, Bin actually going to be getting a decent amount of damage onto Broken Blade there as he makes his way out, but they'll take it as the teleport pretty valuable. Skjumon not going to get cosmically bound.
I really like how Skjumon very quickly realizes he has to cross map and he has to go for counter jungling whenever Bejuan makes these plays. He's been really good at it, but he hasn't really been able to get a massive farm lead or anything like that. But making these threats happen would be huge. If he was just a little bit more synced up with Broken Blade there, a little bit faster, maybe they could have made something happen. They're still going to be able to get the grubs here on this top side.
Oh, Trishul Barrage actually coming on over there as the headbutt gets Bejuan out. And so not going to be killing the cow. Shout out to Lebrov as well, using the barrel skin, my personal favorite player. So that's pretty cool stuff. A lot of people do really like the cowbell. Don't blame them. But that one is the one that Beryl uses every time. As Knight now picks up an Emperor's Divide, Caps is just going to back himself away.
G2 have a pretty significant gold lead. You know, it's farm leads across the board that actually give them this advantage. The grubs were picked up, all 3 of them, for this Maokai. So Skjumon is like, all right, well now, you know, our top lane has a slight lead in farm, and he is going to be the one that is going to take a ton of value from these grubs. Broken Blade is going to be a menace in the side, especially if the game state continues the way it is right now. So
konceptu samo da ga znam bolje od BB-a.
At the end of the day, Dragon was not for
free. Bin je The Jax igrač, kao. On je taj, on je Jax.
Bin actually going very aggressive here as they trade the ultimates. The needlework coming down. Remember, there is no flash for Broken Blade, but he finds it the lead.
BB ga outplayevo. BB ga outplayevo. Kako sam rekao da treba da vine matchup, tako je outplayevo Bina sa Jaxom. Ali pogledaj šta je poenta Bina. Samo da je dobio kripa više, bio bi level više i dobio bi taj 1-1.
And the Emperor's Divide comes out from the Emperor himself. It looks pretty good as now On's moved down. Caps gets himself to safety. Lebrov's there with the headbutt pulverized. And now Bejuan down to about 100 health, but he's going to be able to walk his way out. Teleport in from Elk as he gets towards this mid lane, and BLG really starting to bleed in this game. This is one of the biggest leads that G2's had throughout this series.
Absolutely.
And it felt like they were further ahead in game number 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, now you have this lead in the top lane, which we spent so much time discussing what the ramifications of that are, which is so much side lane control, but you can see the Maokai ult already at work there. A very big commitment there from BLG to look for the kill onto Caps. Does not succeed. As watching this again, Broken Blade has a level advantage here initially, but as you mentioned, does have the flash disadvantage. Plays it confidently, goes into the mist here, hits the counter strike. Bin has to stack up his Q here. Broken Blade disengages during that moment, avoids the needlework. And Bin is out of stacks now. Broken Blade's super confident, right? And Bin's like, this is not the situation I want to be in. He goes for the auto trade, he fails, has to flash away, and Broken Blade predicts the Q, sidesteps it, and gets the kill.
Yeah,
da li je bilo slučajno ili ne, nema veze, ali...
That's the kind of volatility of that matchup where if you don't dodge that kill, the kill goes over to Gwyn. We're talking about this in a completely different way.
Yep, exactly right. Sometimes that is just how top lane works. It's about taking the risks and seeing what is going to pay off. And for BB, it's looking fantastic on this Jax. Work is not done yet. We've
sad, mislim da ga Gwen i dalje outskilla. Jax je jak, ali mislim da je Gwen samo Jedan od najjačih heroja u late gameu, pogotovo mili heroje. Ali opet, Bibi ako uhvati momentum, ako uhvati lead, mislim da bi trebao da radi šta god hoće.
Znači još jednom da
Not going to get the wraparound in time, and there is a full health turret here for them to sit under.
Quite fancy footwork here from Broken Blade today on this Jack.
Yeah, he is locked in.
Toliko je loš bio na MSI-u, Bibi, toliko je sad ovde, u Redemption arku.
Didn't have it, plays respectfully, and is able to then avoid the follow-up from on. A TP is going to be committed here towards the bottom lane, as they do have that push in the top side. Knight could come over at any moment. This is going to force Broken Blade to go up to the top side. A plate is given over to the Silas here. So a lot of good macro here in a pretty tough situation. As there's that flanking TP I was talking about. Knight going to look for the angle.
Yeah, flying on over. All right, there's the engage. Skim on down to 50% already as he steals away the Nature's Grasp. There are roots everywhere. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's now Knight right in amongst it. BB gets in there. They're on base one. He's going to be the first target, and down goes the Xin Zhao. That is feats of warfare over to G2 and control of this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, a bit of a risky call there from Knight, and goes in for the Maokai steal right in the face of a Maokai, so it's just going to be kind of an even exchange there, which doesn't really give you the advantage you were looking for as the flanking Silas, but wanted to make the quick snap decision to go in for that, but it ends up just being Bejuan who goes down, so G2 happy with the exchange. Another TP going to come through here for Labrov as they want to actually set up a dive here onto Bin to give Broken Blade a further lead in this side lane.
All right, Labrov looking for that angle. X-Flash will be up pretty soon, as we know, and now Caps will find On. Empress Divide goes down, and On does have the ultimate. Might be able to use it here. Does land it onto Caps.
Mora ranije do ulta.
Magical Journey is not one that he is allowed to take. That one's back in Soul.
Čak možda je mogo da ne baci ulti da proba samo stigne do portala.
Just denies him that entry using the pressure of
Ne znam kako funkcioniše interakcija sa headbuttom ako si već kliknuo na portal.
That he just runs away with the game,
Da
but
li
he
ti
has 3
canceluje
gloves.
ili...
Has demolished, got that plate, he's going to grab another one here, and Broken Blade is just running away with the side lane, racing now against the Silas here. 4 feats of strength. Dragon is going to go over as well here to G2, and that's the turret secured here, and that's feats of strength with it, and G2 just utilizing that, the volatile top lane matchup, the advantage they have there, pushing that pressure point so hard.
Well, now Cap's going to get jumped on here. Wind becomes lightning. There's the True Shot Barrage as well. Labrov trying to keep it in order, and down goes the Azir. Broken Blade wanting to get amongst it, but this is 4 versus 2, and not something that G2 really want to take. But now Skumon's making his way over. Han Sama's there as well. He can call on the hunt. They are moving pretty quickly. He's looking to try and ricochet around this fight. Elkanana down so incredibly low. As Ansama does manage to lock that one down. Broken Blade looking for On. And now Knight getting back in there with the chains. He knows that he's probably dead, and Hansama is able to flash his way out. Skimon will be able to chase down this Silas, but I don't know whether he's going to be killing him, because there is just no damage.
Yeah, not without
is going to go back.
Some help from Hansama. So like you say, I think he's just going to get out. Knight is totally fine there. Hansama, great flash, does get away. But Broken Blade is doing so much heavy lifting in this game. Like I said earlier, 350, 400 gold. It's not insurmountable. It's not the Jax is going to straight up run away with the game.
malo opet si tih?
Malo sam pomerio mikrofon od sebe.
To, probaj da ga držiš bliže, jer mislim da ja te bukvalno ne čujem ništa od kastera kada odaljiš mikrofon.
Ok, sad ću ja to da...
And there's not going to be a great answer to shut him down in this game. That he's a huge threat. If there's any sort of objective setup where Broken Blade has TP advantage, like just good luck dealing with this Jax. You're going to have to send so many people, and G2 better grouped here for this Herald. Knight's hijack coming back available here, but I just...
Da li ovako okej?
Da, super, to je to.
This is going to be a really difficult one for BLG to navigate their way back into, because right now G2, they have such a great lead, and their composition scales like fine wine, man. There's no turret here for Ben. Yeah, he is going to alcove game for a moment. Does get a teleport. And it's going to be Elk coming down to help out.
So 2 summoners burned by Broken Blade just showing up. And because Elk TPs away from the mid lane, Hansama gets half a turret. Because he's Sivir, he's going to clear that wave. And this is just fantastic macro here from G2.
They're going to move Caps here towards the top side of the map. They're just overloading. Like, it just feels like because they've got so much money, they need less to take more.
This fight is so critical because it's an Alistar and an Azir, right? And so, yes, it's a 4v2 essentially here, but it buys so much time. Caps' sacrifice is well worth it because what's rotating up is that Maokai, and Labrov can buy an insane amount of time here. Flashes over the walls. We do have something happening in live.
Yeah, Caps getting closed in on here. Is the Hex Flash going to get channeled? Empress Divide pushes Beishuan away from the battle as Caps just
Dobro. Ne čak, možda jest. Caps.
Really nicely as the magical journey is going to get taken, and it's Hansama's waiting boomerang to destroy this bot.
Caps je dalje živ. Hoće Herald.
Sačila pored Heralda i uleće unutra kad je u problemu. Ali mu ode tim zato.
Mu ode mu tim za to vreme dok on uđe u Heralda.
Is going to come on through here as hopefully they do not crash Caps' car, because Cap's going to need that to make his getaway. And
this
there it is.
A pretty big turnaround, though, by BLG. They were able to win out pretty hard. It's like Broken Blade is going to assess the situation here for just a moment before he decides to commit to this turret. Will go down. That's 300 extra gold in his pocket. Don't often talk about the Jack's mid lane, side lane power, but he is going to be able to, with that extra time, get away with this. But this play here is really greedy on the side of G2. Skumon can ult from super far away to buy some space, and Labrov is the bodyguard man I'd want to hire. His Caps is just going to sidestep the ult, right? And Labrov buys so much time here as Broken Blade comes back over. But unfortunately, the fight here is just too broken up for G2, and the ultimates to survive and buy time were so front-loaded that it's a really easy cleanup here from BLG. Caps makes the right call to take the Herald out and will, luckily for him, survive. But this is a big swing of gold back into BLG's pockets.
Yeah, Hansama just finding himself in a really awkward position as he tries to regroup with the rest of the team. And that was where Beishuan was able to pounce. Really good capitalization from some mispositioning here on BLG's side, and that's exactly what they need to orchestrate in this game.
Now, that alone is not enough to get BLG back into this game, but it is certainly a big win as the 2-item spike for Elk is nearly online. Just a few more Qs to hit to stack that tier. G2 prio on this dragon.
Yep. It is an Ocean Soul, so not exactly the most impactful. It does mean that the Rift is very pretty.
Caps with TP pushing this turret in the top lane. All G2 need to do is to buy time here for this Azir to pick up a turret and TP into the fight.
I feel like BLG are just going to look to try and start it as quickly as possible as there's the
Lepo je Skumon dodžovao. Lep disengage. Caps uzima turret, lepo odigrao.
And Caps gets that turret. Now he's going to continue to push. And BLG have to make some tough calls here. On in trouble.
Yep, On is just going to get ripped to shreds. Oh, not quite enough there with the boomerang blade, but it is going to be the sapling.
Dobro je. Skumon, ne, to Skumon.
Mislim, Caps nije tu, nema razloga da budu uopšte u poziciji da mogu da budu engageovani. Dropaš Drake-a, mislim, nema šta.
I mean, Caps know what they want. They don't end up, though, TPing Caps in, and he's going to get a second turret there in the top side.
Maybe I spoke too soon, as now Hansama is just going to get ripped apart. Elk just looking great now, I believe, just picked up the 2-item spike. And he is able to put on that pressure. That's going to mean the BLG they're going to look to take down their second dragon of the game. And man, the momentum swing was ridiculous. The utilization of the fact that they had the man advantage. And I hope that top inner turret was worth it here, G2.
Yeah, it was definitely a losing situation there for G2. They could have opted to TP Caps in and try to turn the fight. But with how scrappy it is, and any teleport location is just going to make you vulnerable, obviously, to all the CC that BLG have. They decided to just kind of kite it back. Everyone's super low health and say, Caps, I mean, get that turret as fast as you can because things are going to hell down here on the bottom side of the map. It is a dragon that goes over to BLG. I think the thought process behind this, though, utilizing the fact that, as you pointed out very wisely, it's an Ocean Soul. This dragon itself isn't that valuable, but an inner turret and all the scaling damage that's going to come with this Azir that's now massively ahead is definitely the right idea, I think, with this. Got a little bit dicey for a moment there, but I still favor G2's position as the dust settles here.
Yeah, and I think that I was doing the play-by-play thing where I'm like looking at what's on the screen, and that didn't look good for G2, but I wasn't factoring in that they were out of
G2 je dobro odigrao, samo su otišli malo predaleko ovde. Htjeli su da ubiju Barda i nisu trebali uopšte.
You have the ult here to come through. Yes, Gwyn is immune and not going to kill her, but they pull everyone off the dragon. That's the first turret that goes down, and then BLG are like, all right, I'd love to group over here and start taking this dragon. Broken Blade's like, I'm going to push on.
Ovdje ih je zagolicalo to što je on bio jako low, onda su baš komitovali na njega.
Dobro da, i mislim, kažem, čudan ugao što budu toliko i blizu kada vidiš gdje je Caps i vidiš šta radi. Mislim, pusti ga samo nek uzmi tier 2 i to je to.
At the end of the day, this Azir is a menace, right? This Azir is huge.
And you can see that 0 on the damage graph. That's not because he was there and not doing anything. It's because he wasn't there. And he was doing stuff in the top lane. As the Otacon, now a consideration here for G2. I feel like Otacon, like teams learned that this is like a thing that we should probably not throw our lives away for. But in this tournament, we are throwing our lives away for it again. As instead, this time around, it is BB just trying to destroy everyone that walks towards it. Oh my goodness, that was not the magical journey that Alon was looking for. And Hansama with the on the hunt is now just going to back his way out. The rest of the team just going to be moving real quick if they'd like to. There's a lot of fog of war here that PLG has to deal with as there's the flash forward. Headbutt to get base one out of the way.
Caps mora se pazi. Elk nije u poziciji da radi damage. Puca Labrova.
Ljubin se nahilovao milion od ulta.
For when G2 wants to take anything they would like.
Yeah, G2 very low. I don't think they'll necessarily want to commit to this Otacon, but with everyone else having to back away, TP showing topside here for Caps as well. They can just say, all right, well, you guys don't have a lot of vision here. Let's put Caps in the top lane, and you guys will have to kind of clear this up as this Azir is pushing topside. A lot went wrong there for BLG, though, in that scrappy fight. Like, On tries to solo ult a Sivir, who has Spell Shield, and Hansama just eats it and says, okay, cool, and they continue to push. And it's a very scrappy fight, using the pressure of this Otacon to pull BLG into a really uncomfortable position. And you can see they're like, okay, not on Otacon, but we don't have any vision. Then Broken Blade shows himself here. And this is a really uncomfortable position for BLG because their Silas isn't here, right? And this is the timing to go in.
Ali BLG ima ward na Otaconu, sad ne? Nisam vidio kontrolu pored. Crveni ward.
Mislim da imaju, gledam sad na ovoj minimapi.
Time for them to actually potentially look for a turn in a fight, but he just tosses it into a spell shield instead. That's a big tool gone. And then the follow-up here, once Cap shows up, is like, it's a Sivir, it's a Fed Azir. You just cannot win that longer fight, despite some of these low health bars here. And Broken Blade is such a menace in this game.
He is a monster on this Jax. And he's very willing to put himself in harm's way as well. As you can see, 5.5k damage.
Lepo igra, Bibi. Lepo igra, Bibi.
Bibi is this whole team right now.
No.
He is absolutely monstrous. And we'll be able to sit in side lanes and make stuff happen. You can see moving down towards this bottom side, and the Otacon is still in the eyes of G2 right now. 4,000 gold, the lead, and plus that. Like, it's like 4.5k. It is a big deal. As you can see, BB has done the most damage in the game right now, and that is when Hansama is like 3-1-6 at this point as well. It's a very big Sivir, but not quite as big as this massive Jax in the top lane. You got some items coming in for Caps as well, who, as you can see, is 50 CS in the lead because he's just been side laning relentlessly in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the massive leads that are starting to stack up here make it really difficult, and it feels like for BLG, you're kind of on this timer, and it feels like the hourglass has already run out of sand. You really need a big combo here. You need a cool flank angle or an overextension, and you know, is kind of the story that we laid out at the very beginning of this draft is that top lane volatile matchup. Who gets the lead? Who pulls them around the map? But this side laning Caps threat, I think, was something that maybe BLG wasn't necessarily as prepared to deal with. And going to see an attempted steal here. It's very early, unfortunately, for Elk, though. This is going to be the second dragon of the game here for G2. Again, not a consequential dragon by any means, but they have so much map control, and these side laners just go straight back to it.
Yep. Cap's going to get down towards the bottom lane this time. There is an inner turret still there, so we might be able to get some value if he is given any space. But this is exactly where both of these teams want to be. The Otacon is going to be the next thing they're fighting for.
Vision control here is pretty good for G2. Luckily, though, for BLG, they have that one ward behind it, so they're not going to fall for any traps or anything like that. But that pressure is real. Once that ward gets cleared, G2 can kind of start this at any moment. Feel super good about their ability to rush it down with this pretty large Azir and Sivir, who has 3 items and an IE. Yeah, and this is where things get desperate for BLG with very limited vision.
There's also full AP Maokai as well. And so he does a lot
komentarišem
of damage.
Maokai
You saw
build.
that like one sapling hits on and he loses a third of his health bar.
Yeah, the Bloodletters Maokai is a bit of a new one for me. This one's a little bit less common over our region.
Yeah, us in LCK, we sometimes see the Leandries and then into tank.
And Chronicler gets mad.
Chronicler does get mad. He doesn't quite like
Ovaj
it.
build je, ceo MSI je igran build, what do you mean?
We saw the sapling kill earlier. It's pretty huge.
I like helps you, man. I'm into it.
It helps you rush down an Otacon, and I mean, the lack of vision here, there's nothing that BLG could do. And unfortunately for them, with control vision on the Baron, they can't even try to like cross-map Baron. They can't deal with the Broken Blade side laning in the top side of the map. They just kind of have to sit back and lose a critical objective. There is no winning play here. And I think BLG are realizing, hey, if we make the Hail Mary here and fail, the game is just straight up over, so let's look for something else.
Yep, and maybe, just maybe, there's no beating G2 5 times in a row.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay.
We had someone to tell us a little secret.
Yeah, he may have broken his arm guard.
Yeah.
He didn't buy it from Boris, and it was pre-broken. Sometimes, you know, you pull it out of the box, and unfortunately, something happened in transit. So we can just say we make up a story and say like, yeah, he just got a faulty one.
He's known to collect broken blades, not usually the arm guards, though.
Man, it's like thematically right.
Yeah.
He was just giving BLG a chance.
But I mean,
he was just a little bit too strong.
It's a huge loss.
Manovi su im kritični, neću lagati, ali dobro, to je okej, to je okej.
Well, now it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly, but guess what? I was going to say, he's got
Ne može G2 da bude najbolji u svemu.
Ne, mislim, kasterima su Panovi kritični.
Maybe he was trying to see whether his arm guard flexes, and it doesn't. It just shattered.
No, it's not as flexible as he originally thought.
Why would something that goes around your arm then turn into a timepiece?
Well, you would think after he tried to bend the blade.
Ko ima bolje panove? Rale, ja ili ovi kasteri?
Man, vi, 100%.
So much vision
Nije ni
control
blizu.
around this Baron threat. There's a control ward in the pit. Flank is going to be a
Falio nas je
desperation move here
naš
for
dragi kolega.
BLG. Knight on the flank.
He does find the angle though. As now you can see
Bibi ne bi trebao da je
in a
mrtav.
lot of trouble. The flash over from Bin.
Uđe, Bin je lud. Samo flashao unutra, šta?
Flashes into point-blank range of Caps and Hansama.
Bin će umre od Barona, da. I sad će Najd umre.
Ladies and gentlemen, as BLG just fall apart at the seams, and G2 say, all right, I guess we'll take this purple worm.
Yeah, it looks like G2 are going to rewrite what happened at MSI and at least strike back here in this second game. We're going the distance tonight. It feels like as Među looks for a
Bejčan dođe i ukrade Barona, pa ja bi se... Ja bi otišao sa njena samo.
Yep, there is the Baron secured. They'll take Beishuan as well as the Boomerang Blade comes on through. Labrov with his Pulverize. Gonna hold him in place.
I just can't see any way for a comeback to happen now for the side of BLG. TP here for Broken Blade into the side as Elk might just straight up be dead.
The flash forward into a Cosmic Binding.
Okay, Caps, please, nemoj to raditi.
I'm sorry, I meant to say Caps just might straight up be dead.
It's fine.
It's okay. Broken Blade is he's gonna two-shot the turret. Until On says, I'm going to ult that, so no, never mind.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things that were just taken away from us there in that last couple of moments.
That was kind of like, I was rushing the call a little bit, you know, but I thought both of those things were going to happen.
Well, at least, you know, Bibi does the wraparound, not going to be able to kill On, so the disasters don't continue too much. We are going to see things kind of slow down momentarily. Dragon going to be up in 5 seconds' time. It is Soul Point here for G2. And Finn is just going to get dove on by this big old Jax. The needlework not going to really be doing anything at all. As he parks himself back in this lane once again.
Bim baš dobija batine od Jacksa.
Da, Bibi ga jednom solo killovo I sad mu ono lupa šamar svaki put kad se približi. Da mu jednu vaspitnu.
He's almost got his void staff. He's just heading straight back to mid lane. Broken Blade walks at 4 people and says, "What are you gonna do?" As the rest of G2 continue to clear these waves, now mid lane's getting pushed through. And G2, it feels like at this point, could do no wrong, just sieging up.
Ne, Bibi baš igra game života. Bibi baš igra game života.
And it's just a matter of time before this base gets broken open.
Yeah, Labrov on a great flank angle, but there is a magical journey to try and catch him out. He does have an unbreakable will, but he decides he's just not going to use it. May have needed to almost, as Elk with another couple of Mystic shots would have killed him, but they didn't quite have that, as there's the Tempered Fate. It is only on to Caps, as now they all get in. The Emperor's Divide is going to stop it, and the Boomerang Blade is going to be the finishing blow onto On. They take down Caps once again, but Knight into this backline and has nowhere to get out, as now BB and Bin continuing their battle, and Elk trying to hold on to this turret, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. And G2 will break the base here in game 2 and look to bring us
Radi Sajna I danas do 8.
Klasika. To je okej, to je okej. Sreća Peteretana ne radi do 8, već radi malo duže, tako da to je okej, to je okej. Stigne se u gym, 15 minuta pauze, mislim da će biti, idemo odmah na pauzicu, vraćamo se za 15 za finalni game, da vidimo koje će od ove dve ekipe biti eliminisane SVETSK, da vas posjetim ovdje koji izgubi ispada. Tako da tu smo za 15-ak, vraćamo se sa finalnim gameom ove serije.
Underestimated how much time the Alistar ultimate, the Maokai ultimate could buy for rotation over. Cap side laning, just constantly putting the pressure on those turrets, building up such a big lead. And Broken Blade, they played through him. The G2 fans praying and hoping here to win this third game after what was such a tragic loss in game 1.
Yeah, PLG gonna have to get back on the horse after that one. It is going to be tough because this was G2's game from the very beginning. You can see every single number is going to be in the lead, and the fact that Broken Blade just obliterated Bin in that top lane matchup, that is going to be the biggest deal moving into game number 3. And remember, guys, it was four losses in a row in the last couple of weeks, right? And G2 going to buck that trend and look to see whether they can take another one.
A big win here for G2. A lot of relief, you have to imagine, after that one. Taking a look at some of these damage numbers here. Caps and Hansama doing a ton. Broken Blade, though, matching an Azir in a 32.5-minute game just really tells the story of how much impact this Jax had.
Yep, exactly right. But there is still one more game to go. An even series here in our last one of the day, as we are going to take a short break. When we get back, that last game.
I could remove one champion from league, it would be Timo.
Zoe. Every time I invade into this champion, Vavel comes, I die. So
之前的话，我觉得像三所英雄应该是萨米拉吧，因为我觉得他有点做坏了的那种感觉。然后我觉得这版本的话，我觉得都做得蛮平衡的，就没有想特别三所英雄。
If I could remove one champion, I'd probably remove Yumi. I actually really liked it when I played AD carry, so she's fun to play with, I think. But I think playing against it is not always that fun.
I would snipe Yumi on the spot, no mercy. I absolutely love playing with Yumi. It's fantastic. Gives me warm and fuzzy feelings inside when I get the buffs. But by God, when I have to kill something that has that cat on it, I hate my life.
Yumi. Tại vì Yumi là một vị tướng mà có lối chơi rất là lạ, nên là cũng chỉ theo phong trào thôi. Tại vì mình thấy rất là nhiều người muốn remove Yumi, là mình cũng tương tự.
I don't wanna say Yumi. That's what everyone says. I'm not sure. I have to go with Yumi. It's just unfun, unskilled. Like she just does nothing.
如果我要删掉一个英雄的话，我选择 Briar 吧，因为我都还没玩过的英雄。
Probably be Sona, because just in solo queue I get so many Sona supports, especially in NA and EU. I feel like in the West they like playing it a lot and it doesn't really do anything, so probably Sona.
I would remove Sona from the game, so it's not on my team anymore. No one wants blind pick Sona on their team. The chance you get piked or blitzcranked is too high.
탈리아로 하겠습니다. 왜냐면은 항상 대회 자주 나오는데 탑 챔피언 상대로 거의 좋아가지고 좀 까다로운 것 같습니다.
Would be King, especially Blue King, because it ruins your solo queue. The guy just picks King, doesn't even know how to play jungle, like farms everyone around the map, just keep flying. I hate this team.
카밀이란 챔피언을 삭제하고 싶습니다. 왜냐면 원딜 입장에서는 좀 불합리한 스킬셋을 가지고 있다 생각해서
删除卡牌这种影响吧，因为觉得大招是全图的一下帮灭死，就玩的比较累一点。
I would remove Garen. He has no mana, he has infinite HP with his regen, so he doesn't really have to recall that often. He has so much tenacity and damage resist built into his kit. He's not fun to play with, and he's not fun to play against, because his kit's just a little too linear, so I don't like the design.
딱히 뭐 삭제시키고 싶은 생각 없습니다.
And G2 battle back. They give something for the fans to cheer about in the stadium. They got loud, and rightfully so. Europe one win away from making it back to the semifinals of an international event. And you can see how much it means to them inside the STC arena. It was rocking. 1-1 is your score. Thank you. All right, 1-1 is your score. And we've got one more game left. Great that we went all 8 possible games and one more to decide the semifinals. Degon here alongside Medios and Finn. And just like that, which one were you, Finn? You were all of those emotions.
I was all of them, man. I'm so happy. Like, BB is smurfing. I feel like, honestly, if you asked me which team has played better today, I would say it's G2, honestly. I feel like both game 1 and game 2, they kind of had like control for the majority of the game, and in general they've made smarter map moves. They've been getting caught less, and their team fights have been more solid.
It feels like G2 versus Knight right now. I think Knight is the only person showing up for BLG right now, and even game 1, his Orianna steal with just QW on Baron is pretty much the entire reason why they were in it. So I definitely feel for him. It's been really tough. Yeah, BLG in game 2 was very surprising to me. Oh, maybe not, because they are really inconsistent. But anywhere from their draft prep, I think it was really strange to give Scuman Maokai. Like we were saying beforehand, you know, what does G2 want? They want Maokai, they want Azir, and they got him. And it's one thing if you give them, because, you know, you got to give them something, but they banned out, I think, Pantheon and Vi to give Maokai. It's like they probably would have taken Maokai even if those other champs were open, so why did you ban them? You could have done better bans. So that was really shocking to me. I think the bot lane as well for G2 is performing way better. It definitely had an off game. Oh, no, absolutely, this Bard was a little bit reportable. So, yeah, you know, feel bad for Knight on this one, honestly.
Yeah, Knight putting in a shift there, doing what he could. I feel like maybe the Silas had to be one of the ideas as well, just to be like, okay, if they take Azir, we'll take Silas. If they take Silas, we'll take Azir. But definitely a lot for him to hijack. What did you think of this draft here, Finn?
I mean, you know, it makes kind of sense on paper because you obviously, I mean, in LPL, they don't really care about Maokai as much as we love it in Europe. Like in Europe, Maokai is pick and ban. You should ban on red side every single game. This is our main jungle, and this is what is being traded back and forth. But meanwhile in LPL, they really lean towards the skirmish-heavy jungler, and of course, the Gwen. So I think BLG, they were like, okay, we give them Maokai, which we don't really value highly, and we get Gwen and Xin Zhao, and we get Knight with a really good side this game. I think they were super happy with this draft, but I feel like maybe they didn't have the correct read, or maybe Europe is his better meta read, you know, I don't know. But in general, I really felt like it ended up being very favorable for G2 because they got everything they wanted.
All right, let's take a look at our first highlight here, because when Bin made it onto the international stage, he was known as one of the best Jaxes in the world. But let's not forget Broken Blade, where he's able to turn it around and remind him, I was pretty good at that jab too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. When you have a prior pick in your mind, which is the Gwen, and it gets countered, nullified, solo killed, and gets completely put down like this, that is an issue. I felt like Bin had no presence this game at all, and Broken Blade was just everywhere in every fight, jumping in, diving, doing so much for G2, and really spearheading this victory.
Yeah, absolutely amazing game from Broken Blade. Definitely silencing the haters and doubters, because this is one of the highest skill matchups there is in top lane right now. Jax versus Gwen, we see it all the time, and it's not something you can, you know, just kind of play passively through. You have to be constantly fighting, and every trade can be the difference between winning and losing the lane. And you saw there, he got the solo kill on the Gwen, which is massive, and he just, you know, was able to run away with the game.
Yeah, and he did it with that step back on the last couple of snips. So just an understanding of what was going on there, and a very needed outplay for G2 and Broken Blade. As we take a look at our second highlight here in the mid lane with the Azir hitting away at the tier 2.
Yeah, this is kind of what I want to highlight as well when I said that G2 is actually playing the map way smarter. Caps has gotten the tier 1 already, and they are the one engaging this fight. Kind of like daring BLG to commit to this team fight. On falls in the beginning of the fight, and now it's just like this dance. G2 is like showing that they kind of want to fight, but they kind of just want to get out. Meanwhile, Caps is getting so much gold on the top side and gets so accelerated. I think he shows up with like a 1.5k gold lead after that, or 1.5k gold influx at least after that play.
Yeah, a great matador of the aggression against BLG, knowing that BLG is decisive. They like to fight. This is the G2 that so many people have gotten used to and wanted to see. And then finally, over by Baron, it was the decisive fight here.
Yeah, I mean, it is just, I mean, it looks like Broken Blade is getting caught almost. He has to jump over into the pit. Bin flashes to try to chase him, but he has the Sonias, and he buys so much time and allows all his team to come and help. He has the Thunder Sky procs and then goes out the other way. And now BLG committed so deep to try to kill him that they're kind of left standing here completely clueless of what's going on, and it's just an easy cleanup for G2 with that gold lead that they had accumulated from previous plays.
I like Lebrov just keeping Bin in the Baron pit and letting him get killed by Baron. That's a rough way to go.
Yeah, Alistair and Baron on against him right there. Also, great wall by Caps to block off the rest of the team from going in, so it turned into a de facto 2v4 for the rest of that one. G2 with that victory, they get some one more notch on up head-to-head against BLG. We touched on it earlier, one of the big talking points. These two teams seem to constantly find each other in international events. It was like the groan heard round the world when they got drawn against each other, as it was 2-1. And every single time it has gone the way of BLG, but G2 now on the cusp of flipping it on their head.
I think this is looking real good for G2. Like we mentioned, in the first 8 games, they've been outperforming, I would say, on average, even though they dropped game 1. I think it's looking really good for G2, and I think BLG is really going to have to figure out something going into this final game, because to me, the jungle and bot lane for G2 have been performing much better. I think that on game 1, putting Beishuan on something like Nocturne was a really good idea because he's able to just have so much pressure from his ulti alone. But when he was on the Xin Zhao, I didn't really feel any pressure from him, especially like one thing to me that stood out a lot was that BLG went for the normal invade bot side on red. You split the map and then you can pressure the dive on bot lane, but they didn't really execute it that well. They weren't able to deny any XP from the bot lane. They were able to get level 2, and then Xin Zhao used his smite, so he wasn't even able to secure Krugs and get level 3. So G2 just handled that pressure really well and didn't fall behind at all, which in most cases that can be a super terrible early game if you're bot. So I think, you know, maybe some misexecution by BLG, but also a good response by G2.
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of similar to what Whippo was talking about with Inspired when they plan up to a certain point and then handled the pressure and then allowed their playmakers to make a play. Finn, 1 more minute left. Final thoughts before we go to this decisive game number 3.
My mind's just like last game. It's like I'm thinking about draft, right? Because I feel like G2 is kind of, they have chosen, they are on red side, right? Because BLG shows blue side, and they have so many bans that are locked. I'm thinking you're probably banning the Pantheon, they're probably banning the Varus, and I think they might ban Aurora as well. And I feel like that gives BLG kind of a big avenue to work within, because there's so many champions that almost are guaranteed to be taken out that they can kind of do whatever they want and kind of find any kind of advantage in drafts.
Medios, do they get over the hump?
I'm going to say G2 for this one. I don't know. I don't think BLG is playing that great, and I think G2 is playing really well. So, yeah, I think they're going to take it.
We saw the graphic on the screen earlier. The last 4 meetings have gone the way of BLG. G2 looked better in game 1, did not close it out. They were dominant in game 2. Will they be able to do it for all of EU? Let's find out. Game 3 as we send it to the...
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can understand why Finn was absolutely elated. G2 finally picking up a victory against BLG here in 2025. Has been struggling to put on his headset just a little bit here, but also struggled a little bit towards the top side of the map up against Broken Blade.
Yeah, there were a lot of resources given to get that Jax ahead. He ran away with the lead. They had triple grubs. The side lane pressure with the Azir, who also had triple grubs, was just immaculate. It was just a good macro game from G2, but now they're not going to have that blue side. This time, BLG will have side selection. We'll see how that impacts this draft.
Yep.
And what Broken Blade gets his hands on here for game 3.
Exactly right. I'm also going to be glued to what Skumon's going to be able to play as well, because the Maokai looked great in game number 2, and we know that is an EU favorite. Not necessarily something that we in the East put as much priority on. And so we'll see whether Big Way and Easy Hoon are going to have a little bit of surprise in the jungle maybe to get Beishuan that advantage here in game number 2. Because I 100% agree with Finn. I think that Knight has had and with Meteos as well, that Knight has had a good day today. And the rest of the team have been there as well. We need them to show up a little bit more.
For me, I'm most concerned with On's performance. We've just really seen some
off.
Big misses. Yeah, some off.
Yeah.
Some weirdly timed ults, some positional errors. And this is partially why we've seen Han Sama generate big leads in lane as well, consistently.
Yep.
Is they're winning the 2v2, and then outside of lane, On just hasn't been making the same impacts that Labrov has made. 2 supports who were heavily criticized for their MSI performances, to be frank, but it feels like Labrov is really winning out today in this really important knockout match here at EWC 2025. So let's see what happens as we move into game 3.
All right. And so now we'll just have to see what is going to happen here as we move into the 3rd game. And we'll do our very best to get there as soon as possible.
That's right, as everyone's just setting up for what is the final game of the day here on this Thursday evening in Riyadh. The sun has set. There are tons of fans outside around the boulevard watching multiple esports here that are going on at what is a celebration of esports across multiple titles here. And we have 2 of the most legendary orgs to ever touch League of Legends. G2, the kings of Europe, the most successful team, and BLG arguably in the latter half and postmodern LPL, the most consistent org to appear in international events.
Not to mention one of the biggest brands as well. So Very, very important stuff. And of course, G2 with many teams across a lot of different games as well. I'm not entirely sure how the club rankings look right now. You'd have to expect that they're feeling pretty good about picking up some titles in a lot of them. We have to remember as well that the club championship, you need to come first in at least one of those games.
That's right.
If you are going to be the champion here at EWC. So you're gonna have to find one of those avenues in. We'll see whether it is gonna be BLG or G2, or whether one of these teams, well, which one of these teams is going to be going home at
one of these teams taking that one further step forward to semifinals. Puts them one series away from potentially making that grand finals and taking it all. There is so much on the line in terms of prize money. Every single step up you can take. Winning this third game is a massive jump in prize money. So it's tense. And, you know, heading into a game like this, trying to keep your head in the game, trying to really stay focused as we have some technical issues being resolved here before we head into this draft is going to be paramount. And BLG having pick priority on blue side, I'm really curious to see if the red side bans will change a little bit here for G2. Do they feel like they can give Bejuan over the Vi? Do they have an answer to that? Do they think they can give the Pantheon over? Do they have some sort of response to that? We just see both of them once again taken away. The Varus, another question mark that's been banned consistently in games 1 and 2. Will we see that in the hands of either Elk or Hansama? I imagine the answers to these questions are all no. I think they will continue to be banned.
Yeah, I actually think that the Pantheon and the Vi are going to be so much higher priority, right? Like, we already heard Finn say, like, why are you banning them if the Maokai is up? Well, yeah, the Maokai isn't up anymore, so they're going to require those to be taken away. And I think that we are getting closer and closer to the final draft of the day, and possibly the final draft for BLG or for G2. We are going to be getting our players in and getting things underway.
It's so tense here, and you can really feel it. You can see it on the players' faces. It's a massive G2 crowd here that have traveled all the way to Riyadh to support this roster that had such a rough time at MSI, a hardship against this very team.
Yeah.
Now trying to get that revenge and be the ones to conquer, the ones to walk away. Or will we see BLG do it again, albeit a little bit less dominantly than what we saw at MSI, but to take it twice and to advance forward here. It's time for the draft.
Yep, here we go. We are finally in there. And the Galio, Annie, and the Wukong all taken away here by BLG. Definitely a big change-up.
Yeah, and Poppy Varus, meaning that one of the Vi or the Pantheon, or potentially both, I think likely both, will make it through the draft here.
Evo nas nazad, finalni game, game broj 3, druge serije, drugo best of 3 je danas. Da vidimo ko će izaći na vrhu BLG ili G2, ko pobedi u polufinale, ko izgubi ispada iz EWC-a. BLG je birao plavu stranu i blue side koriste na Vi.
At Ari, that's still open? And they banned the Annie. But is there a way? I just don't feel like there's necessarily a jungle that you feel like with this game 3, with all the jungle bans we already have, the Xin Zhao is gone, that you could pick away the Ari here. You know, I don't think you're going for an Ari Viego lock away.
Ari Lee Sin? And then flex Lee Sin to top lane and play Kindred?
No, don't, please, no.
No, that's not good? You don't think that's good? What do you mean? A real professional team
may have
played that.
just sent one of our region's teams home playing that, in fact.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay, never mind.
The Trundle answer here is pretty interesting. It's not the first time we've seen Vi given over for the favor of the Trundle, even though Trundle's interaction with Vi and his subjugate isn't the highest value into Vi specifically. It can, if she ults in, isolate her.
Ah, yes. Yuumi is the perfect answer. It's harder for you to then get hit by the cease and desist. There we go. That is not what they're going to lock in, as actually going to be holding on to that mid lane pick. See what Knight is going to be playing, as the Rel will be locked in.
This is an interesting draft here. While I feel like both of these picks aren't necessarily as highly prioritized as G2 are putting them here, it puts a lot of questions into your mind as BLG as to what the game plan is going to be, and it makes the decisions you make a little bit tougher. Now, they're just going to go for the tier list. They're just going to say, all right, we're going Aurora Rumble. We have the Vi set up. Vi Rumble, so incredibly powerful. And then the Aurora is just going to be a lane bully into almost any matchup there in the mid lane. The answering Ornn, they already were prepared. They have the Trundle pick themselves. They can just lock this one in. It's considered a counter to the Rumble, but it doesn't mean you're going to get lane prio early.
No, and the two, like, best picks into the Rumble are actually banned away in the Galio and then the pick away of the Aurora. It's actually kind of cute. Of course, the On has been pretty popular.
Klasičan counter, da kažeš counter, nije baš, ali da.
So good that G2 are at least able to lock that one away. But still, I feel like this was a well-orchestrated beginning of the draft here for BLG. An obvious game plan is in there, and that top side of the map is looking very, very frightening.
You can feel the weight of the blue side against you here in this, Dylan Falcon draft here, where they've got a lot of great tools and there's still a lot of flexibility here, but the tier list definitely leans towards BLG. That scale has to... The brown man can completely, if you don't ban the brown, man can completely nullify your board, so that one is kind of a must ban in this situation. Decent into the rel as well. Victor is taken away. I think that's a great scaling mid lane pick that works well with the ornaments later on, so that makes a ton of sense.
You can kind of keep up with the range of the Aurora as well, Deathray, so it does make some sense to
maybe a Rise ban to follow here. Yeah, that's what they're going to think and take that one away, because that's another one of those pick similar situation. Great wave clear, can kind of buy some space into the Aurora, just out wave clear her early and just not interact with her in the side lane. So what's it going to be here? This is where things get really interesting. I feel like Misfortune works well with Rel, but I don't think this is the kind of draft where you want to be picking that one up. The Corki I like a lot more. And it's a flex pick as well, actually.
Ništa od toga mi nije spec iskreno.
Either in the mid lane or into Hansama's hands. I think it will probably be Hansama's pick in this scenario, but this is something that BLG can't know for certain.
Yep, and there's not a lot of magic damage just yet, so Cap's probably wanting to be on a caster champion, perhaps. As Oldia, oh no.
Možda ima šanse Kalista.
All of MSI, and the Kalista Renata will be locked in here for BLG.
It's so good with Trundle and pretty good.
0% pa mislim
and you already have so much
vidjet ćemo. Opet nisam čuo, malo se udaljio, ali...
Da li misliš da će biti 2-1 za G2?
Ne. Ja ne vidim da G2 dobije BLG iskreno. Ok, znaćemo za 22 minuta.
I think this LeBlanc pick doesn't fit the identity of this comp in really any way to me. You're strong into the Rumble, you're strong into the squishy Renata, if you can isolate her, maybe even if you find Vi in a scenario where if you're ahead, you can get into the jungle and harass her and push her away from some of her camps. I mean, the burst damage of the LeBlanc is real, and she will get somewhat empowered by the ornaments, but it's not the kind of scaling damage pick I thought that with this Ornn pick G2 were looking for. I thought we were going to see something with consistent damage. Sure, the Victor and the Victor and the Rise were banned away. Azir is banned as well by Fearless, so there weren't a ton of great options.
I do think that you have so much mobility that a lot of this ground location-based damage that is there for BLG is going to be less effective against Caps. I think it's a good idea in that front. Of course, you do still have a dash, so it's the coming back that's more blinky, right? So you go in, you start a fight, and then you can sort of get out of there without any sort of answer. That could certainly work here for Caps, and we know that this guy is just really, really good at LeBlanc. Has been in the past, at least.
LeBlanc is the type of pick, too, that could just completely take over a game, regardless of what your comp is. If you just get ahead enough with it, it doesn't matter what the enemy team is running. It doesn't matter what you're running. Yeah,
she's a magician, right? She's like, and this one disappears.
But to put it all on the line in this final Game 5, this red side counter pick of the LeBlanc was a bit of a shock to me. And it's a pick that has just fallen pretty significantly out of the meta for quite some time.
And she had the visual update, right? So it has the different icons. So, I was expecting that she'd sort of, come back into the meta because, we're going to play her because now she's changed a little bit. And just wasn't. Just wasn't a thing at all. At least definitely not in the LCK, and haven't really seen her internationally either. So Cap's going to be bringing that one out here. That's why we love Fearless. You really do have to get a little bit deeper into these champion pools.
Yeah, I mean, the only other pick I was thinking about that maybe would have been strong with their comp, scales pretty well, has good wave clear, was the Hui, but, again, not ideal, right? Not perfect in this, not perfect in this scenario. There's a lot more agency, I think, in this LeBlanc, and Caps, man, he has to be the main character of this game, I think, if G2 are going to close out the series.
I think he's pretty used to being the main character for G2, so I wouldn't put it past him that one can certainly happen. As here we go. G2 on
LeBlanc.
We are finally here as the keys loom over the rift here now.
Zato sam mi rekao ćemo saznati za 22 minuta šta se događa.
Immediately after this game right here.
Da pikaš LeBlanc Unite je veoma hrabro.
too much more going to happen.
Electrocute procs the name of the game in this mid lane matchup. Lebrov's going to get the crash down.
Yeah, crash down coming on through there. It's the logistics protocol actually picked up from On, so not able to shake anyone's hand right now as a electrocute does come on through from Caps.
Yeah, Caps is like, you electrocuted my support, but I electrocuted you. Haha, favorable trade in the mid lane, but
then walks over and takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm like, well, maybe that wasn't quite what was going through his inner monologue at that moment.
Must have been close, though.
Everyone's going to back and reset.
Yep. We need to talk about skin choices. Of course, it is not the baseball trundle, so I'm kind of okay with it. I think that one's kind of illegal because it's so boring, but there's a lot of other really cool skins. Traditional trundle, always okay because you still get the Pillar of Filth. This one, a little bit different.
Skumon? Speaking of Skumon, and we're talking about skins, but let's talk about the pathing here. It does have a lot of vision control set up with this deep ward here, and this is going to start the Raptor cap and look for a 3-buff start as the full wraparound to Hansama and Lebrov is here. Might be a bit of a hint to Bejuan as to what has gone down here with the pathing that they took. They will catch this wave here, but just playing around the Callistas, not interacting with her at level 1, and then allowing for this clear for Skumon.
This is kind of crazy as well. G2 actually able to pick up every single minion in the wave because BLG cleared it so fast. So not actually losing out on anything is, okay, passive already procced from Caps here in the mid lane. Knight continuing his good form, and we know that Aurora, if played aggressively in the mid game,
tu sam ja. Mislim, malo su i promijenili ikonice, Sivir, LeBlanc i Morgane i svega i svačega. Samo što ne znam ko Caps igra u ovo, ali Hanve pikala Lisina, tako da vidi, sve je moguće.
And we'll look for it. We're going to pan away, but
we have a
small pause here.
Okay. Flamethrowers being exchanged on the top side.
Za svaki slučaj ipak jednu pauzu da napravimo.
But that matchup probably not one that we're going to be feeling too excited about.
Kod BLG je sigurno, samo se svi se pretvaraju da nisu oni kolovali pauzu, tako izgleda.
Bin govori, čekajte, nešto nije u redu, mi igramo treći game.
Sumnjivo. Jeste, Ognjene, bio je MSI, sad je EWC, za 3 dana EBL, za 10 dana LEC, tako da pauze bez. Samo smo na opasnom grindu.
To get this unpaused. So sepia mode really not lasting very long. This was a discussion that we heard yesterday, Wolf, when the other boys were on, as Dan and Jake were talking about Sephia. Is that what Dan said? Did he actually say Sephia?
I don't know.
Sephia mode?
Sometimes, you know, Ox, when he says things in his accent, I wish I could say them as cool as he does. Oh my God.
I think he actually said that one just wrong, though. That was my opinion. And I do want to say that Jake did get that one right. And yesterday was a day of not getting a lot of things right. So that was right. So he absolutely...
Bejuan, though, is coming up here. Broken Blade.
Okay. Well, the face melter might actually come on through here as Broken Blade going to get punished for his great performance. That flash!
Lepo, Bibi, lepo.
It absolutely was. He still has to use flash, right? His Knight is dead. What?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see a little bit of a replay.
Observeri trolaju, mislim.
Da.
That shouldn't have happened. Great knock-up here from Broken Blade as well as his army of minions comes on in. And the aggression continues here as Lebrov's having to flash away from Elk and on here on this bottom lane. And Caps looking for a bit of an angle, and my God, that is so much damage. He actually decides to come back in, though.
That was the reason why Caps does this, is because he has TP advantage, so he wants to get as much damage done as possible before he just TPs back.
Oh, the flash out is on. Actually, he predicted the flash, but his handshake didn't go long enough. He needs a longer arm.
Not quite able to make that one happen, but both flashes down here for the G2 bottom lane does not feel great. At least Hansama is quirky and does have Valkyrie.
Partija vrlo lako, ukoliko Skumon dobije još malo veći lead, može da bude ono trundle game, da ga niko ne može ubiti.
Slažem se. Mislim, nema koga dobrog da ulta, jedino mu je to, ajde da kažeš loša stvar.
Da, to da.
Kao legitimno nema dobar ult target.
We'll get back to that later. But then Caps is able to trade with him and then TP back in here, so has a pretty significant health advantage. You can see how he's trading here, how aggressively he knows he's in control of this lane and the wave state that's there. Like, Knight is struggling to play the game,
And Caps is just chilling. Skumon here is going to go, all right, well, with all this mid-prio and Knight, who's TP-less, who has to back now, I'm going to go over here and start putting the pressure on this Raptor camp, and I think On will be able to do very little to stop this. Bejuan over here is going to take a Gromp in return, I suppose, but maybe not.
Yeah, they know that he's here, and Broken Blade going to move on up as
Dobar dan.
There's a lot of stuff here on the ground.
Oof.
Bejuan, he flashed,
Okay.
but where are we flashing to?
This is such a weird start to this game, and it's not good for BLG. I'll tell you guys.
I would put it in the cons column, Wolf. I'm going to put that one in the cons column. Cap's going to be able to pick up that kill. He is on 300 health. At least Bejuan was able to do some damage back.
Kako je loš Bejuan. Strašno koliko je loš.
I think it's really just a snowball here that happens from the mysterious death, right, of Knight that occurred.
I like it. It's still a mystery.
Well, I mean, he was on a Raptor. I guess he was trying to put some pressure on, then just got punished there by Skumon, because Skumon was able to pick up the kill, right?
Yeah, but maybe baited by Caps.
But right after that, Caps ends up getting the trade before he TPs, and he plays super greedy, but gets away with it. Then they get the prio there, he gets the trade once again, so Skumon could do anything. So Bejuan feels like he has to cross-map, and so he does, but then gets punished for it because it's pretty obvious to G2 what's going on, and once they spot him there, there's just no way for the Vi to get away. So if you look at the gold leads here, I mean, Caps picks up the second kill there onto Bejuan, so he has a pretty significant lead himself, but the lead for Skumon is massive because he took so much of the jungle away, denied the cross map from Bejuan, so he's 20 CS up right now. It's like 5 whole camps up, and he is just huge on this Trundle, and this Vi is so significantly behind. So G2 loving this start so far.
They really are.
G2 mora da snowballa, oni kakva im je kompozicija nemaju izbora nego da krenu jako, inače će samo izgubiti game. Mada možda mislim ono, LeBlanc opada, ali svi ostali skillaju dosta dobro. I plus su svi skiši s druge strane.
Dobre.
Elk ima nastokoma little tempo, ne bi trebao se plaši uopšte.
Caps is not able to find any sort of reset here as Caps is walking his way forward. Skumon and Hans still in position.
I think this ends up being a relatively even trade. The kill for the Kalista feels better than a second kill on the Trundle, but the fact that the Trundle is this big means that it's kind of okay at this point. A relatively even trade. They do respect the fact that Caps was missing. Knight communicates that to them, and they do back away as we have a bit of a fight here in the river.
Yeah, Knight coming on through. Oh, that pillar placement was absolutely gorgeous. Skumon still wanting to try
and mess with this one.
Available, but it is Caps that's the target. He is just going to back away to clear out this mid lane, and I just feel like this game is always just a little inch away from a full-on brawl at all times.
Absolutely. We're constantly walking the tightrope, but with the prio that G2 has, Skumon just keeps taking the Raptors rinse and repeat, and there's just not much that Bejuan can do about it. He doesn't have level 6. He's a whole level behind this Trundle, who has ultimate, and this should just be the Dragon over to G2. They don't end up securing the Raptors away, but Bejuan's finally able to farm his
Da, Bejuan je ceo level zaostaje, holy moly. BLG pauzira jer ne mogu da veruju da im je ono jungler level 5.
To kao ljudi, nešto nije okej.
Because it means we can check out some of these plays and maybe we'll see this Knight mystery as we do see the feats of warfare going on over, and it was a decent handshake to start things off. The bailout just not quite able to get the value.
Yeah, not timed well enough there. It was a kill for Kalista versus a kill for the Trundle there. Target selection a little bit split for G2, but they end up getting the kill anyways there and deny the bailout value. Right now, it feels like this low econ Vi and the Aurora that's been put significantly behind are not going to operate the way that BLG wanted them to. BLG by no means aren't able to, it's not like they're in a situation where they can't fight for objectives right now, they're not that far behind, but fighting for prio is so difficult that they are always going to be behind in the vision game when they're trying to set up for these big fights, which gives such an inherent advantage to LeBlanc. The number one thing a LeBlanc wants, besides money, obviously, and items, is vision control. And when you don't know where the LeBlanc is and she can pop out and kill your support or catch you, especially when you're running a squishy support like the Renata, Caps is feeling really good about what this mid game is going to look like because they have so much map control. It's going to take a big swing in a team fight here and some injection of gold into these big carries here for the side of BLG for them to get back into this game. They're down, they're not out.
Dalje ne znamo šta je s pauzom.
Really building a significant jungle lead in this game off of just a little bit of prio, and a lot of this on this Caps pick. He's getting value out of LeBlanc already.
He certainly is. And we were talking already about the fact that the Vi is such an incredibly important pick throughout this tournament, throughout this patch, just in general. And it's really been shut down in a massive way by a Skumon that was being criticized quite heavily. I just want to say, like, really impressed on the way that he's performed towards the end of this series.
It's been a big redemption arc for him. I feel like this tournament has been a big redemption arc for Labrov as well.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And, you know, G2 always able to keep themselves mentally focused in the face of hardship. Remember that game 1 loss was pretty tragic. You know, you mentioned Skumon. They messed up the timing with the feather pullback and the smite and what felt like an unlosable situation. Because we could have been looking at a 2-0.
Usporiti igru, malo ti zezne ritam.
Da. 7 gamer, you know? Yeah. Like, it would have been so sad and frustrating.
But they still keep their mental fortitude.
Mislim smo to čak i pričali za vreme leta kad je bilo ono.
Yep. Well, Labrov and Hansama down here towards the bottom side, now laning against Bin as the lane swap has occurred. We haven't Blade taking a bit of damage towards the top side of the map as the equalizer is going to be employed just to grab some tempo back.
We haven't really get on these grubs. Touched on the fact that this Ornn, who's laning into a Kalista with 2 null magic mantles, is really behind. And we can talk often about how Ornn doesn't need gold that much because he's going to get value with ornaments later. He's a low econ champion that could do a lot with his ultimate in team fights even if he doesn't have items. But being this far behind starts to raise your eyebrows because it also just gives such a free lane setup here to Elk, who's just going to be pushing into him constantly. He has a lead he already picked up because of that kill that happened in that top side skirmish.
Wolf, here, I just want to, I need to admit something.
Go ahead. Yeah, sure. I mean, get it all out.
Yeah, I really need to. So we've got a bigger TV here that we're casting off. So I feel like things are in a lot higher definition that I'm watching in comparison to maybe the cast monitors that we have back at home. Never really has been an issue, but I have just realized that Null Magic Mantle isn't a dress. I always kind of thought it was the kill. As now Elk could be in trouble. Ram is just going to crash into him. And yeah, no, it's like a little cape.
Yeah.
And why are they both capes? You got a Negatron cloak and an Olmet. Why there's 2 capes?
Well,
why are capes so magic resistant?
A mantle becomes a cloak. He's very resistant to that's.
I thought a mantle was the thing that goes above your fireplace, so I didn't think that the word had anything to do with what it was.
Atlas, if you're like, oh no, Wizard's coming to get me.
Naši kolege pričaju.
No, you grab your cloak. Okay.
No iskreno nisam ni ja previše razmišljao kako ta ikonica za Null Magic Mantle izgleda.
And perhaps, you know, I just haven't thought about it very often, but it is just in the shape of a kilt or a dress, you know, and like, anyway, I need to get that off my chest. I know, like, you won't tell anyone, right?
No, I won't, but you just did, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I only told you, so I'm sure no one's going to.
Our very private conversation right now.
Yeah, no one will know. No one will know. It's okay. Labrov now moving towards this bottom side of the map, and as you can see, he is in the enemy side jungle, right? Like, G2 are playing really far up, making sure that they keep on as much pressure as possible. And with that feat of warfare that they already have picked up, it's only a couple of objectives or a turret away from feats of strength. And G2 will have a big amount of control. As speaking of control, Bin really pulling this one back on the top side of the map.
Yeah, you know, it's going to get a little bit tougher once that Leandri's is done too, to deal with this Rumble in the game state where you just don't have a lot of farm, you don't have a lot of items just yet. The Rumble's still bootsless as well, mind you, as he is just going to TP right back in. And I gotta say, the lead that we saw for the Trundle in terms of gold, you know, it's one of those things where it doesn't necessarily matter if you don't fight and if the Vi isn't going to be necessarily relevant, but the prio they've gotten from it and how much vision control they've had. I mean, look at the bottom side of the map. Anytime Vejuan wants to move around that area, they know exactly where he is, and if he isn't showing, they know he's topside, because they can see everything that is on the bottom side of the map right now.
The process of elimination, it is very powerful.
Like the 1 level lead, the full level lead, you know, has now decreased to like a half level lead or a 3rd level lead here for Skumon, but they're just utilizing that prio and that vision so well right now to continue to control the map. The Drake spawns in 70 seconds here, and that is going to be a really pivotal moment.
Well, that was almost a worry.
That was a little scary.
Yeah, some of the mobility is going to be available there as the chain is not going to get the snare, as you can see Caps bouncing back. Did employ the ultimate, but that, of course, is one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the game.
Knight
so that is
still low.
Yeah, exactly right. Lebrov making his way in, and the crashdown magnet still
Lepo.
not going to allow him to bounce through that circle at
Lepo,
all.
Lebrov,
Knight
lepo.
is just destroyed.
Yeah, just not able to quickly flash his way out of that one, unfortunately. Good combo there. The Trundle that's so huge that has, you know, the second completed item here for the side of G2 next to the companion that Caps has picked up is just so big.
Yeah.
The Trundle's just going to chomp that Aurora out of the game, and now Caps has full control of mid, and they could just turn this into a dragon take, but they're going to get plates first. 20 seconds until that Infernal spawns.
Oh my goodness, well, there's the equalizer down. Flash out from Skumont immediately
Može samo da ga ultuje.
he isn't burnt to a crisp. And with the chains, that is going to deny any
A ne
follow-up.
može,
He is
nema
on
ulti,
moving
nisam
in.
vidio.
The Dragon is going to spawn, like you were talking about. Caps looking for that low health bar on Beishuan. The flash forward, and Caps picks up the kill. Gets himself all the way back, and actually just takes them on a merry jaunt around the rift, and is going to be absolutely fine. The hostile takeover
Šta se dešava trenutno? Skimon ima to. Ok, never mind. Bin je sišao stopa i gapuje ceo tim G2.
They're looking for the kill on the Caps
Oh.
here.
Yeah, there's Knight flashing forward, manages to take down Caps here, and BLG will be
Pa
able to
mislim ništa,
answer very,
sad je
very nicely.
više Bibi, to jest Bin je trčao dole, Bibi nema isto TP, ali samo se nije rotirao. Igra Orna i Blade u side lane-u, što baš nije najpametnija opcija.
So at least they get that on the cross map here. A few plates picked up for the Ornn. But so much was used there by Caps and G2 to secure that kill on the Bejuan that they couldn't really continue to contest for the prio on the Dragon. I think G2 tried to do too much there. Could have been happy with a small win, wanted the bigger one, and ultimately do end up getting punished, have to reset. And that means that BLG, despite that initial pick for G2, will get this Dragon and tie things up here. The gold lead for G2. It's really just 300 now, the advantage.
Da Bibi tu, oni ne mogu to da rade.
And it's going to be a Chemtech Soul here as well. One Dragon apiece between both of these teams. So we're going to check out this fight once again. This very extended fight, as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really cool moment here where they outplay. Bejuan ends up taking so much damage here from Caps, and then they decide, okay, we're going to force the issue even further. Caps comes in here, ults for the extra W, and then watch this, gets the kill. Flashes back to his initial, tricks them there.
So cool.
Very clean play.
Like it. That's and it distort, and then you mimic the distort, and then you go back to the R after the W.
But what happens next is because he used all of his tools here, Skumon is left out to dry as G2 at the same time we're trying to hold Dragon. And then Caps can't survive either as the Rumble shows up here in the bottom lane. No TP for the Ornn means it was a great win, it was a big win, it was cool, it was a kill, it was a big LeBlanc moment. But the bigger picture here is BLG take the objective and take a kill back.
They do. Now Bin is in a bit of trouble. Does throw down the equalizer, try and get some damage onto Skumon.
Okay.
But this time he
Ne, dobro je.
In fact, even invests to subjugate against Bin.
Malo da tiltujemo Bina,
Didn't want Bin to get away.
da ga ubiju.
That is going to be successful as now Lebrov and Skumon looking to wrap around once again as Beishuan is here towards his top side, the Mega Cone.
Dolazi Knight, moraju brzo.
But to get himself out of the way because the focus is on this turret. That is going to be feats of strength going over to G2, but can they keep themselves alive?
Skumon, ja mislim da je mrtav. Lep dodge, mrtav je i dalje, evo dolazi.
Was optimistic at best, and they do manage to take down the Trundle.
Yeah, he sacrifices himself to get out there. They end up getting a kill in the turret, though. On top of the kill they already picked up onto Bin, so it's still a big trade up here for G2. You can see their gold lead now as extended again, so they dropped down to 300 and the quintuple that back up to 1500 for the play, and a gold lead actually accumulates here for Broken Blade. Has just been given so much additional time in the side lane. He's kept it even.
His Canic Rockon was just completed, but now has another Negatron Cloak. That one I know is a cape. I didn't think it was a jellyfish ever. Like, not one time, I promise. But he's going to be building into that item number 2 pretty quickly.
Herald will go over here to the side of BLG. We'll see how they utilize it, but we'll go back to this play here. So when you look at the map, you can see that unfortunately the Renata is just too far away here to make an impact. And then they kind of do this interesting thing where they back away and then say, well, Bejuan, you can take the farm. But that's a Vi, though, and I think this call is a little bit suspect, just simply because alone if it's just a Vi and the rest of the team has vision, they could just collapse on her and kill her, and they get the turret as well.
All right, well, an equalizer goes down as Caps was trying to keep that chain in position. That was gorgeous, though, as Broken Blade comes in and says, thank you very much for all that work you've done, Caps. You can get out of here now. And the G2 fans feeling pretty happy about how this game has headed over the last little while as On going to get stunned up. There's a Magnustorm once again as he flashes to get himself out of the way. And Baystrom was thinking about going in, but decides instead that Vault Breaker needs to be used as an escape.
They're losing in mid, they're going to lose this bottom turret to a split pushing Ornn.
Pik je baš
I mean, the Ornn lead is starting to become very real. Like, he's cresting nearly 1,000 gold the advantage over his lane opposition here in the Rumble, and Bin has been focused, he's been targeted. And, I mean, this is just a huge problem here. Look at the gold lead. Yeah, there was that big dent after the disaster that happened bottom lane for G2, but they just bounced back and continue to put that pressure on. This wild card pick of the LeBlanc, we didn't doubt it because we know it's Caps. We know what he's capable of, but we didn't think it necessarily with this composition and team fights it was going to work out. But with the early game control, how well he played around Skumon, how strong the counter jungle was, the trapping of Knight, right? That snowball with the teleport takeaway, the kill they get there. It's just been kind of this domino effect that's given G2 full map control from start to finish in this game. Now they're going to take even this mid turret down.
Kasidira Badon drugi item I skoro ga je završio.
Bigger and bigger. Looks like it might not quite go down just yet.
Yeah, Valkyrie going to come on through here as the Fate's call is going to be the attempt.
Šta će sad? I šta sad?
They managed to get this pillar down as well in a great spot.
Ahan sama je mrtav od Knighta.
Not going to need the bailout because he just pulls all the sticks from this troll and takes him down. Hansama also going to be executed by Knight who
dobro, opet Hansama mi trolluje game, brat. Strašno.
Sad su bukvalno sve bacili, Savliću su imali super izgubili. Sad će izgubiti 2 kule na midu za to.
Yeah, plus 1 charge goes through. And they're actually just looking to take this out straight up, and they will get it. A big turnaround there. And we've seen LPL Kallistas do big work across the years, and Elk is, man, 3-0 and 3 now on this Kallista. Did so much damage there, forced the flash out, so the Rend couldn't connect, but he just changes targets and takes out Skumon. And I mean, at this point, BLG should just be able to get this dragon straight up for free. Yep. There's nothing that Broken Blade can do about it at this moment in time. And the rest of the team is still licking their wounds from that double turret take. And like you said, back to gold parity here. A Drake lead now in the hands of BLG.
Well, G2 looking for another skirmish. We are going to check out this fight a little bit beforehand. This is like, he is so incredibly confident as they commit everything. They're like, no, he's overextended, we will kill.
The Berserk comes through here, they can't get a kill, but Lebrov goes super low, has to flash away to get out of Rend range, and then Elk is just super confident. He's like, well, I just pivot over to the bundle. Barrier comes out. And as long as that health doesn't hit 0, he does not care. He's got a Renata with him, you know? Like, it wasn't even close. He wasn't worried for even a second. He's just like, I'm going to maximize my DPS. I got my support here. And it doesn't matter if my first target gets away, I just go for the next one that's in range.
Yep, exactly right. I do respect it from Skumon, as of course, you know, you do want to try and at least get something back in those moments. But it doesn't quite work out as Otacon has already been started. Skumon is just smacking it. And now they're going to look for the turn. The Ram coming on through here as the knockup is only going to be used onto Bin because they didn't need it for the top side of the fight. The equalizer goes down, but Bin not quite getting the value that he's looking for. And G2 drawing first blood in the fight, now looking for another one. The 3-man on that Magnustorm is beautiful and down.
Okay, Beitchuan je samo ono, umro instant.
BLG having to deal with the fact that both of their utility picks are dead.
G2 are able to identify they have this pocket of vision on
Okay, sve lagano, vraćaju se nazad.
Da.
Mislim, Kallista također turbo opada, tako da nije kao da sa BLG ima neki insane skill također.
And this is a huge win here, is look at how little control goes over to the side of BLG here. Like, LeBlanc is flanking, Caps gets the initial kill here on the Renata off of the start.
Caps ima Rabadon, još mu je upgradeovao sada Broken Blade.
Da.
Caps neće opasti do 4. itema, mislim, 30 minuta i više. Je apsolutno prejak sada.
Not only in kills, but also, as you mentioned, the Otacon going over 27 petals to 12. the numbers here and experience are starting to stack up, which is so valuable for an Ornn who wants to get those ornaments as quickly as possible.
Yep, Spirit Visage is now completed here for Skumond as well. Such an important
That's not a
item
dress,
for
by
the
the way.
Trundle. Yeah, that one isn't. I know that one is actually just a shirt, right? Like kind of a shirt.
That's the one armor, the glowing armor. You're like, okay, Wizard's coming for me. I get the glowing armor.
And Force of Nature was like that as well. Force of Nature, I understood. Kanik Rookern, is that one of the Gotcha Claws?
Scientists are still trying to figure out what a Rookern is.
I think it's a Gotcha Claw. I think that's what it is, as we can see. Like, you can see it there. Like, now that it's off cooldown, it's a Gotcha Claw. I think that can be confirmed. That one I'm not silly about.
I thought it was a utility belt, but I don't know.
And Triforce is obviously a misbuilt fan. As G2 do get the knock up here onto On, but he does have the hostile takeover. That's used only onto Broken Blade, though, who is looking borderline immortal at this point in time.
I mean,
Bin getting in there with the teleport. You're exactly right. Equalizer in a choke point is normally good, but Caps goes in, gets a distortion over everyone. Look at them. They're all grouped up in G2, turning their own situation against them as the Magnastorm only onto one isn't necessarily use a fair bit to try and get himself out of there. All of the health bars on the Rift are so extraordinarily low.
And they were so close to having an incredible bailout moment there. I mean, he had the flash. I thought for sure he goes in and looks for the reset there, but they are too timid to do it.
How did
the fight is so split up. And the Ornhorn there cuts BLG in half, even though it doesn't secure a kill. Caps goes in. You don't think about LeBlanc's distortion as a big AoE damage ability, but in moments like this when everyone's so packed up in that tight ball in a choke point, actually ends up doing a big amount of work there. It was a very close call there for G2, though. With those low health bars and Elk running amok, that could have actually gone disastrously and given BLG back the lead. They are just narrowly able to escape. However, still a significant lead here for Elk, 1,300 on this Callista pick. That's going to have a little bit of longevity in this game, but man, G2 just will not give away map control. They have all this pressure every single time there's a neutral objective setting up. They're like, all right, we're gonna get vision around it. We're gonna push them away. We're gonna take those jungle camps. Cap's gonna take a back timing here. As his death cap picks up, the arm guard can TP in if he needs to, but I think he's got just enough time to walk over with 10 seconds to spare. And this may be the last stand here for BLG if they get wiped on this fight, which is, by the way, just for a second Chemtech Drake here for G2. They should not overextend into this.
On ne prima damage. On zato prima previše damage-a.
Da, on...
Šta sad je samo mrtav. Mislim, bacio je Belot na sebe. What? Zašto bi ga vratili nazad? Ok, da. Ovo je game. BLG je full izintovo.
Na BLG je jako diskutabilan, im je makro i...
Mislim, čak da je Elk izvuko Renatu bacio iza sebe da može ona da ulta i da baci Belot na Elka, bilo bi bolje. On je bacio 0 health Renatu u protivničku ekipu da umre. I da vista Belot na sebe.
Just rips BLG a new one. The timing of this so good for G2. They grab this Drake for free and now can reset. Topside prio goes back to Caps, who, like I mentioned before, didn't have to TP. They can now put their eyes towards this Baron because Broken Blade also has TP. They can clear that vision. Coming in here with the control vision as a support, like you're playing.
Ne sme niko da face checkuje. Bukvalno niko ne sme da face checkuje. Mora on da face checkuje, ono, zbog toga što ga Elk može ultovati. Ali zašto se on vratio nazad u njih?
Remember setup and then the knockdown here, just beautiful.
Well, I think it was one of those moments where you're like, I have to face call it for safety, but I got to turn that into a positive somehow. But Hans Sama was so far away, he also had his Valkyrie available. Like, you're not going to get him, you're not going to get Caps on the LeBlanc. So
Dylan Falco actually like reacted to that one that time as down goes
Što se desilo s Bejčmanom? Čovjek izgličovao u vazduhu.
Baron is now up and available and G2 they can head over there. Maybe not
Baron?
wanting to go for any sort of 50-50s. I know you say it's not a 50-50 because the jungle is dead, but Knight's alive. And we all remember game one. Still, they're just going to make sure that BLG cannot get anywhere near this pit. And things are very, very dark on the Rift right now as Caps gets off towards the side. Knight is discovered by the LeBlanc as the On is going to get so much CC down. Bin is just melting as Caps goes golden, flashes out of the way of the buttons that Knight is trying to put down, and another array of skills comes in. Beautifully played
O, Caps!
I treba, velika je stvar, iskreno. Da, bit ću on grifa. Ostali su bez zuna za Bečona rundowna. A vraćam se na isto, znači, ovo ću ponoviti svaki put kad je Vai pikovana. Vai je useless pick. Znači, ja ne mogu da verujem da ljudi bacaju first pick na Vai.
G2's franchise player says, I am better today in this final game, in this wild card pick of the long, because we have a fight for the Baron.
A kasteri trpe, a znači ovi kasteri trpe Skjumunda da grifuje 10 gemova za redom da bi ga glazovali 11 kada nije 0-10. Znači, bukvalno reči nemam.
Going to that brush on the control ward, and they take down the Baron. G2 gonna follow Bin to his base, I think, and look to try and take down at least an inhibitor turret. Phenomenal pillages there, as we saw, as G2 looking to just clean up the scraps.
I mean, these are some really long death timers. They can get some serious base damage done here.
They really can. On gonna flash out of the way of the Ornhorn, but I don't think that's gonna save him. The handshake is going to be top of the morning to your Caps, as then he goes down. Knight also not gonna get bailed out of this one, and G2 really come alive here in these last two games. The reverse sweep.
Ovo je game?
Ja mislim da jeste. Kalista nema Vejfter, Vibe nema Vejfter. Treba im Knight ili Bina, ni jedan ni drugi nisu živi. Mislim da mogu da uzmu kulu. Da.
Ma da, Bejču, on je samo instant nestao.
And Elk, he can do nothing. Look at BB's face, man. There are just grins from ear to ear on G2, and they will be able to take down BLG.
Okay, is EU back? Da li možemo tako da kažemo? Da li smo najbolja rejka?
Pa ja mislim da sutra ćemo znati zasigurno. Jer u suštini ako Genji pobedi Flyquest, mi smo definitivno bolji jer smo mi u polufinalu, a NA nije. A možda i koji pobedi T1, mislim šta ja znam. Ne znam ja ništa.
Kako ne znam, nisi dobio skript.
Pa mislim znam, ali neću spojila. A kao ne znam. A u stvari znam. To ti pričam.
Struggled to secure those objectives in game one. They were so close to securing. They crushed game two, and arguably an even more one-sided game three to move to knockouts and change the narrative here for 2020.
Dobro, otišli smo full done. 2 best of 1 i 2 best of 3 koje su otišle u 3 game.
Vidjet ćemo da li će sutra biti isto, ne znam ni šta je sutra iskreno od partije, mislim da je samo 2 best of 3, tako da malo kraći dan sutra, eto to je uvek lepo, provjerit ću, 18. da. 2 best of 3 sutra i preko sutra i onda tamo u nedelju, jeli, best of 3, best of 5. To je to, ljudi, od nas dosta, od koga je dobro što bi se reklo, slušamo intervju, ostavlja malo program pa gasimo, mi se vidimo sutra od 11.
Poz.
You know, after this MSI performance, I had to prove myself, and I had a great chance here at EWC, so I took it, you know, I wanted to redeem myself.
Absolutely you did, that happened for sure, but I do want to ask, coming into this tournament, everyone was looking at LCK and LPL teams, and everyone was underestimating EU. What do you like to say to them right now?
I mean, we're still the underdogs coming from MSI, you know, but we have to be respected, of course, right? We just beat LPL. I'm very excited for what's to come, but we have to stay humble for now, you know, and take it as it is, you know.
Absolutely. Well, you are 2 steps away from claiming this is the G2 version that can win the whole thing.
Yeah, 100%. We all believe it. You know, we ride with the wave. I think we found a very good recipe on winning the games. You know, so I'm looking forward to playing against. I believe it's going to be AL. I'm not 100% sure, but any team that we will be facing is going to be strong now. So I'm very excited.
Absolutely. Well, the good thing about Esports World Cup is that when you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. Just tell me how you feel right now.
It's going to be my first time, so I'm looking forward for it.
All right.
Am I doing it?
Yeah, absolutely you're doing it. Let's go to the key crush machine and just let you know that you have just guaranteed a $160,000 in the bag. So I'll just let you have this moment for yourself.
And the G2 faithful have been rewarded. It has been multiple years of losing, coming close, whether it was a best of 3, a best of 5. BLG got the best of G2, but not today. It was the reverse sweep, a 2-1 victory for G2 to the joy, pure joy to everyone inside the STC arena wearing the G2 colors. And it has to feel good. We had the chance to sit down with Broken Blade in the studio earlier, and it was his goal to defeat an LPL squad. Standing right now with one of the members from the LPL squad is Kitty. Take it away.
G2 finally find their revenge at an international stage. By my side, BLG Elk. So I know that you guys have had a very long rivalry for 2 years now. Unfortunately, you guys fell short. So what went wrong today?
我知道你们和 G2 其实是有非常长的一段交手的时间的，然后今天很可惜输掉了比赛。你觉得是什么出了问题呢？
就是以比赛内容来说的话，就是我们打得没有对面好吧。
I just think that we don't play that well comparing to G2.
And I do want to talk about the Game 3 draft. So we saw that you guys decided to go with the Kalista Renata, and ever since the start of MSI till now, the second international that we've seen in the past few months, Kalista Renata has had a lot of controversy around this bot lane duo. So why did you decide to go with this champion duo?
我们想聊一下第3场的这个 BP 选择。我们注意到你选择了卡莉斯塔和列娜塔这个组合。从 MSI 开始的时候，其实这个组合就饱受争议，然后一直很难拿下一个胜局吧。然后你在这个 BP 上面是怎么想的呢？
首先我觉得我们整体阵容在4、5楼能够选出卡列，然后就是以两边阵容来说，卡列肯定是当时的最优解吧。然后胜率的话，其实我倒觉得就还好嘛。然后，但是因为我们在第3局的比赛内容其实就是比较差吧，所以说导致输掉游戏。
I do think that composition of Kalista and Renata doesn't really matter during this match, and I do think that it's a good pick when we were choosing the meta for this particular match. I just don't think that we performed that well during the game itself.
The Kalista curse continues, and there are a lot of BLG fans here at the arena. So do you have anything to say to the fans as you exit EWC?
就是可能比较可惜，但是其实现场有非常多的 BLG 粉丝，你有没有想跟他们说的？
就是我觉得比较可惜吧，因为我们以这样的一场比赛，然后输掉这一次就 EWC 之旅，我觉得很可惜吧。然后就希望我们在下季赛的时候，就第3赛段的时候能够就是打得更好吧。然后也非常感谢就是现场来支持我们的粉丝，谢谢你们。
I do want to say thank you to all my fans. Of course, it's a bit sad to actually lose and stop right here at this EWC. I just want to thank again to all of my fans, and we'll do better.
Thank you so much, Elk. I'm looking forward to seeing you back in the LPL and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Cheryl, for the translation. Elk, again, the goals for BLG were getting back to the mountaintop like they did in the World Finals in 2024. They fall short, though, after a resurgent G2 finds some answers. And like Kitty said, the curse of Kalista continues. I know that, Midas, you've had strong opinions on the bot lane here for BLG. And just like in this clip here, just not able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was not On's day. Here, it looked like he got caught, and then, you know, Kalista has been that controversial pick. Not only having a low win rate, having no win rate, has not won a single game from MSI till now, especially with the Renata pairing. And it looked like, you know, okay, my support is a little prone to getting caught. I'll play Kalista to pull him out. And that didn't last long. He went right back in. His ult wasn't even up. So kind of rough for BLG, not gonna lie.
Yeah, strong emphasis there on the gameplay, not necessarily the draft by Elk. BLG will head back on over to the LPL in the upper group and try to make their way back onto Worlds, their next opportunity for international play. But here they finish in the quarterfinals, the 8 through 5 slot. And for G2 and Finn, all right, one more time. We gotta get the zoom here on a satisfied Vin. We saw a sad Finn, but now we got to see
Yeah, that fit. Yeah. Clip it.
We're back, baby. We're back. I never doubted them. Oh.
2 years of losing, and they're back.
Yeah. I mean, we have been getting beaten brutally by Bin and BLG for so much time now. For so long, they just keep getting our number in internationals. But now G2 finally beating them must feel so good. Must feel so great just to take down this arch nemesis that always knocks them down whenever they go travel to try to win some trophies.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here as we wrap up this series and the day. And it starts off with Cap showing off the LeBlanc. When it came out, everyone's like, LeBlanc, is that really where it goes? But his mastery of it is in full prowess here.
Yeah.
This play was sick. I mean, Vi gets away with low HP. Caps goes back in, flashes to get the kill on him, and then reacting to use his mimic distortion to get away from the rumble flash was just crazy. It shows how much mastery he must have on this champion, because LeBlanc is definitely not something he's playing very often. It's not a champion that we've seen really anyone playing, but he's still got that muscle memory, still has all of his skills on it, so it was cool to see him pull it out.
And what I like too, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he play the Syndra earlier in the group stages? Again, unorthodox champions that we know can dish out damage, but haven't been played as much if it's not in the right spot here.
I like it. I think these are like some EU classics. We have the Syndra. I mean, okay, EU classic going back to Bjergsen is maybe a little bit too strong, but like, I know there's a lot of people in Europe playing Syndra, and the LeBlanc has been a staple around the EU mids. The Perks and Caps, the two classic wielders of that champion. And it's just something that is so comfortable for these players, and they know how to execute, especially in these fearless drafts, in these game 3s, game 4s, game 5s. That is when you see these champions come out, and I think it's so nice that we finally can show that little European flag that is just, we have our picks and we use them to such great extent.
It was great to see a return to form for G2 this tournament. This is kind of the G2 that I feel like a lot of people expect when you go international, the G2 who can match with these Eastern teams and even take down BLG now, something they haven't been able to do. So it's cool seeing them on their signature picks, and I think Skuman and Broken Blade to me deserve a lot of praise for this series, because although all of G2 played well, I think that BB and Skuman both stepped up a lot, because they didn't have the greatest MSI showing. They received a lot of criticism, and they didn't let it get them down. They kept their confidence. They leveled up a lot, and I think they played great today.
Yeah, the way that they were taking the gold leads, the highlight that we did for game number 2, where they forced a fight to distract BLG while Caps was split pushing on the top side of the map, the influx of 1,500 gold. This is the G2 that we miss. It's not just being able to fight with the hands, but outplaying the team and being one of the few organizations in the West to be able to do so.
And that is one of Caps' main trademarks in Europe. If you watch any European G2 games, and it looks like G2 is like having a slow game, suddenly Caps will disappear to side lane for like 7 minutes. And then he will come back with like one more item over the enemy mid laner, and everyone's like, how does he do it? How does he keep doing it? And it's something that he's struggled to convert into the international stage lately. But to see him execute this against such a strong team that is BLG gives me so much confidence of his return to form.
Well, with that victory, we now have 1 or 2 of the seeds set for the semifinals. G2 will await the winner of Gen G versus Flyquest after Flyquest defeated Furia earlier in the day. On the opposite side, it was AGAL over Hanwha Life Esports to get the LPL representative in the lower side of the bracket up against T1 or Movistar Koi after Movistar were able to get the victory later on. And with those victories, that means those keys got crushed. It was CFO's key saying goodbye and popped off right, right there. Or is it there? There, somewhere, one of those two. Masu getting to do it as well, putting their opponent's Furia to the sword and seeing the hopes of the Brazilian squad get crushed. A little bit of revenge for the LTA North.
Yeah, what a satisfying way to beat someone. You know, you win in the game and then you get to crush their logo. Oh man, that looks fun.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan's ice cold face and the little chuckle there when he sees it snap. And I mean, it's been a good day for European fans, I have to say. Seeing MKOI topple their nemesis of the Flying Oysters and seeing G2 topple their own with the BLG. It's like, it's an upward trend, and I really hope we can snowball this into some momentum and going into this tournament's finishing touches.
Yeah, after the best of ones, it felt like an older order was put back into place. It was 2 European teams making it on in, 1 North American team making it on in. But then after that, I think AGAL, we weren't sure what to expect because we hadn't seen them. It was Hanwha Life taking one of the games. You're like, okay, all the momentum's with Hanwha Life. But then one man stood in front of the way of Hanwha Life and dragged them across the finish line. It was our Sony MVP of the day. Flandre in the top lane had himself a heck of a series and a heck of a day.
Like we mentioned earlier during their series, Flandre just absolutely outperformed Zeus, which is probably a surprise to most people. Flandre is someone who's kind of, I would say he's known for being more of like the team fighter, not a super lane dominant player. He's got his Yorick, you know, he'll play Rumble, Renekton, but today he whipped out the tanks and just had so much presence in the game, was able to take over team fights and yeah, just lead his team to victory.
Maybe it's kind of indicative of the meta because we have 2 of the best undisputed top laners in the world in both Zeus and Bin out, and 2 guys that are great in their own right, but generally play more for the team in terms of Flandre and Broken Blade in and winning in the semifinals here.
Yeah, and I think it just shows, I mean, to me, I'm just so impressed with Flandre and his class. He has been playing since 2014-15 competitively, and he still has such good form. When people think of the old players, they think of Faker, they think of the other like veterans that has been there for so long, but Flandre often goes unnoticed, and the fact that he's still out there performing so well, it's just so commendable.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. After we finished another big day, we now settle into just best of 3s, and it is the other half of the quarterfinals. It all kicks off with the reigning title winners, the reigning League of Legends World Champions, T1, up against the reigning champions of Europe in Movistar Koi. Then it is Flyquest, the LTA North representative, up against Genji. It is a big day of matches. When you look at that, what jumps out at you here, Medios?
Well, it's Flyquest playing to get another match against Genji, which this is going to be the 3rd time they've played them, and they managed to take games each time, so I think it's doable. Definitely a very hard opponent, probably the hardest, but I think they can do it.
It's a tough series for both of these teams. These are the 2 MSI finalists and the reigning best 2 teams in the world right now. So what a privilege to have a chance to try to take them down right when they're sitting at the top. I think it's a great chance for both MKOI, great chance for Flyquest as well, to really show that they have so much more they can offer to the international events.
Yeah, huge matches for the West. And again, the debut for both Genji and T1 tomorrow. But for tonight, we'll dream just a little bit with the G2 victory, getting it done over one of their big nemesis. Now, that does it here from us at the Esports World Cup. On behalf of everyone working the broadcast, we thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more quarterfinals action.